After much hardship, Lin Mo has finally become the daughter of an ancient official family. Such a splendid life is certainly worth cherishing. Having lived a languid existence for over a decade after her transmigration, she had initially intended to continue in this manner indefinitely. However, her father, fearing for her well-being, promptly bestowed upon her an official position.
Ah,
I don't want to go to work. Why must I go to work? Lin Mo lamented, rolling on the ground in despair. Yet, upon commencing her duties, life didn't seem so unbearable after all, especially with the addition of a rather amusing gossip system bound to her. Chapter 1. Father. I do not wish to work.
what?
You've secured me an official position. Why must she leave the comfort of her home to work? Indeed, attending court was akin to employment for her, and she had no desire to partake in it. I refuse. I refuse. Why must I go, when my brother and sister do not? Lin Mo clung to the doorframe, wailing as if she had lost her parents. Lin Mo had transmigrated into this world, having previously been an ordinary university student who met an untimely end while shopping, inadvertently witnessing a robbery. Although the robbery was not directed at her, a mere glance at the perpetrator sealed her fate, leading to her being pursued and fatally wounded. Though her demise felt unjust, the robber's efficiency was remarkable, as she felt little pain before her life slipped away. Upon awakening in this new realm, she initially assumed she had traveled back to ancient times, only to discover that this world was entirely fictional and ancient, setting devoid of historical accuracy. Most significantly, in this era, women were permitted to hold official positions. It was said that the current emperor had shown remarkable leniency, allowing women to participate in the imperial examinations and serve in government roles. Although female officials were few, their existence in the ancient world was commendable, and with time, it was anticipated that more women would ascend to such roles. Currently, however, female officials predominantly served as mere ornaments in the court, with only one remaining, as the others had married and resigned. In this male-dominated society, families often discouraged married women from appearing publicly. Yet, those who held official titles enjoyed a better reputation and were often seen as more capable of assisting their husbands, making them desirable spouses. The remaining female officials' primary responsibility was to assist the historians in documenting court activities essentially akin to a modern-day meeting recorder. Yet, this official was also on the cusp of marriage, leaving the position vacant. Once the vacancy arose, Lin Xiangshu immediately thought of his precious daughter. Her greatest pastime was to drag a small chair to join the gossiping matrons, reveling in their tales of domestic affairs. She never engaged in any serious business, preferring to indulge in trivial matters, often causing her family distress with her antics. What kind of noble lady spends her days eavesdropping on gossip and rolling on the ground? Perhaps, when she reached an age where such behavior was no longer appropriate, the emperor might still grant her leniency due to her lack of accomplishments, but undeniable efforts. The position was genuinely quite leisurely, with hardly any demands, though labeled as an assistant. The historians were quite capable, and she would merely need to stand there as a decorative figure. Lin Xiangshu truly fretted over his daughter's obstinate nature. Oh, father, you are biased. Why must I go to work? Lin Mo wept with abandon, thoroughly content with her current life. Her parents, childhood sweethearts, shared a deep affection, and their household lacked concubines or secondary wives. Her siblings cared for her attentively, all being full-blooded siblings. She longed to be a carefree slacker, enjoying fruits and stories, relying on her parents now, her siblings in the future, and her nephews and nieces in her old Aegea perfect existence. In truth, her transmigration to this world felt like an arrival in paradise. Though devoid of computers and smartphones, life was equally splendid. These past years had been a joyous escapade, and she intended to continue in this vein. Yet now, her father was compelling her to work. It felt like a death sentence. Lin Xiangshu, witnessing his daughter's obstinate demeanor, could only close his eyes in frustration, silently reminding himself, "She is my flesh and blood, I cannot harm her." Foolish girl. If your brother had not met with misfortune, he would soon be successful in his examinations. Your sister excels in the arts and is well known in the capital. Her future marriage poses no concern.
And you?
Can you hope for fame? Can you marry? It was merely a matter of marriage. Lin Xiangshu was confident in his choices. He sought a worthy spouse for her, unwilling to let his daughter squander her potential. Enough. Prepare yourself for the official duties, perform well, and strive for a lifetime of service. This will secure your future, and when your mother and I are no longer around, your siblings and nephews will look after you. System. Why must I go to work alone? Why are my siblings exempt? Are they conspiring against me? This system had been bound to her just days prior, and Lin Mo had since taken it along to enjoy gossip. System. I cannot say for certain, perhaps your parents hold you in higher regard, or they genuinely fear your laziness might lead to your demise. Rest assured, I chose you for your laziness, otherwise how could I have selected you from the vast sea of humanity? You are the destined slacker. Lin Mo, I can't shake the feeling that your words are not meant to be complimentary. It seems you are targeting me. The system chuckled quietly, opting for silence. Those around them had grown accustomed to this peculiar dialogue between the girl and the so-called system, having first discovered its existence a week prior. Initially, they feared they were losing their minds, only to realize that everyone could hear the girl's thoughts shared with the system. While Lin Xiangshu sought an official position for his daughter, he also recounted the system's peculiarities to Emperor Xuanda, who expressed keen curiosity about Lin Mo and her system, ultimately granting her permission to accept the official role. Chapter 2. System Binding, the Emperor's Big Secret. Lin Mo was rather dissatisfied with the system's assessment of her, yet the system believed it was merely stating the truth. What are you still doing sitting on the ground? Father has already left.
No amount of tantrums will change that.
It would be wiser to obediently accompany him to court tomorrow. Lin Qi observed his distressed younger sister, his brow furrowed in exasperation. His elder sister, well-mannered and composed, posed no concern, but this younger sister truly caused him endless worry. It was no wonder their father took pains to secure her a position. Lin Mo glanced at her elder brother and lazily rose from the ground. Brother, if you pass the exam this year, will you also have to attend court? Lin Qi nodded. Yes. Why do you ask?
What are you scheming now?
Lin Mo sighed, lamenting, from now on, the three of us will be working together. How dreadful. If I can't get up in the morning, could you please come and carry me? Lin Qi replied. Enough, this girl is truly beyond saving. Their father had asked him to check on her, and if she was indeed feeling unwell, to comfort her. Yet it appeared that no consolation was needed. She had already contemplated the possibility of not rising in time for court. In the afternoon, the court attire arrived, and, to his astonishment, the assistant tasked with recording the proceedings was actually of the 8th rank. That evening, lying in bed, Lin Mo dejectedly conversed with the system. Oh, system. Do I really have to attend court? Am I truly capable of handling this responsibility? The system replied, it should be manageable after all. You are merely serving as an assistant. Surely, that is not too daunting. Although the words were reassuring, Lin Mo felt an unsettling anxiety within her. She abruptly got up from her bed and began to pack her belongings. No, if I don't leave now, when will I? I absolutely refuse to go to work. The system watched her hastily gather her things, somewhat speechless. Is this really necessary? Are you planning to escape in the dead of night? Outside, Lin ran. Concerned for his sister, glanced around, having heard some peculiar noises, which abruptly ceased. He stood at Lin Mo's door, listening intently until he heard her steady breathing before departing. This sister had always had odd habits. She preferred solitude, even while sleeping, and the servants in her courtyard rarely heard her calls unless they were outside. Whenever she did shout for someone, her voice was startlingly loud, akin to a man's, sending the maids scurrying far away. It was exhausting to call for people in such a manner. Lin Mo, you wouldn't understand. It's about valuing privacy. Lin Qi chuckled. I anticipated that you would try to escape, so we prepared for it in advance. Lin Xiangshu had even assigned someone to guard the premises, ensuring that she wouldn't attempt to flee again in the night. Lin Mo exclaimed, how well you know me. The system chimed in, resign yourself to this fate. Your brother and father understand you far better than you realize. Don't worry if you grow bored in the morning. I will provide you with some juicy gossip that will surely brighten your day. Lin Mo lay in bed, her expression one of despair. For she simply did not wish to go to work. Early the next morning, Lin Xiangshu came to rouse her. Get up, you impudent girl. We're going to court. Lin Mo, still half asleep, was dragged away by her father, her eyes barely open. At the door, Lady Lin, along with Lin Qi and Lin Ran, urged, make sure to keep an eye on Mo or We cannot have her dozing off in court. Lady Lin genuinely worried about her youngest daughter. Falling asleep in court was something she could easily envision. After sending off the father and daughter, the three remaining at home felt a sense of unease. Lady Lin wrung her handkerchief, expressing her concerns. Do you think your sister can truly handle this task? She continued, could you not offer me some comforting words? Give your sister a bit of confidence. She is not entirely unreliable. The latter part of her statement dwindled into a whisper, as she herself lacked conviction. Ah, heavens! The earth. I am so tired. I do not want to go to work. Lin Mo lamented repeatedly in her mind while seated in the carriage. Lin Xiangshu calmly sipped his tea, accustomed to his daughter's peculiarities. The system reassured her, host, you'll get used to it. It's merely a few hours of standing.
Just be a good mascot.
System. I do not wish to stand. If only I could find a place to sit. Lin Mo truly detested the thought of standing for such extended periods. It was no wonder the elderly officials suffered from leg ailments. It was astonishing if they didn't tea. The system sympathized with her plight. Starting work at dawn was far earlier than the current routine, and the sun had yet to rise.
Montag.
Just bear with it a little longer. I will get you some gossip to chew on. With something juicy to ponder, the morning court will not seem so unbearable. Lin Xiangshu merely hoped the gossip the system spoke of would not be too scandalous and wished for a hint of decorum in its delivery. However, he soon discovered that, in the realm of gossip, decorum was often disregarded. Throughout the journey, Lin Mo and the system engaged in an unending dialogue, discussing a myriad of subjects, leaving Lin Xiangshu utterly astonished. They spoke of infidelities, the parentage of others' children, and the capabilities of various men. What on earth were they discussing? Upon arrival, Lin Xiangshu hastily urged her to disembark, instructing her to follow Lord Li. He brought Lin Mo before an elderly gentleman sporting a goat-like beard, who was armed with pen and paper, exuding an air of authority. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lin Xiangshu felt relieved to have finally arrived. The journey had forced him to endure a barrage of gossip. Lord Li, I entrust my daughter to your care, he said, his tone exceedingly cordial. Given that his rank far exceeded that of Lord Li, a gesture not easily afforded. Lord Lin, no need for such formality. Your daughter is quite agreeable in my eyes. We shall be colleagues moving forward, so let us dispense with the notion of care. Lord Li replied with a warm smile, appearing exceedingly amiable.
Soon,
the officials gathered to enter the court, and Lin Mo stood beside Lord Li. Although her rank was low, her position allowed her to stand somewhat forward. Albeit her placement was less than ideal, as she was merely a recorder. It wasn't long before the officials in the court began to bicker over a particular matter. With Lord Li's brushwork nearly flying off the page, Lin Mo inquired if he required assistance, but he declined her offer. Thus, she remained there as a mere ornament. System. Do you have any juicy gossip? I am so bored. The system cheerfully responded. Indeed. It's about the Emperor's big secret. The ministers gasped collectively. Emperor Xuanda, intrigued, perked up his ears, eager to hear what this had to do with him. The noise of debate in the court significantly diminished, and all eyes began to sneak glances toward Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Xiangshu nearly choked. Could one simply indulge in the Emperor's secrets so freely? With so many present, could she not just select another target for her gossip? Chapter 3. TSK. I've never seen a poor emperor. His underwear has been sewn 3 times. Lin Mo remained oblivious to the reactions around her. She was both hungry and tired, and the prospect of gossip distracted her from all else. The system chimed in with glee. Your emperor is indeed impoverished. Don't let the exterior fool you. His underwear is tattered and has been mended 3 times. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into silent laughter within her mind. Ha ha, how impoverished. No wonder every time the emperor grants rewards, they are merely plaques. I used to think he was cultured. It turns out he is simply broke. Her laughter echoed around the court, each utterance of the word poor striking the attendees like a hammer. Especially the emperor, whose ears were beginning to burn with embarrassment. Minister Lin was now contemplating how to bury his entire family, although it seemed likely that they would end up as carrion in the wilderness. The corners of Emperor Xuanda's mouth twitched, and even his aged visage flushed slightly. How did that official know about his undergarments? Moreover, Why did that Lin girl not feel the slightest embarrassment upon hearing such a question? The expressions of the crown prince, the second prince, and the third prince turned peculiar as they glanced at their father, realizing that the emperor's life was far more arduous than they had imagined. The courtiers regarded the emperor with pity, astonished to learn that even the emperor's undergarments were tattered. Previously, when the emperor lamented his poverty, they had assumed it was merely a ruse. Little did they know he was genuinely destitute. Emperor Xuanda felt a shiver down his spine under the peculiar gazes of those around him. His poverty was not due to personal failings, but rather the empty state of the national treasury, which he had to supplement from his own meager resources. With no other income, he could only economize from his own expenses. The system continued. However, this emperor is truly a commendable ruler. Although impoverished, he excels in many other aspects, far surpassing those monarchs I have encountered before. Lin Mo replied, "Indeed. Our emperor permits women to participate in the imperial examinations and hold official positions. Such progressive thinking is not something ordinary individuals can attain." Flattered by the praise, Emperor Xuanda felt a sense of elation. It seemed this official had encountered quite a few emperors. Perhaps it was some kind of mystical being. If it claimed he was superior to the emperors it had known, then he must be doing quite well. The system went on to enumerate examples of other emperors' incompetence, captivating Lin Mo's attention, and soon the other courtiers, including the emperor, were equally enthralled. Their voices dwindled, and the atmosphere in the court improved significantly. As they listened to the system's tales while discussing state affairs, the dual engagement was quite exhilarating. "Your Majesty, the heir of Prince Qi has been brazenly seizing maidens and claiming fertile lands, even committing murder against the innocent. Such actions cannot be tolerated." "Indeed, Your Majesty, the prince's crimes are egregious. Royal offenses should be met with the same justice as those of commoners." Lin Mo's interest shifted to this matter, and the system listened attentively. With the two of them quieting down, the ministers began to voice their concerns. "Your Majesty, the heir of Prince Qi is arrogant and unrestrained, wreaking havoc in the capital, causing untold suffering. Here are the various offenses he has committed. I implore you to review them." A memorial was presented, and as Emperor Xuanda perused it, his expression grew increasingly grim. "Scoundrel!" The emperor's furious roar caused everyone to kneel. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, Lord Li reacted swiftly and kicked her down. Lying on the ground, she felt utterly speechless. "Could you not just help me up? Must you resort to kicking?" The officials behind them struggled to suppress their quivering lips, desperately trying to maintain their composure in the court. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Minister Lin felt faint, and those beside him hurried to support him. Their eyes filled with sympathy. Having such a daughter was indeed a misfortune. "Your Majesty, the heir of Prince Qi is the sole descendant of Prince Qi. Years ago, the prince suffered injuries while defending the borders and later succumbed to hidden wounds. Regarding his only heir, I believe we must treat him with care to avoid hurting the hearts of the border soldiers." When the General of National Defense spoke, the expressions of everyone present shifted, including the emperors. To punish a guilty party while considering so many factors is truly absurd, Lin Mo muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. The general's expression darkened, while others visibly relaxed, and the emperor's demeanor softened slightly. With a cold glare, the general directed his gaze at Lin Mo. But the crown prince and second prince subtly shielded him from view. "Nonsense. This realm belongs to the emperor and the people, not to Prince Qi. The Lin girl speaks truth. Why should we hesitate to punish a guilty individual?" Unaware of the brewing storm within the court, Lin Mo remained blissfully ignorant. Nonsense. It was not hidden wounds that caused his demise, but rather his indulgences with women. The system's words nearly caused everyone to gasp in shock, even prompting the emperor to shift in his seat, eager to hear more. Since the prince's death was attributed to hidden wounds, the emperor had always shown favoritism towards the Qi royal household, considering the prince's injuries as a sacrifice in defense of the borders. However, if he were not truly a casualty of hidden wounds, then the privileges enjoyed by the Qi family over the years would have been a deception. The thought of being duped by a deceased man infuriated the emperor. Lin Mo, curious, asked, "System, please elaborate on this matter and recount the events in detail." The expression of the General of National Defense darkened significantly. He attempted to approach Lin Mo, but with a mere glance from the emperor, two military officials restrained him, while the civil officials seamlessly blocked his path, feigning a continued discussion of state matters, albeit in hushed tones. The system clarified the events. This General of National Defense was once a subordinate of Prince Qi, promoted by him, and they share a somewhat complicated relationship.
Lin Montag exclaimed.
How thrilling! The emperor and his ministers echoed her sentiment. The system continued. While Prince Qi ostensibly defended the borders, he was actually indulging in revelry, leaving the actual defense to Prince Xian, who suffered injuries in battle. If Prince Qi were truly guilty of such misconduct, the world must know, and Prince Xian deserved proper recompense for enduring such grievances. Prince Qi's ailments were not due to warfare but rather excessive indulgence, and in his youth, he was notorious for his escapades, even taking the General of National Defense as his favorite. The gazes turned towards the general, revealing a new dimension to his character that contradicted his robust and righteous exterior. Chapter 4. The entire court engaged in gossip about the General of National Defense. The general's face turned livid. He could not allow Lin Mo to continue. Your Majesty. Before he could finish, the Crown Prince and Second Prince swiftly delivered punches, knocking out his teeth. The brothers exchanged glances, determined to enjoy their gossip uninterrupted. The general, now a mere bystander, felt the weight of their actions. Startled by the general's outburst, everyone feared that if he revealed what they had overheard from Lin Mo, the consequences would be dire. The emperor cast an appreciative glance at his two sons, proud of their quick reflexes. The third prince, nearly pushed aside, protested. Could you at least give me a warning next time? I almost ended up in a most embarrassing position. Lin Mo, sensing someone calling for the emperor, looked up in confusion. Did I just hear someone speaking? Could I have misheard? The court fell into a tense silence, fearing discovery. It was all the general's fault. If they were found out, he would not escape unscathed. The system chimed in. Isn't everyone conversing? They are discussing matters of state. Do you still want to hear the gossip? Everyone chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Mo replied, of course. Otherwise, standing here would be dreadfully dull. Please continue with the tale of Prince Qi and the General of National Defense. Upon hearing her words, the court collectively exhaled in relief, thankful not to have been discovered. The system resumed. After aligning with Prince Qi, the bond between them flourished, nearly inseparable, with Prince Qi even neglecting his consort for the general. However, the pleasant times were short-lived. The Qi Wang favored the young and the beautiful, and soon the appearance of the guardian general, weathered by the harsh conditions at the frontier, was overshadowed by newcomers. Relying on one's looks to win favor, how could this be a lasting situation? The gazes of the onlookers towards the guardian general were laced with pity. He was indeed a pitiful figure who had fallen from grace. And even the Xiande emperor felt a tinge of sympathy for him. Lin Mo, perplexed, inquired, if the guardian general has lost favor, why does he still protect the Qi Wang? Could it be that he is infatuated? What is this so-called infatuation? It hardly sounds like a commendable state of mind. While the crowd was curious, they refrained from dwelling on it, eager to hear more of the unfolding tale. The system continued. Although he has fallen from grace, the Qi Wang has compensated him well, promoting him and even arranging a marriage for him, albeit with a bride who had previously been with the Qi Wang. Lin Mo, the crowd, the guardian general, with two martial officers covering his mouth to stifle his protests, was on the verge of humiliation and rage. As his secrets teetered on the brink of exposure by the system, the Xiande emperor regarded the guardian general with a particularly complex expression, one must admit. The guardian general possessed remarkable tolerance, wearing such a heavy green hat with apparent ease. In any case, the guardian general is aware of how all this came to pass, which is why he continues to hold the Qi Wang in high regard. Most importantly, he harbors feelings for the Qi Wang, and the couple sometimes even attends to him together. His wife's two children are not his own but are indeed the Qi Wang's. Lin Mo gasped. Is this man truly devoid of sense? Does he know that his two sons are not his? The system replied, he is aware, and he is quite pleased. For both children bear a striking resemblance to the Qi Wang, thus rekindling his emotional attachment. The crowd, the Xiande emperor, each revelation was simply too riveting. The Guardian General was indeed an extraordinary man among men. The Crown Prince, Second Prince, and Third Prince exchanged knowing glances at the Guardian General, pinned to the ground, their expressions laden with implications. The Guardian General, exasperated to the point of rolling his eyes, was on the brink of fainting when a physician hastily approached and administered a needle, reviving him instantly. The physician stroked his beard with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. "You think you can faint in front of me? Not a chance. The story is far from over. You may not collapse." The Guardian General, the system, and Lin Mo were engrossed in their discourse, oblivious to the passage of time, until the hour for court adjournment arrived.
Ah,
Has it come so soon? I haven't even finished savoring the Guardian General's tale, Lin Mo mused, experiencing time's swiftness for the first time. Other ministers nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment, as they too felt the morning court had flown by. The system remarked, "Indeed. The Emperor has gathered a wealth of energy from the tales surrounding the Guardian General and the Qi Wang. After all, neither the Qi Wang nor the Guardian General are paragons of virtue, and given your nation's financial struggles, why not seize their estates? I've reviewed your laws, and the crimes they've committed certainly warrant confiscation." The Xianda Emperor and the ministers were jolted into realization. Why hadn't they thought of this before? The crowd. "What do you mean you're tired? You're just standing here, eating melon seeds." Initially puzzled by the phrase eating melon seeds, they gradually grasped its meaning after listening for a while. The Xianda Emperor cleared his throat and announced the court's adjournment, leaving behind several ministers, including Minister Lin. Minister Lin was already beginning to feel disoriented. Was this to be a reckoning? It was over for his family. However, the Emperor did not reprimand Lin Mo for her perceived disrespect, merely instructing them to keep their mouths in check. The Emperor's tone was stern, yet the expressions of the ministers were filled with trepidation. This could prove to be quite difficult. After all, with so many ears present, what if someone let something slip? "We obey your command." Though it was a challenge, they had no choice but to comply as best as they could. Lin Mo waited in the carriage for her father, eventually dozing off. Minister Lin sighed, expertly nudging her further inside, as she slouched unceremoniously. Upon arriving home, Lin Mo remained asleep, prompting Minister Lin to instruct Lin Qi to carry her out. He recounted the events from court to his wife and children, his countenance growing increasingly grim. "So, Mo is now aware of the unfolding situation, is she?" Mrs. Lin remained optimistic, reasoning that since the Emperor had not laid blame, there was no need for concern. Chapter 5. Everyone gave the Emperor underwear, and Lin Mo slept outside her parents' door that night. That evening, the Xianda Emperor stared in embarrassment at the heap of underwear sent by his 3 sons and the ministers. How utterly humiliating. Could that girl not refrain from indulging in his scandals? Did she not have enough tales to feast upon from the entire court? "Your Majesty, would you like to replace the previous underwear?" Eunuch Li inquired, suppressing a smile. However, the Emperor's current underwear was indeed unwearable, barely covering anything. The Xianda Emperor sighed, resigned. "Let us change them. They've already been delivered, so we might as well not let them go to waste. After all, I am still a rather impoverished emperor. Yet, perhaps after seizing the estates of the Qi Wang and the Guardian General, he might find himself in a more prosperous position." Furthermore, the system evidently had a protective mechanism, which the Emperor had discovered through careful probing. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence, the other courtyards had succumbed to slumber, leaving only Lin Mo's quarters aglow with light. Alas, tomorrow promises another day of reluctant labor. I can hardly rise. Lin Mo lamented as she lay in bed perusing a novel. Observing her state, the system queried, "If you know you can't rise, why are you still awake?" Lin Mo sighed, rising to pour herself a glass of water. "I simply cannot sleep. The night is so splendid. Why waste it on slumber?
Besides,
I've had enough rest during the day. Now is the time for my spirits to soar." The system, it has no retort to that. I just checked the time. It is now 2 in the morning. If you do not sleep soon, you might just miss the morning court. A brief nap might suffice. But should you fully succumb to slumber, that would be a monumental embarrassment. Lin Mo. She conceded that if sleep eluded her and she had to work tomorrow, she needed to devise a plan that allowed her to stay awake tonight while still being able to rise early. A quarter of an hour later, The system looked on in exasperation at Lin Mo, who was now clutching her quilt and pillow with a most peculiar demeanor. Where do you intend to carry your quilt and pillow? That courtyard is where your parents reside. You cannot be serious about wanting to sleep with them, can you? You're far too grown for such nonsense. Lin Mo retorted, who says, I want to sleep with my parents. I merely intend to lay a mat at their door. That way, when they wake, they can take me along. The system, the night watchman. Is it just me, or is the second young lady becoming increasingly eccentric? Who in their right mind thinks to lay down outside their parents' door at such an hour? Lin Mo prepared herself a comfortable sleeping area and lay down without a shred of guilt, leaving the system speechless. Perhaps others simply found sleep more tranquil in unfamiliar surroundings. For Lin Mo had barely settled before she fell into a deep slumber, soon snoring away. Within, Minister Lin and Mrs. Lin were disturbed by the cacophony of snoring, prompting Mrs. Lin to kick her husband out of bed. If you continue to snore, you'll sleep in the side chamber. Minister Lin, bewildered, protested. But I'm not snoring. I'm awake. How could it possibly be me? Lin Xiangshu gently nudged his wife, a hint of grievance in his voice as he exclaimed, My dear, it truly is not I who snores. Look, I am awake, yet the sound persists. How could it possibly be my doing? Perhaps it is one of the night watchmen snoring. Such a disturbance at this hour greatly affects one's sleep. Silently, Lin Xiangshu rose from the floor and approached the door, opening it. The moment he did, his pupils dilated in shock, and he collapsed. My lord! The night watchman exclaimed in alarm. Yet amidst this commotion, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware, sinking deeper into slumber. Lin Xiangshu was quickly lifted onto the bed, while various attendants rushed about, some attempting to revive him. The room was a flurry of activity, with servants coming and going, careful to avoid stepping on a certain someone who was utterly undisturbed in her sleep, as if she were impervious to any tumult. Lin Qi and Lin Ran hurried over, only to find their troublesome younger sister sprawled at the doorway. Lin Qi and Lin Ran. The system. I knew something like this would happen. This troublesome host. The Lin family is truly unfortunate to have such a vexatious daughter. The Lin family, the Lin servants. In truth, Lin Xiangshu was merely startled. He soon regained his composure. Is that girl awake yet? He demanded, pointing shakily at the doorway. Quickly, wake her. Does she mean to frighten both me and her mother to death by sleeping at our door in the dead of night? Lin Qi sighed, swiftly hauling Lin Mo up from the ground. To his astonishment, she was clad in court attire, seemingly prepared to rise and depart without a change of clothing. When Lin Mo was yanked upright by her brother, she remained in a state of confusion. Brother, what are you doing? I still have to attend court. Are you disturbing my sleep at this hour? Do you not realize how exhausting work can be? Lin Qi retaliated with a sharp rap to her head. Exhausting? Look at the mischief you've caused. Just see how you've frightened our father. Why on earth are you sleeping at our parents' door instead of in your own room at such an hour? And thus the scene unfolded. While I may not possess other hosts, I believe you shall prove to be the most troublesome one I have encountered, both now and in the future. The system's tone nearly provoked laughter from the others. The servants lowered their heads, while Lin Qi and Lin Ran bit their lips, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Lin Madam wiped the tears from her eyes, and Lin Xiangshu struggled to maintain his stern demeanor. This system had a knack for humor, its description quite apt, likening the snoring to the braying of a donkey. Chapter 6. While others studied music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, you, on the other hand, carried a small stool to eavesdrop on gossip. The situation had certainly turned awkward. Lin Mo touched her nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she addressed her father. Father, are you all right? I truly did not mean to startle you. I was merely unable to sleep last night, fearing that I might be late for court in the morning. So I thought to lay down at your door. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Mo awkwardly continued, I thought that when you arose in the morning, you might wake me up and take me along. It seemed a win-win situation. After all, I was already dressed in my court attire. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangshu clutched his chest, feeling faint. What nonsense! How could a young lady such as yourself engage in such behavior? If word of this spreads, what will become of your reputation? Today, I shall overlook this as it is your first offense, but should you dare to repeat such a disgraceful act, You shall see how I deal with you. Lin Mo nodded vigorously, acknowledging her father's admonition. It seems I must refrain from laying down at the door in the future. So, you have not given up on the idea of sleeping at the door, have you? The Lin family of four. Lin Rand shook her head in resignation at her younger sister, relieved that the mischief was directed at their father. Had she brought her sister into the circle of noble women, Lin Rand felt her own life would surely become a drudgery. The Lin family had long been esteemed, yet how had such a troublesome child emerged from their ranks? Indeed, one cannot live too comfortably, for the heavens will invariably send forth one or two vexations. Lin Shi gathered the bedding from the entrance, inquiring about the time.
Perfect.
It was time for court. None in the Lin household had slept well that night, and news of their plight quickly spread, as many had been covertly observing them.
Ha ha ha.
That Lin family girl is simply delightful. What was she thinking? Laying down at her parents' door? Does she not fear shocking them to death? As the emperor was being dressed by attendants, he overheard these tales. Initially displeased to be awake at such an early hour, his mood brightened considerably. The amusing part was that she had just fallen asleep and begun to snore, awakening both Lin Shangshu and Lin Madam, nearly causing Lin Shangshu to faint from fright. The more the emperor listened, the more his spirits lifted. That Lin family girl was truly a remarkable character. In all his years, he had never encountered someone quite so entertaining. What an extraordinary child Lin Mo was. How had Lin Shangshu, with his austere nature, produced such a daughter? But perhaps in his youth, when courting Lin Madam, he too had been rather unrestrained, only to grow more serious with time. Were it not for the fact that his 3 sons were already wed, he might have considered her as a potential daughter-in-law. Li Gonggong, Your Majesty, are you serious? With that spirited nature of young Lin, the royal family would become a grand stage, where any happenings would soon be known throughout the kingdom. Each day in court would shift from hearing the gossip of officials to the royal family's exclusive tales.
Today,
I expect you to behave yourself, do you understand? Lin Shangshu escorted Lin Mo into the carriage, continuing to murmur his concerns. Lin Mo, lost in thought, responded, I won't listen, like a stubborn mule. Lin Shangshu retorted, You're the stubborn mule, your whole family is.
Ah.
But this impudent child was his own daughter. Such harsh words were unwarranted. The coachman outside nearly burst into laughter. The second young lady was simply too amusing. Upon arriving at the palace, Lin Shangshu was greeted with an unusual warmth from his colleagues. Lin Shangshu has arrived. Has young Lin come along? You have a fine daughter. Indeed, it was said that the eldest son and daughter of Lin Shangshu were both exceptional individuals, making him quite fortunate. Why is it that I cannot enjoy such fortune? All my children seem to bring nothing but trouble. Truly, each person has their own destiny. Lin Shangshu, are you all well? What has gotten into you this early in the morning? After so many years of working together, it is the first time I have seen you so enthusiastic. Is it merely to hear gossip? Lin Mo, however, was quite delighted to converse with the adults, navigating the discussions with ease. In no time, she had extracted a wealth of information from the gentleman she was speaking with, the number of individuals in his household, his children, and the state of familial relations, all stemming from her genuine interest. The system interjected, Host, please refrain from questioning further. You have nearly stripped him of his secrets. Perhaps you are in the wrong profession. You would be better suited as a gossipmonger. Is this how one engages in conversation? Upon hearing the system's words, the gentleman suddenly realized something was amiss.
Wait.
I actually divulged all that? Lin Mo sighed inwardly, but they initiated the conversation with me. You know my personality. If we are chatting, what is there to discuss if not gossip? Yet this gentleman seems rather agreeable, from his description. It appears he is rather controlled by his wife. The chatty adult exclaimed, Do not speak recklessly. How could I possibly be henpecked? I am the head of the family. The expressions of the other officials, who had been eavesdropping, were utterly indescribable. And even though they did not approach, it was undeniable that this Lin girl possessed an impressive capability for gossip, despite lacking any formal system. The system remarked, Host, your ability is indeed remarkable. It is no wonder you have honed your skills amongst the many maids and servants. While the young ladies of noble families have been trained in the arts of music, Chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood. You have spent years listening to gossip while carrying a small stool. Lin Mo modestly replied, "Oh no, I am merely being overpraised. The young ladies in the capital are all well versed in the arts. I must engage in something different to truly showcase my uniqueness." The crowd fell into silence upon hearing her words. Indeed, it was quite different. While others practiced their arts, she immersed herself in the world of gossip. There was no other young lady quite like her. Lin Xiangshu wished he could dig a hole to hide in. The embarrassment was simply overwhelming. It was clear that the real source of shame was that little rascal, yet he felt an inexplicable awkwardness. Why was the court proceeding so slowly today? Finally, just as Lin Xiangshu was on the verge of despair, Eunuch Li arrived to announce the court session had begun. Lin Mo quipped, "So soon? It seems we have only just arrived." Lin Xiangshu retorted, "Soon? Nonsense." Chapter 7. The Scandal of the Minister of War's Concubine. Upon arriving at the court, Lin Mo obediently stood behind Lord Li and began to daydream. The ministers discussed state affairs, though it appeared today that the Protector General was absent. However, this was of little concern to her. She was merely a lowly meeting assistant, expected to stand there and daydream. "Your Majesty, I have uncovered some clues regarding the Protector General's affairs. He has had significant dealings with the Prince of Qi. I have also discovered some information about the Prince of Qi's military stationing at the borders during his lifetime. I respectfully submit this for your review." One minister presented a memorial, which Eunuch Li took to the emperor. Although she had learned about the Protector General's connection to the Prince of Qi yesterday, what was revealed today was even more extensive and shockingly absurd. It was truly humorous that a sovereign had been duped for so long by a deceased individual. The real hero of the battles was the Prince of Xian, yet all the credit was attributed to the Prince of Qi. Lin Mo felt her mind swirling. It seemed the matters being addressed today were merely an extension of yesterday's gossip. "System, did you not mention that the Prince of Xian's leg was injured? Is there any hope for his recovery? He is a national hero. It would be a tragedy if he were to become disabled." The others, intrigued, leaned in to listen. They shared her sentiment. If the accomplishments attributed to the Prince of Qi were genuinely those of the Prince of Xian, then he was indeed a pillar of talent. It would be a great loss if such a figure were to become disabled. The system replied, "Of course, he can be treated. It is merely an issue of old injuries accumulating over time. His leg was not set properly when it was broken, and given the Prince of Qi's poor treatment of him, it is no wonder the best physicians were never sent." Lin Mo pondered. Does the emperor not intervene for a wounded prince? I recall he is not a heartless man. The emperor is certainly a good man, the system clarified. He even dispatched the finest imperial physician to seek the best remedies, yet they were all withheld by that deceased scoundrel. Even if the Prince of Xian were aware, there was little he could do. The emperor clenched his fists. Despite not paying much attention to the Prince of Xian, he was nonetheless his brother. When the Prince of Xian was injured, he had gone to great lengths to procure remedies and send the best physician, only for everything to be greedily taken by that dead rascal. The other officials, particularly the military officers, were seething with rage. Imagining how they would react if such a thing happened to them, it was enough to incite murderous thoughts. The system continued. If the bones were not properly set, they must be rebroken and reset. However, this is no trivial matter. It requires skilled and experienced physicians to undertake such a procedure.
Lin Montag seid inwardly.
Good deeds often go unpunished. The entire family of the Prince of Qi basked in wealth and honor, while the Prince of Xian had endured oppression for most of his life. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi's household has committed heinous acts, abusing their position. I implore you to punish them severely, especially the heir of the Prince of Qi. The officials immediately knelt, and those from the Prince of Qi's faction, reluctant as they were, had no choice but to follow suit. Lin Mo thought, "Fortunately, I padded my knees with cotton. Otherwise, I would have shattered them upon kneeling." Emperor Xuanda made a concerted effort to ignore Lin Mo's presence, adopting a grave demeanor as he said, "The matter of the Prince of Qi and the Protector General shall be entrusted to the Court of Judicial Review. As for the Prince of Xian, the grievances of many years cannot be resolved overnight. It must be approached gradually." He felt a twinge of guilt for his brother. Had he not overlooked the Prince of Qi, such bullying would not have occurred. He believed he treated his brothers fairly, while not excessively generous. It was not too shabby either. They received stipends and fiefs, and all was in line with the standards for princes. However, he had forgotten that these brothers also had maternal families. The mother of the Prince of Qi was highly favored during her lifetime, and her family connections were formidable. In contrast, the Prince of Xian was merely the son of a minor concubine, and with his mother having passed away early, he had grown up facing significant hardships. Naturally developing a temperament inclined towards peacekeeping. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Mo suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. What on earth? Who just farted? That smell is intolerable. Upon uttering this, the emperor's melancholic mood dissipated instantly. This girl was a veritable emotional wrecking ball. The officials kneeling in front exchanged bewildered glances. Who had released such a foul odor? They all wondered who would dare to admit it. The system chimed in. It was the Minister of War's fart. He had a plate of stir-fried beans this morning, hence the unpleasantness. The Minister of War, kneeling in front, thought to himself, I should have known better than to eat those stir-fried beans this morning. Emperor Xuanda discreetly covered his nose. Why eat something so ill-suited? It was no surprise that such a meal would lead to foul gas. Lin Mo noticed the sudden silence. Oh, why is no one speaking? Could it be that everyone has caught a whiff of that stench? Indeed, no one wished to speak. It was far too offensive. The moment one opened their mouth, they would only inhale the noxious fumes. The system added, there is a juicy tidbit regarding the Minister of War. Would you care to hear it? The officials around them exchanged sly smiles. Even the emperor wore a similar expression. Finally, a heavy topic could be lightened with some gossip.
Meanwhile,
The Minister of War was internally cursing his luck. He regretted ever releasing that fart, as he had hoped to do so discreetly, unaware of how potent the smell would be. Had he not farted, perhaps this little nuisance would not have taken notice of him. Emperor Xuanda commanded everyone to rise. And they resumed discussing other matters, though a part of their attention remained on the unfolding gossip. The system gleefully announced, the Minister of War's concubine has been having an affair with his steward. This revelation struck the Minister of War like a thunderbolt. All eyes turned toward him. Their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity. What a calamity! Such scandals of infidelity were the most tantalizing. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. Quickly tell me, how did the affair unfold? Is the steward particularly handsome? I see the Minister of War is quite the dashing gentleman himself. Is it possible his steward is even more attractive? The onlookers discreetly scrutinized the visage of the Minister of War, while the Xuanda Emperor absent-mindedly touched his own face, convinced that he was undeniably more handsome than the minister. Chapter 8. The timeless dynamic between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The minister's countenance was exceedingly grim, attributed to both his concubine's infidelity and the public exposure of his family's disgraceful affairs. The system, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, that steward possesses a furtive, rat-like appearance, certainly not comparable to the minister's good looks. Yet, alas, the minister is overwhelmed with responsibilities. The concubine, driven by insatiable loneliness, resorted to an affair with the steward. It continued. Lin Mo lamented. Remarkable. Who would have thought there were individuals who genuinely relish work? Perhaps he should take my position. I would relish the comfort of lounging at home. The crowd chuckled inwardly, amused by her whimsical thoughts. Casting a sympathetic glance at the pallid-faced minister, the emperor felt a twinge of guilt. Had he not burdened the minister with so many tasks, perhaps this scandal would never have emerged. Just as the emperor indulged in his remorse, Lin Mo's words shattered his contemplative mood. If he's so busy, why does he take on so many concubines? He seems to cherish his work, and his wife is aligned with him in purpose. Why the need for a concubine? It's simply unfathomable. The system interjected. This concubine was not a choice of the minister. She was bestowed upon him by his mother, who harbors a deep disdain for the minister's wife. Consequently, she frequently undermines her, promoting this maid to the status of concubine. Realizing the minister's plight was one of coercion, the crowd regarded him with increased pity. Having an unclear-headed elder in the family truly brings misfortune. Lin Mo reflected, the most challenging relationship to navigate is that between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The audience nodded in silent agreement, with the emperor recalling the frequent conflicts between the late Empress Dowager and the Empress, as the former attempted to control the inner court while the latter now held the reins. The emperor found himself exasperated by their incessant power struggles. He appreciated the empress, who managed the harem with remarkable efficiency. The dowager was not his biological mother, and during her reign, she had often sought to introduce her relatives into the palace. The emperor was well aware of her intentions, yet he found it difficult to oppose her, while the empress proved to be a steadfast ally. Lin Mo continued, sometimes, elders should refrain from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. Each generation should find its own fortune. Why interfere so excessively? In their twilight years, shouldn't they focus on nurturing their health and enjoying their lives, rather than instigating chaos? A wise elder is indeed a treasure, but a confused one can be a calamity for the entire family. The crowd nodded in agreement, impressed by the young girl's mature perspective. The system lamented, alas. The Minister of War is in the most unfortunate predicament. The concubine is even pregnant. Upon learning this, the old matriarch has lavished her with attention. She shows favoritism towards the illegitimate child rather than her legitimate grandchildren. It is truly incomprehensible. The minister's face flushed with embarrassment. What a disgrace. While everyone felt sympathy for him, they relished the unfolding drama. After court adjourned, the emperor specifically retained the minister for a private audience, along with the crown prince and 2 other princes. Observing the minister's ashen complexion, Xuanda Emperor compassionately stated, "My loyal minister, I find myself at a loss for how to comfort you. However, I believe your foremost priority should be to address matters concerning your mother. In her old age, she should focus on her well-being and refrain from interfering in household affairs. I recall your wife is quite capable. You should trust her to manage the inner quarters." The minister nodded vigorously, assuring, "I understand, Your Majesty. I will certainly handle this matter." The emperor, satisfied with his response, added, "Once resolved, do inform me. After all, one must savor the entirety of the drama, especially the fate of that concubine." Once the minister departed, the crown prince and the 2 younger princes exchanged glances, filled with exasperation. "Father, are you not driving a dagger into his heart? Perhaps it would be best to avoid meddling in his family's affairs," the crown prince observed, genuinely concerned about his father's increasingly erratic behavior. The second prince, glancing at his composed elder brother, retorted, "How can this be deemed meddling? Father is merely expressing concern for his minister. If he cannot manage his household, how can he govern the nation? One must first sweep their own doorstep before aspiring to rule the world." The third prince chimed in, "Indeed, second brother speaks wisely." As the crown prince regarded his father and 2 brothers, he thought to himself, "It appears I am the only sensible one in this family." Nonetheless, as he departed, the crown prince discreetly whispered to Eunuch Li, "Should there be any developments, do keep me informed." Eunuch Li responded with a knowing smile, "Your family is truly a mirror image of one another." Meanwhile, the matriarch, furious upon discovering that her favored maid, the concubine, had been caught, raised her cane to strike the minister. "What do you think you're doing? That girl is pregnant." The minister ordered his attendants to restrain the old woman, stating coldly, "Mother, you are to cease your interference in family matters. My wife manages the household exceptionally well, and this girl, she knows very well whose child is growing within her." Realizing he had been deceived for so long, he felt a surge of indignation. The affair between the concubine and the steward was indeed ludicrous. Had it not been for your indulgence, mother, she would never have dared to commit such a disgraceful act. The minister harbored resentment towards the matriarch. Without her meddling, he would not have become the subject of ridicule. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Lin Mo. Although she had publicly exposed his shame, had she not done so, he might have been doomed to wear the cuckold's hat for a lifetime, burdened with another's child. Chapter 9. The matriarch is sent back to her ancestral home. The steward and concubine are exiled for thousands of miles. The affair between the steward and the concubine was not particularly discreet, as the latter enjoyed the matriarch's favor. The steward, being responsible for all household matters, was not someone most would think to scrutinize, especially with the matriarch controlling all affairs. This led to the brazen nature of their affair. The minister, upon conducting a casual investigation, uncovered a wealth of evidence. During their trysts, they often indulged in indiscretions, even finding the concubine's undergarments in the steward's quarters. Faced with this evidence, both the concubine and steward turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. The matriarch, fuming, exclaimed, "How could you betray me like this? Concubine Xiao Lian, I have never wronged you." The concubine, witnessing the matriarch's fury, felt a surge of rage. "If you have never wronged me, why not allow me to take the position of the legitimate wife? Have you not always disliked the minister's wife? Why not let him divorce her and allow me to take her place? Being a concubine is of no value. I am merely a servant. As long as the minister's wife holds power, I will forever remain in the shadows, and my children will always be illegitimate." The matriarch, infuriated by this insolence, delivered a stinging slap to her face. "What are you, to aspire to be the legitimate wife? You are but a servant. I have kept you by my side for nearly a decade. Even a mere dog can cultivate affection, yet you dare to engage in such actions. Though I harbor no fondness for the Wei family, it must be acknowledged that Wei is of respectable, noble lineage. What do you possess to compare with her? Moreover, even if you were to take on the role of a concubine, you would do so with grandeur. The two other concubines in the household could hardly rival you. Your life is even more splendid than that of many legitimate wives from ordinary families. What more could you possibly desire?" The matriarch's ire only deepens with each utterance, increasingly convinced that she has nurtured a treacherous ingrate. The Minister of War and his wife sat nearby, their expressions mirroring a chilling indifference. The other two concubines regarded the prostrate Xiaolian with the gaze of one observing a simpleton. Was life truly so unbearable in this household? The lord is magnanimous, and the lady is benevolent. The only challenging figure within the household is the old matriarch. However, once she passes, life will undoubtedly improve. What if the child born is a bastard? That still designates him as a legitimate master. Should it be a son, he can establish himself, with myriad opportunities in the imperial examinations or military service. If a daughter is born, given the lord and lady's kind natures, a suitable husband will surely be chosen. Even a noble daughter born out of wedlock would not be cast into the role of a concubine in a normal family. As the matriarch's slaps landed on Xiaolian's face one after another, the minister's wife could no longer hold her tongue. "Mother, enough. She is with child." According to the laws of this dynasty, those guilty of adultery face banishment to distant lands. Let us take them directly to the authorities. With her words, the two kneeling figures crumpled in despair. "Banishment. Madam, I truly understand my mistake. I genuinely know I was wrong. You may sell me, but please, I beg you, do not let me be exiled." Xiaolian's bravado faded, for the punishment now lay upon her shoulders. Seeing her in such a state brought a sense of satisfaction to the matriarch. Letting her be exiled would be too lenient. Regardless of their pleas, the two were escorted to face the authorities. As for the child within Xiaolian, the innocent must bear the consequences of their parents' transgressions. Such a system is rather beneficial, serving as a means to pass the time. Lin Mo mused. What of the old matriarch? Ultimately, it appears this misdeed falls upon her shoulders. Had she not meddled, such a calamity would not have ensued. The system responded. The Minister of War intends to send the old matriarch back to her hometown, where the clan elders will oversee her, and she will no longer stir up trouble. Why do some individuals bring ruin upon themselves? Observe this old matriarch, living in discomfort beside her son, attended by maids, treated like an ancestral figure, yet still dissatisfied and seeking strife. Now her fate is sealed. Perhaps a return to her hometown is in order. In her hometown, her status would not be the highest. With clan elders present, her recent actions could have dire repercussions, potentially muddling the family lineage, a transgression the elders would not overlook. Lin Xiangshu and Madame Lin exchanged glances, relieved that their family was free from such an ancestral burden. Lin Qi and Lin Ran, upon hearing of the events, gained newfound insights. For instance, when considering future partners, they must examine the character of the elder family members. If the elders are difficult, that is an absolute no-go. Should they lack clarity of mind, that too is unacceptable. Dinner was truly lively, with occasional remarks. Yet they primarily listened to the system recounting gossip. Hidden in the shadows, the guards reported all occurrences to the emperor. Alas, self-inflicted ruin is inescapable. It appears the Minister of War is no fool. I despise foolish filial piety, for it harms both the individual and others. Remarked Li Gonggong in agreement. The emperor waved his hand dismissively, asserting that what he heard could not compare to first-hand accounts. He insisted that the minister relate the matter personally on the morrow. However, once the old matriarch is dispatched, the family's circumstances will surely improve. Her downfall is of her own making. As night fell, Lin Mo grew restless, suddenly yearning to ascend the rooftop to admire the moon. The system quipped, "When did you become so poetic?" The maids below murmured, "Does the term artistic girl even apply to you?" Chapter 10. Lin Mo's intoxication, the spectator's amusement. As Lin Chi emerged from the study, he spotted a certain individual capering atop the roof, like a monkey. It was evident who that individual was. Lin Xiangshu followed his son's gaze, though his vision was not as clear. He could not discern what was atop the roof, but the movement resembled that of a monkey. When did our household acquire a monkey? Lin Xiangshu rubbed his eyes, doubting his sight. Lin Chi paused, then said, "That is not a monkey, that is your daughter." Astonishingly, Lin Xiangshu's first thought was of Lin Ran, assuming she was composing poetry under the moonlight. Is that Ran? Is she atop the roof crafting verses? Previously, Lin Ran had enjoyed such pursuits, though with more restraint. She was the true artistic soul. Lin Chi shot an exasperated glance at his father. Look at her movements and posture. Do you truly believe Ran would behave in such a manner? That is Mo frolicking on the roof. Lin Xiangshu exclaimed, "What chaos is she stirring now?" It was no wonder Lin Xiangshu reacted thusly. Lin Mo had never engaged in any proper or sensible activities. I must see what she is up to. Why is she climbing the roof at this hour? What if she falls? Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, her father's concern was mounting while she cheerfully sipped her drink, inspired to compose poetry.
Ah, moon.
You are so beautiful. You shine like a grand pancake, appearing delicious. The system commented dryly. The bystanders below were taken aback. Lin Mo gleefully asked the system, "What do you think? Is my poetry commendable? I embody the experiential lifestyle of a poet." The system hesitated, "As long as you are happy." As Lin Xiangshu and Lin Chi approached, they heard her verses, and Lin Xiangshu sighed heavily. "If you lack talent, do refrain from showcasing it." Lin Chi stood in silence, bewildered. If this constituted poetry, what are the compositions he typically penned? Thankfully, she was not required to sit for the imperial examinations. With her abilities, she would surely amuse the examiners. The system observed Lin Mo's increasing exuberance and quickly cautioned, "Your elder brother and father are approaching. You should come down." "I refuse. They must witness my literary brilliance. After all, I have no court duties tomorrow. A 3-day respite awaits."
Dad.
"Brother, allow me to compose a poem using your likeness." The Lin father and son shared a foreboding premonition.
No.
"Please keep your literary exploits to yourself." Yet it was too late, as Lin Mo cheerfully declared. "Your heads are so round, resembling large rubber balls." The Lin family men were taken aback, while the maids below barely stifled their laughter.
Nearby.
The hidden guards were on the verge of hysterics, having initially deemed this task a waste of their skills, but now found it to be rather entertaining. Quickly, record this. The emperor must be entertained. At this point, Lin Mo was thoroughly inebriated, swaying atop the roof, causing the hearts of those below to sway in tandem. Madame Lin and Lin Ran arrived as well, gazing up at Lin Mo perched upon the ceiling. Simultaneously, they let out a deep sigh. They urgently needed to devise a plan to bring her down. Should she fall, she would surely break both arms and legs. The onlookers murmured, "Indeed. It appears she is truly intoxicated. Come, allow me to perform a dance for you." Lin Mo suddenly recalled a scene from an old television drama, where a solitary dance under the moonlight was often depicted. She felt she could do it too.
No.
A chorus of gasps erupted as Lin Mo tumbled down, only to have her belt caught on a beam, leaving her suspended in midair. How absurdly dangerous it was, and yet she foolishly laughed. He. I'm on a swing now. Madame Lin instinctively touched her heart, nearly fainting from shock. What a troublesome child. This is utterly reckless. The system was equally startled by her antics, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens. If you wish to court danger, please do not involve me. I am but a fledgling system, and I have yet to fully experience life." Lin Mo sighed as she touched her belt, lamenting, "This thing binds me. Otherwise, I would have certainly dazzled you with the performance of aerial acrobatics. Aerial acrobatics, is it? Just look at you now. Do you see how I prevent you from flying? Lin Chi could no longer endure the scene. He leaped up and hoisted her down. Initially hesitant to act for fear that she might fall, he now had no such reservations. Moments later, screams of anguish filled the air. This time from a collective four-person brawl. Parents, siblings, all together as a family. Meanwhile, the hidden guards observed in the shadows. What a calamity. This is simply too tragic. The emperor, upon learning of the incident in the dead of night, nearly rolled off his couch with laughter. Oh my, this Lin family truly lives in delightful chaos. I had no idea poetry could be crafted in such a manner, nor that dancing entailed leaping from rooftops. The notion of performing aerial feats has utterly tickled my funny bone. The emperor's self-reference even changed, revealing just how thoroughly he had lost his wits with laughter.
Come.
Let us share this amusing tale with everyone. After all, there is no court for the next 3 days, and they might find it a delightful diversion. Undeniably, this emperor had quite the mischievous streak. That night, uproarious laughter echoed from the residences of various ministers as their understanding of Lin Mo deepened. When Lin Mo awoke the following day, her mind was still in a daze. The system, observing her bewildered expression, sighed. Do you recall the events of last night? You nearly squandered your own life. I merely wished to enjoy the spectacle with you, not to become the subject of ridicule. Lin Mo howled, burying her head beneath the covers. Why didn't you warn me?
It was utterly mortifying.
I did indeed warn you. From the moment you began drinking, I urged you to stop. When your parents arrived, I cautioned you yet again, but you only grew more spirited. Chapter 11. Prince Xian. What exactly were you doing this morning, attending court or indulging in gossip? When summoned for breakfast, Lin Mo stubbornly refused to emerge from her room. Miss, the adults and the elder brother and sister are already waiting. If you do not come out soon, they shall come in person. The maid at the door felt particularly helpless. The events had already unfolded, and hiding was of little use. It would be better to face them openly, after all. Feigning amnesia due to drunkenness was a viable excuse. Lin Mo buried her head deeper into the covers, fuming. I won't eat. Just tell them I refuse. What was there to eat when she was already full of anger? The system, seeing her sulking, attempted to soothe her. Oh, come now, calm down. It is not such a grave matter. In fact, I believe your drunken antics were far less humiliating than the time you made a bed on the doorstep of your parents' home. Moreover, aren't you renowned for your thick skin? Why are you so concerned? Life is meant to be lived freely. Why do you seem so uncomfortable? Lin Mo retorted. There is a significant difference between actively embarrassing oneself and being humiliated by circumstance. At least I could prepare myself for the latter. I was aware of making a bed at my parents' doorstep, but I was oblivious to the drunken escapades. The sensations are entirely dissimilar. In any case, allow me some solitude to recuperate. The 4 members of the Lin family, upon hearing the maid's report, exchanged complex expressions, tinged with amusement. Madame Lin gently cleared her throat and said, if she chooses not to eat, let us proceed without her. One missed meal will not starve her. If she grows hungry, she will seek food herself. She is far too grown for us to worry excessively, as if she were a mere child. While the Lin household remained tranquil, the Prince Xian's residence bustled with unusual vitality. Numerous officials brought gifts, and some even arrived in person, particularly the military generals. At long last, His Highness can clear his name after years of grievance. The Emperor has promised to do everything in his power to treat your injuries. The imperial physicians are diligently seeking solutions. Indeed, the residences of the Qi and the Guardian General have been raided, uncovering untold treasures and riches. It is evident they have committed numerous misdeeds over the years. The national treasury is nearly depleted. The emperor cannot even afford undergarments, while they hoarded such wealth, indulging in opulence without a thought for the common people. Their confiscation was well-deserved. Prince Xian, who had been listening to the complaints, suddenly seized upon a crucial point. He pressed a hand upon the gentleman's arm, perplexed. What do you mean the emperor cannot even afford undergarments? Having never attended court, and with his family seldom venturing outside, Prince Xian was largely unaware of the happenings in the capital and court. The official glanced around. Knowing those present were his allies, and aware of Lin Mo's situation, he spoke candidly. Previously, the emperor lamented his poverty, and we assumed it was merely a fade. After all, how could a ruler be impoverished? However, we later discovered that the emperor's undergarments were indeed tattered. While he frequently bestows plaques to meritorious subjects, we initially thought it was a personal preference, something that could be passed down. Yet, it became clear that the emperor's act of bestowing plaques was purely out of necessity due to his financial constraints. Prince Xian's lips twitched, his perception of his royal brother shattering. So, this is the true nature of my brother. Such depth hidden beneath the surface. The official then recounted all recent court events, including the tales of Lin Mo and her system. Prince Xian listened, utterly astounded, as if they were recounting a myth. Are you all serious? Speaking of deities? If such beings existed, why do so many persist in wrongdoing? Do they not fear retribution? He regarded the officials dubiously, questioning their sanity. You are all court officials, yet you believe in such superstitions? Have you not read the classics? The official, feeling the weight of Prince Xian's gaze, found himself disheartened. Your Highness, that system is not a deity. It is merely an entertainment system. The term eating melons refers to watching others' misfortunes. Though Lin Mo is the daughter of the Minister Lin, she is utterly unambitious. Minister Lin only secured her a position out of fear she might starve.
Now,
this esteemed Lord Lin has taken to leisurely observing the court daily with her system, even revealing the emperor's undergarments and the affairs concerning the Prince of Qi and the General of the Protectorate, all gleaned from her idle gossip. Recently, she has even uncovered a scandal involving a concubine of the Deputy Minister of War. Prince Xian remarked, "Why does it seem that your lives are so vibrant? Aren't you all supposed to be discussing state matters during court? Yet, you indulge in gossip daily?" Prince Xian suddenly felt his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Your Highness, we must keep this from Lin Mo. She remains oblivious to our ability to hear her innermost thoughts. I informed the prince beforehand to prevent any inadvertent slip of the tongue during court. If that were to occur, we would miss out on so many amusing tidbits. Recently, due to the confiscation of assets from the Prince of Qi and the General of the Protectorate, the national treasury has been replenished, and we find ourselves in rare financial abundance. Should any corrupt officials arise in the future, we can simply dispatch this Lord Lin to gather intel firsthand, allowing us to enjoy the spectacle while punishing the unscrupulous, thereby augmenting the treasury. Truly a threefold gain. The more they discussed, the more excited the officials became, as if envisioning a future devoid of financial constraints. For decades, they had been miserly, always lacking funds, while the emperor lamented his poverty, which turned out to be more genuine than they had anticipated. This time, they have genuinely savored the taste of wealth, especially the military officials, as the emperor has directly allocated funds to the army, ensuring that military salaries remain uninterrupted, for the army must never be neglected. As Prince Xian observed the gleaming eyes of his fellow officials, he felt a complex mix of emotions, yet he found happiness in this. Surely, it is a blessing for our dynasty. He had been a coward, evading the spotlight of the Prince of Qi for years out of fear for his family. Without a maternal family or a powerful ally, he had only himself to rely on. But now, with the Prince of Qi's estate uprooted, his moment of clarity has finally arrived. Chapter 12. The Third Prince, who possesses a shrewd visage, yet lacks intellect. For Lin Mo, these 3 days of respite have flown by, but for the emperor and the ministers, those days dragged on interminably. Never before had she despised rest so deeply. Previously, she had longed for days off, but now, a single day without attending court left her feeling quite unsettled. One official donned his ceremonial robes with great joy, exclaiming, "The season for gossip has returned." His wife beside him remarked, "Who doesn't he know your intentions? I wonder when Lady Lin will take her daughter out for a stroll. So we might indulge in some gossip too." Emperor Xuanda was particularly excited that morning, though his exhilaration was tinged with anticipation. I wonder whose secrets this girl will uncover today. I hope she reveals more about the corrupt officials. You cannot imagine the pleasure I feel looking at this overflowing treasury. Since my ascension, I have never been so affluent. As he watched the treasures being transferred into the royal treasury, he nearly shed tears of joy. Every individual associated with the Prince of Qi has faced punishment, with his heir executed and those guilty of crimes met with the same fate, while the innocent were exiled. The situation was even graver for the general of the Protectorate's estate, where not a single soul remained untainted. Many officials linked to these two factions were apprehended. Had it not been for Lin Mo, the emperor would remain unaware of the numerous supporters of the Prince of Qi within his court. Even in death, they leave behind so many informants. What do they intend? To leave assets for their son? This realm does not belong to him. However, fortune has smiled upon him. The matter has been settled, and he now reigns as a wealthy monarch. Uniquely observed the emperor's elation with a touch of melancholy. To have reached such heights as emperor is indeed remarkable, he mused while adjusting the emperor's garments. Your Majesty, now that wealth has graced us, perhaps it is time to replace your inner garments? They have been mended countless times, and while your undergarments are new, your shirts are rather worn. The emperor glanced at his shirt dismissively, replying, "Why change? I rather like them. Clothing is only comfortable when it becomes soft with wear." Uniquely retorted, "Even with riches, you remain as frugal as ever." That morning, Lin Mo, unusually, did not engage in gossip with her system. Emperor Xuanda cast several glances in her direction, while all the officials, engrossed in discussing state matters, could not help but steal glances at her. The official, Lord Li, felt the weight of their scrutiny and began to sweat profusely. Meanwhile, our much-admired Lord Lin was dozing off, her body swaying like a weeble, leading one to suspect she might topple over at any moment. As the morning court session progressed, it became apparent that without some gossip, the morning would be wasted. Emperor Xuanda cleared his throat gently and signaled to Lord Li. Lord Li exclaimed, "Oh dear, what a sin! As a historian, I find myself waking others during court for the first time in my decades-long career." Minister Lin had resigned himself to fate, thinking, "Let this little rascal do as she pleases. If even the emperor and others are unconcerned, why should I be?" He extended a finger and gently nudged Lin Mo, and the next moment, a loud thud echoed through the hall. As they beheld the figure sprawled on the ground, the assembly murmured in disbelief. The crown prince and the two princes could hardly contain their amusement, having never encountered a woman quite like her. Perhaps she should not even be called a woman. The third prince whispered to the crown prince, "Brother, how does one manage to fall asleep while standing during court? I have lived long enough to witness such a phenomenon for the first time." Lin Mo, upon falling, was momentarily dazed, and even the system was at a loss for words. "You are likely the first to fall asleep during court." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock.
What?
I was asleep? She lifted her head to find all eyes upon her, including the emperor's. Swallowing hard, she internally screamed at the system. What should I do? What if the emperor orders my execution? Emperor Xuanda nearly choked on his saliva upon hearing her thoughts. Was he truly such a tyrant? He was a wise ruler. After all, would he really execute someone for merely dozing off? He still cared for his reputation. Lin Mo, you dare to sleep during court? Emperor Xuanda's voice boomed with authority. Do you not comprehend your transgressions? He intended to instill fear in her for her audacity. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Mo quickly bowed her head. I acknowledge my fault. I should not have slept during court and certainly should not have fallen without standing firm. The gathered officials quipped. So, is it the act of sleeping or the act of falling that you regret? The system could not help but interject. You've misplaced your focus. You need not elaborate on that last part. Just acknowledging that you should not have slept is sufficient. Lin Mo replied, but I cannot control my drowsiness. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that I will not fall asleep again. I can only strive to remain upright next time. Uniquely, standing nearby, nearly burst into laughter, prompting the second prince to pinch him in a silent plea to contain himself. Emperor Xuanda felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She was utterly shameless. And such audacity was indeed formidable. Very well, considering this is your first offense, I shall overlook it. However, such behavior must not be repeated.
Lin Montag nodded vigorously, assuring.
I shall never repeat this transgression. Certainly, I would never succumb to slumber. I must have diligently mastered the art of standing while asleep. Listening to her subsequent musings, everyone struggled to suppress their rising smiles. The individual beside Lin Xiangshu poked him as if relishing the spectacle, to which Lin Xiangshu responded, "Let it all be obliterated. Lord Shaolin, do rise quickly. The ground is rather cold for a young lady's delicate constitution," chuckled the third prince. Lin Mo stood to scrutinize the grinning tiger, narrowing her eyes slightly. A sudden, ominous premonition surged within the third prince. Indeed, in the next moment, Lin Mo conversed with the system. Why do I feel that this third prince resembles a smiling tiger, one who conceals daggers behind honeyed words? Is he plotting against me? Concern for you, yet misplaced. Is it? My words were unnecessary,
retorted the system.
Oh, this third prince merely appears astute, possessing a shrewd visage, but in truth, his intellect leaves much to be desired. The third prince nearly exploded upon hearing this, prompting the crown prince and the second prince to quickly restrain him. The system's assessment was indeed accurate. While their younger brother seemed clever, he was, in fact, rather dull-witted. The emperor shielded his eyes with his hand, resigned to the fact that everyone was now aware of his youngest son's intellectual shortcomings. The ministers discreetly observed the third prince's countenance, musing, yes, he undoubtedly bore a cunning face. Chapter 13. The third prince's various embarrassments. Pursuing a wife requires audacity. Lin Mo paid no heed to the expressions of others. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the third prince's peculiar brand of intellect. System, what leads you to believe this third prince is not particularly clever? What has he done? The system replied, he hasn't done much, really. When he was a child, he feigned illness to avoid attending school, imitating a concubine in the palace who pretended to be pregnant. Thus, when she vomited, he mimicked her, and when she felt unwell, he followed suit. This concubine, in her quest for favor, approached the emperor, claiming the child within her was kicking. Upon learning this, the third prince hurried to his father, announcing that the child in his belly was kicking as well. The emperor, lost in thought, promptly spanked him. He was merely 5 years old then. Lin Mo's facial muscles quivered with laughter. Ha ha, what a comedic figure. Surely, there are countless ways to feign illness. Why mimic a pregnancy?
Ha ha ha.
The ministers stifled their laughter, pinching their thighs to suppress their amusement. The third prince's face turned crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. The crown prince and the second prince, hearing this for the first time, struggled to contain their laughter, their nostrils flaring. Although they were aware of their brother's lack of cleverness, they had not anticipated it to be this profound. Emperor Xuanda's lips twitched uncontrollably. He indeed recalled this incident, noting that the concubine had been relegated to the cold palace afterward. However, the antics of this foolish youngest son were undeniably amusing. Why not feign a cold instead of pretending to be pregnant? At that moment, while he was reviewing memorials, the third prince had barged in, feigning weakness, and implored, "Father, feel my belly. Is it not the child kicking within?" The emperor, sipping tea, promptly spewed it forth, nearly causing Eunuch Li to drop his jaw in astonishment. Yet it was precisely due to the third prince's actions that the emperor became particularly attentive to the pregnant concubine, ultimately uncovering her ruse. Lin Mo suddenly found herself intrigued by the third prince, eager to discover more of his humorous exploits. System, has the third prince committed any other foolish acts? Surely there must be numerous such incidents. The emperor and the ministers immediately perked up. Only the third prince wished fervently for a hole to burrow into. Why must they feast upon my misfortune? With so many present, why must I be the chosen one? Had I known, I would have kept my mouth shut. The third prince genuinely regretted speaking moments ago. The system, unaware of his inner turmoil, began to compile a catalogue of the third prince's remarkable escapades. The third prince has indeed committed many foolish acts. At the age of 6, he attempted to learn painting. One day, their teacher instructed them to draw a turtle, and he ended up drawing a turtle with a shell, becoming quite enamored with it. Subsequently, he began substituting the name Turtle with King Ba in all his homework. The crown prince and the second prince dutifully signed their names, while he merely drew a turtle in that space. Lin Mo immediately envisioned the scene. Ha ha ha. So he really believes himself to be a turtle, does he? The ministers were now on the verge of tears from suppressing their laughter. Yet they still had to maintain a facade of discussing state affairs. It was no easy feat. The third prince, there S. More. At the age of 7, he accidentally wet the bed at night. Fearing discovery, he switched bedding with the second prince and falsely accused him of wetting the bed, neglecting to change his own wet clothes. Everyone watched him in soggy trousers as he pointed fingers at the second prince. Emperor Xuande covered his face, wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes. He had no idea his youngest son had engaged in such bizarre antics. The bedwetting incident was entirely new to him. The second prince recalled that moment from his childhood, pondering if he had indeed wet the bed when accused by his brother. Yet upon witnessing his foolish sibling's wet backside, he felt a surge of indignation. Could you not conceal your own misdeeds better? Look at your drenched backside. The evidence is right there. Lin Mo glanced at the third prince's back and suddenly perceived a certain dullness within it. Initially, she had thought him to be a smiling tiger. The system continued. Moreover, his encounter with the third prince's consort was quite peculiar. The third prince's consort hailed from a military family, possessing a boisterous and carefree disposition. The third prince was immediately smitten, yet she favored robust, masculine men. The third prince's delicate appearance was a hindrance. In a bid to prove his masculinity, he would often visit her to spar, leading her to think he was challenging her, resulting in frequent fights between them. Few were privy to the tale of his courtship. Even the emperor, crown prince, and second prince were unaware. Emperor Xuande glanced at his blushing son, internally questioning, is this truly how one pursues a partner? No wonder she perceives you as a provocateur. The crown prince and the second prince exchanged glances, both reflecting the same sense of helplessness. The system remarked, it's not entirely unusual. The third prince's consort inadvertently broke his bones during one of their skirmishes, after which he shamelessly clung to her, demanding she take responsibility, weeping and wailing about how he would be left alone and unwanted. Seeing him in such a pitiable state, she ultimately agreed to shoulder the responsibility, thus securing his beloved. Lin Mo, emperor, crown prince, and second prince, the ministers. At this moment, everyone harbored a singular thought. Truly, one who lacks shame is invincible in the world. Chapter 14. The Lin family's outing for gossip, while Lin Xiangshu remains at home. During this morning's court session, it was the third prince who bore the brunt of humiliation. As court adjourned, many cast him enigmatic glances, leaving him thoroughly vexed. Why do they all regard me with such disdain? Is it so wrong for me to employ a bit of cunning in my pursuit of a wife? The third prince was thoroughly displeased by the glances cast in his direction, firmly believing he had committed no offense. The crown prince and the second prince exchanged hesitant glances, ultimately opting to pat him on the shoulder in silent support. As long as you are happy. Upon approaching Lin Mo, Lin Rand abruptly halted in her tracks. The system continued. The gossip in the capital may be even more riveting than that in the court. Hurry and venture out. I need to gather some energy. And you have not been occupied with any tasks. Standing idly all day is hardly exhausting. Lin Mo was not particularly pleased with this remark. What did it mean that she had not been engaged in any work? Indulging in gossip could be quite taxing on the mind. Thank you very much. Please, allow me to rest for a while. Once I've finished lunch, I will take you out for a stroll, and I'll invite my elder sister along. She often attends banquets and can guide us on which gatherings to visit this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the system erupted in excitement. Hooray! Banquets are typically rife with incidents. More gossip awaits. Lin Ran, standing outside, pondered the statement. What did it mean that banquets were usually places of mishaps? Over the years, she had attended countless banquets without witnessing any major incidents. At worst, there might have been some scandalous affairs, drownings, schemes, or poisonings. Wait, the more she thought about it, the more it seemed that quite a bit had occurred.
What?
You say she plans to go out this afternoon? Hearing the news of Lin Mo's intended outing, Lin Xiangshu and Madame Lin experienced a myriad of emotions. No, it was absolutely unacceptable to let her venture out alone. There were countless individuals in the capital who wished her harm. Many corrupt officials feared she would expose their misdeeds, and they would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to strike. Although the emperor had assured them that protection was discreetly arranged, one could never be too careful. Despite their daughter's troublesome nature, she remained their child, and they would never permit her to fall into danger. Within the safety of their home, there was some assurance. With the Emperor's hidden guards and their own household protectors, entry by ordinary individuals was unlikely. But what of the outside world? Lin Ran anticipated her parents' refusal and expressed her dilemma. How am I to decline her invitation? I must have a valid excuse to suddenly prevent her from going out. Observing the family's exasperation, the hidden guards could no longer remain concealed. Lord Lin, Madam Lin, we have already assessed the situation. The system that accompanies young Master Lin has protective functions, meaning it can safeguard him. Even we dare not approach too closely, so you need not worry. The Lin family responded, why did you not mention this sooner, while we were devising our plans? Were you merely enjoying the spectacle? At noon, as Lin Mo dined, she deliberated with the system about where to go. It's not necessary to attend the banquet. I could take you for a walk in the streets. Sometimes, the gossip from ordinary households is quite entertaining. Lin Mo replied, that might be acceptable. However, I believe there is a banquet today at the residence of the Miss of the Marquis of Chongning. I am not particularly familiar with her, but she maintains a good rapport with my elder sister. The 4 members of the Lin family listened to this dialogue, their hearts becoming increasingly desensitized. Suddenly, the system exclaimed,
Host.
I have indeed detected a major scoop. It concerns the Miss of the Marquis of Chongning. She has ulterior motives for hosting this banquet. Lin Mo quickly inquired. What motives? Speak swiftly. The others leaned in, intrigued, as the system successfully piqued their curiosity. The timing is not ideal for elaboration. I will provide more details at the banquet. Discussing matters directly with the involved parties will yield greater energy and a more immersive experience for you. Lin Mo pondered and agreed, realizing that this brief delay was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangshu, Madam Lin, and Lin Qi internally screamed, we wish to hear as well. You're attending the banquet. We are not. Lin Qi glanced at her 2 younger sisters, ultimately succumbing to her curiosity. It wouldn't be proper for the 2 of you to go out unaccompanied. What if something were to happen at the banquet? I shall accompany you. She stated this with an air of righteousness, as if genuinely concerned for their welfare. Lin Xiangshu and Madam Lin exchanged incredulous glances at their son, unsure of how to respond. Since when did you become so shameless? Aren't you supposed to be studying this afternoon? Lin Ran looked at her elder brother with a complex expression, realizing that he prioritized gossip over academics. Lin Mo, however, thought little of it. Whether one more person accompanied them or not made no difference, as long as her gossip consumption remained unaffected. All right, elder brother may join us. Madam Lin quickly added. Perhaps I should accompany you as well. I have some acquaintance with the wife of the Marquis of Chongning, and many wives attending the banquet are familiar faces. I would find it rather dull to remain at home alone. It would be better to mingle and strengthen connections. Lin Xiangshu stared in shock at his wife. So, you mean to leave me here all alone? What am I to do while you all depart? As a court official, he could not possibly attend such domestic gatherings, primarily attended by wives, daughters, and unmarried young gentlemen seeking matches. It was an important venue for matchmaking, and the presence of a lone man amongst a sea of women would feel decidedly out of place. Ultimately, only Lin Xiangshu remained at home. Watching the retreating figures of his wife and children, tears of frustration welling in his heart. He too wished to partake in the festivities. On the carriage to the residence of the Marquis of Chongning, Lin Mo felt an inexplicable excitement. She rarely attended such banquets, as she preferred mingling with common folk and listening to their trivial tales rather than dealing with the elite. Yet, this time, her interaction with them would revolve around gossip. Chapter 15. The major scoop of the Miss of the Marquis of Chongning, a scoundrel's deceptive marriage, consequences of his own making. At the banquet, the expressions of the guests upon seeing Lin Mo were rather peculiar. They were all aware of her connection to the system, as the emperor had issued a decree regarding it. Thus, even if they knew, they could not disclose a word. But what was Lin Mo's purpose in attending this banquet? Could it be that there was gossip to be uncovered here as well? A wave of excitement washed over them. They had often heard tales of court affairs from their fathers or brothers, finding them immensely entertaining. Of course, these tales were typically harmless gossip, such as the third prince's latest escapades, as the significant matters of state remained undisclosed. Why didn't you inform us in advance that your sister was coming? We could have prepared accordingly. The Miss of the Marquis of Chongning shot Lin ran a knowing look, genuinely intrigued by Lin Mo for quite some time. Observing her carefree demeanor, Lin Ran sighed inwardly. Today's gossip is indeed related to you. Let us hope it's not something scandalous.
Outwardly,
They all appeared to enjoy their own company in a harmonious atmosphere, yet every thought was focused on Lin Mo. As Lin Mo surveyed the assembly of handsome men and beautiful women, she felt a thrill. Indeed, this banquet aligns closely with my expectations. All attendees are strikingly attractive. It must be a high-end matchmaking event. The crowd collectively mused. Initially pleased by the compliment, they soon felt their spirits dampened by the subsequent mention of a matchmaking event. How could such a splendid gathering be reduced to a mere matchmaking affair by her words? Madame Lin and her close companion mingled together, while Lin Chi joined his own circle of familiar young gentlemen. However, none strayed too far from one another. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat solitary, found a quiet pavilion to sit alone. System. The offspring of handsome men and beautiful women are naturally pleasing to the eye, especially when nurtured with care. It would indeed be strange if they were not. Lin Mo, do you still wish to hear about the scandal concerning Miss Chongning, the daughter of the Marquis? Lin Mo, yes. Miss Chongning's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, how did this scandal end up involving me? Instantly, all eyes shifted toward Miss Chongning, revealing their surprise that the seemingly carefree young lady harbored her own secrets. System. Currently, Madame Chongning is seeking a suitor for her daughter. She has her sights set on a nephew from her own family, a young man who has garnered a respectable reputation and achieved academic success at a tender age. Thus, Madame Chongning believes it prudent to strengthen familial ties through marriage, ensuring her daughter faces no injustices while wed to a relative. Lin Mo, if that's the case, could it be that there is something amiss with this nephew? Why is there such a penchant for inter-family unions? Marrying within close kin can lead to deformities in offspring. No wonder some families frequently suffer the loss of their young. It is best to avoid such unions to spare future generations. Lin Mo's words detonated like a bombshell among the crowd, for in this era, most favored the notion of marrying within the family, euphemistically referred to as strengthening bonds. They remained oblivious to the substantial risks posed by such unions. Indeed, many children born under these circumstances often face dire health issues, deteriorating over time. Little did they know that Lin Mo's insight stemmed from the system's revelations. Madame Chongning felt a tumult of emotions. She merely sought a reliable match for her daughter and had meticulously chosen her nephew, unaware of the underlying issues. The system and Lin Mo were blissfully unaware of the other's thoughts, engrossed in their shared intrigue. System. Indeed, it is best to avoid consanguineous marriages. Though Madame Chongning's nephew possesses an outwardly appealing appearance, he is, in truth, a scoundrel. He frequently frequents establishments of ill repute and has clandestinely fathered 2 children with a mistress, a fact so well concealed that even his parents remain oblivious. Upon hearing of such a cad, Lin Mo's indignation flared. So, he intends to deceive her into marriage? How revolting. Some men truly are despicable. I wonder how many of those present qualify as scoundrels. The empathetic young ladies murmured in agreement. Indeed, how repugnant. They cast glances at the young gentlemen assembled, their gazes laced with scrutiny and disdain. The affected gentleman protested. We are not scoundrels. That man is the one at fault. Their ire was directed not at Lin Mo or the young ladies, but at the detestable character in question. Madame Chongning, pale and nearly unsteady, never expected that her careful selection could lead to such a revelation. Thankfully, no betrothal had been formalized. Had they married before uncovering these truths, it would have been a catastrophe. Madame Lin gently patted Madame Chongning's hand, reassuring her not to fret too excessively. Miss Chongning wore an expression of shock. Her impression of her cousin had always been favorable, and she had perceived him as a courteous gentleman, potentially a suitable husband. The truth was far more disheartening than she could have anticipated. System. The young gentlemen present are of decent character. Do not let one scoundrel tarnish the reputation of all. This is but a single case of bad conduct. His name is Lu Xian. The gentleman, feeling unjustly implicated, nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, we are honorable men. We would never stoop to such depths. Lin Mo urged. Please continue. What further despicable actions does this rogue contemplate? System. Regrettably, there are more sordid plans. He intends to marry Miss Chongning, impregnate her, and only then reveal the existence of his mistress. At that point, it would be too late, and given her condition, she would likely swallow her grievances. Lin Mo. How abhorrent. The assembly echoed her sentiment. How abhorrent. Moreover, this mistress is no paragon of virtue herself. After birthing her first son, she grew discontent and sought to seduce Lu Xian's father, who happens to be Madame Chongning's brother-in-law. Thus, the elder child is Lu Xian's, while the younger is his brother's, making for a most convoluted family dynamic. Lin Mo felt as though her mind was ablaze. This mistress was indeed audacious, proving that scoundrels often meet their comeuppance. The others shared a sense of bizarre relief, simultaneously finding the situation utterly absurd. Madame Chongning was so incensed that she nearly lost her composure, yearning to confront her family and clarify the matter. Chapter 16. A father and son entangled by a woman's deceit. This scandal was promptly relayed to the emperor, who, while reviewing petitions, was taken aback by their revelations. I truly did not expect such scandalous behavior from the outside world. Isn't Madame Chongning's father Lu Hanlin? And doesn't her brother also serve in the Hanlin Academy? This family is typically quite austere. Conversing with them can be infuriating. Who would have thought that the seemingly upright Lu Hanlin would engage in such unseemly conduct? Li Gonggong observed the emperor's fascination with the gossip and felt overwhelmed. He had become accustomed to narrating the events surrounding Lin Mo to the emperor, and this had become a daily source of amusement for him. At the Chongning residence, everyone was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding scandal. Lin Mo and the system had vented their frustrations against the scoundrel with a barrage of invective, and it was the first time the assembly had heard such a plethora of creative insults. System. Host. Engaging in this verbal onslaught is exhilarating. I have truly grasped the essence of colorful language. Lin Mo humbly replied, Oh, I merely possess a modicum of talent for banter, far from the mastery of true experts. The crowd, thoroughly influenced by their tirade, mused, Are you certain this is merely a modicum? If this is the extent of your skill, then we are but children playing house. Yet, they question the existence of the idiom colorful language. A young gentleman beside Lin Chi whispered, Does your sister often berate you at home? She seems quite adept at it. Lin Chi retorted, You should hear her scold you. My sister is the very embodiment of gentleness. The surrounding gentlemen exchanged incredulous glances. Brother, your perception seems rather skewed. Lin Mo, seated alone in the pavilion, indulged in refreshments, while no one dared to approach her. Although they were curious, they remained cautious about engaging, not wishing to become embroiled in the unfolding drama. Madame Chongning and her daughter had already taken their leave. Though they were the hosts, the attendees understood their sentiments all too well. However, the heir of the Marquis of Chongning remained behind. Although he yearned to accompany his mother and sister to the Lu family, it was hardly appropriate to host a banquet without a host present. Thus he was reluctantly compelled to stay. The banquet was filled with a convivial atmosphere. Yet beneath the surface, turmoil brewed as everyone transformed into gossipy onlookers. The system, in an unexpected display of enthusiasm, relayed the affairs of the Lu family to Lin Mo. It appears that the Madam and Miss of the Marquis of Chongning have seized evidence of Lu Xian's extramarital affair and are currently heading to the Lu residence. Even in the midst of chaos, one must seek a pretext for disorder. Thus, the Madam of the Marquis of Chongning swiftly concocted a reason. From the system's perspective, it seemed like they had grasped the faintest hint and were intent on settling the score. The master was rather oblivious, as was the system. Both of them engrossed in gossip without a care in the world, else they might have realized their private thoughts were being overheard. Lin Mo exclaimed, Ha, let us go. Let us put that scoundrel in his place. The crowd looked on in disbelief, questioning the necessity of such brutality. Nonetheless, they were quite pleased to hear the unfolding drama, easily deducing the intentions of the Madam and Miss of the Marquis of Chongning. Their restraint in not erupting on the scene was already a testament to their emotional stability. At this moment, the Lu residence was in disarray.
Cousin.
I truly do not comprehend what you are speaking of. How could an innocent soul such as I possibly maintain an extramarital affair? Lu Xian persisted in his denial, while the elders of the Lu family rallied to his defense, asserting that their lineage was steeped in integrity and they upheld strict moral standards for their progeny, making it inconceivable for a child of theirs to engage in such conduct. The Madam of the Marquis of Chongning, undeterred, brought Lu Xian forth, delivering a resounding slap across his face. "Your denial matters not. I have brought witnesses. The woman is present, and my servants have seen you frequent a certain alley, following which they observed you entering this woman's courtyard, where you grew intimate before even crossing the threshold. Furthermore, her children address you as father. Surely such a designation is not made lightly." Lu Xian's countenance paled in an instant. He had always been cautious in his trysts with Yao Nyang, yet he had failed to perceive that he was being followed. "Help me, my lord." Yao Nyang knelt, her tears cascading like rain upon a pear blossom. Lu Xian's father, upon seeing her, wore an expression of sheer horror. How could he have not realized this woman was his son's mistress? She had claimed to be a widow. Lu Hanlin, witnessing the turmoil at home, felt a surge of anger that nearly caused him to faint. "Wretched child, do you recognize this woman before you? Are her children indeed yours?" Torn between his granddaughter and his daughter, he felt the weight of conflicting loyalties. Initially, he had hoped for a harmonious union, believing that the marriage of his granddaughter would foster goodwill, yet this debacle revealed that his son had not only engaged in infidelity, but had also fathered children outside wedlock. Upon observing her father's reaction, the Madam of the Marquis of Chongning realized he was merely feigning outrage. "Father, there is no need for such theatrics. I am well aware of your intentions, to downplay the situation until it dissipates. I must make it abundantly clear that this matter will not be glossed over. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's clandestine visits to this woman, I had arranged for surveillance. You will be astonished to learn who else was implicated." As the Madam's gaze fell upon her second brother, Uncle Lu, evading his sister's scrutiny, exhibited a flustered demeanor marked by guilt. Lu Hanlin, witnessing his second son's expression, felt an intense fury that threatened to overwhelm him. The madam continued, "Father, your health is robust. There is no need for further pretense. Not only has this woman entangled herself with Lu Xian, but she also has ties to my second brother. The two of them sharing a liaison with the same woman is nothing short of absurd." The system, with eloquence, depicted the intricacies of the Lu family's predicament, captivating Lin Mo and all present, who were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. This banquet had indeed proven fortuitous. Not only were they well-fed and well-watered, but they were also treated to a splendid spectacle. The outcome of this affair was that Lu Xian's relationship with the Miss of the Marquis of Chongning had utterly disintegrated, while the mistress was promptly dispatched. As for the two children, although the system was privy to their parentage, matters of family lineage were far from trivial. Thus, the children were sent to the estate, destined for an ordinary life devoid of the privileges of nobility, with the Lu family merely ensuring their basic needs were met. Upon hearing this resolution, Lin Mo expressed a twinge of regret. In truth, living without one is already quite commendable. Ordinary families toil for their livelihoods. If those two children do not bring about their own ruin, they should be able to live a stable life without issue. The system replied, "The primary issue lies with their mother. Had she not pursued Lu Ershu, the children's lineage would not have been muddled, and their futures would undoubtedly have been brighter. Without the means to establish familial ties scientifically, the notion of blood recognition is inherently flawed, meaning these children have truly been compromised by their mother's actions." Others present felt a complex mix of emotions, recognizing that the Lu family's plight had become a source of ridicule. The Marquis of Chongning merely found themselves ensnared in this unfortunate circumstance. Once a family of esteemed scholars, their reputation had now been tarnished. "Your sister has effectively ruined the Lu family. They still have two unmarried daughters, and your sister has condemned them to a lifetime of misfortune." At that moment, a richly adorned young lady approached Lin Ran, exuding an air of intimidation, her tone equally unsettling. Lin Ran regarded her with furrowed brows, distancing herself slightly. "What nonsense is this, Princess of Yongning? My sister has not ruined the Lu family. It is Lu Xian who has wrought this havoc upon them. Moreover, my sister's conversations with the system have always been internal. She has never uttered a word aloud. If you do not wish to listen, you need not. No one is compelling you." Had this matter not been revealed, the one truly at risk would have been the miss of the Marquis of Chongning, who might have faced a lifetime of ruin. While you lament the plight of the Liu family's daughters, why not spare a thought for the miss of the Marquis of Chongning? I recall that the Marquis of Chongning has blood ties to your family as well. Lin Ran's words rendered the Princess of Yongning speechless. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? She retorted, invoking her royal title. Having been pampered her entire life, she had never encountered anyone who dared to challenge her authority, save for Lin Ran, who consistently maintained such a demeanor. Lin Ran, observing the princess's growing ire, replied with calm composure, "Your title was earned through your father's sacrifice. You should be more mindful of your conduct. Should your arrogance lead to the tarnishing of your father's reputation, it would be too late for regrets." Before Lin Ran could finish, the Princess of Yongning struck her across the face. The resounding slap drew the attention of all present, including Lin Mo, who had been engaged in conversation with the system. Upon witnessing her elder sister being struck, both Lin Qi and Lady Lin's expressions darkened, while the heir of the Marquis of Chongning felt a surge of murderous rage. This outrageous woman dared to create a scene, and she had the audacity to strike the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Was she not concerned that her chaotic actions would be exposed to Lin Mo? "How dare you hit my sister? You seek death." Lin Mo lunged forward with fervor, landing a punch that left a dark bruise beneath the right eye of the Princess of Yongning. Yet this was merely the beginning. She swiftly tackled her opponent to the ground, straddling her waist, delivering resounding slaps with ferocity. As she struck, she seethed. "My parents have never laid a hand on me. Yet you dare to hit my sister. I shall tear your face apart." The system incessantly egged her on. Put some force into it. Strike from both sides. Encouraged by the system's prodding, Lin Mo became even more relentless, leaving onlookers utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. Lin Ran stood beside, equally dazed. The first to regain composure was the heir of the Marquis of Chongning, urgently calling, "Someone, quickly separate them. Both of them are formidable." As the maidservants rushed to pull Lin Mo away, the Princess of Yongning seized her chance to retaliate with a punch. Witnessing her younger sister being struck, Lin Ran retaliated fiercely. "How dare you lay a finger on my sister? You must be tired of living." Lin Ran, who had always maintained a pristine image, now found herself shattering her own facade. Lin Qi, who had wished to rush to her elder sister's aid, was restrained by the young gentleman nearby. It was understood that if the ladies were to engage in combat, their intervention would alter the nature of the confrontation. "Gentlemen, do not resort to violence," they urged. The system chimed in. "Indeed, gentlemen do not resort to violence." However, the crowd mistakenly assumed the system intended to counsel Lin Mo, only to be met with a surprising follow-up. "Gentlemen do not resort to violence, host. Use your teeth." Obediently, Lin Mo bit down, eliciting a scream from the Princess of Yongning as her chest was caught in Lin Mo's grasp. The onlookers averted their eyes, the scene proving too vulgar for comfort. Was this truly the interpretation of "gentlemen do not resort to violence"? Surely, one ought to choose a more discreet target. Yet Lin Mo remained unfazed by the multitude of witnesses, biting with fervor, alternating between sides and then targeting the neck, leaving the Princess of Yongning powerless to resist. Writhing in agony on the ground, the princess could not shake off Lin Mo, who clung to her as if they were one. A young gentleman beside Lin Qi remarked with a complex expression, "Your sister truly is one of a kind. I have never encountered such a remarkable woman." Others nodded in agreement, having lived for years without witnessing such a spectacle. The maids and matrons exerted great effort to separate the two, with Lin Mo emerging with merely disheveled hair, while the Princess of Yongning appeared utterly disheveled. Her injuries were indisputable. Her garments were damp, her neck bore bruises, and her face was swollen, resembling that of a pig. In summary, it was a lamentable sight. The system, observing the state of the princess, erupted in laughter. "Ha ha. Well done. That is how one ought to fight. It matters not the method, as long as victory is achieved." Lin Mo, wiping her thumb beneath her nose with a strikingly cool demeanor, declared, "You slapped my sister. I returned the favor.
We are even now."
Should you dare to touch a single hair on her head again, I promise you will face even worse consequences." The Princess of Yongning, thoroughly intimidated, nodded fervently, recognizing she was dealing with a madwoman. It was no wonder Lin Ran seldom brought her sister out. Even the system seemed to be a lunatic, offering such advice. Chapter 18. A Convergence of Perspectives. One might soon find themselves in a predicament. Lin Mo's audacious demeanor stood out starkly among the crowd. Within a 3-meter radius around her, save for Lin Ran, no one dared to approach. After all, with Lin Mo's recent display of aggression, who could withstand her wrath? Truly, one could only imagine the pain endured by the princess of Yongning after such fights. The system continued to praise her. Host, you were truly magnificent just now. Simply breathtaking. The onlookers mused, surely she ranks higher than third, who would dare to claim the first or second positions. By the end of the gathering, no one dared to approach Lin Mo, who reveled in her solitude. Oh dear, my chest aches terribly. She must have bitten me. The princess of Yongning was escorted to a room for examination, weeping pitifully. Had she known better, she would have never provoked that maniac.
Now.
Her neck and body bore the marks of teeth, leaving onlookers to question what calamity had befallen her. Your Highness, it would be wise to avoid the Lin sisters in the future. Lin Mo is favored by the Emperor, and her enigmatic system is peculiar. The Emperor is clearly protective of her. Should you provoke her again, it will be Lin Mo who receives the Emperor's favor, advised one of her maidservants as she tended to her wounds, concern evident in her eyes. The princess of Yongning sobbed, I will not provoke them again, I swear it. Once the banquet concluded and the Lin family departed, a cacophony erupted among the guests, all discussing the recent events. My goodness, I have never seen a woman so fierce. I once thought the princess of Yongning had a temper, but compared to this young Lin, she falls short. One remarked, I find this little Lin quite admirable. She does not instigate trouble. Had the princess not struck Miss Lin, she would not have been compelled to retaliate. However, it was evident that the princess of Yongning needed to temper her temperament. Miss Lin's status was significant, and for her to strike another was quite audacious. If this arrogance continued, who knew what calamities might arise? It must be said, the princess of Yongning's reputation was rather poor. Most were quick to blame her. After all, they were merely spectators enjoying the drama. How could they speak ill of the protagonist? Had it not been for the princess's antics, they might have savored new gossip instead. Lin Mo shrugged indifferently. Let them talk. I have no interest in such titles. I am quite content staying at home. What a tiresome notion. Lin Foreign exclaimed in exasperation. Observing her mother and sister on the verge of argument, Lin Ran quickly interjected, Mother, do not blame my sister. The princess is simply too arrogant. Furthermore, if anyone seeks accountability, we need not fear, for many witnessed the events unfold. She struck first. Let us leave it in the past. Today marked Lin Ran's first foray into physical confrontation, and surprisingly, it felt rather exhilarating. The system suddenly chimed in. Host, I commend your approach. One must settle scores immediately. The notion that a gentleman seeks vengeance after a decade is mere nonsense. If one waits a decade for revenge, they must endure a decade of humiliation. If one can retaliate immediately, why suffer for 10 years? Lin Mo wholeheartedly agreed with the system's sentiments. Exactly. You speak the truth. No wonder we make such a great team. We are in perfect sync. Lin Foreign and Lin Rand exchanged glances, their expressions laced with concern for Lin Mo's worldview. She had always acted without restraint, following her whims, and now, with the system echoing her thoughts, one feared that together, they might shatter the very heavens. Lin Chi rode his horse outside, eavesdropping on the conversation within the carriage. He let out a silent sigh, feeling an overwhelming weight of pressure settle in his heart. Having a sister so prone to causing trouble meant he would have to exert greater effort in the future. Otherwise, should she land herself in a predicament, he would be unable to shield her from the consequences. The events that transpired at the banquet quickly reached the ears of the young nobles, who shared the news with their families. The officials' wives were left in utter shock, regretting their absence from the gathering. They collectively resolved that the next time Lord Lin was in attendance, they would ensure they arrived early to secure a prime position for gossiping. Lin Xiangshu, upon hearing these developments, felt utterly bewildered. A confrontation had erupted at someone else's banquet, culminating in an incident where a guest had been bidden. He could scarcely fathom the scene. Calm yourself, my lord, urged the steward, This debacle was instigated by the Princess of Yongning, who struck the eldest young lady first, prompting the second young lady to retaliate. Observing Lin Shongshu's near-fainting state, the steward hurried to support him. After a moment of silence, he stifled a laugh and continued. At that moment, a gentleman remarked that a gentleman should use words, not fists. Yet the system compelled the second young lady to take a bite out of the Princess of Yongning. Lin Shongshu replied incredulously, "Is this truly how one interprets the notion of speaking rather than acting?" In Chapter 19, the Prime Minister found himself with a leaf of vegetables stuck in his teeth, as if he intended to save it for lunch. The system had become enamored with reading tales. Is this young lady not mentally sound? Why must she pursue a penniless scholar? He seems to possess no remarkable qualities. After years of study, he is still merely a licentiate. What could possibly attract a beautiful lady to him? The system was nearing a state of exasperation with this commonplace tale of a wealthy heiress or princess falling for a poor scholar. How tiresome! I would rather indulge in gossip. The system observed Lin Mo, who was so engrossed in her picture album that it was as if she were glued to it. Are you not yet prepared for bed? Tomorrow, you must rise early for work. Lin Mo, licking her lips, responded, "You don't understand. It is perfectly natural for me to appreciate beauty. You cannot fathom how exquisite the illustrations are. The characters are depicted with such allure. The women are enchanting and passionate, while the men exude charm. Although the album's content is somewhat risque, it still possesses a narrative arc, far surpassing those mundane novels. Indeed, it was captivating. It had storylines, character development, and beauty, not to mention abundant sensuality. In the modern world, reading restrictions are far too stringent, with countless subjects deemed inappropriate for publication. However, in this era, there were no such constraints, and these albums could repeatedly challenge one's perspectives, alongside those tantalizing novels, which could only be described with one word: exquisite. The system, witnessing her nearly drooling, was left speechless. You must conceal your treasures well after viewing. If your parents and siblings discover them, a beating is inevitable. Lin Mo sometimes acted recklessly, indulging in her whims without restraint, and the system felt helpless in the face of her antics. At present, Lin Mo was so engrossed that she brushed aside the system's warnings, replying nonchalantly, I know. I will sleep after finishing this volume." The following morning, Lin Shongshu had Lin Mo carried out, still in slumber. Gazing at his troublesome daughter, Lin Shongshu felt an unsettling calm. "Place her in the carriage." The maidservants stifled laughter as they managed to deposit Lin Mo into the carriage. It was a sight unseen. While most officials approached court impeccably groomed and alert, their second daughter appeared half asleep, barely roused. At the palace, all the officials awaited the appearance of a petite figure with great anticipation. Even Prince Xian arrived in a wheelchair, curious about the reputed second young lady of the Lin family. "Your Highness, your leg has not yet healed. Why rush to court? Although the physician has realigned your leg, neglecting your recovery may lead to complications." "Indeed, Your Highness, there is no need to hasten. There are many days ahead. The priority is your health." Prince Xian, possessing a gentle demeanor, was in his 30s, the prime of manhood. Yet years of illness and anxiety had aged him beyond his years. With a warm smile, he replied, "My leg is now largely recovered, and I am seated in a wheelchair, so no exertion is required. I genuinely wish to meet the illustrious Lord Lin. You have all painted her as a remarkable figure, and my curiosity is piqued. If I do not see her, I fear I will be unable to rest." As if summoned by his words, two figures approached from a distance. The familiar Lin Shongshu, who was carrying someone by the collar, unmistakably Lin Mo. The system chimed in with urgency, "Wake up, wake up. We have arrived at the palace." Lin Shongshu, maintaining a stoic expression, ignored the stares directed at him as he dragged Lin Mo along. Prince Xian observed, "This young lady indeed possesses a remarkable spirit, daring to sleep even within the palace." It was not long before Lin Mo stirred, awakening just as the court officials began to bicker. Lin Mo mused, "Why do I increasingly feel that these court officials squabbling resemble the raucous women of the streets? They are merely a hair's breadth away from pulling each other's hair." The officials nearly choked on their own saliva at her remark. What did she mean by equating them to street brawlers? They were discussing matters of state, not trivialities. The system chimed in. I concur. Observe the Prime Minister. He has a leaf stuck in his teeth. Is he planning to save it for lunch? The nearby Lord Li nearly burst into laughter, exerting tremendous effort to suppress it, his hand trembling so much he could scarcely write. The Emperor leaned forward to glimpse the Prime Minister's mouth, exclaiming, "Hurry and turn around." The Prime Minister, engaged in a standoff with another official, promptly shut his mouth upon hearing this. The opposing official, who had appeared stern and fierce, lost his composure upon hearing the system's comment. He had thought the Prime Minister sported an emerald tooth, only to discover it was merely a leaf. At this, all eyes in the court covertly turned towards the Prime Minister, who was now furiously scraping his teeth with his tongue. Lin Mo's laughter resonated throughout, though she remained silent. Her infectious mirth was palpable. The collective chuckles echoed in the Prime Minister's heart. In Chapter 20, the princess from the western regions arrived with her child to register for household registration, and the sound of Lin Mo's laughter echoed in the minds of all officials, including the Emperor, as they were thoroughly enchanted. Perhaps the infectious charm was simply too potent, as many individuals bore a subtle, sweet smile upon their lips. The Emperor Zhengde gently cleared his throat, prompting an immediate reaction from the assembly, who swiftly resumed their fervent discussions. Standing beside the Chancellor were the Crown Prince and two other princes, the trio fixating their gaze upon the Chancellor's mouth without so much as a blink. Chancellor, is there something amiss with the three of you? Is it courteous to stare so intently at someone's mouth? It was indeed a peculiar predicament. Being scrutinized by three males, such an experience was unprecedented in his life. The most troubling aspect was that he could neither speak nor scold them, as they all held higher stations than his own. Chancellor, if you would be so kind as to open your mouth, we could assist you in locating that leafy vegetable. The second prince whispered, a mischievous glint evident on his face. Chancellor, no need, Your Highness, thank you. Your Majesty, the Western regions are seeking our protection and have sent a princess to solidify an alliance through marriage. However, I believe it unwise for foreign women to enter the royal family, an official reported, highlighting the recent developments. The Western regions had been unusually active, embroiled in numerous conflicts, and now sought refuge by sending a princess who was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in their land. Lin Mo's attention was instantly captured, the legendary beauty of the Western regions. System, did you hear that? A beauty from the West is coming. The assembly responded. Excuse me? Are you a woman? Why does your internal monologue sound so lewd? Minister Lin had already shielded his face with his sleeve. Oh, the misfortune of his household. The system, equally exhilarated, chimed in. Western beauties are renowned for their singing and dancing abilities, often possessing mixed heritage, large eyes, high noses, and flowing curls, truly enchanting. And this time, they are sending their most exquisite beauty. The system's tone mirrored that of its master, revealing a shared enthusiasm. Initially, the assembly had approached the matter with caution, yet the light-hearted banter shifted their perspective, making the prospect of receiving a woman less daunting. However, the arrival of this beauty serves more than just an alliance. She is here to cuckold the Emperor, the system exclaimed, its excitement starkly contrasting the Emperor's darkening expression and the minister's complex reactions. Everyone leaned in, ears perked for the unfolding drama. The Emperor was particularly invested, as this affair seemed to bear some relation to him. The system continued. Having traced the lineage of events, she comes bearing a child, and it is the offspring of her half-brother. Lin Mo gasped. Incest. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Incest. The system elaborated. She arrives with a mission. Due to her beauty, the Western regions wish to present her to your Emperor. Even if he does not take the bait, they possess a secret aphrodisiac. A mere touch would enthrall him, allowing her to register the child in her womb. Lin Mo pondered, wishing to peer into the mind of the king of the Western regions. How could he, seeking refuge, dare to scheme against the Emperor? Was his mind truly sound? Lin Mo mused. Is the king of the Western regions truly sane? Is he genuinely seeking refuge, or is he here to sow discord? The ministers nodded in silent agreement. This was undoubtedly an act of provocation. There was no way to seek refuge and simultaneously attempt to cuckold the Emperor. The Emperor's thoughts were a tumultuous storm, a complexity beyond description. The system interjected. The king is unaware of the princess's pregnancy, otherwise, he would never send her. He genuinely seeks assistance. However, this princess and her royal brother have long been entangled, it continued. Upon learning of her impending marriage, she felt a sense of relief and planned to register the child here. The term register was understood to mean establishing a household record. Emperor Zhengde touched his crown thoughtfully. Yes, it was yellow, not green. The expressions of the crown prince and the two princes were equally intricate. Should the princess successfully register her child, would they gain an unrelated brother? Lin Mo remained oblivious to the thoughts of those present, only feeling pity for the emperor. Alas, one must be cautious when acquiring beauties. The western regions possess many valuable goods. They should send something more useful, such as chili peppers, sweet potatoes, broad beans, sesame, or cotton. These would be far more beneficial than a princess. Upon hearing this, Minister Li hurriedly noted it down. The expressions of the ministers and the emperor shifted dramatically, as these items clearly suggested sustenance. Indeed, they could send more of these goods. When the seeds are planted, they could bring immense benefits to the populace. The system enthused. Minister Li's quill was nearly smoking from his rapid note-taking, and the emperor found himself increasingly restless. Lin Mo and the system's prior suggestions were relayed to the envoys from the western regions. Assistance would be granted, but only in exchange for these valuable items, and a few individuals would accompany them to ensure they returned with seeds not found in their own lands. Lin Mo and the system remained unaware of the considerable upheaval their conversation had stirred among the emperor and the ministers. One might call her useless, yet at times she proved rather resourceful. Conversely, one might argue her utility, but her current demeanor hardly suggested competence. Lin Mo sensed a gaze fixed upon her and looked up to find her father, then grinned widely and asked, "Father, why do you keep staring at me? Do you think I look particularly lovely today?" Minister Lin, exasperated, flicked his sleeve and departed. He could hardly bear to waste more time observing her. Chapter 21. The Frugal Chancellor and the Lattice Melon of the Chancellor's Manor. After the previous banquet incident, Lin Mo had become the darling of every gathering. For who does not relish a good spectacle? Why have I suddenly become so popular? Could it be my charisma captivated them during the last banquet?
Lin Montag pondered,
her heart swelling with delight at the invitations that had arrived. The system replied, "Perhaps, as they have never encountered a girl like you, curiosity may have piqued their interest." Lin Mo's smile vanished in an instant. "What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me?"
Come.
"Let us hasten to the banquet at the Chancellor's daughter's residence. There are great spectacles to behold." "Excellent." Lin Mo's attention was swiftly diverted. Nothing could eclipse the allure of a good spectacle. This time, the sisters attended together, as Lin's wife felt embarrassed to leave her husband once more. And Lin Shi needed to focus on her studies, so it was just the two sisters who set off. "Keep an eye on your sister. Do not let her lose herself at someone else's banquet." Minister Lin had but one request. Whether or not they enjoyed the spectacle was irrelevant. He simply wished for her not to cause a scene. Lin Rant's lips twitched. She could hardly fathom what image her younger sister projected in their father's eyes. "Rest assured, Father, I shall take good care of Mo Air. She is not the type to lose her composure. She merely has a carefree nature," Lin Ran assured him. Minister Lin replied flatly, "She is not carefree. She is simply lacking in sense." On their way to the Chancellor's manor, the system and Lin Mo eagerly prepared themselves for the impending spectacle. "Host, let's find a good spot to enjoy the gossip later. Today's news is particularly juicy. Moreover, it's a rare find." Lin Mo nodded eagerly at her luggage. "Rest assured, finding the perfect spot for gossip is undoubtedly my forte." However, the system fell silent, perhaps waiting for the right moment to savor the unfolding drama. Upon their arrival at the minister's residence, they were unexpectedly greeted by the butler himself. Other guests made way for the two sisters. As Lin ran past by a young lady, she overheard her whispering to a companion.
"Did you see?
That's the second young lady of the Lin family, the one who once bit the chest of Princess Yangning." Lin Ran took a deep breath, maintaining her composure. After all, what were a few trivial rumors? Such occurrences would likely become more frequent, and she needed to acclimatize. Lin Mo, blissfully unaware of the scrutinizing gazes upon her, was animatedly urging the system to guide her toward the gossip. "Lin Mo, quickly tell me where the gossip is." Who has the scoop? Instantly, the crowd's interest was piqued. Gossip was indeed afoot. Having heard of the illustrious young Lin from her father, who frequently praised her exceptional talent and grace, the onlookers were eager to see if she lived up to the reputation. They exchanged bewildered glances at the young master. Are you serious? Do those descriptors even align with this young Lin? The system quipped. Indeed. It's quite amusing. Just the other morning, she had a piece of vegetable leaf stuck in her teeth during lunch. The system's tone was sincere, making it difficult to discern whether it was mockery or praise. Yet Lin Mo genuinely appreciated the sentiment. Subsequently, her father would meticulously ensure her teeth were cleaned before court, a ritual she now understood the significance of. The Lin family's eldest son and daughter were renowned for their intellect and poise, so what set this young Lin apart? The crowd's eyes occasionally darted toward Lin Ran, who stood by, growing increasingly numb to the attention. They were quickly ushered inside. Today's gathering was merely a casual affair, intended for merriment rather than formality. Lin Mo nestled into a small corner, her surroundings soon crowded with people, though they maintained a respectful distance. She arranged the pastries and tea before her, eagerly telling the system, "Let us get started. I can hardly wait to indulge in this gossip. Surely, the minister's residence boasts the sweetest tales." The crowd nodded in agreement, their anticipation palpable. The young ladies and gentlemen of the minister's residence, initially hoping to enjoy a spectacle, were taken aback. "We organized this banquet for you to savor others' gossip while we indulge as well, not to have you feast on our own tales." The young ladies and gentlemen, in a panic, pondered whether their family had ever engaged in any illicit activities or corruption. But how could they know? They would need to consult their fathers. Surely not. Sweat began to bead on their foreheads. The system exclaimed, "Come, come. Today's gossip centers around a Yuri tale."
Lin Mo gasped. A Yuri tai.
Are you suggesting there are romantic entanglements among the ladies of the minister's residence? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. While they may not grasp the nuances of a Yuri tale, they were familiar with the notion of female affection, often referred to as the mirror's favor. Eyes flitted toward the young ladies of the minister's residence. The young ladies, alarmed, retorted, "Why are you looking at us like that? We have no such affections." The four young ladies exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity, gradually distancing themselves from one another. The onlookers, witnessing this avoidance, were electrified. Have we uncovered something? They must be trying to distance themselves. The crowd's excitement surged. Revelations about such relationships were rare, especially regarding the mirror's favor. Chapter 22. A concubine for the minister's wife. Lin Mo was genuinely exhilarated, pressing the system for more details. "Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense." The system cautioned, "Calm down. Listen closely. This matter is rather intricate." The crowd murmured, "Intricate? How so?" The system continued, "This involves the minister's wife. In her youth, she and your mother were celebrated as the twin beauties of the capital, enchanting countless young masters and ladies alike." The young gentlemen and ladies of the minister's residence felt their hearts race. Everyone held their breath, eager for the system's unfolding narrative. Not only did they captivate young masters, but they also enchanted some young women. One in particular fell deeply in love with the minister's wife. After marriage, the minister's wife seldom ventured out, leading the enamored woman to devise a plan. Lin Mo interjected. "What plan?" The system revealed. She chose to become the minister's concubine, granting her the chance to see the minister's wife daily, and that woman became the second concubine of the minister's residence. Lin Mo's worldview shattered, and the others shared her astonishment, particularly the young ladies and gentlemen of the minister's residence. The collective thought echoed, "Is the minister aware of this? Does he know he has invited danger into his home?" Eager ears strained to catch more details. If mutual affection existed, the minister's position could become precarious. The system explained, "The minister's wife is unaware of the second concubine's feelings. The second concubine's demeanor remains quite reserved, making it a one-sided affection."
Aha.
A one-sided affection. The second concubine's devotion was indeed profound. The young ladies and gentlemen of the minister's residence felt a wave of relief upon hearing it was unreciprocated. The second concubine had no children. The eldest son and daughter of the minister were born of the minister's wife. while the second son and third daughter were offspring of the third concubine. Lin Mo now perceived the second concubine's sacrifices as excessive. Such a clandestine adoration was extraordinary. To become a concubine for the one she loved. The minister's residence bore a scandal that would shock many, reminding them to be wary not only of men, but also of women. When the emperor learned of this, his chopsticks nearly slipped from his grasp. After all these years, he was hearing of such a thing for the first time. Can you imagine if the minister is aware of this? Has he unwittingly welcomed a wolf into his home, with a predator lurking in the shadows, fixated on his wife? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. As he spoke, a hint of schadenfreude colored his tone. After all, this old fellow often opposed him in various matters. Seeing the emperor's mischievous expression, chiefly sighed, "Your Majesty, now is not the time for amusement. We must prepare ourselves. Just think of how many ladies in the palace could be involved in such affairs." The emperor's smile vanished instantly. Could it be that there are such entanglements within his own harem? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became. Can you truly claim loyalty to me? I took pity on you and welcomed you into my household, only to find you coveting my wife. When the minister discovered this, chaos erupted within his home. He had unwittingly invited danger into his own courtyard. No wonder the second concubine was so attached to his wife, rarely leaving her side except at night. He had taken pride in the harmonious relations among his wives, believing it to be a testament to his good upbringing. Yet the truth was far from what he imagined. The second concubine knelt on the ground, neither servile nor arrogant, her countenance devoid of excessive expression. She gazed at the chancellor and spoke quietly. "I have cherished the madam since I was 14. Her remarkable talent and enchanting grace leave me perplexed as to why she chose to marry you. Pray tell, what merits do you possess? Are you not merely occupying the role of a man?" A collective gasp arose from those present, with the young ladies and gentlemen retreating to the background, for such words were beyond their comprehension. Were I a man, I would never allow the madam to endure even the slightest grievance. Over these years by her side, I have found my contentment. Whether to live or die is at your discretion. The second concubine's stance was unwavering. She was indeed a rare beauty, which accounted for the chancellor's decision to take her as a concubine. Just as the chancellor was about to express his anger and reprimand her, the madam seized his arm, prompting the third concubine and the young ladies and gentlemen to kneel as well. "My lord, the second concubine has served in this household for many years. Her efforts, though not grand, have been sincere. I beseech you to spare her life. Father, I implore you to grant the second concubine mercy." The third concubine had a cordial relationship with the second, having endeavored to win her favor upon her arrival in the household, fearing discord with the madam. The young ladies and gentlemen also held the second concubine in good regard, as she treated the madam's children as her own and showed kindness to those born of the third concubine, striving to prevent any conflict with the madam. The chancellor surveyed the multitude kneeling before him and felt a sudden constriction in his chest. He was aware that nothing untoward had transpired between his wife and the second concubine, yet an inexplicable sense of betrayal lingered. In truth, even if he were to execute the second concubine, he could not bring himself to do so after years of cohabitation. However, to refrain from punishment gnawed at his conscience. Sighing, he addressed the kneeling second concubine. "Enough, enough. I shall not pursue this matter further. You may remain in the household, for I acknowledge your genuine regard for the madam and your attentive care for the children. Thus, let this matter rest." Upon hearing this, the second concubine raised her head in astonishment, expecting a grim fate today, perhaps even banishment from the estate, yet she found herself unexpectedly pardoned. For all these years, she had endured her own internal torment, knowing that this situation would eventually be unveiled, and she was prepared for the consequences. However, I must caution you to exercise discretion in your interactions with the madam. You must not cling to her as you have in the past. She is my wife, not yours. I trust you understand your position. The chancellor's heart was heavy with unspoken jealousy, unsure of the source of his discontent. Chapter 23. If you dare to speak, I shall poke you. The recent incident involving the lily melon had caused considerable upheaval. Aside from officials without concubines, all those with concubines, including the emperor, embarked on a self-examination. Surprisingly, a few pairs of clandestine liaisons were uncovered. Yet, these entanglements involved either beloved concubines or cherished wives, making them untouchable. They could neither be punished nor reprimanded, leading them to ultimately sign a series of agreements akin to the Chancellor's. Of course, those who had overstepped their bounds faced repercussions. Some women were even discreetly transferring their husbands' assets and maintaining their own concubines outside, while plotting to eliminate their spouses to facilitate their unions without obstruction. It must be said that these women were indeed formidable. The following morning, during the court assembly, officials with domestic troubles bore expressions of fatigue, their gazes towards Lin Mo laden with resentment. However, the young official remained blissfully unaware of the glances directed her way, cheerily conversing with Lord Li. The emperor, noting the distress on the faces of certain officials, sighed in sympathy while the true instigator of the turmoil reveled in mirth. Lin Mo remarked, "Ha ha ha, look at that official's posterior in front. It's twitching. Could he possibly be in need of a restroom?" Her words prompted an uncomfortable shift among those nearby. One official, genuinely in need, felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, the next moment, the system sprang into action. You observe with great detail, the official in question is the Grand Inspector, but he is not merely fidgeting, his hemorrhoids are acting up. The official sighed in relief, grateful that the observation did not pertain to him. However, the Grand Inspector's demeanor shifted, puzzled as to why anyone would focus on such a private matter. The system detailed the Grand Inspector's illustrious yet tumultuous history, likening it to an epic saga of hemorrhoid treatment. Lin Mo, intrigued by the system's commentary, scrutinized the Grand Inspector's discomfort, prompting the onlookers to do the same. The Grand Inspector exclaimed, "What is wrong with you all? Why are you fixated on my rear? Is it so uncommon to have hemorrhoids?" The crowd murmured, "Look at that tense posture. The Grand Inspector must maintain a rigorous exercise regimen." The emperor observed his ministers covertly eyeing the Grand Inspector, feeling a blend of amusement and bewilderment that defied description. The system continued, in his youth, the Grand Inspector was fond of reading while squatting in the restroom for extended periods, ultimately leading to his condition. After decades of unsuccessful remedies and a recent indulgence in spicy food, he has once again succumbed to his affliction. Lin Mo mused, "Indeed, a swift resolution is essential. Having hemorrhoids is truly unpleasant. One aspires for lofty ambitions while grappling with such trivialities." Fortunately, the Grand Inspector lacks any proclivity for male companionship. Otherwise, what might transpire? The Grand Inspector felt a surge of indignation, his vision clouded with rage. Just as he was about to erupt, the chief minister beside him swiftly clapped a hand over his mouth and positioned another hand beneath him, glaring with a look that said, "If you dare utter a sound, I shall poke you." Witnessing this exchange, the assembled officials were taken aback by the chief minister's audacity. The crown prince and his brothers, along with the emperor, exchanged glances. The crown prince remarked softly, "This is the first time I've seen the chief minister behave in such a manner. He must truly relish gossip." The second prince shot his elder brother a withering glance, retorting, "As if you are any different." Lin Mo remained blissfully ignorant of the brewing tension, continuing to ponder aloud. "Dear system, do you possess any remedies for hemorrhoids? Should my brother or father suffer from such a condition, as a dutiful daughter and sister, I must assist them." From a distance, Minister Lin expressed his gratitude. Presently, all officials strained to hear, some themselves afflicted by the same malady, eagerly seeking a cure. The system conducted a search and replied, "There is no particularly effective remedy. The simplest solution is surgical removal, but even then, recurrence is common. However, a concoction of Sephora flowers, earth anchoring, white peony, angelica, and dandelion can alleviate symptoms, both for external application and internal consumption. There is also the begonia flower. Those specifics evade my records, as I am not a medical compendium. However, the most effective way to avoid the discomfort of hemorrhoids is to refrain from prolonged sitting or squatting. For instance, the emperor above, who sits all day, is particularly susceptible to this affliction, and it appears he is indeed afflicted by it." While indulging in gossip, Emperor Xuanda interjected, "What have I done to provoke you? Why do you suddenly bring me into this conversation?" Lin Mo remarked, "If even the emperor suffers from hemorrhoids, it indicates that this ailment is quite challenging to treat. Thus, the best course of action is prevention. This matter commenced with the posterior of the Inspector General and concluded with the treatment of hemorrhoids, interspersed with discussions of state affairs. Although Lin Mo paid little attention to the latter, eventually dozing off. Upon leaving the court, everyone avoided the Inspector General, their gazes laced with pity. Why do you all look at me with such sympathy? I am not the only one with this affliction, the Inspector General lamented after Lin Mo and her father departed. The junior minister of the Court of Judicial Review chuckled. Oh, everyone is merely concerned for you. It would be quite unfortunate if you were to be inadvertently hurt. The Inspector General cast a significant glance at the Grand Commandant, recalling the recent slap and the hand that had sought to prod him. The Grand Commandant's expression stiffened, and he promptly sought an excuse to flee. System. Little Lin, am I not incredibly clever?
Ha ha ha.
The arrival of Minister Lin and Lin Chi prompted the system to alert Lin Mo. Quick, sit up. Your father and brother are here. Lin Mo lazily rose, carelessly shoving a book beneath her. As the two entered, Minister Lin sighed at her awkward posture, while Lin Chi had long since become accustomed to his sister's demeanor. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and communicated with the system. Doesn't the Emperor already possess all manner of treasures? I can hardly deliver anything substantial. I might as well gift him a large melon. Minister Lin and Lin Chi nearly choked on their saliva upon hearing her, particularly due to the earnestness in her tone. Minister Lin shot her an annoyed look and replied, as a young lady, your gift to the Emperor should express your sentiments. It need not be extravagant, merely heartfelt. Lin Mo scratched her head, pondering the notion of sincerity. It seemed a greater challenge for her. The young ladies were skilled in writing, painting, and embroidery, whereas she possessed none of these talents. Host, I recall you are proficient in wood carving. Why not create a wooden sculpture? That would surely convey your sentiments. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Right. My carving skills are exceptional. Thank you for the reminder. Minister Lin and Lin Chi exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. When did their sister acquire the ability to carve wood? They were entirely unaware of this talent. With a gift idea in mind, Lin Mo commenced her search for suitable wood for carving. A month was ample time, and she could carve a little each day. The following morning during court, Lin Mo's inner thoughts inadvertently betrayed her, and the Emperor learned of her intended gift. A wooden sculpture. Indeed, a thoughtful present, which the Lin family girl had surprisingly mastered. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, as she dozed off, the system, perceiving her swaying posture, feared she might topple over and decided to reveal a new piece of gossip. Wake up, wake up. I have an exciting new piece of gossip for you. It's a massive one, albeit with a bit of a twist. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately perked up. What is it? Hurry and tell me. The others instinctively lowered their voices, leaning in to listen, having expected her to remain asleep. They were pleasantly surprised by the system's timely revelation. The system mischievously announced, today's gossip concerns the Grand Commandant. All attention shifted to the elderly official with a white beard. The Grand Commandant protested, I do not believe I have wronged any of you. What animosity do you hold against me to air my grievances? Indeed, among the officials present, the greatest fear was being pointed out by Lin Mo. They relished the gossip about others, but wished to avoid personal entanglement. Not all individuals in the court were paragons of virtue. Some straddled the line between honorable and corrupt, having committed both good and bad deeds. Thus, the prospect of Lin Mo suddenly spotlighting them left many on edge. The presence of Lin Mo and the system had curbed some of their clandestine activities. The system's cheerful voice began. Did you know? Last night, the Grand Commandant wet himself. The revelation struck like a hammer to the Grand Commandant's heart. He nearly fainted. The ever-prepared imperial physician swiftly applied his long needle to the Grand Commandant's acupoint, though with considerably more gentleness than when treating the general of the protecting nation. Sir, do not be alarmed. In old age, such incidents are quite normal, the physician murmured. Though his consolation was hardly comforting, the Emperor exhaled in relief, glad the Grand Commandant had not lost consciousness. He signaled to the Crown Prince and the two princes, who promptly positioned themselves beside the Grand Commandant for support, one on each side and another behind him, ensuring he remained steady. Perhaps you should just allow me to faint, the Grand Commandant lamented internally. Lin Mo was nearly in stitches. Isn't the Grand Commandant only in his 60s? How could he possibly wet himself? Surely there must be some underlying issue. The system interjected, age is one factor, but it's likely he was dreaming. I conducted a search and found that last night, the Grand Commandant was repeatedly searching for a restroom. Eventually, it seems he did find one. Lin Mo mused aloud. While the others remained silent, the Grand Commandant was internally collapsing. How could the system even know what others dreamt? And why must it concern itself with my personal matters? With so many officials present, why must it single me out? Unbeknownst to the Grand Commandant, Lin Mo continued to share her thoughts. The most alarming part of dreaming is searching for a restroom, and even more terrifying is when you finally find it. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Who among them had not experienced such a dream? The dread of locating a restroom in a dream truly was harrowing, and finding one was even worse. The third prince furrowed his brow, expressing his dissent. I too have experienced similar dreams. I searched for a restroom and found it. Why was it that upon waking, I did not discover I had wet the bed? To this, the crown prince retorted dryly. That's because in the middle of the night, I changed your trousers and had someone change your bedding. What a revelation it was. That night, he had been soundly asleep, only to awaken to the sensation of being drenched, discovering his younger brother relieving himself atop him. As a child, the third prince had a penchant for clinging to his older brothers, often sleeping atop them, resulting in many instances of bedwetting upon his siblings. The system continued to chatter. Oh, let me tell you, not only did the Grand Commandant wet himself, but the junior minister of the Court of Judicial Review also had an incident last time. The junior minister's eyes widened in astonishment. How did this suddenly become about me again? At that moment, all eyes discreetly turned towards the deputy minister of the Supreme Court, who stood in silent gratitude towards the Grand Minister. A fleeting exchange of glances ensued between them. Thank you for shouldering this burden in my stead. I shall remember this favor. To which the deputy minister replied. But I never wish to bear this weight on your behalf. One must carry their own burdens, you know. I refuse to tread this arduous path. Chapter 25. The unique aesthetic of the deputy minister's son. The troubles of Emperor Xuanda remained veiled from the public eye as the onlookers indulged in idle gossip. Lin Mo remarked, "Haha, I can vividly envision that scene. Who would have thought that such a solemn figure as the deputy minister could have been involved in such an embarrassing incident?" The officials, lowering their heads, could not shake the image from their minds. During this morning's court session, both the Grand Minister and the Deputy Minister's dignity had been thoroughly compromised, leading Emperor Xuanda to retain them after the audience. Observing the two ministers before him, the Emperor sighed deeply, cradling his head in despair, and lamented. Do you believe this nation is beyond redemption? The Grand Minister and the Deputy Minister exchanged puzzled glances. Why the sudden inquiry about the nation's fate? Is it not flourishing in prosperity? They implored, bowing respectfully. Emperor Xuanda replied, I had no inkling that my ministers could not even manage their basic bodily functions. If news of this reached foreign lands, it would surely bring them great amusement. And truly, could you not indulge in a pleasant dream instead of such folly? Must you not even hesitate before passing gas? The two ministers gazed at the emperor with stoic expressions, silently acknowledging that dreaming was beyond their control, and as for flatulence, who could discern its authenticity? After a moment of contemplation, the emperor conceded their point. Meanwhile, Eunuchly, stifling laughter to the point of twitching, reflected on the endless humor that had graced their days since the arrival of the young Lin. If laughter could indeed prolong life, he believed he would live to a remarkable old age. Eventually, the emperor chastised the two ministers before allowing them to leave the palace, establishing a new decree. When dreaming, regardless of whether one finds a restroom, refrain from using it. And when passing gas, ponder deeply.
Dad.
What have I done wrong this time? I hardly did anything today. Lin Mo stood at her doorstep, persistently knocking, her mind racing through the day's events. She had gone to court immediately upon waking, remaining obedient and silent throughout. Why, then, was she locked out? Minister Lin's voice came from within. You know well what transpired today. Reflect on your actions outside. Today, two high-ranking officials' indiscretions had been unmasked, and such matters are not to be trifled with. Fortunately, both the Grand Minister and the Deputy Minister are honorable men. Had they been treacherous officials, they would have sought to eliminate you at once. Yet this girl seemed unperturbed by the threat of assassination, bolstered by her system's protection. Thus, it was best for her to contemplate her actions outside, for he found her presence increasingly disconcerting. The system interjected, "Since your father denies you entry, why not stroll through the streets? We can sample some gossip and gather energy." Lin Mo glanced at her formal attire, but this garb is rather impractical for wandering outside. The system replied, "Then purchase another outfit. Do you have any money?" Lin Mo patted her empty purse. "None." The system sighed. "Remarkable. A person departing without funds is indeed a rarity. Oh well, I shall simply wear this outfit. We are merely strolling, after all," Lin Mo declared, tossing her sleeves and striding forth with confidence. In her hands, the attire of a low-ranking official transformed her into an embodiment of scholarly grace. The gatekeeper mused, "It is said that a minister's door accommodates officials of the 7th rank. Our second young lady's status is even below that of a doorkeeper. Yet she wears her attire with such audacity." Lin Mo had become a notable figure in the capital, and before long, someone called out to her. A flamboyantly dressed young man interrupted her path, proclaiming, "Ah, young Master Lin, you are indeed quite the sight today." The young man's appearance was passable, but his ostentatious attire was rather off-putting. Lin Mo, puzzled, asked the system, "Why does he dress like a peacock? Does he not realize how visually offensive his ensemble is? I counted at least 5 colors. He is a living display of a peacock's feathers." The flamboyant young man, known as Wei Zheng'an, bristled at the remark. "How dare you say my taste is lacking? My aesthetic is exquisite." His companions quickly intervened. "Calm down, Wei. Do not take offense. You know how your father fared with her." Lin Mo, in good spirits, greeted him. "Greetings, young Master Wei. I trust the deputy minister is faring well?" Her inquiry was genuinely concerned, devoid of ulterior motives. After all, she had merely been indulging in gossip with her system during court. She had no idea others could overhear. However, Wei's face flushed with indignation. He sought to defend his father's honor, and the day's events had spread like wildfire. While his father remained unbothered, he could not let the matter slide. To his dismay, Lin Mo's mere appearance had dealt him a blow, and he was now humorously dubbed the flamboyant peacock. Lin Mo scrutinized him from head to toe. The other 3 were dressed quite normally, but this peacock appeared distinctly out of place. "System, could you elaborate on how this peacock possesses poor taste?" The system eagerly responded, "This peacock has an affinity for the bizarre. You should see the peculiarities of the maids in his courtyard. Truly a collection fit for a curiosity shop." The crowd's gaze shifted towards Wei Zheng'an. Their curiosity piqued about the unusual appearances of his maids. One of his companions suggested, "Why don't we visit your home afterward, Zheng'an?" Wei retorted, "Get away from me." Chapter 26. Does Lin Mo misinterpret sarcasm? What is with that look from her mother? Wei Zheng'an scrutinized Lin Mo with an air of condescension. "So, you are the famed Lin Mo? You appear rather unremarkable." Lin Mo was taken aback. "Am I truly so well known now? Have I become a figure of rumor?" Yet, she found the notion rather pleasing, and with a radiant smile, she humbly responded, "Oh, not at all. I am merely the only female official in the court. You may call me young Master Lin." Wei Zheng'an and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. "No, really, do you not comprehend the tone of my words? I was complimenting you. Yet your understanding seems rather lacking." The system dryly remarked, "Host, it seems that they are not here to compliment you. Rather, they appear to be seeking trouble." Lin Mo. Seeking trouble? It seems she hasn't offended anyone, apart from that so-called county princess. Hua Kongke was about to say something further, but the people beside him quickly intervened. "Zheng'an, please calm yourself. Have you forgotten the emperor's edict?" Lin Mo observed the intimate exchange of whispers among the group and said to her system, "It appears they are quite occupied. Perhaps we should take our leave and not disturb their romantic interlude." System, which of your eyes has seen a romantic affair? They are merely engaged in hushed conversation. System, you make a valid point. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. The 4 falsely accused of romance exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Where did you get the idea that we are in a romantic discussion?" Although they were unfamiliar with the term romance, they understood the essence of love, which certainly pertains to emotions. Is this person truly this infuriating? Does no one wish to confront her during court sessions? The four exchanged glances, beginning to question their existence. However, in Lin Mo's eyes, they were merely exchanging glances filled with unspoken affection. Ah, for the first time I grasped the meaning of such glances. Let us depart and not intrude. Besides, I am quite hungry, so let us dine at the tavern. System. Do you possess the means to dine at a tavern? Are you planning to indulge in a free meal? Lin Mo turned her gaze upon the four individuals, ultimately fixing her eyes on Hua Kongke. Hua Kongke suddenly felt a surge of unease. Why was this person regarding him with such an intense gaze? He had originally come to provoke. Yet why did he feel so unsettled in her presence? Lin Mo, both hungry and intrigued by Hua Kong's unique curiosity shop, conjured an astute plan.
Indeed.
Young Lord Lin is truly erudite. Had he not refrained from making an appearance in the capital, his name would surely be among the celebrated scholars and talents here. Exactly. If anyone dares to speak ill of young Lord Lin, I shall confront them. Lin Mo was buoyed by their praises, nearly floating away with delight. No wonder those in power relish the flattery of their subordinates. The sensation is simply exquisite. Yet I must remain humble. Although my literary talents are comparable to my elder siblings, as the younger sister, I must yield to them. As for myself, I am not of the experiential or industrious sort. I am merely endowed with talent. The forward Hua Kongke turned around, incredulous. Endowed with talent. Is she serious? This person had just composed a poem in a fit of inspiration, proposing to exchange it for a meal at the Dali Temple's minor official residence. And they had been quite eager. Yet, upon hearing her recited verses, they began to doubt whether what they had learned bore any resemblance to her peculiar expressions. Earlier, she had crafted a poem inspired by clouds, which she presented thus. Oh, the white clouds in the sky. They resemble fluffy cotton candy, sweet and tender. I could devour them in a single bite. She even titled this composition as Modern Poetry. What on earth is modern poetry? Can she even create her own? Hua Kongke intended to argue but was restrained by the three individuals beside him. Their singular thought was to witness the maidens at the Dali Temple's minor official residence. So, regardless of Lin Mo's peculiar creation, they could shower it with praise. Thus, the situation unfolded as it did. Lin Mo cheerfully remarked to her system, I wonder how peculiar the maidens at the Dali Temple's minor official residence truly are. Could I observe them while dining? The three individuals beside her nodded in agreement, eager to dine and observe as well. Hua Kongke protested, What do you take my household for? System. That should be feasible. Simply ask Hua Kongke to summon the maidens from his courtyard to attend to your dining needs. For the first time, Lin Mo found the system remarkably clever. System. Your prolonged presence by my side has evidently sharpened your wits. Indeed, one becomes red by proximity to vermilion. The system fell silent, pondering how to deal with an arrogant and self-absorbed host. Surely, this was not a case of blackened by proximity to ink.
Puffed.
He spat out his tea. The minor official of the Dali Temple shot a glare at his son, while Hua Kongke appeared aggrieved. How was he to know that this person would be so brazen, not only failing to comprehend compliments or criticisms, but also audaciously seeking to enter his home and coveting his maidens? The wife of the minor official of the Dali Temple was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Mo. She had witnessed the incidents at the previous two banquets and had long desired to make the acquaintance of this young Lord Lin. Good day, esteemed official and madam. Lin Mo greeted with a beaming smile, obediently acknowledging the minor official of the Dali Temple and his wife, while the youths behind her followed suit. If one were to disregard Lin Mo's innermost thoughts, she indeed appeared quite docile. Upon seeing the lady, Lin Mo immediately began to extol. Hua Kong's mother is truly exquisite, gentle and graceful. How is it that Hua Kongke embodies such a demeanor? Hua Kongke? The minor official of the Dali Temple and his wife turned their gaze toward their son. That description is rather apt. He does indeed adorn himself rather like a peacock. System. Your inquiry pertains to genetics. I am not well versed in such matters. Did you not mention being hungry? The cuisine at Hua Kong's home is quite commendable. The minor official of the Dali Temple and his wife. So, they have come merely for a meal. Does Lord Lin show no concern for his daughter? Look at this child. She hasn't even changed out of her court attire. Lord Lin is rather neglectful of his children. You must be hungry. It is fortuitous you have arrived. Please take a seat and dine with us, and sample the differences in our cuisines. The lady smiled warmly as she directed them to their seats. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight as she fixed her gaze on the lady, causing unease in both the minor official of the Dali Temple and Hua Kongke. Chapter 27. Revelry at the Dali Temple's minor official residence. An infatuation with the prince's wheelchair. Due to Lin Mo's unabashed gaze, Hua Kongke promptly positioned himself in front of her. Lin Mo inwardly scoffed and complained to her system, "Why is Hua Kongke obstructing my view of the lovely lady?" Everyone present thought, could her intentions be any more transparent? The minor official of the Dali Temple was nearly incensed, his beard bristling. How had Lord Lin raised such a daughter? How could she regard women with such lewd eyes? Hua Kongke glanced at Lin Mo, gritting his teeth and resolved to act. He could not allow this mischievous whirlwind to take a liking to his mother. If young Lord Lin enjoys performances, why not summon some maidens from our household to showcase their talents? It would be an excellent opportunity to dine while being entertained. As he spoke, Hua Kongke hastily summoned the new maidens from his courtyard. The system exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my, a talent showcase, truly? Are there beautiful sisters among them?" Lin Mo replied, "I am uncertain. Compared to beautiful sisters, I am more curious about the maidens in his courtyard. I wish to see what sort of maidens could capture the attention of someone with such peculiar tastes as Hua Kongke." Hua Kongke. The minor official of the Dali Temple rubbed his temples before beckoning his son. "Hua Kongke, come here for a moment." Upon hearing his father call him so, Hua Kongke's eyes widened in disbelief. The minor official of the Dali Temple quickly realized he had misnamed his son, all thanks to Lin Mo. Had she not referred to him as Hua Kongke, he would not have erred. "My apologies for the mix-up. Zheng'en, come here instead." Lin Mo nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the assistant minister of the Dali Temple call for Flower Peacock. Ha ha ha. It turns out that the assistant minister also refers to his son as Flower Peacock. What a coincidence. All present. Can your laughter be any louder? Shortly thereafter, the maidens were summoned. Lin Mo gazed at their appearances, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. No way. Where on earth did this Flower Peacock find so many individuals like this? It wasn't that these people were unattractive. Rather, each possessed their own distinctive features. One maiden had particularly large eyes, taking up at least a third of her face, while another had an enormous nose that seemed glued to her visage. And yet another had a mouth that Lin Mo suspected could devour an entire person. Lin Mo swallowed hard and quietly remarked to the system, "These young ladies are truly unique in their appearance. However, they're not unattractive. There's an oddly grotesque beauty about them." The system concurred with her assessment. Indeed, there is a certain grotesque beauty, though such aesthetics remain unaccepted in this era. No wonder Flower Peacock's taste is deemed peculiar. The maidens began to dance in the open space. Although they heard Lin Mo's remarks, they felt no significant impact compared to others who mocked their appearances. Lin Mo was genuinely kind, even referring to them as young ladies, while most outsiders called them monsters. Moreover, her tone bore no disdain, only an abundance of curiosity, akin to a child encountering something entirely novel. The assistant minister and his wife observed this group of maidens, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. Flower Peacock, looking aggrieved, thought, "This person is targeting my maids. What else could her presence in our home signify? Each of these maidens is one of a kind, father. You mustn't regard them with such peculiar eyes." Lin Mo, however, saw in them a grotesque beauty, and regardless of what grotesque might imply, beauty is beauty, is it not? Flower Peacock simply adored such unique entities. The assistant minister, left speechless by his son's bizarre aesthetic preferences, could only sigh. Clad in official robes, Lin Mo munched on her meal while her gaze remained fixated on the dancing maidens, leading one to presume she was a gluttonous lecher. The system, unable to bear her behavior any longer, interjected. "Host, let us exercise some restraint in public. Your demeanor resembles that of a debauched scion from a play. One who forcibly abducts maidens." The three young gentlemen seated nearby nodded in agreement. The system is absolutely correct. This individual gives off precisely that impression. They had never witnessed a woman with such poise and expression. Her posture was unrestrained, her dining habits unrefined, and her gaze was indescribably perplexing. None of these maidens were beauties. Their looks distinctly odd, yet why did Lin Mo still appear as a famished lecher? Lin Mo took a mouthful of rice and explained to the system. You don't understand. Such performances are rare outside. We hardly ever see these young ladies elsewhere, so each glimpse is precious, and they dance beautifully too. Look at Flower Peacock. It may be difficult to dine at their home again, so we must savor this moment. Moreover, I'm not merely a spectator. Remember that last time you found a remedy for diarrhea? We should leave that prescription for the assistant minister. The system, all present. The assistant minister. Can we please let go of the diarrhea incident? It was ages ago, and I nearly forgot about it until you brought it up during court. Come now, little Lin, let us toast to you. It must be quite arduous for a woman in the court, fraught with inconveniences. The three young gentlemen swiftly changed the subject. Lin Mo cheerfully drank her wine, and under the influence of alcohol, she began to boast. Ah, it truly is a bit tiresome. Court attendance is exhausting. The assistant minister, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Little Lin seems to have accomplished little more than sleeping or snacking during court, standing there like a wobbling toy. The emperor even secretly assigned 2 attendants to stand beside her to prevent her from toppling over. Doesn't that sound comfortable? Lin Mo took another drink from a cup offered by a bystander, waved her finger side to side, and frowned. No, you don't understand. For me, merely stepping out of my room is exhausting. Why must my father insist I work? I've lounged at home for so many years. What harm is there in a few more? Besides, my elder sister could take on the family duties. In the future, my brother and sister will support everything. So why can't I just be a useless aunt? Those present were left speechless. Is that even a sensible thought? Your siblings aren't even married yet, and you're already dreaming of their children to support you. You're excelling at being a useless aunt. The system, witnessing her intoxicated state, hastily urged, Host, wake up. This ISN to your home. Lin Mo, I refuse. I must speak. I ought to propose to the emperor that a chair be arranged for me during court. I find Prince Xian's wheelchair rather appealing. The prince, contentedly enjoying time with his wife and children, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He rubbed his arm, suppressing the discomfort, oblivious to the fact that someone had their eyes on his wheelchair. The astonished expressions of all present registered disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Prince Xian sits in a wheelchair because his leg isn't healed. Why not suggest the emperor let you sit on his dragon throne instead? Chapter 28. No need to escort me. I shall ride my steed home. Flower Peacock, you are the steed. As Lin Mo began to spiral out of control, everyone hurried to restrain her hand holding the wine cup. Little Lin, please stop drinking. You're already intoxicated. Lin Mo swatted away the hand that restrained her, slurring her words. Don't stop me. Let the music play and the dance continue. I can still drink. The tumult of 4 against 1 was inevitable. Those around her were taken aback by her antics. What on earth is she doing? Is she trying to fly? Although she had gathered quite a bit of energy today, the system genuinely felt like its host was dancing atop someone else's family. Lin Mo's words not only exasperated the system but also left everyone else speechless. Flower Peacock wore a particularly despondent expression, thinking, Dear little Lin, please realize that I am a person, not your steed. Flower Peacock regretted ever provoking Lin Mo. Had he not sought her trouble today, perhaps none of this would have transpired. But it was too late to lament. He was experiencing firsthand the adage that inviting a deity is easier than sending them away. Lin Mo patted Flower Peacock's head, then said to the system, How come my peacock can talk? Has it gained sentience? While standing on her chair, the crowd watched in alarm as she began to lift her foot to climb onto it, sending everyone into a panic. Quickly, restrain her. Flower Peacock had a look of utter despair. Some might wonder why he didn't run. His hair was firmly grasped by this person. Where could he escape to? Did he no longer want this head? The assistant minister's wife was nearly grinning from ear to ear, although her son was the one suffering. This situation was undeniably amusing. The other 3 young gentlemen, who had been mooching off the meal, were utterly stunned by the spectacle before them. They even glanced at their own attire, relieved to find that their colors were quite modest, thus sparing them from being mistaken for animals. The system, having become entirely numb to the absurdity of it all, was supposed to be a bystander, Yet since binding with this host, it had inadvertently partaken in a fair share of her escapades. What a revelation! Lin Mo was soon assisted to her feet, her expression one of discontent, as she was helped down. Do not hinder my ascent to the heavens. I am a celestial being and cannot tread upon the earthly realm. I must remain untainted by mortal dust. The attendants around her were on the verge of bursting into laughter, while the three young masters lowered their heads, pretending to be quails, though their trembling shoulders betrayed them. The junior official of the Dali Temple surveyed Lin Mo, who was blissfully intoxicated and oblivious to her surroundings, and glanced at the bottle of liquor in his hand. Logically, a mere ordinary wine should not have rendered someone so inebriated. Yet here was a person mistaking herself for an animal while dreaming of ascending to the skies. Upon examining the bottle more closely, the junior official finally comprehended the situation and kicked his son with exasperation. You have pilfered my wine again. This cask has been buried under a tree for 10 years. It is potent liquor that an ordinary person cannot withstand. Look at the state you have left her in. No wonder Lin Mo was so intoxicated. It turned out the wine was to blame. The system, equally flabbergasted, remarked that even if the host were drunk, she should not be unable to recognize people. After all, during her last rooftop escapade, she had still been able to identify her father and brother. Seeing the junior official of the Dali Temple kicking the flower peacock, Lin Mo became agitated. Why are you kicking my steed? Do you not have one of your own? The junior official replied, somewhat irked, this is not your steed. It is clearly my family's mount. After all, his son was indeed a part of his household. The flower peacock quietly interjected, may I be considered a person? He resolved never to wear such flamboyant colors again. It was simply too damaging to his pride. If everyone else could be treated as a person, why should he be relegated to the status of a mount? And to add insult to injury, he had acquired the moniker of Flower Peacock. His real name, Wei Zheng'an, was quite melodious. He was certainly not a mere flower peacock or a steed. Upon hearing the junior official's words, Lin Mo genuinely began to ponder. System. Is this steed truly not mine? Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed an intense gaze upon the junior official. The surrounding crowd was left bewildered by her actions, with one lady curiously inquiring, why do you keep staring at him? Lin Mo staggered backward a couple of steps, her voice tinged with suspicion. How could one person possibly give birth to a flower peacock? So, you must be a demon. The three young gentlemen watching the drama could no longer contain their laughter. In all their years, they had never encountered such a peculiar situation, truly extraordinary. This meal had proven to be quite advantageous, and it was no wonder their family members relished attending morning court. If they were in their shoes, they would relish it too. This young Master Lin was indeed a source of great amusement. The junior official of the Dali Temple, now disinclined to continue conversing with Lin Mo, felt as if he were conversing with a wall. He was nearly driven to exasperation. Ultimately, Lin Mo was escorted away, expressing reluctance as she walked. I shall leave my steed here for you to care for. I will return to fetch him when I have the time. The flower peacock retorted indignantly. You are the steed. I am a person. Do you not understand? Laughter erupted as they realized that this Lin family girl was remarkably entertaining when intoxicated. Perhaps on a future visit to the palace, they could allow her to indulge in a bit of wine. It would be fascinating to see whom she would mistake for a mount next. Elderly cautioned, Your Majesty, do not entertain such thoughts. A drunken person is devoid of reason. What if she were to mistake you for a steed? Then let it be, he mused. I prefer to remain a person. Let the son of the junior official of the Dali Temple take on the role of the steed. Chapter 29. Claiming a dog as a father. Do not hold me back. I can still drink. Lin Mo was being supported by two individuals as she stumbled forward, her official robes drawing many curious glances. The system had fallen into a complete silence. Though it lacked a physical form, it felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Upon reaching the carriage, Lin Mo suddenly halted beside a dog, prompting her attendants to stop in confusion. Young Master Lin, what is the matter? Is something wrong? Lin Mo waved her hand and wobbled over to the dog, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. The attendants exchanged puzzled looks. What is so special about this dog? Suddenly, Lin Mo broke into a smile. Father, what are you doing here? Have you come to fetch me? Cough, cough, cough. Her exclamation of father left the onlookers in shock. And the system had completely lost the will to comment, fervently hoping that Minister Lin would remain unaware of this incident. The thought of how he might react was too frightening to contemplate. Young Master Lin, please regain your senses. This is a dog, not your father. Your father is waiting for you at home. One attendant urgently pulled her back, feeling utterly humiliated in close proximity to the inebriated young master. The more robust attendant quickly took charge, declaring, "We must get you into the carriage at once." Lin Mo forcefully shrugged off the attendant's grasp and, without hesitation, scooped up the dog, slurring, "How can this not be my father? Just look at its brows, its features. It is unmistakably him. See how it gazes at me with that utterly unperturbed, yet slightly disdainful expression. Who else would look at me in such a manner but my father?" The crowd collectively thought. So, you are aware that your father gazes at you like this, yet you find it normal for a dog to do the same? Even the dog thinks you are being ridiculous. Everyone watched as Lin Mo stubbornly shoved the dog into the carriage, its eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. One attendant lamented to her companion, "This is the lady's pet. If young Master Lin takes it away, how shall we explain this to her?" The attendant sighed. "We shall simply tell the lady. What else can we do?" All the while, Lin Mo chatted away with her dog father, lamenting how heartbroken she was over being cast out today. "However, I am magnanimous and shall not hold it against you." The dog responded with an affirmative bark, as if to validate the system's earlier claim. As the door opened, they hastily assisted Lin Mo inside, the dog perched upon her shoulder. The entire Lin household stood in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Why does the second miss have a dog on her shoulder? Minister Lin, Lady Lin, and Lin Chi and Lin Ran rushed over. How could she have gotten drunk? How dare she drink outside? However, upon witnessing Lin Mo in her drunken state, carrying a dog, they fell silent. Minister Lin suddenly felt lightheaded, unsure if it was from anger or sheer disbelief. Just as the attendant was about to explain, Lin Mo interrupted with a startled exclamation, "Father, what are you doing at home?" Minister Lin retorted, "Where else would I be but at home? Am I to drink outside like you?" Lin Mo paused, then gently set the dog down to examine it more closely, before lifting it up again. "You should be in my arms. How can I have two fathers?" Minister Lin's mind erupted in confusion, and he swiftly removed his shoe to strike at her. "You ungrateful daughter. Who are you calling a dog?" Lady Lin hurried to intervene, while Lin Chi and Lin Ran shielded Lin Mo father. "Little sister is drunk. Do not take it to heart. Indeed, father, let her rest. She cannot even recognize people right now." The courtyard descended into chaos, and amidst the confusion, the personnel from the Dali temple quietly slipped away. It seems that the level of excitement at Lord Kobayashi's residence is hardly superior to that of their own household. Their young master has a penchant for stirring up trouble, and so does Lord Kobayashi himself. It is likely that Minister Lin and their lord share a common language. Observing this spectacle, the system sighed. Sometimes, one truly does escape calamity by simply refraining from foolishness. To acknowledge a dog as one's father, this must be a first in all of history. This remark further ignited Minister Lin's ire, as Lin Mo dodged her father's shoe while tightly cradling the dog in her arms, repeatedly exclaiming, "Father, fear not. I shall protect you." Lin Chi and Lin Ran, upon hearing this, were on the brink of despair, urging her to be silent. The hidden guards lurking in the shadows were doubled over with laughter. Oh heavens! How could such a girl exist in this world? It was simply too amusing. Quickly, relay this incident to the emperor. As Emperor Xuanda was fuming over the memorials, this news arrived just in time. Haha, this girl truly is my source of delight. The emperor wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, and his previous frustrations evaporated in an instant. Li Gonggong, witnessing the emperor's jovial expression, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, with Lady Kobayashi around, the emperor's wrath was easily quelled today. "Bring my long-haired dog to the Lin residence," Li Gonggong remarked. "When it comes to mischief, your majesty, you surpass all." After administering a good thrashing to Lin Mo, the dog from the emperor arrived. Gazing at the white long-haired dog, Minister Lin's temples throbbed, feeling both amused and exasperated. The emperor was genuinely treating their family's affairs as a theatrical performance. Chapter 30. The literary scandal of the second prince of Shijiang's stepmother. Perhaps it was indeed the potency of the wine that led to Lin Mo awakening to find it was already the next day. The emperor, ever considerate, had permitted her to rest well today, excusing her from the morning court. Lin Mo sat dazedly on her bed, and upon witnessing her state, the system spoke with a hint of sympathy. "Are you all right? Do you remember what transpired yesterday?" Lin Mo nodded vacantly, then let out a wail before collapsing. "Ah, how could this have happened?" The system replied, "Oh, do not despair. What has occurred cannot be changed, and besides, your father has already given you a beating, so this should balance things out." Lin Mo questioned, "Can this truly offset the situation?" Now, her entire family awaited her in the main hall. Taking a deep breath at the doorway, Lin Mo muttered to herself, "Stay calm, stay calm. The system is right. My father has already chastised me, so this should suffice. And today they will likely scold me at most." Inside, the 4 members of the Lin family were exasperated. Minister Lin thundered, "Why are you not entering?" In the next moment, Lin Mo quite literally rolled into the room. The system was utterly flabbergasted. "What are you doing? You actually rolled in." Lin Mo rolled to her father's feet and, with remarkable agility, prostrated herself, displaying her sincerity abundantly. "System, you do not understand. This represents my earnestness. My father will perceive my sincerity and not hold it against me." Lady Lin rubbed her temples, exasperated, and turned her gaze away. Lin Shi and Lin Ran, too, chose to remain silent. Their younger sister's reasoning was beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Minister Lin looked down at the person by his feet, suppressing the impulse to kick her, and commanded, "Stand up. Do you see how undignified you appear? You went to another's home, got drunk, and even snatched their dog. Look at the chaos you have caused." The little white dog nearby barked in apparent agreement. Lin Mo pondered. "Where did this dog come from? Could it be the one I brought back yesterday?" Lady Lin's words struck Lin Mo like a bolt from the blue. Even the emperor is aware of yesterday's events. Lin Shi murmured, "Not only the emperor, most likely, a majority of the capital's populace is now informed." Hua Kongke, known for his loose tongue, had whined to his friends about the family's escapades after Lin Mo departed. Lin Mo's reputation in the capital was already considerable, and now it had only grown. Minister Lin's admonitions were filled with heartfelt concern, as he felt it his duty to counsel his own daughter, should a genuine mishap occur. It would be too late to rectify it. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. "I got it. I will not drink outside anymore." Oh my heavens! How could I have drunk to such excess that even the emperor is aware? Am I destined to become the subject of others' gossip? Lin Mo lamented. Are we still not partners? Today, Lin Mo did not attend court, leaving the royal assembly lacking in amusement. Without her, the emperor had no one to alleviate his spirits, leading him to unleash his fury during the proceedings. None of these individuals could match the utility of the Lin family's daughter. A mere matter of hosting envoys had erupted into chaos. What use were they to him? With the emperor's birthday approaching, emissaries from neighboring states would arrive to celebrate, ostensibly to express goodwill, seek protection, and most importantly, to test their strength. Envoys from the western regions would also be dispatched, coinciding with the arrival of seeds sent from that region. Yet, with such trivial matters, these officials could not even arrange proper accommodations for the envoys. What purpose did they serve? Li Gonggong poured a cup of tea for the emperor and remarked, "Your Majesty, the primary aim of these smaller nations in coming here is to gauge our strength, making this matter quite challenging. The officials have done their utmost. Perhaps grant them a bit more time. To handle these representatives, one must subdue them. Once subdued, they would continue to probe for weaknesses. And should they sense any sign of weakness, they would return with renewed vigor." The following morning, this matter continued to stir up discord in the court.
Lin Montag,
still groggy, stood beside Minister Li, completely out of sorts. The system reminded her, "Host, how goes the wooden carving you are crafting for the emperor? His birthday is just over half a month away. You have hardly begun, have you?" Lin Mo jolted awake, and the voices around her seemed to lower by 3 degrees. Initially, Emperor Xuanda had been seething with anger at his ministers, but upon hearing this, his fury was instantly quelled. He wondered how skilled this girl was at carving. After all, If she intended to present him with a gift, her craftsmanship must be commendable. Lin Mo had nearly forgotten about it. Oh no! Had it not been for your reminder, I would have completely overlooked this. The crowd murmured, "Truly, this is just like you." The system, having anticipated her reaction, added, "Your Majesty's birthday is indeed a grand affair, with numerous small nations coming to celebrate. There will be a plethora of gossip." This statement illuminated the eyes of all present. What did a plethora of gossip imply? Had they stumbled into a field of gossip? Lin Mo instantly forgot about the wooden carving, thinking, what could possibly be more significant than juicy gossip? Why not share some details with me now? A plethora of gossip. Start with just one. The system relented, all right. To prevent you from dozing off, I shall share one. How about the scandal involving the second prince of Shijiang? It seems he is arriving tomorrow. Lin Mo began to eagerly anticipate the tale, and the others nervously swallowed their breaths. In ancient times, journeys were lengthy, and matters often required early departure. Thus, within the month, envoys from those smaller nations would gradually arrive. The second prince of the Western realm is somewhat familiar to the ministers, as he is indeed a remarkable figure, a true dragon among men, and a formidable contender for the throne. The system interjects, "This is quite the scandal. The second prince of the Western realm differs vastly from your country's second prince, who is rather inept in matters of intimacy, while the former is quite the libertine, having even taken his father's favored concubine to bed. The child born of that union is his son." The crowd gasps in astonishment and turns their gaze towards the second prince, including the emperor, who now scrutinizes his own son. Even the system has remarked on your ineptitude. Just how incompetent can you be in this regard? The crown prince and the third prince exchange peculiar glances with the second prince, subtly distancing themselves from him. The second prince, bewildered, exclaims, "What do you mean by that?" The system, in its revelation, has entangled two affairs, one concerning a foreign second prince and the other regarding the domestic one. While the second prince maintains a facade of calm, internally, he is in turmoil. Why must my name be dragged into this? I have said nothing at all. Chapter 31. You actually want the crown prince and the second prince to get together. The second prince is now particularly eager to silence the system, though he dares not do so. Lin Mo had initially wished to hear the tales of the Western realm's second prince, but now, prompted by the system, her curiosity about their own second prince has intensified. The second prince takes a deep breath. Who is incapable? If you are, then I cannot possibly be. The ministers, including the emperor, furtively observe the second prince, their gazes tinged with a certain unwholesomeness, and their positioning suggests an ulterior motive. Fortunately, the system has vindicated him. The system states, there is indeed sufficient time, and the ability is there, but the execution is excessively rigid and lacking in variety. You have no idea how the second prince's wife and his two concubines have been critiquing him behind his back, regardless of who shares his bed. The following day will surely witness our roast session. Lin Mo glances at the dashing second prince, envisioning the scene where his wife and concubines mock him, and she cannot restrain her laughter. How is it possible that all three women are dissatisfied with him? Is it not said that men are naturally adept at such things? The system replies, the primary reason is quite simple. The second prince is unwilling to learn. He possesses an unwarranted confidence, believing himself to be quite exceptional, and thus resorts to a single approach. You cannot imagine what his wife has to say about him. After years of marriage to the second prince, she has not acquired much, but her acting skills have certainly improved exponentially. However, there is a silver lining to the second prince's predicament. Lin Mo inquires, "What's silver lining?" All ears perk up, intrigued that there might be an upside to this situation. The second prince, on the verge of humiliation, feels the grip of the crown prince and the third prince tighten, fearing he might lose his composure and disrupt their enjoyment of the spectacle. The system, with a sly chuckle, remarks, the second prince has single-handedly united his wife and two concubines into a cohesive faction, effectively quelling any internal strife. Impressive, is it not? Now, these three women must contend with the second prince daily, and they even engage in private discussions about their performances, often shifting the blame onto one another. When the second prince's wife conceived her first child, she was practically ready to celebrate with firecrackers, because afterward, she would be relieved from her nightly duties. Lin Mo is nearly breathless from laughter, her mirth piercing the heart of the second prince. He feels utterly numb. Why does this system know so much about his private affairs? Is it merely idle? And why do his wife and concubines conspire to mock him? The crown prince gazes at his despondent brother with pity and says, "Brother, it's all right. As long as you're not entirely inept, that is what matters. In this matter, you could certainly benefit from some learning. I have quite a collection of rare tomes that I could have sent to you after court today. You should study them thoroughly." The third prince, reveling in his brother's discomfort, adds, "Indeed, second brother, even if you care not for yourself, think of your three sisters-in-law. They must be utterly exhausted from putting on a show for you daily." The second prince, his expression devoid of emotion, looks at his two brothers in despair and pleads, "Could you both refrain from speaking? Just let me have a moment to myself." A moment of solitude is impossible, as the gazes of everyone in the court are surreptitiously fixed upon him, including that of his esteemed father. The emperor regards his son with a hint of disappointment, wondering how he could falter in such matters. Was he not provided with instructional materials at the time of his marriage? Could he not have taken the time to learn properly? The emperor is well aware of his second son's penchant for pretense. But he never anticipated such behavior in this particular arena, forcing his wife and concubines into such a predicament. While others engage in domestic squabbles, his own household has united against him, the second prince, which indeed reflects a certain brilliance. He possesses a unique talent for balancing his wives and concubines. After her laughter subsides, Lin Mo discreetly wipes away the tears from her eyes and remarks, "I never imagined the second prince to be such a person. He appears so unassuming at first glance." The system responds, "Indeed, during our last conversation, you described the third prince as a smiling tiger. These brothers all possess a facade of shrewdness. Do not be fooled by the crown prince's seemingly steady demeanor. In private, he is quite the libertine." The crowd's attention subtly shifts towards the crown prince, as it appears that today's entertainment centers around the royal family's scandals. Even the emperor harbors concerns. He is quite pleased with his eldest son, who excels in both literary and martial pursuits and is adept at governance. Surely, he would not falter in matters of romance. The crown prince shares the second prince's desire to silence the system. Lin Mo chuckles slyly, her laughter tinged with an unmistakable air of mischief. The laughter resonates uncomfortably with all present, leaving them feeling somewhat offended. Minister Lin has long since reached his limit, contemplating the end of the world. The emperor rubs the goosebumps on his arms, feeling inexplicably vexed by the girl's laughter. How can a young lady possess such a laugh? Unaware of the thoughts swirling around her, Lin Mo is eager to learn more about the crown prince's libertine ways. System, spare me your cryptic remarks. Do tell me how the crown prince is so open-minded. I recall that he only has a crown princess by his side. Where are the other concubines? It seems only the second prince has concubines. The system clarifies. When I say open-minded, I do not mean in the manner you presume. Rather, the crown prince and his crown princess engage in quite an array of playful activities. You cannot imagine the stark contrast between them and the second prince. The crown prince possesses an extensive collection of rare tomes, at least several large boxes, and he is quite the diligent learner. The system's emphasis on the crown prince's studiousness transforms him into a ripe tomato, his carefully cultivated image of steadiness now crumbling in an instant. The emperor gazes at his eldest son with a complex expression, astonished that he could be such a crown prince. Why must these two sons be so unbalanced? One is excessively libertine while the other is woefully inept. The emperor is truly exasperated. Lin Mo's thoughts align with the emperor's. I believe the crown prince and the second prince should collaborate. During his free time, the crown prince could guide the second prince. Upon hearing this, the system gasps in shock. You wish for the crown prince to mentor the second prince, implying that you desire them to engage in a romantic liaison. Such an affair would be scandalous between them. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, all present felt a chill run down their spines, while the crown prince and the second prince choked on their own saliva. Lin Mo actually suggested they engage in a romantic liaison. Although they were uncertain of its implications, the system's reference to Dragon Yang's favor was unmistakably understood. It suggested an intimate relationship. In Chapter 32, the exasperated second prince of Shijiang The crown prince and the second prince exchanged glances and promptly pulled the third prince, who had been watching the spectacle, into their midst. This clever maneuver effectively separated them. Perfectly executed. The third prince. Lin Mo was equally astonished by the system's audacity. She never anticipated it to be so liberated, even possessing knowledge of such matters. Oh, system. I realize I have underestimated you. To think your thoughts could be so progressive. Did I ever suggest they engage in such activities? System. Did you not just propose that the crown prince guide the second prince? Is that not tantamount to the aforementioned liaison? The ministers began to regard the crown prince and the second prince with increasingly peculiar expressions. The emperor, stroking his chin while observing his sons, mused that both were remarkably handsome. It would indeed be a delightful sight if they were together. His thoughts drifted. No, they are my sons. Such thoughts are inappropriate. Yet, a fleeting consideration could remain unnoticed, perhaps just a moment of indulgence. In truth, the royal family was not devoid of Dragon Yong's favor. The uncle of the Xianda emperor, one of the previous emperor's brothers, was known to have a fondness for men, even relinquishing his title to live in seclusion with his beloved. As for their current fate, it remained unknown, although they likely thrived, given that the prince had almost emptied his estate upon departure and had borrowed some silver from the previous emperor. That silver remains unpaid to this day. It is no secret that emperors often face financial hardships, and this borrowed money only exacerbated their plight. Nevertheless, the beauty of that prince and his partner was undeniable. Among the previous emperor's progeny, he was the most exquisite. Eunuch Li, noticing the emperor's moment of distraction, promptly cleared his throat. Your Majesty, what are you pondering at this juncture? Below? Lin Mo endeavored to clarify to the system that she did not intend for the crown prince and the second prince to engage in such activities. Rather, she wished for them to support one another. As the elder brother, he could not simply stand by while his younger sibling faced marital discord, could he? The system, overwhelmed with confusion, retorted. Enough. The more you explain, the less I comprehend. I grasp the general idea. But do you wish to hear more about the second prince of Xizang? The system shifted its focus, capturing Lin Mo's attention, which had been fervently attempting to clarify the misunderstanding. The crown prince exhaled in relief. Oh heavens! This truly is tormenting. He felt immensely grateful to the second prince of Xizang for rescuing him from this predicament. This scandalous tale captivated everyone in the court, particularly the emperor. How unfortunate for this Xizang prince to be cuckolded by his own son. Fortunate that his sons are all respectable individuals. The respectable crown prince, second prince, and third prince eagerly stood below, relishing their own drama rather than anyone else's. The ministers faced a challenging day. As they could not afford to neglect state affairs while being drawn into the gossip, it was no easy task. System. The second prince of Xizang and your second prince present a stark contrast. He is quite the libertine, yet not as devoted as your crown prince. The devoted crown prince smiled faintly, perceiving the system's comment as a compliment. He considered himself quite faithful, having eyes only for the crown princess. Lin Mo inquired, so, did this second prince of Xizang only sleep with that favored concubine? The system chuckled. Oh no. Aside from his biological mother, he has nearly bedded all of his father's concubines. Thus, his father's affection is understandable, for the entire harem comprises his women. With such a constant flow of flattery, it is no wonder his father considers him the favored son. Gasps echoed in the court as both the crown prince and the two princes were left speechless, unable to express anything but admiration for this extraordinary individual. Lin Mo's worldview shattered as she pondered the audacity of the second prince of Xizang. Throughout history, there has been no one quite like him. Even when perusing the annals of 5,000 years, one would be hard-pressed to find a comparable figure. To have seduced every one of his father's wives, barring his own mother, is truly the mark of an extraordinary person. Lin Mo earnestly inquired of the system. Pray tell, how is his health? At what age is this second prince, and how many concubines does his father possess? System. This second prince is 28 years of age, while his father's harem consists of 123 concubines. Unlike your emperor, who has but a handful. The impoverished emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this my concern? Though I possess only a few concubines, I have not been cuckolded. It is my son who has done so." Below, the officials bowed their heads, their trembling shoulders and suppressed coughs betraying their struggle to stifle laughter. The system added, "However, it is understandable. Your emperor has patched his undergarments for years. How could he possibly afford so many concubines? Oh, and today he is wearing a new pair of red underpants adorned with an embroidered pig. Quite splendid, indeed." Some could not contain their laughter, bursting forth momentarily before quickly stifling it, lest they reveal their amusement. The Xianda emperor felt numb. Had he known, he would have chosen different undergarments today. Who gifted him this pair? The third prince quietly remarked, "It seems that the system refers to the red underpants I had made for myself, which were mistakenly delivered to him." The crown prince and second prince were left utterly speechless. How old are you to be embroidering pigs on your underpants, let alone red ones? The system, devoid of any remorse for exposing the emperor, continued discussing the second prince of Shijiang. Although Shijiang is not as powerful as your nation, it is quite affluent, boasting abundant jade and various gemstones. Tomorrow, you shall see the second prince adorned in gold and jewels, exuding opulence. His mission to your kingdom serves to bolster his prestige, representing his country in foreign affairs, thus highlighting his elevated status in Shijiang. Lin Mo mused. Indeed. It seems his escapades have yielded such outcomes. To phrase it more eloquently, he has taken his father's concubines to bed. Yet the less flattering interpretation is that he has bartered his body for their favorable words. What a challenging endeavor. It remains uncertain who truly benefits. The women covet the second prince's physique, while he seeks their endorsement. I feel he is at a disadvantage. To gain their support, he must cater to their whims and serve them, which is no small feat. The assembly fell silent. The emperor pondered. Why must I have such a daughter who possesses such knowledge? Though many found Lin Mo's perspectives rather unconventional, her reasoning held a peculiar sense of validity. Chapter 33. What is it that you are carving? The species has changed. This morning's banquet was filled with royal gossip, and indeed, the royal tales were quite delectable. Your Highness, this is a message sent by the Crown Prince. If you have a moment, I encourage you to peruse it thoroughly. This is from the third prince, who has also requested that I convey a message to you. The pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. As for you, second prince, this is a delivery from the emperor himself, who advises you not to tarnish his reputation and to dedicate yourself to learning whenever possible. Other ministers have sent a plethora of miscellaneous items, cluttering the room to a considerable extent. They even included health supplements, aiming for utmost comprehensiveness. Second prince. Ah. Why is this so challenging? Lin Mo lamented, her head resting despondently on the table, while the system seemed at a loss on how to assist her. Didn't you used to carve wood quite adeptly? In your free time, weren't you known to create various whimsical pieces, like that duck beneath your bed? System. That piece on your table appears to resemble a dog, quite akin to your long-haired pet. She carved it so accurately. Surely, it shouldn't be unrecognizable. System. The system suddenly felt that its suggestion for her to engage in wood carving might have been misguided, as she had inadvertently altered the species. After pondering for a moment, it spoke earnestly. Perhaps you should consider presenting a different gift. Your wood carving skills are commendable, albeit somewhat abstract. You are an abstract artist. But such artists often face misunderstanding at the outset. The system's words were so delicately phrased that Lin Mo perceived them as praise.
Touched.
She replied, I knew you would understand me best. I see myself as an artist. It's just that there are so few who comprehend my vision, alas.
System.
It seems you've missed the point. I emphasize the abstract rather than the artist. How is it that this host exhibits flashes of brilliance one moment, only to act foolishly the next? It's a perplexing cycle of brilliance at inappropriate times and folly when it matters. In truth, Lin Mo had been quite sharp-minded in modern times, as survival necessitated it. However, after living in this era for over a decade and succumbing to complacency, her thinking had become exceedingly simplistic. Why not enjoy a joyful life without overthinking? Gradually, her mind may have dulled over time, leading to her current state. Unperturbed by the system's exasperation, Lin Mo declared confidently, If I am to be an artist, I must not waver. I shall carve a perfect piece that will undoubtedly please the emperor. The system suddenly harbored a sense of foreboding. Could she truly create a flawless work? Its skepticism lingered. Throughout that day, Lin Mo diligently toiled in her chamber, transforming the wood into a humanoid figure. As the system prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, it returned later to find the figure had morphed into a monkey, adorned with a crown. The system gasped, "What on earth have you sculpted? Dear me, the species has entirely shifted. Should you present this abomination, I fear for your life." Without lifting her gaze, Lin Mo replied, "You don't understand. This is merely a work in progress. Once completed, you will see its beauty. While it may appear unrefined now, it will truly shine once finished." Are you certain it will look good once completed? Are you being serious? A mere work in progress shouldn't alter the species. Are you depicting the emperor or the progenitor of humankind? Is this truly how you envision the emperor? Unbeknownst to the emperor, his image was being distorted. He remained blissfully unaware, enjoying reports from his shadow guards. Little did he expect that the girl could indeed settle down to sculpt. He found himself curious about what she would eventually present him. In truth, the Xuanda emperor held a certain anticipation for this gift. Each year, he received numerous presents from officials, ranging from the extravagant to those imbued with heartfelt sentiment. The valuable items were discreetly sold off to replenish the treasury, while the more sentimental gifts remained untouched, as they were unsellable, accumulating in his private vault. To be a sovereign at such a juncture is a rarity indeed. Lin Mo labored diligently through the afternoon and into the night, with only the system privy to the nature of her creation. Being a great nation, it was essential to uphold the appropriate decorum. Minister Lin paused in his reading, skepticism evident as he inquired, "Do any of you know what she has sculpted? Has anyone seen it?" Madame Lin shook her head. "No, but the maidservants outside mentioned that Emoer was extolling her own artistic prowess, so it must be decent." Minister Lin remained doubtful, but decided not to dwell on the matter further. It was best to retire early, for the second prince of Xizang was due to arrive the following morning. He felt a twinge of curiosity about this prince, known for having courted his father's entire harem. However, that night, the emperor found it difficult to slumber. What if people from other nations overheard Lin Mo's conversations with the system? This was the fear that plagued him. They could hear the scandals of foreign lands, but the transgressions of their own must remain hidden. Chapter 34. Do his concubines prefer his lack of hygiene? Do they appreciate his abundant hair? At the break of dawn, Lin Mo was roused by her father to welcome the second prince of Xizang. "Father, this is your duty. You should attend alone. Why must I accompany you? Today is a rare day without court, and I wish to rest," she lamented, her expression one of utter desolation. Dark circles under her eyes a testament to her late-night efforts to sculpt. Inspiration struck, and she felt compelled to seize the moment. Minister Lin adjusted her hat with one hand and retorted, "Do you think I wish to bring you along? It is the emperor's command. Lord Li must also attend to record the proceedings, and as his subordinate, you are duty-bound to follow." Lin Mo protested, "I am perfectly well behaved. I maintain my silence during court proceedings. Everyone else thinks you may be silent, but your inner musings are quite vivid." The system, observing her demeanor, attempted to console her. "Oh, fret not. I shall share some juicy tidbits to lift your spirits." Minister Lin's hand twitched, nearly sending Lin Mo sprawling. Alarmed, she clutched her father's leg, her voice trembling. "Father, even if you disapprove, please don't cast me aside. I am your flesh and blood." Minister Lin replied, "If you were not my daughter, you would have been thrown out long ago." Even at this juncture, they still sought gossip. While he too was curious, could they not take a moment of respite? Receiving an envoy from a small nation did not necessitate the emperor's presence. The Ministry of Rites would handle the reception, and the historians would record the proceedings. Lin Mo followed her father, her expression impassive, awaiting the arrival of the second prince. "System, here he comes." As the system announced, everyone turned to witness the approach of the Xizang envoy, with the second prince riding at the forefront. Lin Mo squinted her eyes as she scrutinized the second prince, then disdainfully remarked, "Is the hair of these foreigners always so dense? Isn't the second prince merely 28 years old, just slightly older than our crown prince? Yet he appears to be in his 30s or 40s. She continued, moreover, with that bushy beard of his, I can't shake the feeling that he must smell rather unpleasant. The system chimed in, your instincts are not amiss. This second prince from Xizang has not bathed for half a month, and indeed, he is becoming quite odorous, though he attempts to mask it with perfume. The expressions of those present shifted instantaneously, their eyes reflecting their distaste. Lin Shangshu's countenance fell, hoping that the second prince would not overhear such insolent remarks, otherwise, the peace between the two nations could be jeopardized. Eunuch Li discreetly followed, intending to ascertain whether this foreigner could hear Lin Mo and the system's conversation. Upon meeting the various dignitaries, the second prince of Xizang performed a customary bow, appearing rather earnest. As the Minister of Rites, Lin Shangshu directly engaged with the second prince, both parties cautiously probing one another. Lin Mo stood nearby, utterly bewildered by their discourse, but noted how closely they were situated, their exchange imbued with a sense of intimacy. Eunuch Li, standing beside her, nearly choked on his saliva upon hearing her words, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Young Miss Lin, such matters should not be spoken of so casually. That is your biological father. The system, blissfully innocent, lacked any ulterior motives, simply stating what it observed. Surely not. Your father loves your mother dearly. This second prince from Xizang favors beautiful women over older men. Their apparent closeness is likely mere politeness. The officials bowed their heads, nearly bursting with suppressed emotions, grappling with the complexity of the situation. On one hand, they feared Lin Mo's secret might be discovered by foreign dignitaries. On the other hand, they were exasperated by this little ancestor's utter lack of discretion. However, judging by the expressions of the foreign envoy, it seemed they were oblivious to Lin Mo's and the system's dialogue. Eunuch Li pretended to mishear and inquired of another individual whether they had heard a woman's voice. The individual, perplexed, shook his head, asserting that there was no such voice, aside from the diminutive figure at the back, who was ambiguous in gender. All were men. Acquiring a reassuring response, Eunuch Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared only their countrymen could hear this little ancestor's musings. After the formalities concluded, all present prepared to pay their respects to the emperor. Eunuch Li departed ahead, needing to inform the emperor of the situation. As long as they remained unheard, the advantage lay with them. In the future, whenever foreign envoys were present, they would summon this little girl, if only to glean some humor from the conversations of other nations. Eunuch Li thought, alas, the emperor has grown increasingly frivolous. Previously, when finances were scant, he would temper his whims, but now, with a modest surplus in the treasury, he has completely let loose, especially with a troublemaker around, ever eager to stir chaos. Upon entering the presence of His Majesty, the Emperor, the second prince of Xizang bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Long live your Majesty. In truth, this second prince starkly contrasted with their own second prince, whose appearance was refined and graceful, whereas this foreign prince resembled a bear. One could only wonder what qualities drew his 122 consorts. Could it be his prowess in the bedroom, or did they simply take a liking to his unkempt appearance? Lin Mo mused, system. How does this second prince, looking as he does, manage to attract so many consorts? Is it his bedroom skills? Or do they prefer his unwashed state and abundant hair? Suddenly, the third prince accidentally spewed his tea, prompting all eyes to turn toward him. He chuckled awkwardly. The tea was merely too hot. The astonishment rippled through the assembly. All discreetly glanced at the second prince of Xizang. Indeed, his hair was quite abundant, and coupled with his aversion to bathing, it was no wonder that their region was abundant in spices. To mask the odor, perhaps? The second prince felt numerous eyes upon him, but, upon turning, found that the officials were all averted, each observing one another instead. Was it merely his imagination? The officials collectively exhaled, relieved to have narrowly escaped detection. The emperor, observing his subjects behaving like thieves in the night, felt utterly speechless. Though their movements were subtle, he perceived everything with clarity. The emperor exchanged a knowing glance with Eunuch Li, both sharing a sense of exasperation. Could these individuals not be less conspicuous? After all, they had come to celebrate the emperor's birthday, and Xizang had brought numerous gifts, most of which were beautiful and valuable items native to their land. Lin Mo remarked, if all these items were sold, they would fetch a considerable sum. The system replied, I concur. Your emperor has likely sold off most gifts received on previous birthdays, keeping only those that were unsellable in his private treasury, while the rest have been transformed into silver for the national coffers. One cannot deny that your emperor is indeed a commendable ruler, albeit rather impoverished, the system added. The emperor and the ministers exchanged glances. Realizing why he appeared so delighted by the precious gifts during his birthdays, they were essentially converted into cold, hard cash in his eyes. Coughing awkwardly, the emperor addressed the gathered officials. The second prince has traveled a great distance and must be weary. Perhaps he should rest first. This evening, we shall host a welcoming banquet, allowing you to experience our local customs. The second prince of Shijiang beamed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness. I have long heard of the vastness and accomplishments of the Daong dynasty. Although I have visited several times before, it was always in haste. Today, I shall finally experience the local culture. He continued, I have heard that your majesty's 3 princes are paragons of excellence. In our country, men train in martial arts from a young age, valuing skill in combat. I wonder if your highnesses would care to engage in a friendly contest this evening, allowing me to witness your grace firsthand. The countenance of all present changed immediately, sensing the challenge laid before them. Just moments ago, they had perceived this second prince as rather earnest, yet now he was stirring trouble. Lin Mo, for once, sensed the tension in the atmosphere, but before she could speak, the system interjected. It would be fitting for the second prince to compete with the other second prince, a perfect match. However, before the competition, it is imperative that this second prince take a bath. We cannot have a stench offensively wafting about. Lin Mo wholeheartedly agreed, nodding inwardly. Indeed, he must bathe first. After half a month without washing, he must be positively foul. Otherwise, during the contest, the princes may hesitate to strike him. Imagine the dirtiness of striking such an unbathed person. The atmosphere, once charged with tension, dissipated in an instant, as this little Lin Mo displayed remarkable control over emotions. The expressions on the faces of the crown prince and his 2 younger brothers were on the verge of crumbling. They were not afraid to compete with this individual. However, upon hearing the system mention that this person had not bathed in half a month, they genuinely recoiled at the prospect of coming into contact with him. The third prince whispered to his older brothers, eldest brother, second brother, why don't you 2 take the stage tonight? You know my martial skills are not as refined as yours. In terms of talent, I might hold my own, but when it comes to martial prowess, I would only embarrass myself. The crown prince, exasperated, replied, You've got it all wrong. Among the 3 of us, your martial skills are the finest. As for your talent, that might be a matter only you perceive. The third prince lamented, How can you say such hurtful things? Are we not brothers anymore? Emperor Xuanda observed the somewhat smug expression of the second prince of Shijiang below, a hint of derision flickering across his face. Since the second prince of Shijiang has already made his intentions clear, let us proceed with this arrangement tonight. I wonder which of my royal sons you wish to challenge. The system cheered. Let the second prince face off against the second prince. The second prince quipped, Why does that sound so peculiar? The emperor's temples throbbed as he endeavored to disregard Lin Mo's influence. Standing beside Lin Shongshu, the official noted his pallor and attempted to console him. Do not fret too much, minister. His Majesty understands the disposition of young Lord Lin and will not hold it against him. Lin Shongshu stiffly forced a smile. Let us hope so. Truth be told, he had already selected a burial site for his entire family, a particularly auspicious location. With a daughter so prone to causing trouble and indulging in drama, he had to plan for the future of the entire family. The emperor was a wise ruler. Yet associating with him was akin to consorting with a tiger. His current favor did not guarantee future goodwill. Should the emperor find himself in a foul mood one day, every misdeed committed by that troublesome girl could serve as grounds for condemnation. Unbeknownst to the second prince of Shijiang, he directed his gaze toward the crown prince. Having heard of the crown prince's exceptional intellect and martial skill, he thought, Tonight, let me challenge him. Lin Mo anticipated this turn of events. After all, he was here to stir up trouble and would surely target the highest-ranking individual. The system pondered. Wasn't it supposed to be the second prince against the second prince? Why has he suddenly targeted the crown prince instead? Lin Mo inquired, How skilled is our crown prince in martial arts? At this moment, her concerns centered on ensuring the advantage lay with her own country. The system replied, he is competent, on par with the second prince of Xizang, though perhaps lacking in brute strength. It would be best for him to secure victory through cleverness. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment, her mind devising a strategy. System, tonight. Assist me in identifying vulnerabilities and help me formulate a plan. I shall announce it to the crown prince. They did not specify that outside assistance is forbidden. The system affirmed, rest assured, I will certainly help you uncover weaknesses, enabling our crown prince to triumph. Lin Mo retorted, victory is paramount, but let us not resort to extreme measures. All the officials present suddenly felt a wave of relief. With the system's assistance, tonight's events seemed promising. Emperor Xuanda stroked his chin, a smile playing on his lips. This young lady from the Lin family, despite her often unruly behavior, exhibited a genuine concern for her country. Quite commendable indeed. As the second prince of Xizang was about to withdraw, the system interjected. Would it not be prudent to remind that second prince to bathe before the banquet? Though he is on par with the crown prince in martial arts, his toxic odor would significantly enhance his offensive capabilities. An official, eager to witness how Lin Mo would deliver this reminder, was taken aback when she suddenly rushed forward, shouting, oh, second prince, kindly take a bath before the banquet tonight. Your odor is rather overwhelming. The emperor. The crowd. Lin Xiangshu, let it all end here. The second prince of Xizang, who had nearly reached the door, stumbled upon hearing her shout, effectively bowing before her. From Lin Mo's perspective, it was as if he had genuinely presented her with a formal salute. There is no need for gratitude. I merely wish to offer a friendly reminder. Such politeness. Does he express gratitude in this manner in his country? The crowd was once again rendered speechless, and even the system found itself at a loss for words. The system remarked, as long as you are content, while the glares directed at her could nearly pierce through her being. Chapter 36. Seize his foot and strike below the belt. Lin Mo felt she had performed admirably. Her voice resounded with sincerity. After all, how else could one compel a bow? Clearly, her earnest suggestion had moved him. As she opened her mouth to continue speaking, both Lin Xiangshu and Minister Li exchanged glances and simultaneously covered her mouth, escorting her away from the battleground. Lin Mo protested. What is the meaning of this? I was merely trying to engage in a heartfelt conversation. The second prince of Xizang, his face darkened, rose from the floor, his tone laced with venom. I never imagined that the Daong dynasty would have female officials. I wonder which family this young lady hails from. She possesses a beauty that is truly captivating. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xuanda's expression immediately soured. If there is nothing further, the second prince of Xizang may take his leave. As soon as the emperor's words fell, the guards promptly escorted the second prince away. The second prince protested, is this how you treat your guests? With their own second prince departing, the envoy had no choice but to follow suit, and soon, the hall was devoid of company. The three princes exchanged glances, shaking their heads and sighing at the retreating figures of father and daughter. The third prince, filled with curiosity, mused, how did Lin Xiangshu raise such a spirited daughter? His eldest son and daughter are both so composed. How is it that Lin Mo possesses such a wild spirit? The second prince pondered for a moment before uncertainly suggesting, perhaps Lin Mo is the biological child of both parents? The crown prince, upon hearing this, smacked the backs of his two brothers' heads, exclaiming, what nonsense! The three siblings of the Lin family are so alike in appearance. How could they not be biological siblings? While Lin Mo may be a bit unruly in character, her beauty is undeniable. It is merely her temperament that often overshadows her looks. Lin Mo, my extraordinary demeanor is truly unparalleled. Isn't it?
System.
You must be vigilant tonight. We can only secure victory, not defeat. The evening banquet was attended by various officials, and Lin Mo chose a spot near the viewing platform, a location specifically arranged for her by the emperor. The system remarked, lo and behold, the second prince of Xizang has covertly concealed a concealed weapon within his shoes, an extendable dagger. How treacherous! Lin Mo gasped. The expressions of the emperor and the ministers shifted. Worry etched on the emperor's face as he glanced at his eldest son. The crown prince nodded in affirmation, reassured that now they were aware of the hidden weapon. They could easily avoid it. Your Highness, please, the second prince of Xizang beamed, standing next to the crown prince, whose stature and refined demeanor starkly contrasted with his brutish appearance, like an uncivilized beast. Lin Mo felt her eyes burning. Goodness! This must be the umpteenth time I have marveled at the looks of this second prince. Is this the type favored by the women of his land? I suspect his numerous concubines have seldom encountered men, thus they dote on him excessively. After all, compared to an old man, they might find him more agreeable. The system exclaimed, "How did you know that?" I was just about to mention the same. The women in his father's harem had indeed seldom encountered men. Rarity endows value. After all, moreover, the second prince was quite well off, ensuring that they were well attended to. Upon hearing the system's words, the officials lowered their heads, some tilting them sideways. Yet they all shared a common gesture, biting their lower lips, stifling laughter. However, their eyes were fixated on the lower half of the second prince from Xizang. Noticing their actions, the Xizang envoys were filled with dread. Soon, the crown prince and the second prince from Xizang were embroiled in a brawl, with the latter striking with considerable force, while the crown prince exhibited remarkable agility. As the second prince's fist came hurtling towards him, the system urged, "Bend your waist to evade." Lin Mo exclaimed, "The crown prince does a split to dodge." The emperor and the assembled ministers widened their eyes in disbelief.
Oh,
The crown prince was equally baffled. Aren't you supposed to relay what the system says? It clearly mentioned bending the waist, yet you said split. These two actions are utterly different. With a sidestep, the crown prince narrowly escaped the second prince's punch, which was met with the latter's venomous glare directed at Lin Mo in the stands. The system, equally perplexed by her earlier interpretation, remarked, "I distinctly said bend your waist. Yet you insisted on split." Lin Mo retorted, "They're essentially the same. Both can help dodge that punch. Don't you think the split is more aesthetically pleasing?" The spectators, privy to her thoughts, exchanged glances. The second prince on the stage began to employ cunning tactics, kicking at the crown prince while revealing hidden weapons from his shoe. The system advised, "Seize his foot and remove his shoe." Lin Mo shouted from the stands, "Grab his foot and strike below the belt." All the men present felt a sharp pain in their lower regions, simultaneously glancing at Minister Lin, who turned a shade darker, nearly submerging under the table in sheer embarrassment. "This is utterly humiliating. Why must I endure such disgrace?" Even the emperor cast a glance at his own lower half, his heart racing at her words. The crown prince instinctively followed her suggested actions, blocking the second prince's kick with his left hand while delivering a punch aimed at the latter's groin with his right. The second prince's pupils dilated in shock as his legs weakened, lowering his body immediately. The crown prince's fist struck his abdomen, forcing the second prince to stagger back several steps, though he managed to protect his pride. The crown prince cast a regretful glance at his fist, lamenting, "If only it had been 3 inches lower." Lin Mo echoed his disappointment. What a pity it didn't shatter his pride. The system now considered its host rather ruthless, not just somewhat, but exceedingly so. Chapter 37. I am my father's biological child. The crown prince now held the upper hand, with Lin Mo and the system gasping in astonishment. Ultimately, the crown prince emerged victorious, while the second prince's expression darkened. The crown prince's skills were indeed extraordinary, yet one might argue the victory was tainted, given the interference from the young lady below. Lin Mo scoffed. What nonsense. He was armed with hidden weapons. Why can't I offer guidance from the sidelines? Even in a genuine battlefield, what's wrong with offering a reminder? If one lacks skill, then one lacks skill. I detest those who seek to deflect blame onto others. Shameless. The system chimed in. Indeed, shameless. Now I understand why he sports such a grand mustache. It's because he lacks shame. Lin Mo concurred. You speak the truth. The crowd pondered. Is this truly an acceptable interpretation? The second prince from Xizang was livid, trembling with rage, while the nearby martial generals remained vigilant, ensuring he posed no threat to Lin Mo. The emperor, exuding authority, declared, "This was merely a minor contest. Victories and defeats are commonplace. Since the match has concluded, let us move on. We have a banquet of songs and dances to attend, and the second prince should take a moment to recuperate." The second prince glanced at the emperor and then at the surrounding individuals, finally comprehending that the people of this nation were decidedly biased. Lin Mo, casually munching on seeds beside them, continued her grievances with the system. This scoundrel is insufferable. If he becomes their emperor, chaos will surely ensue. The system reassured her, do not worry, he will never ascend to the throne of his nation. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, why so? The emperor and ministers echoed her confusion. Isn't he a formidable contender for the throne? Suddenly, Lin Mo caught a whiff of gossip, urging, quickly, tell me, has new intel surfaced? The system chuckled mischievously, I just uncovered something intriguing. This second prince is not his father's biological child. His elder brother has already found evidence. Lin Mo gasped, is their nation truly in such disarray? The emperor and ministers sipped tea to steady their nerves, excitement coursing through them. The system continued. The second prince's mother bore him through an affair, and this afternoon, a significant incident unfolded. His mother was caught in the act by her husband. It was a classic case of being caught in bed. The paramour is none other than the second prince's biological father. The elder prince has been investigating the second prince's background, and now he possesses undeniable evidence. It won't be long before the elder prince arrives, as chaos reigns in their country. Lin Mo clicked her tongue in disbelief. Such turmoil, truly remarkable. The second prince from Xizang, noticing Lin Mo's gaze, sneered, what is your identity, young lady? What official title do you hold? To sit so prominently, your rank must be considerable. The onlookers remained silent, anticipating the consequences of provoking the formidable Lin Mo. The second prince quietly remarked to his brothers, this Xizang prince certainly has audacity, daring to challenge this tempestuous woman. The second prince retorted, I merely inquire about your status. Who cares if you are your father's biological child? Those within earshot bowed their heads or sipped their drinks, united in their struggle to suppress laughter. Even eunuch Li discreetly wiped his eyes. The second prince was on the verge of exploding, exclaiming, do you not comprehend human speech? Are you mocking me? What do you mean? The system, reveling in the unfolding drama, remarked, oh my, he's getting flustered. Look at him fuming.
Ah.
He even let out a fart in his agitation. Does he vent his frustrations through his backside? Is such anatomy common among humans? Lin Mo replied, not at all. He is unique in that regard. All eyes subtly shifted towards the second prince's posterior, eliciting sympathy for the envoy seated behind him. Lin Mo, witnessing the furious second prince, smiled and said, I am not mocking you, but if you choose to perceive it that way, I am powerless to change your mind. With her exasperated gesture, the tension in the air escalated. The crowd thought, though she said nothing, why do we feel this acute anger? As the second prince prepared to charge, Minister Lin swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Mo, sternly stating, what do you intend, second prince? Do you truly wish to quarrel with a young girl? Lin Mo chimed in, at 28, you dare bully a girl who has yet to turn 16. How shameless. The martial generals also rose to their feet, fixating their gazes intently on the second prince of Xizang. With a mere glance from Emperor Xuanda, the guards behind him braced themselves. The envoys from Xizang were trembling with fear, hastily grasping their prince to restrain him. The second prince of Xizang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, but they are being excessively domineering. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, raised her hands and shouted, that is because those who lag behind must endure punishment. Lin Xiangshu quickly restrained her hands and admonished, cease your antics at once. Do you dare believe I won't let you suffer a beating right now? The system chimed in, fear not, your father has you under control. I can still shout for you. Those who lag behind must endure punishment. Those who lag behind must endure punishment. Lin Mo echoed internally, those who lag behind must endure punishment. Those present, upon hearing her words, could not suppress their smiles. This little troublemaker truly had her moments. Emperor Xuanda found her remark quite astute. After all, if one approaches seeking assistance, they ought to adopt a humble demeanor, rather than strut in with arrogance. During this banquet, Lin Mo's antics sent the second prince of Xizang into a veritable spiral of rage. Realizing that he could do nothing to her, she brazenly continued to indulge herself at the table. I am my father's own flesh and blood, she declared, boldly dancing before the face of the second prince of Xizang. He shut his eyes, choosing to avert his gaze. Lin Xiangshu felt utterly numb. This little rascal was beyond control. Lin Mo's audacity stemmed from her realization that the emperor was quite indulgent regarding trivial matters and possessed a remarkably good temperament. Emperor Xuanda smiled. Indeed, my temperament is exceptionally good. Perhaps caught up in the revelry, Lin Mo partook of several cups of wine. The system interjected. You are drinking again. What are you doing drinking in this setting? Lin Mo retorted. Silence. What harm is there in enjoying a bit of wine at this gathering? My father is here. So what is there to worry about? The system warned. I sense you are courting disaster. Gazing at the second prince of Shijiang, Lin Mo suddenly flashed a radiant smile. Haha, your father has abandoned you. You weren't aware of that, were you? The emperor and all his ministers. Chapter 38. The second prince of Shijiang goes mad. Lin Mo, intoxicated, attempts to climb onto her father's shoulders. The second prince of Shijiang was seething with rage, his veins bulging, and the system feared for its reckless host. Host, please calm down. You are truly courting a beating. On the dais, Emperor Xuanda could scarcely bear to watch. This girl could sometimes appear quite deserving of a thrashing. Thankfully, they were at home, where no one dared to lay a hand on her. Were this elsewhere, it would be strange indeed if she emerged unscathed. Lin Xiangshu had grown weary of his troublesome offspring and resolved to ensure she remained unharmed. Suddenly, Lin Mo fixed her gaze on the second prince as feared and fell silent. The onlookers, noticing her sudden quietness, lowered their voices significantly, directing their attention toward her. Lin Mo earnestly inquired, May I ask you a few questions? The crowd gasped. When did this little tyrant become so polite? Even the system was taken aback, wondering if its host had been possessed by some spirit to suddenly exhibit such courtesy, though it felt no such influence. The second prince of Shijiang inhaled deeply and gritted his teeth. What questions do you have? Lin Mo took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. Lin Xiangshu, witnessing her movement, felt a twinge of unease, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. The next moment, Lin Mo posed a particularly explosive question. You don't like bathing? Your body hair is quite abundant and your beard is so long. Could it be that you have lice? Do lice dwell in your beard? Do they bite your lips? Lin Mo's expression was utterly sincere, as though she genuinely sought the answers to her inquiries. However, the atmosphere grew tense, heads bowed. The emperor feigned drinking from his goblet to mask his mouth. The second and third princes could not contain their laughter, raising their cups in a toast to Lin Mo. Little Lord Lin's focus was indeed unique. Impressive, impressive. Lin Mo humbly performed a bow. Oh, it's nothing. The system remarked. Truly, you are remarkable, host. No wonder you distanced yourself. I too would want to strike you. Confronted with the audacious visage before him, the second prince of Shijiang inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he spoke each word with deliberate intensity. I do not have lice, nor do any dwell in my beard. Lice do not bite my lips. Miss, I propose a toast to you, the second prince of Shijiang said, pouring a cup of wine for Lin Mo, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Lin Mo scrutinized his hand in silence, while Emperor Xuanda, Lin Xiangshu, and the other ministers understood that this cup of wine was not to be consumed. Just as Lin Xiangshu sought a means to decline, Lin Mo's next words shattered the atmosphere entirely. Lin Mo scrutinized his hand with disdain, exclaiming, Oh, how is there still dirt under your fingernails? Did I not tell you to bathe before attending the banquet? Did you even wash? The system chimed in. He may have washed, but he overlooked his fingernails. Oh dear, they are indeed quite dirty. Host, you cannot drink this wine, it's filthy. Coughs erupted from those who could no longer stifle their laughter, creating a chorus of suppressed mirth. The emperor managed to maintain his composure, and the crown prince fought to uphold his image, but the second and third princes, along with the ministers, were nearly gasping for breath. This banquet was undoubtedly the most entertaining and exhilarating they had ever attended. They hoped that future gatherings would also feature this little tyrant, for it was simply delightful. With many foreign envoys yet to arrive, they anticipated more banquets to indulge in her antics. The second prince of Shijiang was now trembling with rage, his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Mo, observing his shaking hands, queried with genuine curiosity, How can a young man tremble so while holding a cup of wine? If your health is failing, you ought to see a physician. Our de Jong's court doctors possess exceptional skills. You may wish to consult one after the banquet concludes. The system observed. It seems he is not ill. Rather,
He appears to be infuriated by you.
Lin Mo replied. Tisk, he is already angry. I am merely engaging in normal conversation with him. Every word I speak is imbued with sincerity. You've seen my earnest countenance. Sincerity is invincible. The system lamented. Ah, get away from me. Do not stand before me. The second prince of Shijiang was on the verge of complete breakdown. Lin Xiangshu hurriedly pulled Lin Mo behind him for protection. A madman in such a state had no reason or restraint, and one could never know if he might truly strike. Second prince, maintain your composure. Do not squabble with a woman. The Shijiang envoys rushed forward to subdue their prince, but he appeared to be spiraling into madness, resembling a bear in a frenzy. Lin Mo squinted her eyes from behind her father, then exclaimed with glee, "Ha ha, he has evolved. Ultimate evolution." The crowd. What evolution? The system queried. Host, what are you saying? He has lost his mind. How can you claim he has evolved? Lin Mo explained, digital monsters, ultimate evolution, human bear beast, human bear madness. The system responded, he, I understand that. Emperor Xuanda turned to the eunuch Li beside him, inquiring, have you ever seen a human bear beast? Does such a creature exist in this world? Eunuch Li pondered for a moment before replying, I have not seen one, but it should resemble the second prince of Shijiang in his current state. Emperor Xuanda mused, your reasoning appears quite sound. As the banquet drew to a close, a sense of disappointment lingered among the attendees. The evening had truly been a spectacle. Lin Mo felt utterly dazed. The emperor, in his care for her, had offered her a variety of fruit wines. While these libations were delightful, some possessed a potent aftereffect, leaving Lin Mo's mind in a fog. Minister Lin, are you serious? System. Absolutely not. Your father will surely break your neck. The officials nearby, who were secretly enjoying the spectacle, were on the verge of laughter, with some even coming closer to add fuel to the fire. Chapter 39. Father, you lay down, and I shall ride upon you. You crawl back. Upon hearing this declaration, those present immediately fell silent, calculating the consequences. It was best not to provoke her. The system continued to plead with Lin Mo, but in her drunken state, she was impervious to reason. The system, in exasperation, remarked, at your age, do you truly wish to end your father's life? Lin Mo retorted, my father is in his prime. Why would I wish him harm? I have ridden upon his neck since childhood. Why can I not do so now? The crowd nodded in agreement in their minds. Indeed, why not? Look at how eagerly she longs for it. They should let her ride. Minister Lin gazed at his daughter sprawled on the ground, filled with despair. Get up this instant. You were but a few years old then. Now you are nearly 16. Lin Mo pondered her father's words seriously, and then devised a rather clever plan. System. Pfft. The crowd erupted in laughter. Pfft, ha ha ha. It was impossible to contain their amusement any longer. The crown prince contemplated. He would likely grab her by the collar and carry her off, as Minister Lin often did during morning court. System. Host, you are truly a devoted daughter, the kind that would die for her filial piety. Lin Mo misunderstood the system's words, thinking it was praise. Of course, I am the most dutiful daughter. Minister Lin, observing his troublesome daughter on the ground, felt a twinge of pain in his heart and a slight dizziness in his head. Lin Mo, seeing her father remain motionless, crawled to his feet and clung to his leg. The surrounding onlookers were nearly in hysterics. If one had such a daughter at home, they would surely be driven to madness, yet having a daughter like that elsewhere was undeniably entertaining. They could scarcely imagine how lively the Lin household must be. Minister Lin endeavored to ignore the gazes of others, swiftly lifting the troublesome girl and wrapping his arm around her shoulder to restrain her. Gritting his teeth, he declared, if you refuse to walk on your own, I shall leave you here to sleep for the night. Lin Mo pouted, feeling aggrieved. Father, you no longer love me. I used to ride on your back as a child. Why can I not do so now? Lin Mo, I do not seek your demise. The system felt a pang of sympathy for Minister Lin upon hearing this. Indeed, Children are the debts of a previous life. Fortunately, I shall never bear children. Once the two departed, there was little amusement left, and the emperor, hiding behind a palace door, was close to laughter. The palace maids and eunuchs looked on in disbelief, for how could the esteemed emperor be lurking in a corner, reveling in the folly of his subjects? Would anyone believe such a tale? Yet, the emperor had indeed conducted himself thus. Minister Lin seemed to be quite a good father, having played such amusing games with his children in their youth. Excellent, indeed. The Xuanda Emperor had always held a favorable view of Minister Lin, and it had only grown stronger. A parent who cares for their child is likely to exhibit virtues in other areas as well. Moreover, Lin Mo's audacious disposition was not something just anyone could nurture. It must have been cultivated by the Lin family. Madame Lin, upon seeing her intoxicated daughter and her irate husband, quickly surmised that they had caused a scene once more, likely instigated by this mischievous girl. After Lin Mo was taken away, Minister Lin slumped into a chair, utterly devoid of energy. Madame Lin, observing her husband's state, chuckled. What happened? Was today's banquet a success? Did Mo cause any trouble? Lin Ran and Lin Chi were already aware of Lin Mo's drunken escapade and, upon visiting her the next morning, found her still asleep. So they departed quietly. The system gazed at Lin Mo, who lay in bed, and sighed. The previous night, the host had provided a considerable amount of energy, and she was now capable of self-sustaining production. Lin Mo slept soundly until midday, having come to terms with the events of the previous night. After all, this was not her first bout of inebriation. The system, observing her composed demeanor, felt a twinge of curiosity. Host, why are you so uncharacteristically normal today? The last time you awoke from drunkenness, you were utterly distraught. Have you perhaps been stimulated? System. Are you referring to your tolerance for alcohol? The system fell silent for 3 seconds before exclaiming, But you were riding your own father. Chapter 40. The Taijian's infatuation with the thief's enchanting rear. Lin Mo was aware that her antics while intoxicated had been excessive. Hence she chose to remain elusive and avoided appearing before Minister Lin throughout the day. Lin Ran, unable to bear his sister's furtive behavior, remarked, as a court official, could you not conduct yourself with a bit more dignity? Lin Mo, hunched over, peeked out from behind, glancing around before whispering, I am simply avoiding father. If he discovers I am awake, he will surely scold me. Thinking of the inquiries from the young ladies regarding the events of the previous night, Lin Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. News of the banquet's happenings had already spread like wildfire, and everyone was jesting about it. When Minister Lin ventured out for business that day, he was met with playful jabs. One individual remarked, why did Minister Lin not carry his daughter out? Young Lady Lin must be quite bored at home. Perhaps Minister Lin should take her out for some fun. With a darkened expression, Minister Lin huffed and tossed his sleeve, departing in silence. Am I a steed? To carry that troublesome creature. The system relayed the incident to Lin Mo. Look at the stir you've caused, upon hearing your name. They're all in a frenzy. Lin Mo gasped. Is my name that exciting? Have I made such a profound impression? In tales, this often leads to a woman being viewed as extraordinary, garnering increasing attention, ultimately resulting in a deep and unyielding affection. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She held a fair measure of confidence in her appearance. After all, she was the offspring of a beautiful mother and a handsome father. Though she had not fully matured, she was certainly a diamond in the rough. Observing Lin Mo's narcissistic yet anxious demeanor, the system was left speechless. Why must there be such self-importance in the world? How did she manage to survive the past decade and more without binding herself? The system pondered in disbelief. Were you this self-absorbed in your first life? Lin Mo replied, Of course not. But after being suppressed for so long in my first life, I must now let loose. I find that nothing compares to the exhilaration of being mad and carefree. Look at how content and at ease I am now. I have no need to concern myself with the opinions of others. The system sighed. Forget it. Conversing with someone so mentally unbalanced is futile. When Lin Mo arrived for morning court, she was met with the attention of many, who greeted her warmly, addressing her as young Lady Lin with such familiarity that it filled her heart with joy. The system, observing the scene, was utterly perplexed. Are you not merely an 8th-rank official? Moreover, He is merely a fisherman. Why does everyone treat you with such kindness and respect? Lin Mo replied with a hint of arrogance. It must certainly be due to my charismatic personality that has captivated them. I currently stand out like a vibrant red flower amidst a sea of green. The officials nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable charm of the young Lord Lin, who had truly bewitched them all. During the morning court, the matter of the second prince of Shijiang's ailment was also discussed. Your Majesty, the condition of the second prince of Shijiang has worsened significantly. He refuses to meet anyone bearing the surname Lin. The last physician you dispatched, Master Lin, was outright dismissed. The officials expressed their complex sentiments, contemplating the fragility of the second prince's psyche. Was it truly necessary for him to react in such a manner? Lin Mo remarked. TSK, his mental fortitude is utterly lacking. The system interjected. Host, I believe it may be due to your overwhelming presence. After examining the route of the second prince, the system fell silent for several seconds before exclaiming in disbelief. It seems improbable, as he is heading in the opposite direction. He is nearly reaching the borders of Shirong. Lin Mo widened his eyes in astonishment. Wait. How can this prince be so directionally challenged? The officials stifled their laughter, envisioning the amusing scenario of the Shijiang royal family producing such talent. Lin Mo, equally bewildered, questioned, does he not have a single person capable of navigating? The system replied, well, there are some, but they are merely sycophants. Oh, and the prince poisoned all of his subordinates yesterday. Lin Mo and the crowd reacted in shock. The system elaborated. They were camping outdoors, and to show his concern for his subordinates, the prince personally prepared a pot of mushroom soup. Unfortunately, all of them were poisoned, and they were discovered by hunters in the mountains this morning. Had it been any later, they would have faced total annihilation. Lin Mo and the others were left speechless. System, quickly provide me with some sensational gossip to awaken my senses. This is dreadfully mundane. The system responded eagerly. Certainly. Just waiting for your cue. Would you prefer domestic gossip or foreign? The officials unanimously shouted. Foreign. Foreign. Lin Mo countered. Let us stick with domestic. I don't know the foreigners well enough. I'll indulge when they arrive. The expressions of everyone immediately drooped, uncertain of who would be the next victim of misfortune. The system began. In recent days, I have gathered numerous tales concerning high-ranking officials. Let us start with the Minister of War. The minister, standing at the forefront, tightened his posture, sensing impending doom. The volume of conversation among the crowd diminished by 3 degrees. Even the emperor leaned forward in anticipation. The most amused was the Deputy Minister of Justice, chuckling to himself. Look who's in a predicament now. I must inform you, the minister's posterior has caught someone's attention.
Lin Mo gasped in shock.
And the crowd echoed his astonishment. This was indeed an extraordinary piece of gossip.
System.
Do elaborate. The minister anxiously touched his backside, pondering which eccentric would fixate on an aging official's rear. It appears he encountered a vision of beauty, fair and exquisite in form, but fled upon seeing the guards patrolling the minister's estate, mistakenly believing he had entered a young lady's chamber. Now he is attempting to discern which young lady it was. Lin Mo was left utterly dazed, as were the others present, their minds swirling with questions. Everyone discreetly cast glances toward the minister's posterior, curious about the beauty that could captivate a rogue so thoroughly. The minister felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Realizing the reason his window had been flung open that night, he had thought it was merely the wind. The emperor, seated above, could only see the minister's flushed face, unable to catch a glimpse of the rear in question. How could this man not turn around? Chapter 41. The minister lures the enemy, striking down the flower thief. Lin Mo continued discussing the minister's posterior with the system. What do you suppose makes it so perfect that it could enchant a flower thief? It is quite remarkable. I wouldn't characterize the minister as particularly delicate in appearance. The system replied, in truth, his skin is rather fair and smooth. He simply neglects his self-care. His 3 daughters have inherited this fine complexion from him. The officials began to scrutinize the minister's skin, noting that while it appeared somewhat tanned, it was indeed quite smooth. They had previously assumed the minister's daughters resembled their mother, only to discover they took after him. The emperor grew increasingly curious, wishing to examine the minister's posterior himself. were it not for the need to maintain his regal demeanor. The Crown Prince and his two brothers subtly inched closer to the minister. The Crown Prince exchanged a knowing glance with the third prince, who chuckled mischievously, extending his eager hand. The second prince, baffled, whispered to the Crown Prince, "Brother, what are you planning? Why involve this simpleton third prince?" In the next moment, the minister shot upright, eyes wide with disbelief, as the third prince confidently declared, "Indeed, the minister's posterior is quite round." The surrounding officials were rendered speechless. What a turn of events! The second prince shielded his face in utter embarrassment, imploring, "Brother, why would you encourage such behavior in the simpleton?" The Crown Prince adjusted his sleeves. "I was merely curious, and as the Crown Prince, how could I engage in such antics? I am a person of dignity." The second prince and the officials merely stared in disbelief. The third prince, having completed his investigation, quickly returned to his older brother's side, playfully insisting, "We agreed on a 3-day leave." The third prince struggled academically, prompting the emperor to assign the Crown Prince to tutor him, as he was the only one the third prince respected. 3 days of freedom were invaluable. It was merely a matter of touching the minister's rear, not akin to caressing a tiger. He had even touched their father's posterior before. What was the harm in men sharing such gestures? The emperor turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of his foolish third prince. Eunuch Li trembled at the side, desperately attempting to maintain composure. He had served as a eunuch for many years. How could he possibly contain himself over such a trivial matter? Even if the third prince were to nibble on the minister's posterior, what of it? Lin Mo and the system remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, engrossed in the tale of the flower thief. Lin Mo harbored a romanticized notion of such rogues, influenced by novels and television dramas where they were typically depicted as charming figures. How old do you think this flower thief is? Is he handsome? Officials from the Ministry of Justice perked up, fully attentive. Capturing the flower thief was imperative, and understanding his attributes was essential. Yes, they were not merely curious. They were on a mission. The system pondered before responding. "Well, he is neither exceptionally handsome nor particularly unattractive, of similar height to you, but exceedingly slender. His petite frame allows him to masquerade as a woman in various gatherings, often adopting feminine disguises to seek out his targets." Lin Mo glanced at his height and momentarily imagined, "This person is rather short, isn't he?" The crowd silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was quite diminutive, nearly the same height as a 15-year-old girl, which explained why he could masquerade as a woman. The system interjected, "A woman has already reported this matter to the authorities, and the ministers will likely learn of it soon. Furthermore, tonight, that notorious scoundrel has decided to target the Grand Commandant's residence." Lin Mo frowned in disgust. How repulsive. Must he notify others before committing his vile deeds? His audacity is simply outrageous. The Grand Commandant's face turned an ashen hue, enraged that the rogue had set his sights on his 3 daughters. Unbelievable. Emperor Xuanda had never encountered such a brazen individual. This scoundrel clearly held the law in utter contempt. Lin Mo observed the Grand Commandant's retreating figure and suddenly had a brilliant idea. "System, I have a plan. Since the rogue's initial interest lies with the Grand Commandant, let the 3 young ladies hide while the Grand Commandant lures the scoundrel." The system fell silent for several seconds before seriously asking, "Host, are you truly serious? You wish for the Grand Commandant to entice the rogue while in the nude?" Instantly, all present conjured a rather disturbing image, and Emperor Xuanda's lips twitched in suppressed laughter. While the rogue was indeed loathsome, Lin Mo's proposal demanded an excessive sacrifice from the Grand Commandant. The Grand Commandant, utterly disheartened, lamented that he should have foregone bathing altogether. Who could have anticipated that someone would dare to spy on him while washing? The Crown Prince cast a sympathetic glance at the Grand Commandant before discreetly leading his 2 younger brothers away. The onlookers mused, "What difference does it make? You all seem to be cut from the same cloth, equally frivolous." The Minister of Justice had stealthily approached the Grand Commandant, whispering, "Sir, young Master Lin's suggestion is rather astute. After all, the rogue first encountered you in your courtyard. He will surely return there tonight. Rest assured, we shall have everything arranged outside. You need only to hold the rogue at bay while we handle the rest." The Grand Commandant gazed expressionlessly at the twitching face of the Minister of Justice, utterly despondent. You must be doing this on purpose. What if the rogue kills without hesitation? The Minister of Justice replied, we will have guards stationed to protect you, and tonight we plan to request young Master Lin's assistance from His Majesty. With her present, there will surely be no danger.
Meanwhile,
Our young Master Lin was engaged in a debate with the system regarding whether the Grand Commandant should don clothing to entice the rogue. Lin Mo insisted, since the rogue's initial fixation was the Grand Commandant's posterior, it must be exposed to entice him. Thus, merely a sheer veil will suffice. The system countered. Consider the Grand Commandant's dignity. He is over 40, having lived a significant portion of his life. You ought to preserve his honor. The Grand Commandant nodded appreciatively in his mind, feeling unexpectedly touched by the system's rare display of humanity, though it was not human, after all. Just as he was moved, the system's next proposal plunged him into despair. Therefore, my suggestion is for the Grand Commandant to venture forth alone, using himself as bait to eliminate the rogue while we remain hidden, thus preserving his dignity. Upon hearing this, the Grand Commandant trembled, his eyes rolling back as he prepared to faint. The physician, who had been standing by, expertly administered a needle, having become quite adept at this procedure. Chapter 42. The royal four sons disguise themselves and venture out to witness the capture of a thief, while the Grand Commandant disguises as a woman to catch the rogue. The gazes directed at the Grand Commandant had shifted significantly. However, this incident served as a valuable lesson. Henceforth, one must ensure that doors and windows are securely closed during baths. Emperor Xuanda was consumed by a singular thought. Could he possibly witness the Grand Commandant's capture of the rogue tonight? It would be a rare spectacle to see the Grand Commandant personally entice the notorious scoundrel. Lin Mo was equally astonished by the system's suggestion, feeling swayed. I can't believe I'm starting to see some merit in your argument. Perhaps after court, I might find an opportunity to discuss this with the Grand Commandant? The Grand Commandant interjected, no need. I am already aware of this situation. Today's morning court was quite eventful, addressing not only matters of state, but also indulging in some juicy gossip. It was a perfect morning. After court, Lin Mo was whisked away by his father, who sought to prevent the Grand Commandant from suffering a heart attack. It seemed prudent to remove this troublesome girl. What to do? Why was this scoundrel fixated on their family? With so many households in the capital, why had he chosen theirs? Observing the anxious expressions of his wife and daughters, the Grand Commandant feigned calmness, reassuring them, fear not, for I am here. When evening falls, find a secure place to hide. The Ministry of Justice will dispatch personnel to apprehend the thief. While he advised them to find a safe hiding place, he had already arranged for their departure right after lunch. In the afternoon, officials began arriving at the Grand Commandant's residence, and Lin Mo cheerfully made his way there as well. The Grand Commandant remarked, your eagerness to watch is rather blatant. I am about to be embroiled in danger, and yet you all appear so relaxed. The Minister of Justice sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Mo arrive, knowing he was a child who enjoyed the spectacle. Yet, he also felt a twinge of apprehension. What if Lin Mo were to intercept someone and inadvertently indulge in his gossip? Lin Mo mused, it seems they are all well prepared. Tonight, the rogue shall surely be captured. However, why are there so many attendees? It appears the Grand Commandant enjoys considerable popularity among his peers, and everyone is quite concerned for him. The system chimed in, if the Grand Commandant were to employ my strategy, capturing the rogue would be a certainty. The beauty trap is indeed one of the 36 stratagems. The crowd exchanged glances at the Grand Commandant's grim visage. Tiska, that appearance for a beauty trap?
what ist?
The Minister of Justice quietly remarked, Sir, I have prepared the attire for you. Shortly, you shall don your disguise. It matters not if your face is dark. A little powder will suffice. The Grand Commandant protested. Did I ever express a desire to masquerade as a woman? Do not lead me astray. The Minister of Justice urged. This is the best course of action available. Do you not wish to capture the rogue swiftly? Would you prefer to remain a target for his lecherous gaze? He added, if today's scheme succeeds, you shall never again need to fret over your dairy. The Grand Commandant lamented, how did I end up surrounded by such irreverent individuals? Where have all my dignified colleagues gone? Ultimately, under pressure from the others, the Grand Commandant relented. Lin Mo was exhilarated to see the Grand Commandant genuinely donning a female disguise, thinking I never expected to find so many who share my sentiments. It appears I am quite suited for investigating cases. The system remarked, I am somewhat eager to see what the Grand Commandant looks like in women's attire. Oh, but I truly wish to glimpse his posterior once more, just a fleeting glance. Lin Mo paused for 3 seconds before earnestly responding, that is likely out of the question. Revealing such personal areas here comes with responsibilities. You lack a physical form, and I doubt you would desire a wife with a long beard. The last time you glimpsed the Grand Commandant's posterior, you merely brushed against it, thus avoiding liability. If you were to see it again, you would be held accountable. The system, envisioning the scene, exclaimed in terror, let us forget it. I must find a wife, and she must be a beautiful system. It absolutely cannot be a 40-year-old man with a long beard. Upon closer inspection, one could only discern the taut and trembling muscles on their faces. Along with their subtly quaking bodies, there was no indication that they were laughing. The Minister of Justice's lips quivered as he implored himself to hold back. After witnessing such scenes daily, one would expect him to have matured by now. When Minister Lin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of these individuals wearing tense and trembling expressions. It was evident there was trouble brewing, otherwise, why would they wear such visages? After an hour spent in bathing, dressing, and beautifying, the youthful and charming Tai Wei emerged. The first thing visible was his silhouette, and, to one's surprise, it was quite beautiful. Over the years, the Tai Wei had maintained a commendable physique, leaning towards the slender type, rendering his silhouette rather pleasing, albeit a touch on the tall side. However, who says a statuesque beauty cannot exist? Lin Mo remarked, TSK, just look at that figure. Who would have thought that the esteemed Tai Wei possesses such allure? I wonder if my father could compare, if he donned women's attire. My father's visage surpasses that of the Tai Wei, and he is taller too. I suspect he wouldn't resemble a woman much at all. Beside him, Minister Lin interjected, look all you want. Why must you drag me into this? It was perplexing how two such remarkable individuals could produce a daughter of equal excellence. The astute Lin Mo was busy appraising the Tai Wei's physique. That silhouette is quite appealing. I hope he won't frighten us when he turns around. The system replied, I doubt it, but I believe the Tai Wei's backside could use a bit more uplift. He ought to showcase it properly, or how else would anyone recognize him? Lin Mo inquired, could the Tai Wei turn around so we may behold him? Standing at the doorway with his back to them, the Tai Wei felt a tumult of emotions within. Were it not for the need to protect his daughter, he would never have stooped to such depths. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the Tai Wei turned. Lin Mo gasped. The system echoed, gasp. Others exclaimed, good heavens. Why is there such a disconnect? Why does he resemble a she-male so closely? He is even more exaggerated than Li Gonggong. From amidst the crowd, disguised in the guise of a commoner, Li Gonggong retorted, excuse me, is that polite? Minister Lin truly wished to cover the mouth of that little scoundrel, yet the problem was that she was not speaking with her mouth. The system lamented. This is the first time I've encountered a beauty from behind in real life. I hope the flower thief isn't scared to death. But then again, if he were, at least our objective would be achieved. Lin Mo remarked, then it depends on the Tai Wei's performance. As you said, let our Tai Wei transform into an audacious Tai Wei. The crowd inwardly chuckled at the thought of an audacious Tai Wei. The crown prince and his two brothers at the doorway grinned broadly, their faces alight with joy. To disguise themselves, they had even affixed false beards to their faces, proving that they were indeed the emperor's sons, sharing identical thoughts, and had come to enjoy the spectacle together. I didn't expect the Tai Wei to look quite good from behind in his attire, the third prince commented, having never before seen a man in women's clothing. The crown prince stroked his false beard, saying, of course, a silhouette and backside that could captivate a flower thief cannot be ordinary. The second prince mused, I cannot say whether it is ordinary or not, but is it truly acceptable for the three of us to crouch at the door? Why can't we hide among the crowd like father? The three of them, now resembling beggars squatting at the entrance, felt utterly embarrassed. Watching a show should not be done in such a manner. It made them appear rather foolish. At the second prince's insistence, they discreetly blended into the crowd, eventually encountering their father. Observing his oddly shaped sons, Emperor Xuanda remarked, these three rascals have come too. Were they not instructed to remain in the palace to review memorials? Soon, night fell, and the Taiwei residence was bustling with people, likely because the flower thief was aware they would be prepared. Just as the crowd began to doze off, the system's exclamation jolted them awake.
Ah,
The flower thief has arrived and has already disguised himself as a woman to enter the Taiwei's chamber. Lin Mo exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The system replied, "I also need time to search." "No worries, just wait for the Taiwei to perform. After all, this Taiwei's residence is already surrounded." Upon hearing the system's words, everyone perked up, for it was certain the flower thief would not escape. The Taiwei's residence had been sealed off tightly. The previous allowance for entry was merely to lure him in, but now, exiting would prove significantly more challenging. The Taiwei sat sideways on the bed, his back to the door. Upon entering, the flower thief immediately recognized the beauty he had encountered previously. "Just look at that backside. Such an exquisite form is rare indeed. My beauty, I have arrived. What use is it to summon so many people if they cannot recognize me?" The flower thief, oblivious to the system's prior comments, was wholly captivated by the beauty before him, though still at a considerable distance. To prevent Lin Mo's thoughts from being discovered, they had arranged for him to remain at a particularly safe distance. Lin Mo felt deeply touched, believing this was the group's way of caring for him. The system exclaimed, "Oh, the Taiwei has begun to act. His acting skills are commendable. He has truly lured the flower thief onto the bed."
Lin Mo Gossip.part1.
Is the audacious Taiwei about to make an appearance? The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The mere thought of such a scene was exhilarating. Chapter 43. Teeth caught in an apple. Lin Mo salivates at the eunuch. At that moment, within the chamber, the Taiwei was on the verge of a breakdown, while the flower thief, brimming with confidence, mischievously urged, "My beauty, do turn around quickly. While your silhouette is indeed lovely, I yearn to see your true face." The Taiwei replied, "Well, I must thank you for that."
Outside.
The system mimicked the flower thief's tone with remarkable accuracy, causing Lin Mo to struggle to contain his laughter. Others could scarcely fathom what the scene within was like. They felt immense sympathy for the Taiwei, yet were relieved that the flower thief had not chosen their home that fateful night, or else someone else would be in that chamber now. Lin Mo desperately wished to lean against the window to catch a glimpse. Yet her father remained steadfastly by her side, glaring at her if she dared to move even slightly. Lin Mo pondered, "What should I do? I truly wish to see, but my father is such an impediment." The system reassured her, "No worries, even if you cannot see, I can relay everything to you."
Ah,
The Taiwei has made his move.
ah.
The Taiwei has seized the flower thief's most vulnerable spot. Just as the system's words fell, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within.
Ah, who are you?
"Where has my beauty gone? Release me at once." The crowd surged in, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Lin Mo seized the opportunity to slip inside, with Minister Lin unable to stop her. The scene within was particularly thrilling. The flower thief was utterly ensnared, for the Taiwei held onto his lower half and refused to relent. After all, the Taiwei had given this considerable thought. Seizing another part of the body might allow the thief to flee, but being a man himself, he knew that this was the most vulnerable area for any man. In seizing this opportunity, he would undoubtedly escape. No man would willingly forego the chance to flee. Observing the scene, Lin Mo remarked with admiration, "Indeed, the esteemed Taifu is a paragon among men, mastering the art of cross-dressing to apprehend a thief. How impressive." The flower thief was nearing madness, exclaiming, "You shameless officials! How dare you don women's attire? Who is the beauty I have set my sights upon?" The Minister of Justice, while ordering the binding of the thief, chuckled. "The very person beside you is your so-called beauty. Did you not recognize him by his silhouette? Truly, you flower thief, your eyesight is rather poor. You cannot discern between male and female. Thankfully, our Taifu is both wise and brave, capturing you with ease." The Taifu was vigorously washing his hands, exclaiming, "So dirty! I wonder if my hands will catch a disease." The emperor, the crown prince, and two other princes, concealed within the crowd, gaped in astonishment. Emperor Xuanda marveled. "I never imagined he could undertake such an audacious act. Cross-dressing is already astounding, yet he manages to be even more shameless." The crown prince speculated. Perhaps he is influenced by the young Lin. Look at her standing there, utterly unashamed, smiling so brightly. I cannot fathom which nobleman in the capital would be worthy of her hand. Surely, none could match her. Upon utterance of this statement, a profound silence enveloped the emperor and the two princes. They seemed to have never pondered this matter. Nonetheless, such a peculiar individual would likely deter suitors. After all, she could expose all your secrets, rendering you the talk of the town. That night, the Taifu's residence was bustling with activity, effectively resolving a significant threat. The shameless flower thief had not anticipated that someone could surpass his audacity. Thus it became a contest of who was more invincible. Lin Mo inquired, System. Will the news of the Taifu's cross-dressing spread throughout the capital by tomorrow? The system responded, I believe it will. The affluent in the capital are perpetually idle. Every time you encounter an incident, it becomes the talk of the town. Soon, the Taifu shall usurp your position as a celebrity.
Lin Montag muset.
I never thought my status as the center of attention would be usurped. No matter, let him have it. At times, Minister Lin's instincts proved to be remarkably accurate. The following morning during the court assembly, Lin Mo was presented with an apple by the emperor. She cheerfully took a hearty bite, only to find herself in an embarrassing predicament.
Ah.
Help! The apple is lodged in my mouth. My teeth are stuck. The system chided her. I knew this would happen. Why did you take such a large bite? Now look, you're stuck. I have never seen someone get stuck on an apple. The emperor, observing the spectacle along with the surrounding ministers, was astounded. This indeed was a remarkable occurrence, getting an apple stuck in one's mouth. Emperor Xuanda waved his hand, summoning Eunuch Li, who brought forth a small knife. Do not move, young Lin. We shall extract your teeth shortly. Eunuch Li carefully cut away a portion of the apple, only to feel a sudden dampness on the hand holding it. Upon looking down, he discovered that Lin Mo was salivating profusely. The system exclaimed, You are drooling over a eunuch. Are you still my host? Eunuch Li nearly dropped the knife in shock as Lin Mo's eyes widened in fear at the approaching blade. Oh dear, please control yourself. Despite this, she found herself retorting to the system. You are the one drooling over a eunuch. I can't help it if the apple is lodged in my mouth. Why does your remark twist the context so? Are you a malfunctioning system? Minister Lin, facepalming, lamented the embarrassment. Eventually, Lin Mo was freed, and the court fell into an awkward silence, broken only by the sound of her slurping. The scene was undeniably awkward, a young maiden drooling over a eunuch. It was a tale too bizarre for belief, though drooling was indeed uncontrollable. Emperor Xuanda cleared his throat and admonished, Do not be so hasty when eating. Take your time, dear Lin. There is no competition for the apple. The system chimed in. Who says there isn't? Although they haven't gotten stuck, someone has knocked out a tooth and is still holding it in their mouth. Lin Mo perked up. Who? The recipients of the apple were suddenly alarmed. Another was about to face disgrace. Chapter 44. The Minister of Agriculture's Tooth Mishap. General Chen's Dance in Court. The unfortunate soul who lost a tooth was in a panic, grappling with the realization. What is this apple made of? Where did the emperor procure such a hard apple? We are not made of iron teeth. The system began to inform Lin Mo of the identity of the unfortunate individual. Look to your left. That appears to be the Minister of Agriculture. In a fit of panic, the minister inadvertently ejected his tooth, causing it to ricochet and strike the neck of the man standing before him, whereupon it slid down into his clothing. The onlookers were baffled. What just happened? What did he just expel? Lin Mo, witnessing the spectacle, gasped, Good heavens! A real-life pea shooter. Did he just spit out his own tooth? The system confirmed, indeed, and that tooth has landed inside someone else's clothing. The emperor, observing the scene with great clarity, struggled to suppress laughter, biting his lip with all his might. I must not laugh. I am the emperor. I cannot mock my subjects. The crown prince, too, was stifling laughter, his nostrils flaring in an effort to maintain composure, for he was to be a steady ruler. Meanwhile, the man who had been struck by the tooth was on the verge of collapse. What did you just spit on me? Are you out of your mind? Spraying things everywhere? The official in front began to squirm, attempting to shake loose the tooth lodged against his skin. It was firmly wedged against his waist, hindered by the belt, preventing it from moving. Lin Mo could hardly contain herself, shaking with suppressed laughter.
Ha ha ha.
I never imagined this esteemed gentleman could contort himself so gracefully. I wonder if he managed to dislodge that tooth. The system lamented its lack of recording capabilities, wishing it could capture such a rare scene. The earlier Pishuta incident had now transformed into a spectacle of serpentine dance, an extraordinary sight indeed. The official performing the serpentine dance was adjacent to Minister Lin, who discreetly edged away from the spectacle. The surrounding officials were on the brink of insanity, barely managing to suppress their laughter. Truth be told, General Chen's dance was indeed rather enchanting. Observing the frantically twisting General Chen, the Minister of Agriculture approached, apologizing profusely. "My apologies, General. Allow me to assist you." His smile, however, revealed a gap where a tooth once resided, creating a rather comical black hole effect. The laughter erupted uncontrollably. Laughter erupted within the court, and even Emperor Xuanda could no longer contain himself. Lin Mo laughed so heartily that she nearly bent over like a shrimp, and she was not alone in this reaction. A once dashing gentleman had, while munching on an apple, lost a front tooth, which he inadvertently spat onto the collar of the person before him. The series of events left everyone at a loss for words. Even the system's voice could hardly keep its composure, exclaiming, "I can't take it anymore. I feel my signals are in disarray from all this laughter. It seems you can't get a dental implant here. So Lord Sinong will have to live with a missing front tooth from now on," it added. Lin Mo replied, "I have no knowledge in dentistry, but I suppose there is no technology for dental restoration at present." Meanwhile, chaos reigned over where Lord Sinong and General Chen were standing. The irate General Chen exclaimed, "Why were you spraying teeth when you were fine? If you had such an ability, you might as well take it to the battlefield and use your teeth to spray the enemy. I'd love to see how many times your teeth can spray." Lord Sinong repeatedly nodded an apology. "I'm sorry, truly sorry." Feeling the saliva that had splattered onto his face, General Chen took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he said, "Will you please shut up? First you spray teeth, then you spray saliva. Are you a fountain?" The two were engaged in a comedic exchange, and while General Chen might not have perceived it as such, the onlookers found it thoroughly amusing. Ultimately, it was Emperor Xuanda who intervened to assist in retrieving the tooth. After the morning court session concluded, Lord Sinong gazed sorrowfully at his missing tooth. Although today he had not allowed that little ancestor to taste his melon, he was left with a gap in his smile. As officials passed by, they patted him on the shoulder with sympathetic gestures. Even the emperor felt a pang of guilt, considering the apple was his gift. Lord Sinong, the emperor stated, "I will seek a skilled craftsman to fashion you a prosthetic tooth, one that will be indistinguishable from the real thing." Uniquely made an effort to overlook the gaping hole in Lord Sinong's mouth and continued in a steady tone, "Just be mindful when you speak. Try not to be too forceful, lest your saliva splatter on others, which would be rather impolite." Lord Sinong performed a deep bow, thanking the emperor for his kindness. The word gift made uniquely squint, as some saliva splashed into his eye. The scene was utterly hilarious. Lord Sinong had just sprayed his tooth onto General Chen's collar. To retrieve the tooth, General Chen contorted his body in a manner more flamboyant than any woman, leaving Lin Qi and Lin Ran momentarily stunned by the sight. Was the morning court always this lively? Lin Mo wiped away tears of laughter from her eyes and continued, "After Lord Sinong lost that prominent front tooth, it became quite conspicuous when he smiled. I felt an irresistible urge to poke my finger into that gap." Hearing this, Lin Qi and Lin Ran leaned back in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. "Are you okay? You want to poke your finger into someone else's missing tooth?" they questioned. Lin Mo retorted, "What's wrong with that? If it were Father's front tooth that fell out, I would have done it ages ago. That gap is truly enticing." Just then, Minister Lin entered. Chapter 45. The third prince of Shijiang elopes with a man. Lin Mo continued her animated monologue, oblivious to the shifting expressions of her elder siblings. One could only wonder if father would spray saliva like Lord Sinong if he lost a tooth. The mere thought made her chuckle again. The system, stunned, completely forgot to remind Lin Mo, while Lin Qi and Lin Ran blinked rapidly, nearly cramping from the effort. "Could you at least turn your head? Our eyes are about to seize up." Lin Ran lamented, wishing she could physically turn Lin Mo's head around, perplexed by her lack of situational awareness. Noticing her siblings' contorted faces, Lin Mo inquired with genuine concern, "Elder brother, elder sister, are the muscles in your faces cramping? Would you like me to massage them?" The system finally reacted, exclaiming, "What do you mean massage? Your father is right behind you." How could she not realize that her siblings' beautiful faces were twisted in such agony? Typically, they were so serious and composed. Upon hearing the system's warning, Lin Mo gasped and turned her head slowly. Minister Lin stood behind her, his expression darkened. "Why have you stopped speaking? I've lost a tooth. And you want to poke your finger in my mouth, do you? I'll spray saliva, is that it?" Minister Lin spoke with a smile that was chillingly sinister. A normally stern man suddenly smiling at you feels like a horror story unfolding. Lin Mo dropped to her knees without hesitation, wailing, "Father, I know I was wrong. I want to use you as an example again, please." The quivering pitch of her voice was particularly melodious. Minister Lin's face darkened further, while Lin Chi and Lin Ran stood nearby, biting their lips to suppress laughter. If they weren't biting their lips, they might have burst out laughing. The sound of Lin Mo's wailing could easily be mistaken for mourning, and anyone unaware of the situation might think their father had passed away. A single sound of a swona would have set the scene perfectly. The system was left in awe. The host truly embodied the essence of resilience and adaptability. It had never encountered someone so audacious. No, it had never seen someone so perceptive. What could it do? After all, she was his own daughter. Couldn't he simply strike her down? How could a young lady possess such a thick skin? He had raised her the same way he had raised his elder daughter. Yet how had this younger daughter turned out so differently? Upon hearing her father relent and allow her to leave, Lin Mo sprang up from the ground and dashed out. Her speed nothing short of astonishing. Still within the room, Lin Chi fell silent for a moment before saying, "I think Mo possesses quite the martial talent. Don't you agree?" Lin Ran nodded, her lips twitching. How had she exited so swiftly? It felt as though she had vanished into thin air. Minister Lin closed his eyes, wishing it would all simply disappear. As long as she didn't flaunt herself in front of him, he was satisfied. Once Lin Mo emerged, she let out a huge sigh of relief, fearing she might receive punishment once more. Even the system now admired her penchant for courting danger. "Host, could you not exercise a bit of caution in the future? When speaking ill of others, keep your eyes and ears open, please. You were utterly lost in your own thoughts. Look at how your brother and sister's eyes are twitching, didn't you notice?" Lin Mo replied with conviction, "I thought they were simply having muscle spasms. They weren't showing it at all." The system retorted, "Not showing it at all?" It decided against further argument. This person was beyond comprehension. Lin Mo, however, was in high spirits, convinced that she was nearing perfection in her craft. "My skills are truly exceptional. My gift will undoubtedly shine among all the others." Glancing at the crown-wearing figure grinning in a rather lecherous manner, the system sighed inwardly, "As long as you're happy." The news of the completed wood carving quickly reached the Emperor's ears. Upon hearing it, Emperor Xuanda felt a surge of excitement. One could only wonder how that girl perceived him. Surely she envisioned him as dignified and imposing. Li Gonggong chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, Lord Shaolin will undoubtedly carve your likeness splendidly, Your Majesty." In the subsequent weeks, foreign envoys began to arrive one after another, filling the capital with many unfamiliar faces, each distinctly different in appearance from the citizens of our nation. Occasionally, as Lin Mo strolled through the streets, she would pause to admire these individuals, finding them reminiscent of modern foreigners, yet possessing a certain allure that surpassed that of their foreign counterparts. As for the second prince of Shijiang, he had not made an appearance since falling ill. This prompted Lin Mo to suddenly recall the lost eldest prince of Shijiang. System, could you enlighten me about the eldest prince of Shijiang? Has he arrived? Instantly, everyone perked up their ears, lowering their voices to a conspiratorial whisper in hopes of catching the latest gossip. The system responded, "Not yet. He recently reached Shirong safely, only to be detained there. Shirong is currently pillaging Shijiang, demanding the release of the eldest prince. Shijiang is bound to suffer a significant loss this time." Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Was there something amiss with the eldest prince's judgment? Surely, a simple inquiry during his travels would not have led to this predicament. Were there no passers-by to ask for directions? Others around her were equally speechless. It seemed the princes of Shijiang were anything but normal. Among the 5 princes, only the eldest, second, and third were contenders for the throne. The eldest was foolish. The second was not of royal blood, leaving only the third prince. Lin Mo was intrigued about the future of Shijiang. System. Who do you think will be the heir to Shijiang? The eldest and second are both unfit, leaving only the third. The system replied, Oh, I forgot to mention. The third prince eloped with a man, and now Shijiang is in utter chaos. Lin Mo gasped in shock, and those present shared the same reaction. How scandalous. A prince eloping with a man? Emperor Xuanda furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity with the situation. His uncle had also run off with a man. Though not in secret, his departure had been quite public. Chapter 46. The charisma of Minister Lin Mo felt fortunate not to have an additional male concubine. The thought of the money that had been borrowed from the treasury pained the emperor's heart. Their royal coffers were already strained, and now, with his uncle's departure, they had lost a significant sum. One could only wonder if the third prince of Shijiang had taken any wealth with him during his elopement. Given that their region was rich in gemstones and jade, he likely departed with a considerable amount. The emperor's mood soured further at the thought of others' wealth juxtaposed with their own impoverishment. Lin Mo, oblivious to the emperor's thoughts, found herself curious about the appearance of the man who had captivated the third prince. System. What does the man who eloped with the third prince of Shijiang look like? He must be quite handsome, or else how could he entice a prince to elope? The system surveyed the officials present and replied, That man is also from the Daong dynasty, of the refined and gentle type, somewhat resembling your father. However, your father possesses a more striking appearance and a colder demeanor. If he were to smile, they would bear a resemblance. Minister Lin interjected, I thank you for the compliment. The officials discreetly turned their gazes toward Minister Lin, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the minister was deserving of such praise, having once been the top scholar of his time. Lin Mo, unaware of her father's complex emotions, felt a swell of pride. Haha, truly my father. Thankfully, it is not that third prince visiting our country. Otherwise, I fear he might fall in love with my father at first sight, given that he is the type my father embodies. And my father is even more handsome than that man. The system chimed in. Indeed. What if he truly developed feelings for your father and sought to marry him? You would end up with an additional male concubine. The officials struggled to suppress their laughter, while Minister Lin trembled with indignation. Wretched girl. What a misfortune for the family. Though Lin Mo's banter with the system was outrageous, it bore a kernel of truth that resonated with those present. Emperor Xuanda's lips twitched between laughter and restraint, wrestling with the urge to maintain his regal composure. Control yourself. I, and the emperor, must uphold dignity and authority. Although he found Lin Mo's antics entertaining, he lamented the folly of her father. Minister Lin had persevered in good health thus far, and he was grateful that this girl was not his biological daughter. Otherwise, her antics would surely lead him to an early grave. It was amusing to witness the misfortunes of others, but one hoped such farce would not unfold within their own household. To prevent Minister Lin from fainting from anger, the imperial physician had already positioned himself nearby, prepared to administer a swift acupuncture treatment to alleviate any distress. Moments later, the sound of wails echoed from Minister Lin's courtyard. Father, you are being unreasonable. You strike me without cause. What wrong have I committed? Lin Mo's cries resonated from within. Minister Lin, exasperated, retorted, Must I choose a date to discipline you? I genuinely believe you would bring down the roof if I did not strike you at least once a day. Hastily summoned, Madame Lin, along with Lin Qi and Lin Ran, arrived to assess the situation. Madame Lin sighed. Your sister must have stirred up trouble again. Our family has become quite the sensation in the capital. Whenever she ventures out, she is accosted with inquiries about that wretched girl or any new gossip. Lin Qi shook his head, exuding an air of resignation. We are faring better than most. I believe the greatest pressure lies on our father, as he must attend court with our little sister each day. That evening, Lin Mo lay on her bed, incessantly complaining to the system. The system, soothing her like a child, replied, which child has not faced parental discipline? Besides, your father does not strike you too harshly. If he did, would you still be so lively? Lin Mo protested, Is this not a harsh punishment?
He struck me with a rattan stick.
The system reassured her. Rattan strikes only result in superficial injuries. A day or two of rest will suffice. If you are feeling down, tomorrow is a day off.
So, why not stroll through the streets?
I will find you some fresh gossip. Lin Mo's spirits lifted at the prospect. What better remedy for worry than indulging in gossip? At the break of dawn, she arose before the sun, her previous lamentations forgotten, now brimming with energy. The system remarked, I knew you were merely feigning distress. The capital was bustling more than ever, and to Lin Mo's surprise, she encountered a familiar face, Hua Kongke. Wei Zheng'an had been leisurely wandering the streets when suddenly he heard the call of the little demon. His attendant urged, Young master, shall we make our escape? Wei Zheng'an exchanged a glance with his attendant, and they took off running. Lin Mo called after them, Why are they fleeing? I would not harm them. Am I to be feared because I have brought silver today? She felt indignant at Hua Kong's rejection of her company. Yet, today, Hua Kong's attire was rather appealing. Devoid of the previous garishness. Dressed in a light blue robe, he exuded the grace of a refined gentleman, save for the image of him fleeing in terror. Wei Zheng'an did not dare pause until he reached the safety of his doorstep. Heavens! Why must I encounter that mischievous little tyrant on the streets? I am utterly terrified. Wei Zheng'an clutched his chest in sheer terror. Chapter 47. The Crown Prince of the Western Frontier sold to a brothel. Wei Zheng'an now deeply regretted his previous decision to provoke that notorious little demon. And now, alas, he had been marked by that very fiend. Well, at least she hadn't chased after him, but how could Minister Lin have released her today? Was he not concerned that she might cause trouble outside? Strangely enough, it made some sense, and Wei Zheng'an found himself believing it. Tiske, although Minister Lin required his own space, releasing her in such a manner was rather rash. It was quite irresponsible towards the outside world. The master and servant duo began to bicker right at their doorstep. Suddenly, Wei Zheng'an felt a chill creeping up from behind. Lin Mo peeked over his shoulder, smiling as he said, I see you two are having quite the enjoyable conversation. May I join you? Flower Peacock. My apologies, esteemed one. I truly regret my past transgressions. Please, do not hold it against me. I cannot be a mount. I am a person. Wei Zheng'an prided himself on his ability to adapt, genuinely fearing that he might be ridden off by someone else, especially given the current company, which seemed quite capable of such a thing. Lin Mo. It appears the previous encounter left quite an impression on him. The system chuckled mischievously, saying, Look how frightened he is. A man towering over 6 feet is rendered pale by your presence. You now resemble a bully seizing a common man. Who has seized a common man? Is there anyone worthy of me in this world? I, the great Lord Lin, am invincible. The system replied, Well, you might be right. For the time being, there indeed seems to be no one worthy of you. They could hardly fathom what kind of individual would be worthy of Lin Mo. Flower Peacock. Last time, I was intoxicated. I sincerely apologize. To express my remorse, allow me to treat you to dinner today. You may choose anything from the street. Lin Mo had brought sufficient funds today, thus his tone was particularly grand. Wei Zheng'an felt a sudden wave of anxiety as he glanced at the nearby servant, who promptly lowered his head to evade his master's gaze. I see nothing.
Do not look at me.
I am merely a powerless servant. Unable to refuse, Wei Zheng'an was reluctantly led away. The two of them stood out quite prominently on the street, and the third prince spotted them from a distance. TSK. How could Wei Zheng'an be with Lin Mo? Had he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? The second prince chuckled, shaking his head, sensing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Perhaps they should follow along to witness it. The brothers exchanged glances and swiftly followed, maintaining a safe distance. The system was directing Lin Mo towards an arena, a rather rudimentary setup established by foreigners, where their own people engaged in combat. Big news, big news. There's juicy gossip here. Lin Mo immediately perked up, realizing that a little exploration outside was indeed worthwhile. Wei Zheng'an breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the impending scandal did not concern him personally. The second and third princes, lurking behind, were quick to find a spot to eavesdrop upon hearing the mention of big news, surprisingly bringing their own sunflower seeds. Lin Mo, quick, tell us what the gossip is. Is it from our nation or another? The system replied, there are indeed stories from both your nation and others. Do you see that hefty fellow in the arena? He is a general from the Western Rome, who arrived overnight and brought with him the crown prince of the Western frontier, whom he sold. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. Fortunately, the arena typically barred common folk, as only nobility attended such events. The commoners generally preferred to avoid dealings with foreigners, venturing into their territory only when necessary for purchases. Lin Mo swallowed hard, pondering, is it truly acceptable to sell a prince of a nation? Does he seek to provoke war between two countries? The hidden second and third princes nodded vigorously. Indeed, selling a prince was no laughing matter. The system clarified. He was unaware that it was the crown prince of the Western frontier. The prince had been captured by the Western Rome, but he managed to escape secretly, only to encounter this hasty general from Western Rome, who, not carrying much money, seized the opportunity. The crowd murmured in disbelief, questioning how casually such things could happen. Even a commoner should not be seized so easily. Lin Mo, at that moment, was particularly eager to meet this peculiar crown prince. Such extraordinary events seemed to follow him. Lin Mo, so, where has this crown prince been sold? Is he to become a slave? The system replied, no. He has been sold to your local brothel. You do have male brothels here, and the Western frontier crown prince is quite handsome, a mixed-blood beauty. Far more appealing than the second prince. The Western Rome general, drawn by his appearance, sold him for a considerable sum. Lin Mo's mouth twitched in disbelief, finding the situation both amusing and absurd. Wei Zheng'an, on the other hand, was completely frozen, his expression mirroring the shock of those around him. The second and third princes envisioned the plight of the Western frontier crown prince. Good heavens! How tragic it was for a prince to end up in such a state. They could only wonder if his honor remained intact. System. Should we not visit the brothel tonight? I wish to witness what sort of individual this crown prince is. It is astonishing that such a rare character exists in the world. The system replied, oh dear, no matter how extraordinary he may be, he cannot compare to you. However, tonight marks the first evening of the crown prince's auction, so you certainly may go and take a look. The first night of the auction. The crowd exchanged glances, filled with intricate emotions. When the emperor received the news, his feelings were equally complex. Uniquely nodded. That seems likely, however. We can use this to demand compensation from both Western Rome and Western Frontier. This should yield a substantial sum. The emperor, TSK. What a splendid idea. Chapter 48. The third prince's mischief, Lin Mo injured by his father. That evening, all the officials attending the brothel were well disguised, and Lin Mo blended in among them. They explained to her, a Western frontier envoy spotted their crown prince in this predicament, so the emperor dispatched us to assess the situation. If you wish to observe, dear Lord Lin, you may do so, but do find a safe spot, as things may get a bit chaotic tonight. Lin Mo, absolutely. I will not disturb your work. Rest assured. The system chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Before long, the crown prince of the Western frontier was brought out. He appeared dazed and confused, likely under the influence of some drug. Esteemed guests, we have a fine specimen here today. If anyone desires a fleeting encounter with him, feel free to bid. The starting price is 10 taels. The clientele comprised both men and women, and it must be noted that the customs of Daong were indeed quite liberal. I bid 10 taels. I bid 20 taels. 30 taels. Perhaps it was the crown prince's striking features that appealed to the patrons, for soon his price soared to 300 taels, being a captivating exotic beauty. Suddenly, the system exclaimed, "Host, quickly hide. There are assassins." The utterance startled Lin Mo and the officials, while the other guests remained oblivious, their attention fixated on the crown prince atop the platform. In a flash, Lin Mo deftly sought refuge beneath a corner table, and scarcely had she nestled in when the grand doors were abruptly flung open. It was her first encounter with such a scene. Good heavens! Is that truly an assassin? Who are they here to eliminate? The system interjected. They are here to assassinate the crown prince, sent by the people of Xizjiang. Just remain hidden. I possess protective mechanisms that will automatically shield you from danger should the need arise. The pandemonium that ensued was palpable as Lin Mo clamped her mouth shut, trembling beneath the table. The emperor and the Lin family were nearly driven to madness upon receiving this news. Lin Xiangshu, clad in his robe, dashed outside, while Lin Qi and Lin ran flustered in disarray, and Lin Madam fainted outright. Do not panic, esteemed officials. Young Master Lin is safeguarded by a protective mechanism, and she also has hidden guards with her. The messenger urgently reassured them. Lin Xiangshu transformed into a veritable roaring lion. How can I not panic? My daughter is inside. She has lived a life of joy and has never faced such peril. She must be terrified. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, indeed frightened, crouched beneath the table, her wide eyes glued to the unfolding combat. Good heavens! This is like a genuine martial arts film, the system noted. It is indeed quite thrilling. Around her, the gathered officials remained engrossed in the spectacle. Suddenly, an assassin materialized from nowhere and the system's warning arrived too late. A person adjacent to Lin Mo was seized. Cease this at once, or I shall slay him. The captured third prince exclaimed, Why must misfortune befall me again? Out of so many, why was I chosen? The atmosphere turned tense upon witnessing the third prince being held hostage. The system quipped, Why are you all so anxious? His blade is facing the wrong way. Everyone's gaze shifted to the weapon, realizing that the sharp edge was turned outward. Perhaps the assassin was merely nervous. Lin Mo, grinning mischievously, remarked, What a splendid opportunity. Third prince quickly used the monkey steals the peach technique to escape. The third prince seized the moment, executing the maneuver, and the assassin let out a piercing scream. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, collectively gasping in astonishment. Lin Mo internally praised, That was truly fluid and graceful. I never imagined the third prince would share my thoughts. Well done. The system replied, exasperated, As long as you're content. Once all the assassins were apprehended, the third prince fixed a cold, sinister smile upon his captor. Daring to take me hostage? You've walked right into your demise. The assassin retorted, You people of Daeong are all mad. By the time the Lin family arrived, the scene was already being cleared. Lin Mo mingled among the crowd, peering curiously.
Lin Montag.
Come here at once. Lin Xiangshu, disheveled and furious, commanded. The system panicked. Oh no, your father is here.
Run.
Lin Mo instinctively took flight, not even registering where her father was, and inadvertently dashed straight into his embrace. The crowd gasped as Lin Xiangshu, caught off guard, found his daughter colliding into him. Lin Mo, now truly at a loss for words, lamented. Why didn't you tell me you were over here? The system retorted. You didn't give me a chance. Could you not have asked me? Lin Qi and Lin ran side from the back, occasionally pondering the lack of intellect in their sister, who remained blissfully confident. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, Lin Mo turned and fled. Lin Xiangshu began to chase her, berating her as they became a conspicuous pair on the street. Lin Qi and Lin Ran covered their faces in embarrassment, wishing to disappear. Father, please stop chasing me. I understand my mistake. I shall never engage in such dangerous antics again. I promise not to idly spectate in public. Lin Mo's little legs flailed as she attempted to escape, yet her father caught up to her. Hearing her cries, the system sighed sympathetically. Amen. I'm with you. It's merely a beating, and we shall endure. However, just as it spoke, it promptly muted its auditory senses. With a sigh of relief, Lin Mo enjoyed the newfound tranquility. Having gathered ample energy today, the repercussions of the scuffle left her bedridden for 2 days, even prompting the emperor to send inquiries about her well-being. Rest assured, young Master Lin, the emperor will not let yesterday's assassins go unpunished. Who would have thought that you would be the one most severely affected by yesterday's incident? In truth, her injuries were inflicted by her own father. Lin Mo, resolute despite her condition, lifted her head from the bed and declared, I am unconcerned about those assassins. I wish to know how the crown prince of Shijiang fared. I shall not rest until I learn the complete story. The messenger replied, The crown prince is well and has regained consciousness. This matter pertains to the conflict between Shijiang and Shirong and does not significantly involve us. With that, the messenger hurriedly departed, eager to escape the piercing gaze of Lin Mo, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity. After the messenger's exit, the system thoughtfully relayed, Your emperor has managed to extract a considerable sum from this incident. Lin Mo retorted, Isn't that only fair? We rescued the crown prince, and thus they should compensate us. The emperor's actions are justified. Once Lin Mo's injuries healed, preparations for the emperor's birthday banquet commenced. The entire capital buzzed with excitement, and as court officials, Lin Mo and Lin Xiangshu were obliged to attend the royal festivities. Due to Lin Mo's antics, Lin Xiangshu had transitioned from a civil servant to a military figure. A transformation that was bittersweet. Lin Mo confidently reassured her father, "Do not worry, father. I shall not falter in such a significant occasion." The Lin family exchanged skeptical glances, their expressions mirroring doubt. "Are you truly serious?" Before their departure, Lin Madam discreetly pulled Lin Xiangshu aside, whispering, "You must keep a close watch on her. Your belt has a hidden compartment. I've placed a thin cord inside. If she causes trouble, bind her immediately." Lin Xiangshu solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, my dear. I shall manage her." Observing this exchange, Lin Shi remarked, "Look what they've been reduced to." The palace banquet was indeed a lively affair, with treasures from various small nations dazzling the attendees. Lin Mo, concealing her little humanoid monkey in her embrace, delightedly mused, "System. It seems their offerings pale in comparison to mine." The system contemplated the monkey's appearance and replied, exasperated, "Your offerings certainly exceed theirs. Collectively, they cannot match your generosity." Upon hearing the system's words, those around began to surreptitiously scrutinize Lin Mo. Even the emperor exhibited a hint of anticipation. What remarkable creation could have emerged from such heartfelt intent? Soon, it was the turn of the ministers to present their gifts. Lin Mo swaggered forward, boldly producing a grand sculpture of a great ape. "Long live the emperor! This is a gift I have meticulously prepared for your majesty, a likeness I carved myself." All present stared at the sculpture in a daze, disbelief etched on their faces. The Xuanda emperor widened his eyes at the gift, puzzled by its resemblance to him. Was there any similarity at all, aside from both figures wearing crowns? Lin Mo, basking in the gazes of the crowd, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "System, look. They are utterly astonished by my craftsmanship. Truly, my sculpting skills are unparalleled." The system, in a moment of reckless abandon, shamelessly praised, "Indeed, this lifelike ape you have sculpted represents the progenitor of humanity." The onlookers were left bewildered. Is the ancestor of man truly a monkey? The Xuanda emperor, suppressing a dry chuckle, responded, Esteemed Lin, your heartfelt sentiment has been duly noted. Someone, please take this gift away, quickly. It is rather painful to behold." The foreign emissaries pondered the significance of this primate. Was this the essence of artistry from the Daong dynasty? They would certainly need to study it closely. Some even sketched the great ape, labeling it as the likeness of the Daong emperor. Observing all this, the crown prince lamented, "Father, your regal image shall be utterly obliterated from this day forth. The reputation of Daong will suffer irreparably. From now on, when people speak of the emperor of Daong, they shall envision a monkey, a great ape, no less." The second and third princes exchanged glances, relief washing over them as they remarked, "Thank heavens we are not to inherit the throne. Henceforth, when the ape emperor of Daong is mentioned, it shall refer only to father and elder brother, leaving us unscathed." The surrounding officials questioned, "Are you two serious?" After presenting his gift, Lin Mo began to indulge in a feast. Remarkably, since the emperor's coffers had grown, the food had become significantly more delectable, likely due to the ability to procure better ingredients. While she savored the entertainment, the system issued a warning. "Alert! An assassin is present."
Lin Montag started,
sprayed the morsel from her mouth and instinctively grasped Lin Xiangshu's hair, shoving him beneath the table. "Father, fear not. I shall protect you." Lin Xiangshu, caught off guard, could only respond in bewilderment. Chaos erupted as the assassin appeared to be targeting the emperor. Assassination attempts on the emperor occurred multiple times each year. It was perplexing what they hoped to gain, especially in a nation so impoverished, who would replenish the treasury if the emperor were slain. The crown prince stood beside the Xuanda emperor, while the second and third princes shielded them. Both the emperor and the future heir must be safeguarded at all costs. Suddenly, Lin Mo spotted a remarkable figure amid the crowd. "Is that not Physician Zhao?" Those court officials lurking nearby also beheld physician Zhao engaging the assassin. Remarkably, though he possessed no martial prowess, he had honed his needles into flying projectiles. Before the assailant could strike, his needles had already pierced their target's acupoints. The system exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary storm of pear blossoms technique? Truly astounding." Lin Mo, unable to contain her excitement, applauded. "Our nation's physician is exceptionally talented." Physician Zhao, brandishing a handful of silver needles, fought valiantly to reach the emperor, declaring gallantly, "Your Majesty, do not worry. I am here to protect you." The emperor, crown prince, and two princes stood in stunned silence, grappling with the events unfolding before them. What just transpired? Were those silver needles flying through the air? Physician Zhao, with a charming smile, acknowledged that after extensive practice, he had mastered the art of needlework, crediting his progress to Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo was firmly held back by Lin Xiangshu, who feared the girl might impulsively charge into danger. The system urged, "Quickly, move aside. An assassin is approaching." Lin Mo turned just in time to see a wounded assassin, crawling towards her with a knife in hand. "Watch this," she exclaimed, snatching the hairpin from her father's head and rushing forward. Following the previous assassination attempt, Lin Mo had matured immensely. "Do not worry, host. I have protective mechanisms in place," the system assured her. The disheveled Lin Xiangshu and all present were aghast. "What do you mean by rush?" In Chapter 50, Lin Mo, now a living shield, proclaimed, "Ha! If you're a man, come at me." She charged forward, confronting the assassin with a stomp. The system continued to cheer her on. "Grab his face. Stab his chest." Lin Mo obediently unleashed her 9 white bone claws upon the assailant, though she hesitated to use the hairpin for stabbing, opting instead to wield a chair to pin him down. Now, the assassin resembled a turtle, sprawled on the ground with the chair atop him. The crowd gasped, "Host, be cautious. Someone is coming for you." Hearing the system's warning, Lin Mo looked up just in time to catch a blade aimed at her, instinctively grasping it with her bare hands. "I actually caught a blade with my bare hands," she exclaimed, astonished. The system laughed heartily. Protective mechanism activated. Copper skin, iron bones. Lin Mo felt an exhilarating thrill as others stared in disbelief. Catching a knife with one's hands was no jest. In the next moment, Lin Mo plunged into a throng of assassins, blocking strikes for anyone who was targeted, her form moving dynamically to shield wherever needed. As she floated through the chaos, she shouted, "Ha! Copper skin, iron bones. This is the ultimate shield. Let me unleash the full potential of this invulnerability. All blades, come at me." The assassins stood bewildered. How could their weapons not penetrate? Who was this madwoman, dedicated to deflecting blows for others? Seeing the assassins hesitate, Lin Mo thumped her chest and shouted, "Come on. Are you afraid? If you have the guts, swing your blades here. If you're a man, come and strike me. If you don't, then you're no man." The system chimed in, "Host, let him strike your head. I'll maximize this copper skin and iron bones, allowing your head to shatter his blade." The ministers were utterly dumbfounded. Lin Xiangshu nearly had a heart attack watching Lin Mo shield others from blades. The Minister of War cautiously approached Lin Xiangshu, patting his shoulder in a bid to comfort him. "Fear not, esteemed Lin. The young lady will be just fine. Just look at her vigorous demeanor. She will face no trouble." Lin Xiangshu replied, "My feelings are somewhat complex at this moment. Please refrain from speaking to me." The protected Xuanda Emperor swallowed hard, turning to the Crown Prince. "Am I mistaken, or is she truly stepping forward to shield others from blades? What manner of thinking leads one to expose themselves so brazenly? Did she not fear being perceived as a monster for using her body as a shield?"
In that moment, Lin Mo declared, "Ah,
Who else? Who else wants to challenge me? Please call me the best human shield." The system responded joyfully, "Haha, continue, continue." I relish the shock on their faces. It's all about delivering that astonishment. Don't worry, I've got excuses ready for your invulnerability. Just claim you have mastered a technique that grants you immunity to blades. Lin Mo replied, "The golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt."
yes."
That's it. Now, take flight, my host. Unleash your full potential. With Lin Mo's assistance, None on their side fell, and the wounded were but lightly injured, while the assassins lay vanquished. The leader of the assassins, grievously injured, gazed at Lin Mo with eyes full of disbelief. You wicked enchantress. Lin Mo responded with a radiant smile. Thank you for the compliment. I assure you, I'm not as bewitching as you suggest. The archetype of a seductress typically embodies unparalleled beauty, and she took his words as an acknowledgement of her own attractiveness. To her surprise, she had apparently reached the level of being deemed a demonic beauty in the eyes of others. The assassin leader exhaled deeply before collapsing entirely. It remained uncertain which nation had dispatched these assassins. Initially, Lin Mo had presumed them to be compatriots. However, upon removing their facial coverings, she discerned that their features were somewhat dissimilar to her own countrymen. All the assassins were apprehended, with no lethal force employed, as interrogations were still to ensue. Lin Xiangshu, witnessing Lin Mo's triumphant demeanor, charged forward and delivered a kick, exclaiming, "I told you not to recklessly engage. I instructed you to shield others from harm. Are you truly so impatient with life?" Lin Mo deftly evaded the blow, and thus commenced a playful chase and skirmish between father and daughter. Lin Xiangshu's disheveled appearance, save for his striking visage, might have led onlookers to believe he had gone mad. This girl truly needs a lesson. While others avoid her, she brazenly leaps into danger. Reveling in her own audacity, Lin Mo, while evading, offered apologies, embodying a spirit of acknowledging her faults yet refusing to amend her ways. Ultimately, the emperor, unable to tolerate the spectacle, commanded that this father-daughter duo be restrained. Emperor Xuanda granted Lin Mo an opportunity to explain herself. Brushing off the imprints left on her attire, she cheerfully declared, "This technique is known as the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Mastering it renders one impervious to blades and arrows. However, few possess the aptitude to learn it. I attribute my success to my extraordinary martial talent. I am indeed a rare martial genius. I seldom utilize this skill." Listening to her self-aggrandizement, even the system felt a twinge of embarrassment. Oh dear, must you boast so? You're about to elevate your own ego to the heavens. Lin Mo's antics were genuinely amusing. They had never encountered someone so unabashed. Lin Xiangshu, unable to endure any longer, seized Lin Mo and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have pressing family matters to attend to, and thus I shall take my leave." Emperor Xuanda hastily waved his hand. Go on. But do not be too harsh on her. Your previous kicks were ample punishment. What if you were to injure her?" Lin Xiangshu bowed to the emperor before escorting Lin Mo away. Observing the retreating figures of the father and daughter, all present sighed collectively. Beat her soundly. If she remains unscathed, she will never learn humility. Lin Qi and Lin Ran were both incensed, while Lin Mo's cries echoed into the night. The hidden guards, concealed in the trees, shook their heads at the spectacle, lamenting her plight. They hoped fervently that the esteemed Lin Mo would emerge unscathed the following day. All the officials sent agents to discreetly inquire about Lin Mo, learning of her night of punishment, and they found themselves both amused and exasperated. How splendid it was to have a daughter such as hers. Chapter 51. The Scandal. The Princess of Xian secretly sells the prince's undergarments. The following morning, as the court assembled, all eyes were on whether Lin Mo would make an appearance. Even Emperor Xuanda was curious. He had contemplated excusing her from the morning court but found himself unable to resist the urge to witness the unfolding drama. Has she arrived? Where is she? Could it be that she truly intends to skip today? Emperor Xuanda had already dispatched Eunuch Li to check several times. Eunuch Li shook his head. Not yet. Lin Xiangshu has yet to arrive, but the Xiangshu residence has not sent word of absence, so she should be here. At last, just before morning court commenced, Lin Mo made her entrance amidst a sea of eager gazes. However, her gait appeared somewhat unsteady. The system remarked in awe, "Your swagger, with those bow-legged strides, is truly formidable." Lin Mo chuckled dryly. "Formidable, my foot. My dairy is ablaze. Even the slightest friction against my garments is unbearable. I cannot fathom why my mother was so heavy-handed. It used to be my father who punished me." Lin Xiangshu retorted. "So you claim you feel no pain when I strike you?" Her manner of walking undoubtedly made her the center of attention among the gathered crowd. The third prince, unable to resist, mimicked her gait. Just how severely was she punished last night? If it becomes unbearable, she could always request a day off. During the court session, Lin Mo stood out conspicuously among the throng. My backside burns with agony. Could you share a juicy tidbit to distract me? She implored. The system replied, absolutely. I have a delightful scandal. It concerns Prince Xin. The attention of the assembly was immediately captivated and fortunately, they had grown accustomed to multitasking, preventing any delays in vital state affairs. Lin Mo cast a glance at Prince Xin, seated in his wheelchair, struggling to comprehend what scandal could possibly involve him. Prince Xin was the epitome of a gentle, refined gentleman. Even with age, his allure had only intensified. Were he to rise from his wheelchair, his charm would undoubtedly magnify. The system, with a sly chuckle, revealed, "You may not know this, but ever since the incident with Prince Qi concluded, it has become widely known that Prince Xin is the true national hero, resulting in a surge in his popularity among the populace. Some individuals have even begun to discreetly sell his personal belongings, weaving various legendary tales around them, fetching exorbitant prices, though most are fabrications." Lin Mo, intrigued, inquired, "How much?" "How much?" Her sole concern lay in the monetary value. The system replied, "At least 50 taels of silver. The closer the item is to him, the higher the price." The ministers collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a steep price. 50 taels of silver could sustain a common family for several years. Emperor Xuande glanced at his own attire, contemplating how much he might fetch if he were to sell his clothes. Surely, his worth as the emperor must be greater than that of his younger brother. Prince Xion's face began to flush as he realized the implications of Lin Mo's fascination. He had often relished hearing tales of other ministers, but now he understood their discomfort. The system continued. Eventually, this news reached the ears of the Princess of Xion. Can you guess what she did? In unison, Lin Mo and the system surmised. She began selling Prince Xion's personal items herself. Indeed, among the items sold at the highest price were his worn-out undergarments. Moreover, the princess dispatched servants to sell them. Ensuring their authenticity, one pair fetched several hundred taels of silver. Lin Mo gasped, her gaze fixating on Prince Xion, who felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. What was she plotting? Not only Lin Mo but all the ministers, including the emperor and the crown prince, were now observing him closely. Particularly, the emperor, as a financially strapped ruler, was eager to learn of such a lucrative scheme. He had numerous old undergarments lying around. Eunuch Li, having served the emperor for many years, discerned his thoughts from his expression. He approached the emperor and whispered, "Your Majesty, your undergarments would certainly not sell. They are so worn that they barely cover your royal form. Who would believe they belong to the emperor?" Emperor Xuande's excitement waned. What does it matter if they are tattered? Even if they are worn, they are undeniably the garments of the emperor. Those people simply lack vision. Prince Xion gripped the arms of his wheelchair, internally lamenting. He had wondered where all his old undergarments had vanished to and suspected that the recent influx of wealth in the manor was due to their sale.
Ah, princess.
Your frugality in managing the household is commendable, yet might I suggest an alternative approach? Xion Wangfei, no. This method brings in money the fastest. Lin Mo had a particularly pressing inquiry for the system. System, are the undergarments sold by Xion Wangfei in their original state, or have they been laundered? The crowd. Xion Wang's expression was one of utter desolation. He should have called in sick today. How else could he have attracted the attention of this mischievous little imp? The system chuckled slyly, responding in a rather peculiar tone. That depends on how much the bidders outside are willing to offer. However, I must say that Xion Wangfei is quite sincere. She knows precisely how to cater to the desires of each buyer. The husband of this sincere woman, Xion Wang, exclaimed, "My dear wife, do you have any notion of the embarrassment you caused me today?" Xion Wang felt an overwhelming urge to cry out to the heavens. At that moment, Xion Wangfei, who was at home organizing the courtyard with her family, sneezed. One cannot deny that this situation is indeed a most peculiar scandal. How could people of this era have ever heard of such matters? In modern times, however, such incidents are rather commonplace. Lin Mo discreetly glanced at her esteemed father and remarked to the system, "You mentioned that my father is a renowned scholar and among the finest looking in decades. a figure of aesthetic merit in the court. If I were to sell his personal garments, the price should be quite respectable, no? And then there's my brother. His popularity in the capital is also significant, being the object of affection for many a lady's dreams. His personal attire would surely fetch a good price as well. Lin Xiangshu's eyes widened. What scheme are you concocting? The ministers surrounding Lin Xiangshu cast sympathetic glances in his direction, and one official standing beside him cautioned, "Keep a close watch on your personal garments, as well as your son's. I suspect little Lin is quite serious." Chapter 52. Lin Mo covets Xian Wang's wheelchair, embarking on a wild ride atop a pig in the dead of night. Perhaps a shred of rationality ultimately prevented Lin Mo from pursuing this notion, leading her to abandon the idea. Lin Mo, however, it seems our family is not in dire straits just yet, so let us spare my father and brother for now. Should misfortune befall us in the future, we may resort to this method then. Lin Xiangshu, you are out of your mind, contemplating your family's downfall. Even the system found Lin Mo's idea to be rather eccentric. After all, it is merely its host. Even if she is peculiar, what difference does it make? It might merely drive this world to madness. The morning court session finally concluded, leaving Xian Wang drenched in cold sweat while seated in his wheelchair. As he made his way outside, Lin Mo, unbeknownst to him, had stealthily approached his side once more. Xian Wang appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly terrified. Lin Xiangshu, hurry and take your daughter away. The crowd subtly shifted their gazes in this direction. Surely, little Lin is not intent on harassing Xian Wang any further? The system, equally perplexed by its host's intentions, queried, "What are you up to? Surely, you aren't infatuated with this handsome uncle. I must remind you, there is a generational gap between you. His son is 2 years your senior. His wife is formidable. She strikes harder than your father." The assembly gasped audibly at the system's words, while Lin Xiangshu nearly fainted from shock. Xian Wang's hands began to tremble in fear. Has he truly committed some unspeakable act in his diligent life? Could this little imp genuinely take a liking to him? After all, they are of the same generation as her father. Lin Mo truly wished to knock some sense into the system, wondering if it had lost its wits. You are deluded. Why would I be enamored with an older man? There are countless admirable young men in the capital from whom I could choose at my leisure. My interest lies solely in his wheelchair. Walking back and forth is exhausting. How delightful it would be to sit in a wheelchair, with someone pushing me along, indulging in snacks while I leisurely glide through life. Ah, what a blissful existence. The crowd. Your fantasies are rather whimsical. He is unable to walk, while you are fully capable. Your Highness, is that wheelchair for sale? Xian Wang, appearing numb, replied, I'm afraid it's not for sale. I still require it for my mobility. If you truly desire one, I could recommend a carpenter who can craft such a chair. Lin Mo shook her head, exclaiming, No, that would take too long. I want one that's ready-made. Do you happen to have any extras? Lin Xiangshu's fists clenched in frustration, prompting Zhao Tai to intervene. Do not be angry. Remain calm, please. As Lin Mo wallowed in her discontent, the system suddenly exclaimed with excitement. I know where to find a wheelchair. There's a bandit hideout in the outskirts of the capital, preparing to incite chaos. Their leader is unable to walk, thus possesses an exceptionally luxurious wheelchair. The assembly collectively inhaled sharply, and Lin Xiangshu's demeanor turned serious as everyone listened intently to the system's words. Lin Mo asked eagerly, So, if we dismantle that hideout, can I acquire that wheelchair? The system replied, Indeed. So, let us rush there at once. I shall activate the protection mechanism for you. The crowd. Where are you rushing off to? Shouldn't this matter be reported to the authorities? Or perhaps to the emperor? Just as Lin Mo was about to take flight, Lin Xiangshu leaped forward and seized her. Lin Mo, prepared to soar into action. I want that wheelchair. I wish to attend court seated. The system sighed, speaking in a subdued tone. If only your father hadn't captured you, perhaps you could choose another mount. Haven't you always desired one? Lin Mo, can you assist me in procuring one? Just so you know, I cannot ride a horse. The system chuckled with satisfaction. No worries. I've accumulated enough energy lately to purchase a taming mechanism that can train an animal. Lin Xiangshu, holding Lin Mo, felt as though his temples might explode from the absurdity of their conversation. It was truly maddening. Yet, none anticipated that a mere wheelchair would unravel the existence of a bandit hideout. When Emperor Xuanda received this news, he was at a loss for words. Is she really that resentful of standing in court? Xian Wang longed to stand, while she, on the other hand, would likely prefer to bring a bed into the court if she could. Such unparalleled laziness. The Crown Prince remarked, Little Lin's intentions are pure, her thoughts are not surprising. However, this matter does not require father's intervention. Lin Xiangshu will manage her well. In a few days, the hunting expedition will commence. Does father intend to allow little Lin to accompany us? As the examination approaches, there will be a grand hunt, and most officials will attend. Emperor Xuanda replied without hesitation. Of course, she must go. If she doesn't, how much joy shall we be deprived of? Though I wonder if she can ride a horse. Whether she can ride a horse is uncertain, but she can certainly ride a pig. That very night, Lin Mo, spurred on by the system, ventured to the stables, ready to employ the taming mechanism on a horse. Just as she was about to begin, Lin Qi unexpectedly appeared, and the mechanism inadvertently activated on a large white pig nearby. Lin Mo stood frozen as the massive pig charged towards her, and the system was equally bewildered. In the next moment, she found herself toppled onto the pig's back, and it began to charge forward.
Ah!
Help! Help! Observing Lin Mo galloping atop the pig, Lin Qi remarked. The system assured her, Do not fear, this pig has been tamed. You can control it effortlessly now. This taming mechanism enhances the abilities of the tamed animal. Though this hefty pig may not match the speed of a horse, its endurance is unparalleled. Lin Mo, in a state of utter despair, cried out to the system, What use do I have for its stamina? I do not wish to ride a pig. The system replied, Well, I cannot help you. After all, it was you who mismanaged the situation earlier. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangshu and his wife were enjoying the moonlight in a pavilion when, to their astonishment, they witnessed a figure racing past them atop a large white pig. Lin Xiangshu and Madame Lin exchanged bewildered glances. Madame Lin rubbed her eyes and, with a hint of disbelief, asked, Is that our Mo on top of the pig? Lin Xiangshu inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and bellowed, Lin Mo, what is the matter with you? Why are you galloping through the house on a pig at this hour? What sane person would ride a pig, especially one destined for slaughter? From a distance, Lin Mo's voice echoed back, Father, I can't get down. Please come and rescue me. Despite the pig's steady gait, she was still quite unskilled at riding it. Chapter 53. While others rode horses, Lin Mo rode a pig. Lin Mo raced ahead on her pig, pursued by a throng of people behind her. Fortunately, this spectacle was contained within their home. Otherwise, it would surely provoke laughter from onlookers. Eventually, Lin Mo was forced to learn how to control the pig, and when she finally dismounted, her legs felt utterly weak. Her parents and siblings glared at her, panting heavily and wearing expressions that suggested a storm was brewing. The system remarked, Host, I have an inkling that you are in deep trouble. Just look at your parents' and siblings' faces. I sense a foreboding. Lin Mo reassured the system, Do not worry, watch me. Nothing will go awry. Just as the system was about to inquire about her intentions, she suddenly knelt down and lamented, Mother, Father, I truly did not mean to. It was the pig that threw me up there. You must consider this. How could I be foolish enough to ride a pig? I merely wished to select a horse as my mount. Who knew this pig would go berserk? Her words rang true. She genuinely had not anticipated that her steed would turn out to be a pig. The Lin family observed her with quiet amusement, but Lin Mo soon realized something was amiss. It felt as though she was performing a solo act. Stealing a glance up, she was dismayed to find their expressions still ominous. Looking at their scheming little daughter kneeling on the ground, Lin Xiangshu ultimately. It was Lin Ran and Lin Qi who interceded on her behalf, allowing her to escape the impending crisis. Madame Lin, with a furrowed brow, pondered aloud. What has caused Mo's temperament to become increasingly erratic? She was never like this before. Lin Xiangshu remained silent for 3 seconds before responding. Perhaps she has always been this way. We simply could not hear her thoughts before. Madame Lin considered this. That makes some sense. In a few days, we shall go hunting. Mo may accompany you. Please take care of her and keep an eye on her. After a long silence, Lin Xiangshu replied, My dear, do you truly believe I can manage her? The couple exchanged glances and sighed in unison. In the days that followed, Lin Mo diligently trained her large white pig, even fashioning a saddle to make riding more comfortable. Gazing at the imposing creature, she lamented to the system, Is there truly no possibility of swapping mounts? The hunting trip is imminent. I cannot possibly ride a pig while everyone else rides horses. The pig was exceedingly jealous. The moment she approached other animals, it would go into a frenzy, attacking them. She attempted to ride her brother's horse, only for the pig to charge forward, nearly colliding with the horse. The system sighed. You cannot change it. You must simply make do. Look on the bright side. This is indeed a unique sight in the capital. Lin Mo retorted, Is it uniquely capital-worthy? I feel it is quite unparalleled across the entire realm. After all, who else would dare ride a pig? When the emperor and his court learned of this spectacle, they were nearly beside themselves with laughter. Emperor Xuande eagerly anticipated seeing the pig for himself, as did the officials. At long last, the day of the hunt arrived. Everyone rode horses from the capital to the outskirts, and some noble women accompanied them in carriages. Early that morning, the citizens of the capital witnessed the officials galloping by with great pomp. However, something was amiss. Why was there someone riding a pig among all the majestic steeds? Amidst the throng of horses, Lin Mo's pig stood out conspicuously, its gait accompanied by a rhythmic sound. For every step the horses took, the pig took 3, causing Lin Mo to bob up and down atop it, her face alight with joy as she waved enthusiastically to everyone around her. She had perfectly positioned herself as the center of attention, with all others serving as mere backdrop to her performance. The officials on horseback were nearly in stitches, exclaiming, Indeed, young Master Lin is truly exceptional. This mount must be a first in history. The officials were on the verge of uproarious laughter. Their orderly procession was disrupted by Lin Mo's unique presence. Peering below, they could only see the top of her head. Lin Mo, unperturbed by the jests aimed at her, had come to accept her unusual mount after 2 days of acclimatization. As the officials complimented her, she looked up and spoke with them. Given her diminutive stature atop the pig, she found herself dwarfed by those on horseback. The system, unable to contain its amusement, remarked, Host, you truly are a pig among 1,000 horses. The crown prince and his companions were nearly doubled over with laughter at the sight of Lin Mo, whose appearance struck an amusingly pitiable contrast to the dignified figures around her. While they galloped past on their noble steeds, she was merely trotting along on her pig. Emperor Xuande even cheekily instructed an artist to capture this moment on canvas, intending to display it in the imperial study for a good chuckle during dreary times. Lin Xiangshu gazed down at his cheerful daughter and found himself at a loss for words. This little girl had quite the audacity. Did she not notice the multitude of eyes upon her? Yet here she was, merrily waving and greeting everyone. Lin Mo exclaimed, riding a pig is rather enjoyable. I need not worry about heights. Moreover, the pig is so soft. It is quite comfortable to sit upon. The system chimed in, Indeed, this pig has been specially trained. While it may lack in speed, its comfort and endurance are unparalleled. Yet the remark about speed would soon be tested, as the others quickened their pace. Lin Mo and her pig lagged behind. Pig brother, hurry up. We've gone from the front to the back, she urged, patting the pig's rear. The pig merely grunted. The system cautioned, Do not press it. It is doing its best. Being at the end of the line is not so bad. Lin Xiangshu sighed deeply as he observed his daughter trailing behind. Emperor Xuande called out, Everyone, slow down a bit. Let's not leave our dear young Master Lin behind. Arriving later is of no consequence. We must not lose our source of joy. Once they slowed their pace, the sound of the pig's trot grew increasingly audible. Watching Lin Mo draw closer, the gathered crowd struggled to suppress their laughter, all the while maintaining decorum for young Master Lin's sake. Just as Lin Mo was about to catch up with the main group, the system suddenly shrieked, Run. There are bandits. The bandit stronghold outside the capital has indeed been eradicated. However, a few individuals managed to escape, and those are the remaining mountain robbers. As soon as the words left her lips, a group of bandits burst forth from the nearby woods. Though not numerous, they appeared quite ferocious. The The guards swiftly formed a protective circle around the ministers and the emperor. Unfortunately, our Lord Lin, moving at a sluggish pace, found herself outside this protective perimeter. Lin Mo playfully spanked the pig beneath her, its rear making a resounding smack. "Hurry, hurry." The pig responded with a series of snorts. Snort, snort. Chapter 54. Lin Mo, embracing her pig with both arms, witnessed the minister's residences ablaze. Before long, the mountain bandits clashed with the guards, while Lin Mo, perched atop her pig, remained uncertain whether to join the fray. The bandits seemed oblivious to her presence. Surely her existence was not so inconspicuous. Lin Xiangshu, observing his daughter dawdling foolishly on her pig not far away, felt a surge of exasperation. What on earth is that girl doing just standing there? She should find a place to hide. In his anxiety, Lin Xiangshu was almost tempted to rush out himself, but was restrained by two nearby martial officials. "My lord, please do not act impulsively. Young Lady Lin will not be harmed. Even if discovered, she is unlikely to come to any harm. If you rush out, however, your own safety will be jeopardized." Unaware of her father's concern for her safety, Lin Mo gazed at the chaotic scene before her, casually conversing with the system. Lin Mo mused, do these bandits have some sort of mental deficiency? A handful of them daring to charge down here. Are they truly reckless enough to risk their lives? The system replied, desperate for wealth. They are akin to birds that perish for food. They are, in essence, a band of fugitives. Most of them have severed ties with family and friends, leading them to exact vengeance upon society. Oh, their leader has already been captured, the one confined to a wheelchair. His wheelchair has been confiscated, rendering these ruffians a mere disorganized rabble, lacking both intellect and martial prowess. Upon seeing your group, they were seized by a momentary impulse and charged forth. Lin Mo remained a fair distance away, and her conversation with the system was not particularly loud, so it went unheard by others. However, one bandit spotted Lin Mo atop her pig. His eyes gleamed as he charged forward, brandishing a large blade. "Young Lady Lin!" The officials exclaimed in alarm, and the system immediately activated its protective mechanism. Lin Mo did not even attempt to evade. In the next moment, everyone witnessed the bandit being flung away by the pig, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. As the bandit charged, the great white pig lunged forward, crashing into him before seizing his clothing and tossing him aside with a powerful throw. The onlookers gasped, "What kind of magical pig is this? It can be ridden and yet protect its master. Its strength is remarkable." One official, chuckling as he approached Lin Xiangshu, inquired, "Might your family possess more such pigs? I would like to purchase one." Lin Xiangshu regarded him with incredulity. "Are you serious? The esteemed general is enamored with this pig? Are you planning to charge into battle mounted upon a pig?" Lin Mo, witnessing her pig's extraordinary performance, clapped enthusiastically. "Well done. Splendid work." The system chimed in. "I told you, a pig transformed by me could never be an ordinary pig." Before long, the bandits were subdued, and the guards suffered minimal injuries. It is not uncommon for the emperor to encounter assassination attempts during outings, hence the elite combat skills of his accompanying guards. Lin Mo, gleefully riding her pig, approached and boasted, "Your steeds cannot compare to my pig. What use is good looks if they lack substance? These horses may appear impressive, but they cannot match the adorableness and might of my pig. Indeed, our pig is the best." The system agreed. "Next time you face bandits, wield a red tassel spear while charging atop your pig. I will activate the most robust protection mechanism for you. Perhaps someone will immortalize the moment in a painting, ensuring your name is remembered for generations." Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps another assassination attempt would be thrilling. Few individuals earn a place in history, and she, Lord Lin, must be one of them. Emperor Xuan sighed, unable to fathom the system's rationality, and remarked to the crown prince, "Can you believe the system is functioning normally? I can hardly imagine Lin Mo charging into battle with a red tassel spear atop a pig. The pig would hardly be able to run. By the time the battle concludes, she might still be on her way." Lin Xiangshu, resigned, closed his eyes, unable to rid his mind of the absurd image. Especially during a rest stop, the ladies surrounded Lin Mo, fussing over her and clamoring to ride her pig. "Ha ha, everyone can have a turn. Take your time." Lin Mo said, seated upon a stone, with one lady on her left and another on her right, charmingly entertaining a matron, her grin revealing her back molars. Lin Xiangshu, witnessing this scene, sighed in exasperation and turned away, lamenting the decline of moral standards. Thankfully, this girl is not a man. Meanwhile, the officials whose wives and daughters were drawn to Lin Mo glared at her in resentment. One official approached Lin Xiangshu, seriously inquiring, "Are you certain your daughter does not prefer women?" His wife and two daughters were now encircled around that little troublemaker whose charm had elicited bright smiles from his wife. A sight he had not witnessed in ages. Observing Lin Xiangshu's expression, the official realized he would not get a satisfactory answer and, while leaving, shot him an angry glare, muttering, "This is all your fault. You failed to properly guide your daughter and gifted her with such beauty. Just like you, she attracts attention." In his youth, Lin Xiangshu's looks had been exceptional in the capital. Even now, he remained distinguished. However, in this city, beauty was often associated with youthful gentlemen, and the accomplished officials were less favored by the young ladies. Still, the married ladies often reminisced about Lin Xiangshu's former charm. Wrongfully blamed, Lin Xiangshu thought, "What does this have to do with me? It's that little rascal who attracts attention, not I." Emperor Xuanda, seated in a carriage with his three sons, enjoyed the spectacle immensely. Lin Xiangshu is completely the target of misplaced ire. Suddenly, the third prince turned and noticed his own consort feeding grapes to Lin Mo, who was brazenly caressing his wife's hand. The crown prince and second prince's eyes widened in shock. Witnessing the misfortune of his three sons, Emperor Xuanda sighed and shook his head, inwardly relieved that he had not brought out his own empress and consorts. Otherwise, his harem would have also caught fire. Chapter 55. A Juicy Scoop. Lin Xiangshu is being courted. The pig, burdened with one beautiful maiden after another, flaunted its demeanor, mirroring that of its owner. After one young lady dismounted from the pig, she curiously asked Lin Mo, "Young Lady Lin, what is the name of this pig?" Lin Mo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot to name the pig." The crowd momentarily froze, their expressions blank at the realization that she had ridden the creature for so long without bestowing a name. The system chimed in cheerfully, "Let us call it Tianpeng." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The name was splendid. At that moment, the crowd turned their gaze toward an official whose expression was somewhat distressed. Lin Xiangshu, covering his face, was at a loss for words. He apologetically addressed the official. "I beg your pardon for my daughter's mischief. I hope you will not take offense." This official, named Chen Tianpeng, was a fifth-rank bureaucrat. The crowd erupted in laughter. Laughter erupted from the crowd, prompting Lin Mo to cast a puzzled glance in that direction. "System, what are they laughing about?" The system replied in a nonchalant tone. "Let me check. One of the officials is named Chen Tianpeng, which coincidentally matches the name of your pig." Lin Mo, "I truly did not anticipate such an occurrence. That name should be rather uncommon. Wouldn't you agree?" After a brief silence, Lin Mo continued, "I suddenly feel that this name does not quite suit the pig, which is called Dingpa." Pig. Unable to contain itself, the system burst into laughter. "The weapon of Marshal Tianping is the nine-toothed rake, so are you suggesting that the esteemed gentleman should carry this pig into battle?" Ultimately, the pig's name was confirmed as Dingpa, and throughout the journey, everyone could hear Lin Mo repeatedly calling out, "Dingpa, hurry up and move those little short legs of yours. Dingpa, keep up with my father." At that moment, Lin Xiangshu gazed at his daughter walking alongside him, silently sighing in resignation. The two, one tall and one short, appeared quite heartwarming from behind, though the pig's wiggling backside and accompanying sound effects formed a stark contrast to the handsome horses beside them. Emperor Xuanda wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes and, rubbing his aching stomach, exclaimed, "Quickly, capture the scene. Paint the entire father-daughter duo for me." The painter replied, "Your Majesty, I have been sketching all along." By evening, they finally arrived at their destination. Lin Mo, being the sole female official and the emperor's favorite, had her own tent, with Lin Xiangshu residing next door. That night, a bonfire party commenced, and Lin Mo and the system indulged in merriment. The noble ladies began showcasing their talents, and while Lin Mo was delightfully admiring the beauties, the system's remark left everyone present utterly astounded. System. You still have that big grin on your face. Did you notice the pianist? That lady has taken a liking to your father.
Lin Mo tak.
Lin Shangshu, the emperor, and all the ministers. The pianist's face instantly drained of color. She was about to rise and defend herself when, from a distance, the third prince's wife swiftly launched a stone, sealing her acupuncture point. The third prince gazed at his wife with starry eyes, admiration evident on his face. Qin, your skills are becoming increasingly formidable. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Mo became anxious. Unable to fathom someone daring to encroach upon her mother's territory, particularly when the pianist seemed to be of a similar age to her. System. Quickly provide me with the details. I am curious to see which shameless individual dares to encroach upon my mother's domain. Is my father disregarding his male decorum? Lin Shangshu nearly interjected to explain himself, but ultimately held his tongue at the last moment. The atmosphere grew notably quieter. Were it not for Lin Mo's presence, one might only hear the crackling of the firewood. The system, relishing in the gossip, indignantly stated, I have just uncovered this information. The character of those ladies displaying their talents is mostly commendable, but that pianist, Qian Pingting, is another story. I've noticed she has been surreptitiously observing your father. So, I delved deeper into her situation, and it turned out to be quite alarming. She has been lurking along your father's usual path. And recently she has also been courting your brother, as he bears a resemblance to your father. She aspires to become both your stepmother and sister-in-law. Lin Mo gasped, substitute literature. The crowd collectively gasped, what an absurd woman. How could the Qian family's daughter be so indiscreet? What could she possibly offer in comparison to the wealthy? Moreover, Lady Lin possesses unparalleled beauty and remarkable talent. How could she possibly compete? Qian Pingting was now restrained, unable to speak or move, tears streaming down her face. Is it wrong to have feelings for someone? She simply arrived too late. Emperor Xuanda, accompanied by his 3 sons, munched on mutton legs while intently listening. The 4 appeared to share the same eager demeanor. The painter responsible for chronicling the emperor's daily activities lamented, how am I to depict this? If it becomes widely known, it would be utterly embarrassing. Lin Shangshu found himself in a state of complex emotions. He never anticipated that, at his age, he could still attract the attention of such a young lady. He usually did not pay attention to whether anyone was observing him along his path, as there were often spectators. The system continued. This Qian Pingting has even kept several attendants who bear slight resemblances to your father, either in their eyes or noses. Ultimately, she discovered that your brother resembles your father the most, so she shifted her focus to him. She even contemplated drugging your brother, but she never found the opportunity. She also attempted to approach your sister, but your sister, being astute, sensed her ill intentions and severed ties with her. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Is she out of her mind? Am I not the one who resembles my father the most? My brother bears a closer resemblance to my mother. The system analyzed the siblings' appearances and remarked, you do indeed resemble your father more, but you are a girl, besides. She seems to think you are somewhat mentally unstable, and associating with you would lower her status. In fact, she has spoken ill of you on several occasions. Lin Mo, is this person insane? You are the one with a disordered mind. The gazes of others towards Qian Pingting were now laced with disdain. The ladies began to admire Lin Shangshu. TSK. At 40, he still attracts young maidens. Lin Shangshu's charm remains undiminished, though he is indeed quite handsome. One lady jested, Father, I have come to realize that your face is far too alluring, so perhaps we should mark it with mother's seal to signify your status. To withdraw pocket money from the manor, one must present mother's seal. She secretly took it to use. The crowd. Chapter 56. Lin Mo, who says my pig is not a catch. If I say it is, then it is. Lady Lin. She picked up the carrot and discovered an exceedingly grotesque smile carved beneath it. Lady Lin massaged her temples and, through gritted teeth, exclaimed, Lin Mo, you have stolen my belongings again. Lin Mo sneezed, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping over her, yet she dismissed it, her focus entirely on her father and Qian Pingting. Qian Pingting's complexion had turned pale, and she appeared on the verge of fainting. Perhaps truly frightened, she ultimately rolled her eyes and collapsed. Lord Qian was utterly bewildered. entirely unaware of his daughter's thoughts. His official rank did not match Lin Xiangshu's, and he worked under Lin Xiangshu. Had he known of his daughter's intentions, he would have intervened long ago. What a wretched creature, endangering the entire family. Upon witnessing Qian Pingting's fainting, Lin Mo felt a sense of disinterest. How could her constitution be so frail? Fainting from playing the piano? Her health is truly lacking. System. Indeed. No girl in the capital possesses a physique as robust as yours. They ought to learn from you, for physical health is paramount. The bonfire banquet proved to be quite successful, and everyone enjoyed a delightful spectacle. Lin Xiangshu scrubbed for an entire night yet could only lighten his complexion slightly. Thus, when he stepped out the following morning, his face was entirely dark, save for a red patch in the center of his forehead. Officials invited him to join the hunt. Lin Xiangshu sighed, his heart awash with a myriad of complex emotions. What to do about this stain that cannot be erased? It seems it must gradually fade away on its own. Why does that little rascal insist on creating such chaos every single day? The Minister of Revenue chuckled. Young Master Lin is indeed a good child. Look at how considerate she is of her mother. However, your charm is truly remarkable, even managing to captivate that little girl. Had it not been for your handsome visage, you might have been the top scholar back in the day. When the emperor had first appointed him, he had immediately taken a liking to Lin Xiangshu, designating him as the flower of the examination. In terms of literary talent and scholarly prowess, the top scholar of that year paled in comparison to him.
Ha ha ha.
Ding Pa, hurry up and charge. I must catch that rabbit. Amidst their banter, a particularly shrill laugh echoed from a distance. Looking up, they beheld someone madly riding a large white pig, galloping about with abandon. The onlookers remarked, at this speed, it seems you won't be able to catch that rabbit. Perhaps it's best not to press your ding pa too hard. Early that morning, Lin Mo had been summoned by those young ladies. Many hailed from military families and were quite adept in horseback riding and archery, with the crown prince's consort being particularly skilled. Though they had set off together, Lin Mo soon fell behind as the others shot at deer and wild chickens, accumulating a plethora of game, while she had only pursued that elusive rabbit without success. Seated nearby, Emperor Xuanda observed Lin Mo, who was frantically running around on the large white pig, achieving nothing. Young Master Lin is quite spirited. She rose early today, remarked the smiling eunuch. Emperor Xuanda took a sip of tea, unreservedly adding, up early to chase rabbits, and yet still empty-handed. Watching others reap bountiful rewards, Lin Mo felt a twinge of discontent. Within her, the system pondered. Why are they all so impressive? Standing among them makes me feel utterly inept. The system consoled her. Worry not. Everyone has their strengths. Yours simply lies elsewhere. You are suited for enjoying the fruits of others' labor rather than hunting. You must understand where your talents lie. With that simple reassurance, Lin Mo felt somewhat comforted. However, when it came time to present the game, everyone fell into contemplation upon seeing the large white pig submitted as a catch. Ding Pa scoffed. Humph. Lin Mo felt quite clever, thinking, who says I have no game? My pig counts as a catch too.
Ha ha ha.
So now I am not without spoils. The system praised her. How astute. Why didn't I think of that? The crowd marveled. You two are truly something else. Was the pig asking for trouble? The crown prince couldn't help but interject. Young Master Lin, are you certain you wish to treat your ding pa as game? Isn't at your mount? He could only think to himself how thick-skinned this fellow was. Lin Xiangshu remained remarkably composed, perhaps due to his extensive experiences with significant matters, rendering such trifles inconsequential to him. Through Lin Mo's extraordinary antics, she ultimately ranked second to last in terms of the number of catches, the only one below her being a 12-year-old girl who managed to shoot a wild chicken. After counting the game, Ding Pa cleverly descended from the platform and trailed after his master, indulging in food and drink. Sated, Lin Mo lounged in her chair, languidly declaring, System, fetch me 2 large melons to elevate my spirits. All the spectators were prepared, eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the next unfortunate soul. Chapter 57. The Second Prince. Drunk and dressed in women's attire, cast out, weeping to his brothers in the middle of the night. At the mention of melons, the system perked up more than anyone, as it was collecting energy for itself. Scanning the nearby individuals, it let out a piercing, sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. Today features the crown prince and two other princes. They didn't sleep at all last night, mingling together. Lin Mo exclaimed, "Goodness! Brothers in a scandal." The crowd gasped, wondering if this could even be spoken of. Moreover, all three princes were already married. The gazes of the three crown princesses immediately darted toward the trio. Emperor Xuanda nearly fainted at the system's words. Had it not been for Dr. Zhao's timely intervention, he might have collapsed on the spot.
How could this be?
How could three of his sons be entangled together? The three parties involved widened their eyes, expressions frozen in shock. Their hearts gripped by terror. What nonsense is this system spouting? What do you mean we were all together last night?
Please clarify.
Lin Mo, equally curious, urged the system to elucidate the sequence of events. The system replied, "Oh, it's not what you think. All three cherished their wives deeply. It's merely that the second prince was cast out by his consort and sought comfort from his brothers." The second prince protested, "Why is it always me? Does this system hold a grudge against me?" The second prince's consort blushed, taken aback that the system was privy to such matters. Lin Mo's interest was piqued. What led to him being cast out? Was it due to his lack of skill? A hint of unspoken amusement danced across the faces of the onlookers. Emperor Xuanda, still reeling from the revelation, felt momentarily relieved to discover that it was merely the second prince's incompetence, rather than a scandal involving all three sons. If the three truly had been involved together, he would have been utterly ashamed before his ancestors. The second prince, "Father, do you consider this polite?" "What do you mean?" "Thankfully, it's just my lack of skill." The system chuckled mischievously. "Actually, it's not just a matter of skill." The second prince insisted on wearing his consort's attire after getting drunk last night, fixating on a particular outfit and forcing it onto himself. Not only did he don the garments, but he also demanded the second prince's consort to praise his beauty. Initially, she indulged him, but he grew increasingly outrageous. No longer satisfied with her compliments alone, insisting on parading in front of others. Lin Mo could hardly contain her laughter, her expression nearly faltering as she was on the brink of hysteria. The others trembled, suppressing their mirth, appearing as though they might suffer from Parkinson's disease. "Ha ha ha. I would love to see the second prince in women's attire." The others nodded fervently, agreeing wholeheartedly. Even Emperor Xuanda covertly glanced at his second son, thinking, well, he's quite handsome. He would likely look decent in women's clothing. Noticing the emperor's expression, Eunuch Li remarked, "Your Majesty, you nearly fainted moments ago. It seems you've swiftly embraced the role of an observer, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of your own son." The system continued. The second prince's consort could not allow him to wander about in women's attire, so she forcibly stripped him of her clothing, dressed him in his own, and cast him out. After being expelled, the second prince turned and wept as he sought out his elder brother and younger brother, clinging to them and sobbing throughout the night. The crown prince and third prince lamented, "Who understands our plight? We were peacefully sleeping beside our wives when this fellow knocked on our door in the dead of night, crying. How terrifying." The second prince wished he could dig a hole and hide. It was utterly embarrassing. All of this was due to the strong drink of the previous night. Everyone present feigned engagement in conversations, yet without exception, the muscles of their faces twitched with suppressed laughter. After enduring such training for a prolonged period, their ability to stifle laughter had become formidable and was only growing stronger. After Lin Mo finished laughing, she sighed and remarked, "Why do I feel like the second prince's drinking capacity is even worse than my own?" The moment those words escaped her lips, all present regarded her with a complex expression, especially Lin Shangshu. Even the third eye on Lin Shangshu's forehead seemed to radiate shock. "This little ancestor. Are you truly serious in your assessment? Do you genuinely believe your tolerance surpasses that of the second prince?" The second prince, equally indignant, thought to himself that while his drinking ability might not be stellar, it certainly wasn't that abysmal. The system was equally taken aback by Lin Mo's words. "Are you serious? Do you really think your drinking capacity is superior to that of the second prince? Who was it that first danced drunkenly on the rooftop only to tumble down? Who was it that, in a drunken stupor, attempted to mount someone else's son? And who was it that tried to ride on their own father's back while intoxicated? Have you forgotten all these instances?" At that moment, an absurd thought suddenly crossed Emperor Xuanda's mind. Why not have his second son compete in drinking with Lin Mo to see who could be more outrageous? It must be said that this idea of Emperor Xuanda's was indeed perilously reckless. When Lin Xiangshu learned of this notion, he stared at the emperor in shock and implored, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Emperor Xuanda replied, "I shan't reconsider. I simply wish to see how far these two can go in their folly. My dear minister, do not fret too much. I am quite at ease in trusting my son to this venture, so you may confidently entrust your daughter as well." Lin Xiangshu countered, "This is not merely a question of trust. This is a matter that could cost lives." That very afternoon, a drinking competition was hastily organized, open to all, though everyone understood well for whom the event was intended, to entice Lin Mo's participation. The prize for the victor was none other than the luxurious wheelchair that she so dearly coveted, the one previously confiscated from the mountain bandits. As they beheld the conspicuously grand wheelchair displayed on the platform, the crowd's emotions were decidedly mixed. "Your Majesty, this is exceedingly transparent. But when did you even bring this wheelchair?" Lin Mo's eyes sparkled at the sight of the magnificent wheelchair. "I want to participate. I want that wheelchair. It truly is as splendid as you described." This wheelchair was even more opulent than the one belonging to the Prince of Xian, adorned with exquisite carvings. The system was equally enamored with the wheelchair. "Participate, participate. Go for it, host." A satisfied smile crept onto Emperor Xuanda's face. He knew he could manipulate this girl's desires. Lin Xiangshu sighed and shook his head, no longer wishing to confront the unfolding situation. He could hardly fathom the extent of his daughter's impending antics. In this contest, the other participants merely went through the motions. All eyes were fixed on the second prince and Lin Mo. The second prince aimed to prove his drinking prowess superior to Lin Mo's, while she was entirely motivated by the allure of that wheelchair. Chapter 58. Lin Mo, intoxicated, mistook a person for a pig and a pig for a person, even seizing the wheelchair of the Prince of Xian. The competition had scarcely begun when everyone pretended to be tipsy and withdrew from the scene. Observing the dazed expressions of the participants, Lin Mo smugly declared to the system,
"See?
I told you my drinking capacity, ISNT the worst. Compared to them, I'm quite adept." The system replied, "Indeed, however, the few skilled drinkers did not participate. Likely disinterested in your wheelchair." The system was correct. Those individuals had no interest in the wheelchair, who would want to sit in one daily. It was rather ominous. Second prince,
Come.
let us compete properly. Lin Mo boldly filled her cup and proclaimed, "Let us down it in one." The second prince's competitive spirit flared. He could not believe he would be outdone by Lin Mo. "Come on, drink as you will. I fear no one." The onlookers watched with keen eyes, their expressions brimming with excitement, even more so than the two competitors. The system continued to cheer for its host. After downing a large cup, both their faces had flushed considerably, though the second prince fared slightly better. As the two continued to drink cup after cup, eventually taking to the platform, Emperor Xuanda was thoroughly delighted. "Who do you suppose has the better drinking capacity?" "I believe the second prince's tolerance must surpass Lin Mo's, albeit slightly." Lin Xiangshu glanced at his exuberant daughter and remarked casually, "Mo's drinking ability is commendable. When inebriated, her movements may be a tad peculiar, but she does not collapse." The crowd. What does that even mean? Peculiar movements? That sounds rather strange. Yet soon enough, they would understand why Lin Xiangshu suggested Lin Mo's drunken behavior was odd. Watching Lin Mo stride confidently, albeit somewhat unsteadily, they began to dismiss their doubts. Surely, this woman must be a reincarnation of a snake spirit. With such unsteady steps, how could she remain upright?
Ha!
You're faltering, aren't you? Let me tell you. My drinking capacity is no exaggeration. Onlookers might presume she was boasting to the second prince. In truth, she was confidently bragging to her pig, evidently mistaking it for the second prince. The system could not help but interject, "Host, kindly turn around. You are not addressing the second prince, but rather a pig." Lin Xiangshu sighed, feeling numb inside. Perhaps he had simply endured too much. The others were all smiles, thoroughly entertained. They had discovered a remarkable trait of little Lin Mo. When intoxicated, she could not distinguish between humans and animals. Literally, she was unable to tell the two apart. Lin Mo refused to believe her eyes. The second prince was right in front of her. Second prince, why have you suddenly become so short? Does drinking cause you to shrink? The second prince, responding from behind her, exclaimed, You're the one who shrank. I am tall and imposing. The crown prince watched his younger brother's foolish antics with disdain. Wishing he wouldn't be so obstinate in his competitive spirit, was it really necessary to embarrass himself in front of so many? Hearing a voice from behind her, Lin Mo spun around and, with a swift motion akin to a dragon's tail, delivered a kick that sent the second prince tumbling to the ground in a daze. The crowd was equally bewildered by her sudden aggression. What was happening? Why did she suddenly resort to violence? The system cautiously inquired, What on earth just happened? Why did you strike someone? The crowd, Have you placed yourself in yet another absurd scenario? The system, even in such a drunken state, Lin Mo had not forgotten her coveted wheelchair. Stumbling, she climbed onto the podium, though it appeared she had not approached the prize podium, but rather the spectators' platform. The crowd watched as she precariously made her way to the Prince of Xian, politely requesting, Might you stand for a moment? The Prince of Xian, utterly perplexed, nodded, while his wife assisted him to his feet. Though they were bewildered as to why Lin Mo requested their standing, they assumed she must have her reasons. Yet, in the next moment, as they stood, she seized the wheelchair and dashed away, erupting into fits of manic laughter.
Ha!
From this day forth I, too, shall possess a wheelchair. The spectators were utterly flabbergasted, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The system was equally astonished, exclaiming, Ancestor, you've taken the wrong wheelchair. That is not yours. You've stolen someone else's. It pondered why Lin Mo had shown such courtesy, as she typically exhibited no sense of propriety when intoxicated, only to discover her politeness was a ruse to snatch another's wheelchair. Truly remarkable. Lin Shongshu covered his face with his sleeve, leaving only his forehead's third eye exposed. Utterly mortified. What a disgrace. This is simply too embarrassing. At this moment, the couple known as Prince Xian and his wife appeared utterly dazed, their expressions mirroring one another perfectly. What on earth had just transpired that led to the wheelchair being stolen? Prince Xian's legs were now capable of supporting him, and he could manage a few steps with assistance. Thus, standing for a brief moment posed no issue. Emperor Xuanda had witnessed his fair share of drunken revelries, yet he had never encountered such madness. However, he was soon to witness an even more outrageous spectacle. Suddenly, Lin Mo produced a length of rope from some mysterious source, fashioned it into a noose, and deftly flung it over the head of the second prince, the other end secured to the wheelchair, while she herself sat comfortably within it.
Dinkpa.
Quick, gallop forth. Let me relish the sensation of speed. The hapless Dingpa, lying nearby, could only utter a confused grunt. The ensnared second prince erupted into fits of laughter. Baha! The uproarious laughter echoed around them. Were it anyone else engaging in such antics, it would undoubtedly be deemed an affront to the royal family. Yet, when Lin Mo was the perpetrator, the nature of the act shifted entirely. For our little Lin Mo was capable of anything. Emperor Xuanda's lips twitched uncontrollably. He yearned to laugh, but upon contemplating that his son was being treated like a pig, the humor dissipated. If his son was a pig, then what did that make him? The system was rendered speechless, shocked by the heightened absurdity of this drunken escapade. Good heavens! You ought to drink less in the future. Mistaking a man for a pig and a pig for a man, has your vision also succumbed to inebriation? Lin Mo retorted, I am not drunk. Ding Pa, why are you still lying there? Hurry up and run. The second prince, bound by a rope around his neck and smacked to the ground, could only respond in bewilderment. Chapter 59. The Juicy Gossip. The Emperor's horse has been violated.
Lin Montak.
Seeing the second prince remain motionless, sighed in disappointment. Ding Pa, why are you so lazy? The second prince, now sober, rose from the ground and replied incredulously. Please recognize who I am. Your Ding Pa is over there lying down. Though initially dazed, Lin Mo's antics jolted him into clarity. Lin Mo, astonished by the second prince's sudden uprightness, exclaimed, My heavens! The pig has transformed into a spirit. Laughter erupted around them. Indeed, how could you mistake a perfectly fine human for a pig, while overlooking an actual pig right beside you? The system admonished her gently. Oh dear. Please come to your senses. This is no pig. It is the second prince. Lin Mo protested. How can this possibly be the second prince? He is over there lying down. The genuine pig nearby grunted in agreement. The system continued. You are indeed intoxicated, little ancestor. Perhaps you should abstain from alcohol henceforth. Your drunken state is quite terrifying. The sentiments echoed among the onlookers. Her drunken antics escalated her usual madness to a new level. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her father, suddenly bursting into a delighted grin. Are you the Erlingshin? My father is actually Erlingshin.
Lin Shangshu,
Now resigned to the chaos, decided it best to dismiss her with haste. Thus, this farcical episode concluded, leaving the spectators in high spirits. Albeit with Prince Xian losing his wheelchair. Emperor Xuanda cleared his throat, addressing his brother. Since your wheelchair has been taken, I shall offer you this one. I am uncertain what that girl was thinking, insisting on your old one despite the availability of a new one. After a brief silence, Prince Xian replied, perhaps she was initially drawn to this very wheelchair, and in her drunken stupor, she could not rationalize her thoughts, leading her to seize it. For the remainder of the afternoon, Lin Mo succumbed to slumber. The others reveled in a hunting barbecue, yet a sense of something amiss lingered in the air. The crown prince, while cooking for the crown princess, remarked, it's dreadfully dull, without Lord Lin around. Even the sight of her riding her great white pig brings me joy. The crown princess sighed in agreement. Indeed, Lord Lin seldom mingles with other young ladies. It is a challenge to catch a glimpse of her. Now that we finally have an opportunity, every moment spent apart feels like a loss. Everyone shared this sentiment. While the atmosphere remained lively and cheerful, an intangible void persisted. It wasn't until nightfall, as the others settled down to sleep, that Lin Mo finally stirred from her slumber. The system exclaimed, my little ancestor, you have finally awakened. Do you recall the events that transpired? With a hint of mischief, the system added. All else aside, I cannot fathom why you chose to steal someone's wheelchair when a superior one was readily available. Lin Mo cast a glance at the wheelchair beside her, sighed. Perhaps it was merely that I was first captivated by it. Love at first sight, perhaps. The system retorted, love at first sight? Do not think I am unaware of how you arrived in this world. Was that not love at first sight as well? Originally, Lin Mo intended to savor her sleep a while longer, but after an extended slumber, sleep eluded her. With eyes wide open, she lamented, what shall I do? I cannot sleep, and I feel a bit hungry. The system contemplated and suggested, why not venture out to find something to eat? The fire outside still blazes, and some of the game remains uneaten. Without hesitation, Lin Mo scampered off to scavenger the remnants left by others. The patrolling guards did not even lift their gazes as she passed, as if she were invisible. Taking matters into her own hands, Lin Mo roasted a piece of meat and began to share ghost stories with the system. This ambience is perfect for ghost tales. Allow me to tell you the story of the embroidered shoes. The system's interest piqued. It had never heard a ghost story before. Lin Mo altered her voice to a low, haunting tone, ensuring a captivating atmosphere. Several individuals lingering in nearby tents, still awake, grumbled, what is wrong with you? Out in the dead of night telling ghost stories. The expressions of the patrolling guards reflected a mix of exasperation. Had they known, they would have swapped shifts to avoid this torment. The system gasped, ah. The embroidered shoes are terrifying. You are all wearing embroidered shoes. Lin Mo countered. But we are not wearing red embroidered shoes. Little did they realize, Lord Lin was intentionally stirring the pot. They had never wronged her, yet this night. Those who heard her ghost stories remained wide-eyed, unable to close their eyes, especially as the shadows cast by the firelight danced eerily around them. Lin Mo, however, enjoyed a restful sleep through the latter half of the night, awakening the next morning invigorated, a stark contrast to those who had been spooked. Upon rising, Emperor Xuanda learned of the previous night's events. This girl truly knew no bounds. Even in sleep, she could not resist riling others. Fortunately, he had retired early the night before. As Lin Mo peacefully enjoyed her breakfast, the system suddenly revealed a shocking piece of news. A colossal revelation. The Emperor's horse has been violated. Coughs erupted in response, many unsure if they had misheard. How could someone dare to commit such an act against the Emperor's horse? What sort of audacious individual would perpetrate such a deed, leaving even animals not spared? Emperor Xuanda was left bewildered, pondering whether his imagination was running wild. Could there truly be such a talent among his ministers? Chapter 60. Unfinished business between man and horse. Lin Mo's ding paw mingles with other pigs. Lin Mo was utterly astonished by this news. Who was this extraordinary talent? Was it a case of intoxication leading to such bizarre behavior? Or was there a clear consciousness behind this peculiar affection? A love between horse and man? The system interjected. This matter pertains to the minister of the Imperial Secretariat. The minds of everyone present were in a state of upheaval, with Emperor Xuanda's hands trembling in disbelief. He cherished his steed dearly and could not fathom the humiliation it had endured. For Emperor Xuanda, it was a matter of pride that his horse had been wronged. He vehemently opposed the idea of his horse associating with that old tree bark of a minister. That minister, already burdened with a family, had the audacity to tempt his horse. The system mischievously remarked, "Last night, while you were all asleep, the minister of the Imperial Secretariat stealthily emerged." Lin Mo gasped. He sneaked out to force himself upon the emperor's horse. The gazes of the others toward the minister shifted dramatically. He was truly an anomaly among men. The minister of the Imperial Secretariat flushed with embarrassment. When did he ever force himself upon the emperor's horse? How could he engage in such scandalous behavior? What was wrong with this system? Could it not articulate matters more clearly? As he opened his mouth to defend himself, a silver needle from Imperial physician Zhao rendered him speechless. Zhao whispered in his ear, "Minister, it would be wise to remain humble. Daring to disgrace the emperor's steed is indeed a grave offense." The minister of the Imperial Secretariat retorted, "You all are insane. You are all deranged." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the system expressed surprise and said, "Is the minister of the Imperial Secretariat truly that audacious? A love between horse and man. I was completely unaware of this. I must be a deficient gossiping system." Lin Mo. The others? Wasn't it you who claimed that someone had forced themselves upon the emperor's horse? Lin Mo finally grasped that the system's expression was flawed. Its intended meaning diverged from its actual words. Others nodded in agreement, also perplexed by the implications. The system clarified. "What I meant was, the minister of the Imperial Secretariat stealthily took his horse to mate with His Majesty's horse, believing the emperor's horse to be of superior stock, thus igniting a notion." Lin Mo exclaimed, "Could you not speak more coherently? You've stirred my excitement for nothing." The others echoed his sentiment, realizing they had been led to believe in some forbidden romance. Nevertheless, their gazes toward the minister remained oddly inquisitive. The minister displayed remarkable audacity, daring to clandestinely mate his horse with the emperor's. Who would have thought he possessed such skills? The minister of the Imperial Secretariat, in despair, lamented, "I am clearly misunderstood." He merely admired the emperor's horse for its noble lineage. Though he harbored some private thoughts, he would never stoop to such depravity. Lin Mo truly believed the system was becoming increasingly inept. "System, I suggest you refine your command of language. Your manner of speech is far too prone to misinterpretation." The system, somewhat puzzled, replied, "I believe my articulation is quite adept. My linguistic framework is thoroughly developed. Was my previous description unclear? Is this not a scandal?" Lin Mo and the others. "This indeed constitutes a scandal, a monumental one at that, yet the manner in which you presented it has rendered our understanding utterly skewed." After some reflection, Lin Mo mounted his great white pig and ventured into the woods under the system's guidance, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Imperial physician Zhao hastily released the minister of the Imperial Secretariat from his acupoint, ensuring he was unharmed, and thought, "This is not my fault. Blame the system for its inaccurate portrayal." The minister of the Imperial Secretariat. Emperor Xuanda cast a glance at the minister, then pondered his own horse, and asked earnestly, "Do you truly harbor no inappropriate thoughts about my horse? Is it merely a matter of breeding?" Following Lin Mo's repeated provocations, the emperor's mindset had evolved. He was increasingly open to various notions. Even the existence of a system suggested that peculiar entities roamed the earth. And perhaps his horse could indeed attain human form. Who knew if the minister of the Imperial Secretariat might seek an odd romantic entanglement? The astonishment in the eyes of those present reflected their disbelief, while Minister Lin harbored significant doubts regarding whether his daughter had influenced the emperor's perceptions. The minister of the Imperial Secretariat, in a fit of indignation, knelt and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, while I do possess a personal agenda, it is not of that nature. I merely wish to breed horses. Despite having a wife and children, I could never be enamored with a horse." Observing the minister's demeanor, the emperor felt a twinge of embarrassment. TSK, he had anticipated witnessing a legendary romance, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. The crown prince and the two younger princes exchanged incredulous glances with their father. The crown prince cautiously remarked to his brothers, "Do you not perceive that father's capacity for acceptance appears to be expanding?" The third prince replied, "Indeed. But do you not think our own capacity for acceptance has also increased? After all, the day that Lord Lin's rake transformed into a person, I found myself somewhat amenable to the idea." The second prince nodded in agreement. "True, yet I hope that if that rake were to achieve human form, it would not resemble me. I have no objections otherwise." Minister Lin, overhearing their conversation, exclaimed, "You are all truly insane. Completely mad. Mating the emperor's horse without permission is a crime." However, seeing the minister of the Imperial Secretariat nearly suffer such an egregious injustice, the emperor chose to pardon him, allowing a professional to assist with the breeding. Whether this could be considered a blessing in disguise was uncertain, but it might indeed be so. Meanwhile, our little Lord Lin was galloping through the woods atop his pig. The system excitedly exclaimed, over there, there are wild chickens.
To the right, to the right.
There are wild boars." "Lin Mo, what did you say?" Before Lin Mo could react, he heard the sound of thunderous footsteps, reminiscent of a beast approaching. Lin Mo and the rake fell silent for a moment, and then Lin Mo slapped the rake's hindquarters. "Rake, run." The rake turned and fled, but it was too slow. Soon, the wild boar was upon them. The system reassured him, "Do not worry, this wild boar is in heat. I will now activate your protection mechanism to the maximum. It cannot harm you." Lin Mo nodded solemnly, though a hint of anxiety lingered within him. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself at ease. Observing the two pigs engaged in a tumultuous embrace, his emotions became rather complex.
System.
Am I not somewhat akin to a third wheel in this scenario? After a brief silence, the system replied, "It does seem so. The wild boar is male, while your pig is female. Your pig has managed to entice the wild boar. Impressive." Chapter 61. Last night, the pigs disturbed you. Tonight, you disturb the pigs. The rake poked its head out amidst the chaos. Humph. The system was taken aback by the rake's reaction. "Hey, look, this pig seems to comprehend your words." "Lin Mo, hasn't it always understood? If it possesses a taming mechanism, even pigs can grasp the concept of luring the enemy. It would not be surprising if it were to attain enlightenment someday." When the others witnessed Lin Mo emerging from the woods, they were quite astonished. Lin Mo spoke nonchalantly. "The rake is currently engaged in a romantic liaison with a wild boar. Please do not disturb them." The crowd. "What are you saying?" The system quipped. "Fortunately, this taming mechanism is applied to the rake. Had it been a horse, you would have had to confront the wild boar yourself today." Lin Mo felt relieved. It seems that fate has a hand in this. The perspectives of all present were somewhat shaken. Their worldviews were continually being reshaped. Thus, after this individual and the pig ventured forth, they encountered a wild boar. In a bid to save Lin Mo, Ding Pa selflessly offered himself to the wild boar. Did he not? That seems to be the essence of it. This pig, capable of both carrying its master and vanquishing foes, even willingly sacrificing itself for its owner, left others somewhat envious of Lin Mo. Perhaps they were eager to witness how Ding Pa would emerge from this ordeal. All afternoon, everyone awaited Ding Pa's return, and finally, just as twilight approached, Ding Pa burst forth, followed closely by a massive wild boar. It appeared that these two pigs shared quite a bond. Emperor Xuan sighed, remarking, "Why do I feel increasingly perplexed by this world?" The others echoed, "We are equally baffled." Before Lord Lin's presence graced the court, this world seemed rather normal. But ever since her arrival, everything has changed. That night, As they attempted to sleep, the cacophony of the two pigs could be heard outside. The crowd lamented, "Must you swine not possess a modicum of decorum and shame? Is it not possible to find another locale for your revelry? This din makes slumber impossible." The system interjected, "Tsk, tsk, tsk. These two pigs are utterly wild. Their noise is simply astounding." Lin Mo, plugging her ears with cotton, remarked nonchalantly, "It's quite normal, after all. Dry wood meeting fierce flames inevitably leads to crackling sounds. I wonder if Ding Pa might become pregnant from this encounter. If so, I would hesitate to ride him. Would I then need to find another steed?" This was Lin Mo's sole concern, as she was quite pleased with Ding Pa, obedient, intelligent, and bearing a personality strikingly similar to her own. The system responded, "That seems unlikely, but since you now possess a wheelchair, you could have Ding Pa and his mate pull you around." The following morning, all emerged with dark circles under their eyes. The young ladies, initially shy upon hearing the ruckus, had grown numb to it by dawn. The crown princess sighed and earnestly addressed Lin Mo, "Little Lin, might you persuade your Ding Pa to take that wild boar elsewhere this evening?" Lin Mo, munching on an apple, replied somewhat indistinctly, "I'll give it a try. However, dry wood and fierce flames may not heed my words. If you find yourselves unable to sleep, perhaps you should stuff your ears with cotton." The second princess consort remarked, "That would be futile. I spent the entire night doing just that." Suddenly, the system conceived a brilliant idea. "I have a splendid suggestion, host. Simply have them do the same. While the pigs frolic outside, they too can engage in their own revelry and see whose noise surpasses the other. Last night, the pigs disturbed them. Tonight, they can return the favor." The system felt incredibly clever, convinced of its own brilliance. Lin Mo, typically unflappable, found herself rendered speechless by the system's suggestion. The others, upon hearing the system's words, were taken aback. Lin Mo, with a serious expression, inquired of the system, "Are you genuinely serious about this? Is this truly your intention?" The system affirmed, "Of course. I just searched for information, and among you, General Liu and General Chung have the loudest voices." Lin Mo caught the scent of a tantalizing rumor. However, it seemed to pertain to others' private matters, making her hesitant to indulge. The crowd, "As if you don't partake in private matters yourself." General Liu and General Cheng's faces flushed crimson. Was the system suggesting they compete in vocal prowess against the pigs at midnight? The system continued, "These two generals are known for their boisterous behavior. They would surely excel in a contest of volume against the pigs." Intrigued, Lin Mo expressed, "Now you've piqued my curiosity, but this feels somewhat inappropriate. It concerns their private affairs." The others shared her curiosity, yet felt a sense of propriety, torn between their desire to listen and their reservations. The system countered, "What privacy is there? When they are joyous or angry, they shout." The neighboring households believed they were harboring wild beasts and subsequently vacated.
Now,
The residences beside Liu and Cheng's estates remain unoccupied, all due to fright. Lin Mo quipped, "What manner of anthropomorphic monkeys are these two? They seem to exude an excess of testosterone." Others shared her disbelief, with Emperor Xuande casting a peculiar glance at the two. Since gaining insight into Lin Mo's thoughts, he recognized the colorful array of personalities among his ministers. Initially, he regarded these pillars of the nation as steady and reliable, only to discover their unpredictable and eccentric natures. It was hard to believe that the country was upheld by such characters. Throughout the day, the two generals became the center of attention, with many jesting for them to unleash their roars. "Just a shout, and what's the harm? It won't cost you a thing. When I visited your home, I sensed something amiss. You have no neighbors on either side. Now it makes sense. You frighten them away. Do you also roar at midnight? Do your wives not fear? Or do you think shouting enhances the romance, akin to those two pigs last night?" The two generals retorted, "Could you kindly silence yourselves?" Chapter 62. A Juicy Scoop. The son of the deputy minister becomes a courtesan. These two generals could charge into battle without fear, yet here, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed. The relentless teasing drove them to flee, igniting a wave of laughter behind them. Unaware of the commotion, Lin Mo reveled in her own escapades. Seated in her wheelchair, she urged Ding Pa and the wild boar to race ahead. "Faster, faster. Ding Pa, get those little legs moving." Look at your husband. Learn from him. Observers marveled at her antics, wondering how such a domesticated pig could endure being a draft animal. Prince Exion, perched in his new wheelchair, gazed at his old one being mistreated, his feelings a tangle of emotions. He turned earnestly to Lin Shongshu. Lord Lin, I recall you were not like this in your youth. Why does your daughter differ so vastly from you and your wife? Lord Lin, having possessed both good fortune and striking looks, had secured a beautiful partner, which led to much speculation. The crown princess teased, recalling the past vividly. The union of the capital's most handsome man with one of its fairest maidens had left many hearts shattered. Men lamented the loss of their dream woman, while women mourned the departure of their ideal suitor, and the mere thought of their wedding day brought a smile to the crown princess's face. Lord Lin interjected, "Must we revisit old tales?" Ultimately, it was Lin Mo who came to her father's rescue, as her two pigs came to an abrupt halt, sending her flying.
Ah.
You too. Why did you not announce your stop? Lin Mo landed in the mud, spitting out dirt. Is this truly mud, and not some excrement? The system reassured her. Fear not. This is merely ordinary mud, not the waste of pigs or horses. The system could barely contain its laughter, regretting its lack of a screenshot function to capture the moment Lin Mo soared through the air. Alas, as a fledgling system, it lacked the capabilities of seasoned counterparts. Observing his daughter rolling in the mud, Lord Lin was incensed, his eyes blazing with fury. He dashed over and yanked Lin Mo up. How old are you to be playing in the mud? Get up at once. Lin Mo chuckled, a large clump of black mud adorning her front teeth. Lord Lin could only stare in disbelief. The onlookers were nearly in fits of laughter at her appearance. Moments ago, when they witnessed her soaring through the air, their hearts had leapt into their throats. Although they were aware of the protective system in place, there lingered a fear that it might not activate in time. However, their concerns dissipated instantly upon seeing her current state. Ha ha. Lady Lin's teeth bear a striking resemblance to those of Lord Sinong. I do hope Lady Lin hasn't lost any. A fine young lady like her should not have her teeth knocked out. Lin Shongshu, with an air of disdain, produced his handkerchief to wipe his troublesome daughter's face, grumbling as he did so, "Must you always give me such cause for worry? Every day, you create these ridiculous scenes. Just look at how you've turned yourself into this." Lin Mo glanced at herself and thought, "Isn't this just splendid? I have arms and legs." The system chimed in, "Indeed. A young lady should be lively. A daily dose of gloominess is rather dull. I believe you are doing splendidly. Do keep it up." Lin Mo responded, "Yes, yes. We truly share a remarkable connection. No wonder you chose me as your host. It seems we are kindred spirits." Lin Shongshu clenched his jaw in annoyance, muttering about the absurdity of such camaraderie. The others were bewildered by the notion of kindred spirits, questioning if that could even apply here. Emperor Xuanda reclined in his chair, thoroughly entertained. This was far more amusing than any opera. Lin Mo is truly a treasure. Her presence brightens the entire capital. Your Majesty, might I suggest you maintain your dignity? Cautioned Eunuch Li. Eventually, Lin Mo was dispatched to take a bath. Lin Shongshu gazed at the soiled handkerchief in his grasp, torn between discarding it and holding on to it, as it had been painstakingly embroidered by his wife. Had he foreseen this, he would not have used it to clean that impudent girl's face. The crowd discreetly turned their gaze towards Lin Mo, wondering if she was skilled in dance. Well, I'm not particularly proficient in dancing. I can't very well lead them in a seaweed dance, can I? That would be far too embarrassing, all of us swaying together. The system envisioned that scenario and agreed. It would indeed be quite a sight to behold, a group of nobles engaging in a seaweed dance. Lin Mo declared, "Let us randomly select someone to entertain us. Choose a candidate for the most thrilling gossip." This statement sent a wave of tension through the crowd. What could be the most thrilling gossip? In modern parlance, it felt akin to a teacher calling on a student. Emperor Xuanda swallowed hard, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Eunuch Li, suppressing his incredulity, reminded, "Your Majesty, please be mindful of your image." The crown prince and two other princes had already moved their chairs closer to Lin Mo, eager to hear the unfolding drama. The system scanned the room and pinpointed an individual.
Oh my.
I've stumbled upon a sensational piece of gossip. It's truly astonishing. The son of the Minister of Revenue has disguised himself as a woman and has become a courtesan. Lin Mo gasped, and the crowd echoed her surprise. Chapter 63. The Minister of Revenue goes to the brothel to retrieve his son. Physician Zhao gazed at the silver needles in his hand with disappointment. How unfortunate that they had gone and used this time. The Minister of Revenue wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a result of both his son's antics and the silver needles' implications. The system continued its commentary, and Lin Mo listened with rapt attention. The minister's son possesses a delicate beauty. He has no other passion than dressing as a woman, and when he does, his beauty surpasses that of many. In the capital, he has several sworn enemies. These foes frequent the pleasure quarters, and he devised a particularly devious plan to become the top courtesan and deceive them thoroughly, stealing their hearts before revealing his true identity. Lin Mo and the others were stunned. While the idea was clever, the sacrifice seemed rather excessive. Lin Mo was now genuinely curious about the minister's son's appearance. Is he truly so handsome? So beautiful that he can become a courtesan? His looks must be extraordinary. She glanced at the minister, who was not particularly striking, leading her to conclude that his son must resemble his mother. The system affirmed, he is indeed quite handsome. If he competes fiercely to become a courtesan, those rivals will undoubtedly be captivated. Should they discover his true identity, there are two possible outcomes. What are those outcomes? Lin Mo inquired, as the others also expressed curiosity, furtively eyeing the minister. Emperor Xuanda scrutinized the minister's features, noting their symmetry, leading him to surmise that his son must not resemble him. The system elaborated. The first outcome is that upon revealing his male identity, those rivals would beat him mercilessly. The second is that they might fall deeply in love, leading them down a path from which they would never return. Lin Mo mused internally. I have a feeling it may lean towards the latter. To bend a man's heart so, the minister's son must be quite extraordinary. The minister, meanwhile, seethed internally. Rebellious child. No wonder he refused to accompany me. He must be scheming mischief at home. At that moment, Qin Zheng was at the brothel, enticing several men, when he suddenly sneezed. He felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Shrugging it off, he thought, never mind, never mind. Those men were already utterly enchanted by him. Soon, he would reveal his true identity and frighten them senseless. The mere thought of their astonished faces nearly made him laugh aloud. My beauty, what has you so amused? Do share your thoughts with us, one admirer said, caressing Qin Zheng's hand, his gaze filled with infatuation. Yet, this beauty's hands were somewhat large, slightly larger than theirs. And his stature was also a bit taller. Apart from these minor flaws, he was utterly perfect. However, those two shortcomings paled in comparison to the overall allure of his graceful figure. Qin Zheng suppressed his revulsion and, clearing his throat, replied, I'm just enjoying the company of a few young gentlemen. Are you all happy? The men nodded eagerly. Absolutely. There has never been a day as delightful as today. Lin Mo and the system, having finished their meal, dashed off, leaving the rest of the attendees and the Minister of Revenue with complex expressions. Others could hardly fathom the scene unfolding in the brothel. To enact such schemes against his sworn enemies was a bold move indeed. Emperor Xuanda kindly dispatched a guard detail to ensure his safety. Lin Shongshu observed the Minister of Revenue galloping away on horseback, feeling a sense of relief.
Ah.
There are indeed more troublesome individuals than his own mischievous child. At least his child would not resort to disguising himself as a woman to seduce others. Truly, comparison reveals that one's own child is, in fact, rather commendable. The Minister of Revenue rode furiously, finally arriving home in the dead of night. Where is that scoundrel? He bellowed. Hearing this outburst, the minister couldn't help but laugh in anger. Staying over at a friend's house? Yes, at the brothel. With that, he stormed off towards the brothel, leaving the minister's wife in a state of confusion. What did he mean by at the brothel? Zheng Er never frequented such places. Meanwhile, Qin Zheng had completely intoxicated the men, listening to their declarations of love with great satisfaction. This is what you get for being so reckless and bullying others. It is only fitting that you should be dealt with this way. At that moment, they would be utterly terrified. When the Deputy Minister of Rights arrived, Qin Zheng was in the midst of changing into male attire. By tomorrow morning, when he stepped out in this outfit, He would undoubtedly frighten those individuals to death.
Affiliales sont.
Get out here this instant. Hurry up and come out. The sudden intrusion of an official into the brothel startled everyone present. The deputy minister of rights directly inquired about the location of the courtesan, and the matron, trembling with fear, hastily pointed to the innermost room. Another visitor seeking the courtesan? The allure of this new courtesan must be quite extraordinary. As Qin Zheng prepared to don his male garb, the door was suddenly kicked open. Upon seeing his enraged father, Qin Zheng's expression shifted drastically. The deputy minister of rights, witnessing his son's flamboyant appearance, felt a surge of anger that made his head spin. He rushed forward, grabbing Qin Zheng by the ear and dragging him out. Father, let go. I swear, I did nothing wrong. I merely intoxicated those individuals. He could never risk his own dignity. It was merely a matter of using his beauty to entice those men. The onlookers could only see an official dragging the new courtesan out by her ear. Judging by her words, this new courtesan was likely a noble lady. No wonder she chose not to sell her body. Her flute playing was exquisite, revealing her noble lineage. It seems that even noble ladies now favor showcasing their talents and beauty in brothels. They truly did not understand. This lady was indeed quite beautiful. Chapter 64. Lin Mo takes the fall for Qin Zheng, Li Gonggong's major revelation. Father, I truly regret my actions. I only intended to deceive those few individuals. I promise I did nothing else, merely got them drunk. Qin Zheng knelt, cautiously observing his father, fearing the impending wrath. The deputy minister of rights was livid, his face pale with fury. Even if you detest those individuals, resorting to such tactics is unacceptable. I do not care about your conflicts outside. How could you engage in such self-destructive behavior? Most importantly, he had brought great shame upon himself in public. He could only imagine the uproar at the hunting grounds, where they would surely be gossiping about this incident. Crouched on the ground, Qin Zheng cautiously peered at his father, who, despite his anger, bore a certain pitiable charm in his demeanor. The deputy minister's wife, first taken aback by her son's attire, was now mesmerized by his appearance. She gently lifted his chin, exclaiming, "Regardless of anything else, my dear Zheng looks quite handsome like this. It's a pity we have no daughter. If we did, she would undoubtedly resemble you." The deputy minister's wife was herself a great beauty, which explained why Qin Zheng inherited such striking looks. Initially incensed, the deputy minister found himself scrutinizing his son's features more closely. Indeed, his son bore a delicate beauty. Dressed as a woman, he would be an enchanting beauty. If only this rascal were a girl, she would surely be obedient and well-behaved. Lin Mo, a daughter would certainly be obedient and well-behaved. Just like me. Sensing the peculiar glances from his parents, Qin Zheng swallowed hard and recoiled slightly. Why did their gazes seem to carry an unsettling connotation? Was being a son not good enough? After all, people often desired sons. Why did his parents seem to prefer daughters? At that moment, the others in the brothel, having awakened, were frantically searching for their beauty. The matron explained that beauty is not from our establishment. She is a noble lady, but we do not know her identity. Upon hearing this, the young masters felt as if struck by lightning, so their beauty was gone. If she were indeed a noble lady, frequent encounters would be impossible, and intimacy would be out of the question. Alas, perhaps it was truly a case of fate being unkind. They wondered which esteemed family she belonged to. Most young ladies in the capital were refined and graceful, and even the few who were bold would not frequent brothels. As they exchanged glances, a shared thought emerged. Was not the most audacious figure in the capital none other than young Master Lin? Though they had never seen young Master Lin's visage, they had certainly heard of his reputation. Rumor had it that he had chased young Master Lin down the street. The more they pondered, the more they believed that beauty to be Lin Mo, for the Lin family's looks were beyond compare, and Lin Madam was an unparalleled beauty. Her daughter must be stunning as well. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sat in the hunting grounds, blissfully unaware of the brewing storm, as she was engrossed in an astonishing revelation. System. Major scoop. Li Gonggong actually has a son outside the palace. Li Gonggong, holding his whisk, almost lost his composure. What nonsense! I have a son outside the palace? Is this system mistaken? He had entered the palace at 6 years old and had since served at the emperor's side. Could a 6-year-old father a child? Emperor Xuanda looked at Li Gonggong in astonishment and asked respectfully, I recall you being by my side since childhood. We have essentially grown up together. You were able to father a child at 6 or 7. How remarkable! The others were equally flabbergasted, aware that Li Gonggong was a eunuch who had entered the palace at a tender age. Though they were not privy to the exact age of his arrival. It was certainly under 10 years. How could a child of such tender years cause another to become pregnant? Li Gonggong, with a woeful expression, lamented, Your Majesty, I have served you since childhood. I entered the palace at 6. How could a mere child possibly cause a pregnancy? Why was the system spouting such absurdities? Lin Mo was equally taken aback by this revelation. After a moment of contemplation, the system chimed in. Could it be that Li Gonggong was not entirely castrated? He is a false eunuch. Upon hearing this, Li Gonggong nearly fell to his knees, desperate to prove his authenticity as a true eunuch. The emperor and others turned their gazes toward Li Gonggong's lower half, wondering if he might truly be a false eunuch. Li Gonggong, feeling the scrutiny, could hardly contain his emotions and was on the verge of removing his trousers. No, this will not do. Physician Zhao quickly restrained Li Gonggong's hand. There are far too many people here. Even if you wish to prove it, this is not the way. We can discuss this privately. There are many young ladies present. Li Gonggong's face flushed with indignation. Fortunately, the system clarified. Li Gonggong is indeed a true eunuch. He entered the palace at 6, but he does have a son outside. His parents, having sold him, later decided to ensure their lineage by acquiring a widow who happened to be pregnant with a posthumous child named Li Mingzhen. Lin Mo's mouth twitched in disbelief as she asked, so that widow's posthumous child is now officially Li Gonggong's son? System. Indeed. Li Gonggong's parents have long since passed, leaving only the widow and Li Mingzhen. Oh, and Li Mingzhen is quite handsome. He has secretly pledged himself to the third young lady of the Zheng family and plans to elope in 3 days. Zhang Guogong gasped. What on earth? Why is my family involved again? This revelation had unveiled 2 major scoops. Li Gonggong inexplicably had a son, and this son was about to whisk away someone else's daughter. The look in Li Gonggong's eyes toward Zhang Guogong was tinged with remorse. Although he was unaware of the child's existence, he was still, after all, his nominal son. Chapter 65. Lin Mo hurriedly returned home in the middle of the night to indulge in the latest gossip. Indeed, the excitement of the capital's rumors was irresistible. She was eager to witness what Li Gonggong's son looked like, the one who could entice a noble maiden to elope with him. Surely he must possess remarkable looks. System. Rest assured, even if you encounter danger, there is no need to fear. I'm here to protect you from any peril. Former Emperor Xuanda. It's much more enjoyable to go hunting. What is the point of staying in the palace every day? After a while, the capital becomes rather mundane. Duke Zheng was at a loss to articulate the turmoil within him. His own daughter was contemplating eloping, to be betrothed as a wife and then run off as a concubine. How could she demean her status so? All the teachings she had received throughout her upbringing seemed to have been cast aside. If that man truly cared for her, he would not allow her to elope. Duke Zheng was not one to look down upon those of humble birth. It mattered not if one hailed from a common family. But they must at least possess a clean background and some genuine talents to support his daughter. The second daughter of the Duke's household was involved with a young master from a tavern. Though Duke Zheng felt a twinge of discomfort. His daughter had made her choice, and after conducting his inquiries, he found the young man to possess commendable character. Thus, he refrained from meddling in their affair, merely advising his second daughter to consider carefully, should she choose to be with that man, any hardships she faced would be hers to bear, as it was her chosen path. Now, the couple lived harmoniously, and while the tavern owner's son lacked extensive education, he treated his second daughter well and was kind to his 2 grandchildren. As for his youngest daughter, what spell had Li Mingzhen cast upon her to make her want to elope with that man? Li Gonggong had been discreetly observing Duke Zheng, wishing to say something but unsure of how to begin. However, that night at midnight, Lin Mo set off in her wheelchair, guiding 2 pigs ahead of her. System. Ensure precise navigation. I must reach the capital before dawn. The system cheerfully replied, No worries, the navigation is all set. Let us go enjoy the gossip. From their hiding places, onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this duo would truly set off that night. What an unpredictable turn of events. At this moment, Minister Lin felt a throbbing headache. Couldn't she have waited just one more night to depart? Was it so difficult to delay only a single evening? Emperor Xuanda glanced at the distressed figure of the girl and then at the troubled face of Minister Lin, offering words of comfort. Fear not. Your daughter will not encounter any danger with that system by her side. We shall set off together tomorrow morning. Oblivious to the thoughts of those behind her, Lin Mo felt quite pleased as she maneuvered her two pigs. After a couple of days of practice, she had become quite adept at handling them, even overcoming obstacles. The wheelchair belonging to Prince Xian was indeed quite remarkable, lightweight and convenient, and most importantly, durable. It was no wonder he was reluctant to part with it. Prince Xian, my reluctance to lend you my wheelchair stems from the fact that once I do, I shall have none left. Can you not grasp the crux of the matter? Under the system's guidance, Lin Mo finally arrived in the capital at dawn, becoming the brightest spectacle in the city. Whose young lady is this, driving two pigs? Were wealthy young ladies now inclined to ride in pig-drawn carriages? It appeared that these two pigs were of different breeds, one domestic, the other wild. How had she managed to bring them together? Hearing the murmurs of the populace, Lin Mo beamed, displaying her bright white teeth. Lin Ran and Lin Qi had ventured out to procure ink, especially since Lin Qi was soon to take an exam, when they unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Lin Qi, staring at Lin Mo in her wheelchair, guiding her two pigs, momentarily wore a dazed expression. Upon noticing their family carriage, Lin Mo excitedly steered her pigs towards them. Observing their distressed sister, Lin Qi and Lin Ran simultaneously shut their eyes, wishing to avoid the sight. Lin Mo chuckled and proudly declared, "Indeed, I am quite courageous." She playfully scratched the back of her head, feeling no pain, merely a tickling sensation. After giving her pigs a gentle pat, she headed home in her wheelchair, followed by Lin Qi and Lin Ran. The following morning, when Minister Lin came to help Lin Mo gather her belongings, he stumbled upon her note. Reading her brief message, he could only sigh in resignation. How troubling. Thankfully, he knew about her system. Otherwise, seeing that letter would have genuinely terrified him.
Goodness.
How could a young lady snore so loudly? After Lady Lin departed, Lin Mo, with a frown, pushed her two pigs outside. You two should find a place to sleep. How can you snore so loudly? In truth, it was not Lin Mo who snored, but the two pigs. One could say they truly resembled their owner. Chapter 66. You are the bamboo leaf green. Your whole family is bamboo leaf green. While Lin Mo was enjoying a deep slumber, three individuals found themselves jostling at her doorstep. Are you certain it's young Master Lin? I feel a bit uneasy. It must be young Master Lin. Which official's daughter would visit a brothel? Indeed, these three were the ones deceived by Qinzheng, suspecting that the girl in the brothel was Lin Mo, and they intended to see for themselves today. Go knock on the door. You were the least intoxicated that night, so you shouldn't mistake her identity. One young man, clad in a green robe, was pushed forward. Under the pressure of the two behind him, he timidly knocked on the door. The doorman of the Lin residence opened the door, staring at the three with a befuddled expression. May I ask who you're looking for? The two behind quickly shoved the front man aside and, with beaming smiles, said, We are here to find young Master Lin. Is she in?
Oh.
So you're here to see our second young lady. What a rare occurrence indeed. Having guarded the door for many years, this was the first time he had encountered anyone actively seeking out their second young lady. Wait here, I'll go fetch her right away. Don't leave. As the doorman dashed off, the three suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Moments later, Lin Mo emerged in her wheelchair, guiding her two pigs. Who is looking for me? The three quails outside recoiled, realizing they had made a mistake. Apologies, we must have recognized the wrong person. Farewell, young Master Lin. As they prepared to flee, Lin Mo swiftly glided in front of them. Don't go. It's rare for someone to visit me. Since you're the first to come looking for me, let me take you out to play. System. Hooray. Let us recruit them as little brothers. We're off to the Duke Jing's residence for gossip. Upon hearing the system's voice, the three widened their eyes. They had long heard their family speak of this system, but hearing it firsthand was quite astonishing. Yet, What could have happened at the Duke Jing's residence? Under Lin Mo's enthusiastic insistence, or rather, coercion, the three found themselves trailing behind her wheelchair, forming a line, truly resembling three little brothers. It's all your fault. If you hadn't mistaken her identity, we wouldn't have been relegated to the status of little brothers. How is that my fault? You were all drunk too. When I mentioned young Master Lin, you all agreed. Now you're blaming me. Can we escape? I fear I wouldn't outrun her two pigs. That wild one could easily gore me. Lin Mo paid no heed to the whispered arguments behind her, as all her focus was directed towards the Duke Jing's residence. System. Do you think we should set up a tent there? Otherwise, I'm afraid it will delay our time for gossiping. System. Not really, but we could find a large tree to lean against. This way, we can conceal ourselves while enjoying the gossip. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the back gate of the Duke of Zheng's residence, and the three individuals beneath stared in astonishment at Lin Mo, who resembled a lizard clinging to the tree. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up. I brought you here for free gossip. Lin Mo observed that the trio appeared somewhat daft. System, do you think there's something amiss with their brains? They seem rather foolish to me. System. It seems they are quite intimidated by you. They possess little courage. The timid trio, who lacks courage, climbing up, is just climbing up.
Soon,
The nearly withered tree was burdened with an undue weight.
Lin Montag exclaimed, "Oh dear."
Has the Duke of Zheng learned about the affair between the third Miss and that Li Mingzhen? System. It appears so. Hurry and indulge in the gossip. Moments later, cries and wails emanated from within, while officials concealed themselves, ready to ambush at the Duke's doorstep. Those unaware might think they were on a secret mission. The concealed crowd below. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Instinctively, they glanced upwards, only to be astonished to see four figures atop the withered tree. One of them looked particularly familiar. Lin Xiangshu gazed at the person perched at the tree's apex, suddenly feeling breathless. Zhao Tai dashed over, prepared to unleash his silver needles. But Lin Xiangshu deftly evaded them with a swift movement. Unwilling to yield, Zhao Tai attempted again, only for Lin Xiangshu to twist away once more. And thus began a spirited exchange between the two. Zhao Tai, I refuse to believe I cannot strike you. Lin Xiangshu, I refuse to believe I cannot evade you. Just as their banter heated up, a figure burst forth from the back door. Zhao Tai, initially frustrated by his missed target, promptly launched a needle at the newcomer. Above,
Lin Montag, incredible.
the unwilling onlookers. Where did such a master come from? Having narrowly escaped, Li Mingzhen fell to the ground, struck by a flying needle. Seize him. How dare he seduce my daughter? The Duke of Zheng's beard bristled with fury. He had expected someone of remarkable beauty to enchant his daughter, at least akin to Lin Xiangshu's visage. Instead, he found this man merely ordinary-looking, with countless more handsome young masters in the capital. How could his daughter be so bewitched by such a person? Lin Mo, gazing at the foaming at the mouth Li Mingzhen sprawled on the ground, remarked to the system, "Is this what you call handsome? He pales in comparison to my looks." System. Oh dear. He may surpass the average in appearance, but he certainly cannot rival yours. Especially as you bear such a striking resemblance to the most attractive gentleman in the capital. If only you were a man, you could excel in the imperial examinations and achieve great success. All who heard, how can you speak of the imperial examinations so lightly? Li Mingzhen, dragging his battered body, attempted to flee, but Lin Mo swiftly seized the three individuals beside him and leapt down. The unwilling trio. Ah, save us. Lin Mo pinned them to the ground, effectively blocking all escape routes. Perfect. The reluctant roadblocks. What is wrong with you? We are human beings, not obstacles. Yet Li Mingzhen, despite his injuries, still attempted to charge forward. Lin Mo commanded, Zweiking, grab his leg. The young master clad in bamboo green instinctively clutched Li Mingzhen's leg.
No.
You are the bamboo green. Your whole family is bamboo green. However, now that he had latched on, it was difficult to let go. And Zweiking held on until the guards from the Duke's residence came rushing out, stepping on his face multiple times. The two others lying nearby silently expressed their relief. Thankfully, they had not been pursued. Chapter 67. the third miss of Zheng Baochuan. As Li Mingzhen was dragged inside, he continued to hurl profanities, quite foul indeed. Lin Mo began to doubt the third Miss's judgment, perplexed as she asked the system, "Is there truly no issue with the third Miss's taste in men? How could she possibly fancy such an individual?" Others concurred with Lin Mo's assessment. Aside from being somewhat decent-looking, he possessed no redeeming qualities. To clandestinely meet another's daughter, caught in the act and attempting to flee out the back while spewing obscenities. What a disgrace. One could only wonder if Li Gonggong was aware of the disgraceful son he had never met, one lacking any connection by blood. Hidden in the shadows, Li Gonggong felt a tumult of emotions. This route was undesirable. Such a disgraceful offspring was not worth keeping. The crown prince and two princes observed Li Gonggong with pity from behind a haystack. Li Gonggong had led a rather illustrious life beside the emperor, holding a position of great authority, one that even they, as the emperor's sons, dared not disrespect. For he had watched them grow, and was akin to a family elder in their eyes. Lin Xiangshu, are you all being polite? Crown Prince, do you think His Majesty is aware that you are hiding here? Li Gonggong regarded the three princes nearby with exasperation. The other two quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. That's exactly what we meant. Li Gonggong, I trust you not at all. Your entire family is a collection of misfits. Initially, Lin Mo was enjoying the spectacle, but was suddenly summoned into the Duke's residence. The three individuals sprawled on the ground were compelled to follow, with Zwiking's face bearing several footprints. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Ha! We have stumbled into the gossip den. How thrilling! System. I believe the Duke hopes you can persuade his daughter, so be sure to put your talents to good use. The Duke of Zheng had merely intended for Lin Mo to showcase his gossiping prowess and perhaps uncover some private matters regarding Li Mingzhen. Unexpectedly, the system offered him a new perspective. This young Lin, while lacking in various respects, was undoubtedly a skilled conversationalist. A mere chat could unearth an individual's entire lineage, and perhaps a discussion with his daughter could awaken her reason. Young Master Lin, what a fortuitous encounter to see you here. I have a matter to request your assistance with. My wayward daughter has encountered some troubles, and I would like you to help advise her. The Duke of Zheng feigned embarrassment, his tone exceedingly sincere. As you witnessed, that man is utterly unsuitable, yet my daughter seems bewitched and insists on associating with him. Young Master Lin, your talents are exceptional. I am confident you can convince my daughter. Lin Mo, flattered by the praise, felt quite valued in the Duke's eyes.
Oh.
It would be my pleasure. I excel at persuasion. System. Indeed, no one is more skilled at brainwashing than us. The three unwilling participants looked at the Duke with terror. Lord Duke, are you serious? Before long, Lin Mo encountered the third miss, who, despite her pleasing appearance, was currently adorned with tear-streaked cheeks and an expression of profound sorrow, evidently displeased with her father's actions that had cruelly severed her romantic ties. The system promptly interjected. Li Mingzhen is truly a scoundrel. You must persuade this third miss to reconsider, for he is nothing but a discarded plaything. Lin Mo was taken aback internally, yet maintained a facade of calmness. With a sigh, she remarked, why should the third miss cling to a withered blade of grass, especially one that has already been chewed by another? The third miss and those around her were left in bewilderment, questioning the meaning behind Lin Mo's words. The system chimed in, echoing Lin Mo's sentiment. Alas, how can such a beauty possess such poor judgment? Li Mingzhen not only has a confidant, but is also a frequent patron of brothels. He has, in fact, contracted a disease. Is it the allure of his affliction that captivates her? At this revelation, even Lin Mo gasped in shock. Goodness, Li Mingzhen is ill. I certainly did not come into contact with him, did I? I shan't be infected, will I? Meanwhile, Zhu Yiqing was rolling her eyes in despair, lamenting, heavens. I even clung to that man's leg. Am I doomed? I'm still young. I do not wish to perish. The two young masters nearby instinctively distanced themselves from Zhu Yiqing. Their expressions mingled with regret, yet their movements were swift. Lin Mo, gathering her thoughts, addressed the third miss. As a noble lady, why would you choose to associate with such a fickle man? Look at these three foolish gentlemen. Each one surpasses him in worth. The three gentlemen exchanged puzzled glances. The third miss, glancing at the trio, could not deny their handsomeness, which indeed eclipsed that of Li Mingzhen. Noticing her wavering resolve, Lin Mo pressed on. There are countless distinguished young men in the capital. Any of them would be a better match than Li Mingzhen, whose reckless behavior could very well lead to illness. When compared to life, is love truly worth such risk? If he valued you, he would never have allowed you to elope. Wake up, Zheng Baotuan. Startled, the third miss inquired, How do you know my name, Sir Lin? Are you acquainted with me? She rarely ventured out, and most were familiar only with her elder sisters. So she was taken aback that Sir Lin was aware of her existence. Lin Mo paused. Wait. Her name truly is Baochuan. No wonder she is so infatuated. The expression on Duke Zheng's face was barely contained. The last person to be dubbed infatuated by his daughter was the National Protector General. The tales of the general's misdeeds had spread throughout the capital, indulging in the wives of others, raising their offspring, and serving them. Was his daughter destined for a similar fate? No, please. At this moment, the third Mrs. Countenance faltered. She could discern Lin Mo's genuine concerns and knew her words bore truth. After all, Sir Lin had never been one to fabricate tales. However, she found it hard to believe her judgment had been so flawed as to overlook Li Minggen's affliction. Observing her expression, Lin Mo suddenly conceived an idea. She turned to the three gentlemen and whispered, I presume none of you are married? What do you think of the third miss? The system immediately grasped her intention. Ah. You wish to act as a matchmaker. The onlookers were taken aback. Lin Mo continued. Indeed. Just look at how well suited they appear together. The trio of wolves, tigers, and leopards thought, You are the true embodiment of wolves, tigers, and leopards. The third miss inhaled deeply, yearning to understand her image within Sir Lin's eyes. Was it imperative for her to find a man? Sir Lin, your kindness is appreciated. I am aware that Li Mingzhen is no gentleman. However, my interactions with these three gentlemen are limited. I think it best to refrain. She cast a lingering glance at the trio, imbued with a hint of meaning. As Lin Mo and the three gentlemen were ushered out, their expressions were a mixture of bewilderment. Lin Mo questioned the system. So, it seems we were rather unceremoniously expelled? The system confirmed, it appears so. Lin Mo lamented, They're discarding us like a worn-out tool. The trio nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing the situation unfold, they concluded it was a fortuitous moment to take their leave. Well, since there's nothing more to be done, we shall take our leave. They were eager to pursue their own adventures, as time was of the essence in the vast capital when seeking beauty. Lin Mo intended to detain them but was a moment too late, her father having seized her. Minister Lin lifted her effortlessly, settling her onto his lap in the wheelchair. Lin Mo. The others. The system quipped, Well, your father has certainly changed. He too has succumbed to the allure of the pig. Spectators sighed at the sight of Minister Lin, once the epitome of decorum, now transformed. Lin Mo reclined against her father's leg, their conversation meandering from trivial to profound, leaving Minister Lin's head spinning with thoughts. Observers of this peculiar scene were left perplexed. What had transpired lately? Why were the nobility so fond of riding pigs? Minister Lin had grown accustomed to the curious gazes of the onlookers. As Lin Mo gradually succumbed to slumber, lulled by the rhythmic sounds emanating from her father's lap, Minister Lin sighed, What a disgrace. Thankfully, we shall be home soon, or it would be truly embarrassing. While events at their end were concluding, matters concerning Qin Zheng remained unresolved. Was it possible? The secretary of the Ministry of Personnel seemed to have no daughters, only Qin Zheng as an only son. The trio hesitated at the entrance of the secretary's residence, increasingly convinced that their assumptions held merit. Consider this. If she were a woman raised in the capital, who besides Sir Lin would dare frequent brothels? However, if she were from outside, it all makes sense. Their logic was compelling, and the other two were quickly persuaded. Gathering their courage, they knocked upon the door. Inside, Qin Zheng was busy adorning his mother, having donned women's attire for her daily viewing. The words of the servants struck the trio like lightning. So, the beauty they encountered that day was none other than Qin Zheng. Zhu Yiqing let out a piercing scream and fled, while the other two fainted, rolling their eyes in disbelief. The servants of the secretary's residence were left bemused. That was quite the shock. Upon waking, Lin Mo was informed by the system of the unfolding events.
Ha ha ha.
That's quite the blow, isn't it? Have they turned? Lin Mo's curiosity was piqued. The system replied, uncertain, but if they have, can Qin Jing manage alone? He can't possibly cater to 3. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment and quickly devised a schedule. 1 day per person, with a 7-day rotation, culminating in a rest day for Qin Jing. Perfect. The 4 members of the Lin family standing outside were left astounded. As Lin Mo and the system's laughter grew increasingly mischievous, their scheming echoed with a hint of depravity, suggesting that under the cover of night, they might embark on some nefarious deeds. Lin Qilin ran, "Father, this seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Even if Moer is somewhat eccentric, she wouldn't resort to kidnapping someone in the dead of night." However, the reality proved that Lin Shangshu's concerns were indeed justified. Lin Mo, brimming with excitement after her conversation with the system, found herself unable to sleep. Following a brief discussion, the two resolved to venture out for some gossip.
Ah.
"Help! I'm stuck in a dog hole. Someone save me." The system complained, "I told you to climb over the wall, but you insisted on crawling through a dog hole." Lin Mo retorted, "How was I to know this dog hole would be so narrow? I could fit through it years ago." The system shot back, "You do realize that was years ago. You can't compare your 10-year-old self to who you are now. Wake up." The hurriedly arriving Lin family members exclaimed, "Wait, you really intended to go out at this hour?" Chapter 69. Lin Shangshu leaped over Lin Mo, who found her entire backside wedged. Gripping her foot, Lin Shangshu pulled forcefully, only to elicit a piercing scream from Lin Mo. "Father, don't pull. My clothes are going to come off." The system, along with the 4 Lin family members, observed the chaos. Lin Qi and Lin Ran rushed outside, attempting to grasp her hand to pull her free, but soon Lin Mo cried out again, "Ah, my pants are stuck. Brother, if you pull any harder, they'll be ripped off by this dog hole." Lin Madam, exasperated by the situation, smacked her backside with a resounding slap and scolded, "Well, what do you suggest? Pulling your foot or your hand 1T work? If you had the skill to crawl in, you should find a way to wriggle out." The sharp sound of the slap made Lin Mo cry out in distress, "Mother, you've numbed my backside." The system, witnessing the scene, felt a mixture of amusement and frustration. Nevertheless, being the loyal host's companion, it was still diligently brainstorming solutions. Suddenly, it devised a particularly mischievous plan. The system exclaimed excitedly, "I've got it. Host, I know how to get you out." Lin Mo urged, "Quick, tell me." This declaration ignited a glimmer of hope in Lin Mo, although the others regarded the system's suggestion with skepticism. After all, none of them were entirely sane, and one could hardly expect a dysfunctional system to propose a sensible solution. Sure enough, the system enthusiastically suggested, "Let your parents hit your backside with a board. The pain will surely make you wriggle forward, allowing you to escape." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lin Mo earnestly questioned the system. "Do I have some sort of vendetta against you? A deeply rooted grudge?" Internally, she screamed in despair, "Why must you treat me this way?" Lin Shangshu and the others struggled to suppress their rising laughter, desperately keeping their heads down. "Control yourselves. Don't laugh." The system continued its defense. "I didn't mean it like that. I genuinely want what's best for you. Otherwise, do you really want to remain trapped in this dog hole forever?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo surprisingly found some merit in the system's reasoning. She raised her voice, calling out, "Father, Mother, grab something and hit my backside hard, and I'll be able to get out." Lin Shangshu and Lin Madam. Outside, Lin Qi and Lin Ran. "Are you serious? If the system dares suggest it, you'll go along with it, right?" Lin Madam nudged Lin Shangshu. "You do it. I can't bring myself to." Lin Shangshu stared at her in disbelief, feeling as if she believed he could actually do it. Though they often engaged in playful scuffles, this was a completely different matter. Lin Mo, eyes shut tight, anticipated the impact, but there was no pain forthcoming. The system remarked, "Your parents are just passing the buck. Perhaps you should provoke them to take action." Lin Mo pondered briefly before shouting, "Father, the tea leaves you worked so hard to obtain were stolen by me. They were terrible for making tea eggs." Lin Shangshu's eyes widened in shock. Unfilial daughter. Lin Qi and Lin Ran silently closed their eyes, thinking, What a calamity. With so many tea leaves at home, why did you have to use our father's? After finishing, she even claimed his tea leaves were terrible for cooking eggs. The system felt inclined to give Lin Mo a thumbs up. In terms of self-sabotage, none could surpass its host. Lin Xiangshu picked up a thin, flexible twig from the ground and delivered a sharp smack to Lin Mo's backside. She gasped sharply, her body instinctively recoiling, and miraculously, she wriggled free.
Haha.
I'm out. Lin Mo has emerged. She felt akin to Sun Wukong stepping out of the mountain. Though her backside throbbed with pain, elation overwhelmed her. You little rascal, don't run. Return my tea leaves. Lin Xiangshu shouted frantically from the other side of the wall, realizing that the precious tea leaves he thought he had consumed were actually pilfered by this little imp to make tea eggs. Lin Mo, clutching her backside, sprinted ahead, thinking it wise to keep moving lest she appear foolish. Lin Ran glanced at her sister dashing forward, then at their father just climbing over the wall. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Lin Chi. We should prepare some medicine. I fear Mo's backside may suffer today. Lin Chi, contemplating the reckless girl, could only twitch his lips, at a loss for words. Run. Your father is closing in on you. Get those legs moving. The system reveled in the excitement, finding it splendid to have such a host to observe. She was, in essence, a massive source of entertainment. The scene transformed into a thrilling chase. Lin Mo sprinted desperately while Lin Xiangshu chased after her, the twig whistling through the air, making it clear just how painful it would be if it made contact. Lin Mo's face contorted in exertion. I can't run anymore. Could you please activate the protective mechanism for me? I'll pretend to be hurt, and that should throw my father off. Without hesitation, the system activated the protective mechanism, its energy reserves ample enough to spare a bit without concern. Activated. Now, it's your time to shine. Hearing this, Lin Mo spun around and dropped to her knees. Lin Xiangshu, unaware of her conversation with the system, saw her suddenly kneel and could not stop himself in time. He had charged forward with such momentum that he was completely unprepared. As he neared her, he clenched his teeth and, with a determined heart, pushed off her shoulders, executing a flawless leap over her. Lin Mo. The servants nearby, Lin Madam and Lin Chi and Lin Ran, watching from a distance. After a brief moment of stunned silence, uproarious laughter erupted in Lin Mo's mind as the system cackled uncontrollably.
Ha ha ha.
Your father just jumped over you. You were leaped over. Ha ha ha. Chapter 70. Lin Mo. Father, run. Listening to the system's laughter, Lin Mo touched her head, her expression one of utter bewilderment. What just happened? I merely knelt to admit my fault. Why did you have to jump over me?
Ah.
Father, why did you leap over me? You can hit me. I can accept that, but why jump over me? I will never grow taller. I want to grow taller. Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, her sorrowful wails echoing through the night. Originally the shortest in her family, I had hoped to experience a growth spurt in the coming years, but now it seems all has been ruined by you. I will never grow taller. She is merely 2 months away from turning 16, an age when one can indeed still aspire to reach greater heights. Her elder sister stands at no less than 165 centimeters, while her brother towers nearly 180 centimeters, close to 190 centimeters like their father. Their mother, too, is nearly 170 centimeters tall. In this household of towering figures, she is the sole diminutive one. Why must they treat her this way? As Lin Mo cried out on the floor, the surrounding servants had grown accustomed to her antics, waiting for this little troublemaker to clear the area before resuming their duties. Lin Xiangshu awkwardly coughed and flicked away a branch in his hand, feeling too embarrassed to chastise her. This incident was hardly my fault. It was her sudden kneeling that caused it. Had she not knelt, this event would not have transpired. To this, the onlookers reacted as if to say, as if you were a normal person. Lady Lin gazed at her daughter rolling on the ground, her heart heavy with concern.
Lin Montag.
You will wash that dress yourself. Look at the state you've gotten into. It's as if your father jumped over you. It's not a calamity. Who says that being jumped over means you want to grow taller? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo sprang to her feet and approached her father earnestly, saying, Father, let me jump over you then. Lin Xiangshu inhaled deeply and pushed her away, exclaiming, Leave. While I'm still calm, quickly get away from me. Lin Mo, hearing this, pouted and resumed her cries, I won tea. I won tea. Observing her daughter, whose resemblance to her husband was uncanny, Lady Lin felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Although she had seen this scene numerous times over the years, each instance left her astonished. Perhaps you should let her jump. It might quiet her down. Lady Lin decided to send her husband into the fray. Lin Xiangshu looked at Lady Lin in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. My lady, are you serious? We are the closest of companions, and you wish for me to undertake such a task for this troublesome girl. Lady Lin, sensing his thoughts, leaned in and whispered, just soothe her a little. That last incident was indeed your fault. You could have simply moved aside instead of jumping over her. It's mainly because she looks so much like you. Seeing her cry with your face is quite disconcerting. Why is it that among the two older ones, none resemble you much, yet this little one is your spitting image? Lin Xiangshu glanced at the tear-streaked face of his daughter and felt a pang in his heart. Her features, so similar to his, covered in tears and snot, were indeed disheartening. Despite his seemingly stern demeanor, he took great pride in his appearance. After all, how could he have won the heart of a beauty so swiftly without his handsome visage? Thus, he had meticulously maintained his looks over the years, appearing not a day over 20 despite being in his 40s, with exquisite features, taut skin, and a strikingly youthful appearance, further enhanced by his clean-shaven face due to Lady Lin's preferences. However, seeing his daughter, so similar to him, in such a pitiful state was truly vexing. All right. I shall bend down and let you jump, but I truly do not understand whose temper you inherited, Lin Xiangshu sighed as he bent down. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's cries ceased instantly. She swiftly leaped onto her father's back with a whoosh.
Oh.
She didn't T-jump. The system burst into laughter. You overestimated your abilities. Your jumping power is insufficient. You merely hopped onto your father's back. Lin Qi and Lin Ran exchanged exasperated sighs, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. Sitting on her father's back, Lin Mo felt a strange sense of nostalgia, as if she had recaptured a feeling from her childhood. As she squeezed with her legs, she instinctively exclaimed, Father, run. Lin Xiangshu, without hesitation, delivered a light slap. You truly are asking for it. After receiving the slap, Lin Mo flipped off and began to run away with an unrestrained gait. Watching the father-daughter duo engage in their playful chase, the three members of the Lin family stood by, unsure of what to say. While other families were preoccupied with their sons' imperial examinations, the Lin household seemed utterly unconcerned, as their little troublemaker was bound to create all sorts of extraordinary incidents, overshadowing the significance of exams. Before long, the commotion at the Lin household spread throughout the capital, as many had been secretly observing their antics. Regarding Lin Mo, the public felt a mix of frustration, affection, and exasperation. She was a genuinely good person, albeit with a mind that deviated from the norm. Following her antics was entertaining, but when it came to their own issues, it was far less enjoyable. After being punished for 2 days, Lin Mo found herself bedridden. The branches may not have inflicted severe harm, but they were certainly painful. It was not until Lin Qi's examination day that Lin Mo re-entered the public eye. The system exclaimed, Charge forth. Today's imperial examination promises several delightful spectacles. Such a significant event would undoubtedly be recorded by the historians, and as Lin Mo served as an assistant, she was eager to be present and witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 71. Not interested in the young lady, but interested in her wet nurse. Lin Qi observed his younger sister's expression and turned away in exasperation. He suddenly understood what it felt like for their father to bring this girl to court daily. Just her presence was a source of embarrassment, not for her, but for him. The Xuanda Emperor was an ardent admirer of beauty, as evidenced by his elevation of Lin Xiangshu to prominence over 20 years ago. Among the scholars present, Lin Qi stood out, though there were 2 others who were nearly his equals, albeit slightly older. Lin Qi's visage, reminiscent of Lady Lin, seemed to radiate an ethereal glow amidst the crowd. Lin Mo glanced at her brother's handsome face, then at the emperor's expression, and mischievously whispered to the system, Why do I get the feeling that the emperor has taken a liking to my brother? Surely, there are no male concubines in his harem? The crowd collectively sighed. The emperor and Lin Chi thought, "What in the world is wrong with you? Can you not cease your erratic thoughts?" The Xuanda emperor diverted his gaze from Lin Chi, fearing that if he continued to look, this girl might genuinely believe he intended to include her brother in his harem. The presence of the system only added fuel to the fire. The system earnestly remarked to Lin Mo, "The emperor's harem may lack male concubines, but who knows, perhaps today could change that? If your brother were to enter the harem, you would become the national aunt. While he would be the national uncle, you would be the national aunt." Lin Mo pondered for a moment, grinning at the prospect. The people present lowered their heads, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Minister Li took a deep breath, desperately trying to control his trembling hands. Unfortunately, these thoughts could not be recorded. Only the words of this little troublemaker could be chronicled. Lin Chi's fists tightened. Had it not been for the decorum of the court, he would have gladly given his sister a taste of his strength. The crown prince and his two younger brothers, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, began to scrutinize Lin Chi. Indeed, her beauty was striking. Her features bore a greater resemblance to Lady Lin. It was curious how these siblings turned out. The elder brother resembled their mother, while the sister took after their father. The third prince whispered to his two elder brothers, "Father truly does not favor men, does he? I find this Lin Chi exceedingly attractive." The crown prince swiftly smacked him on the backside, admonishing, "Silence. If father favored men, how could you possibly exist?" He continued, "You need only heed half of Lin Mo's words. This girl is unlikely to speak anything commendable." The third prince rubbed his backside and fell silent. Ultimately, due to her exceptional beauty and talent, Lin Chi was appointed as the top scholar, while the two men in their 30s achieved the first and second positions. The Lin family suffers from their own beauty. Minister Lin's talent should have earned him the top spot, yet his looks relegated him to second place. Now his son faces a similar fate, remarked an elder with a sigh. Another, however, held a markedly different perspective. Isn't being second best admirable? Typically, second place is awarded to those who possess both talent and beauty, a feat not easily attained. I aimed for that position during my own examinations, only to be outshone by a sudden rise of Lin Huan. Lin Huan was the name of Minister Lin. Simply uttering it would send the young ladies of the capital into a frenzy. Just as everyone was basking in the joyous atmosphere, Lin Mo began to stir up trouble. "System, did you not mention there would be gossip? It's nearly over. Hurry and reveal it." Lin Mo observed the scholars, noting that they all possessed reasonably handsome features. It seemed that only those of commendable appearance could hold office. He wondered what kind of scandal might arise among them. The system, nearly forgetting the matter, directed Lin Mo's attention to a frail figure nearby. "Do you see that person in the corner?" All eyes shifted to the diminutive man, who trembled in fear. How could the system have spotted him, even in his secluded spot? Lin Mo scrutinized the man closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. He was merely short, standing at around 5 feet 7 inches, and exceedingly thin. What's wrong with him? He is just a bit short and slender. Could it be that he is disguised as a man? As Lin Mo pondered this, the possibility grew stronger. Otherwise, how could he be so diminutive? Gasps of astonishment filled the air at the idea of a woman masquerading as a man. In the emperor's court, such a deception was a capital offense. The frail man nearly collapsed, flanked by 2 guards who swiftly restrained him. These were individuals preordained by the Xuanda emperor to prevent anyone of fragile constitution from fainting under pressure. Lin Mo understood the implication. Across all dynasties, certain officials would always try to stake their claims during examinations, whether it be through matchmaking or early favoritism. Others began to covertly assess the frail man. Noting his average looks and unimpressive stature, the Minister of Right's discerning eye seemed lacking. The system continued, however, this man, despite his apparent lack of taste, has rather unique preferences. He has not set his sights on the minister's daughter, but rather on her wet nurse. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nearly choked on his own saliva. What nonsense!
Please repeat that.
The sentiments of everyone present echoed Lin Mo's disbelief. They suspected they had misheard. The system reiterated. He has not taken interest in the minister's daughter, but has instead chosen the wet nurse. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo gravely inquired, "How old is the wet nurse, and is she exceptionally beautiful?" The the kind that could bring a nation to its knees. The system replied, the wet nurse is 35. Of average looks, yet possesses a commendable figure, ample bosom, and shapely posterior. Oh, this man favors mature women. He has another woman back in his hometown, also of a robust build, who is even an elder in name. Lin Mo. The gathered crowd. Lin Mo glanced at the frail man, remarking, indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. The Xuanda emperor stroked his chin, equally perplexed. This man's character seems dubious. We cannot allow such an individual to hold office. The frail man felt faint, yet he could not succumb to unconsciousness. Behind him, imperial physician Zhao was prepared, ready to deliver a needle at the very moment he began to lose consciousness, forcing him back to awareness. Heavens! It's over for him. He is truly finished. Chapter 72. The top scholar in distress, riding a pig through the capital. At the emperor's signal, the man was discreetly escorted away. Lin Mo and the system had already shifted focus, now discussing the top scholar's scandal. This top scholar is quite the romantic. He and his wife are childhood sweethearts. When he first arrived in the capital, other officials sought his favor, yet he declined. Lin Mo glanced at the top scholar. Though in his 30s, he had a noble bearing and was indeed a fine gentleman. The top scholar, having raised his head, bore an expression tinged with pride. He shared a deep bond with his childhood sweetheart, leaving little room for gossip regarding their affections. However, the tides of fate can shift unexpectedly, and the system's next revelation cast him into despair. Yet, this scholar's plight is quite unfortunate. While he toils diligently in his studies, his wife is taken up with his brother. Oh, their newborn daughter is not his, but rather his brother's. The crowd, initially enchanted by the couple's apparent devotion, was blindsided by the system's proclamation. Lin Mo felt his mind whirl. So, he has been slaving away for his degree while his wife has betrayed him with his brother. Goodness! What a stroke of misfortune! The top scholar's face paled, and his body swayed, as if on the verge of collapse. Lin Chi quietly supported him, whispering, hold on. Do not fall. The Xuanda emperor and others regarded the top scholar with pity, sensing that the newly donned cap of honor bore an unsettling green hue. The system exclaimed, how did you uncover the secret? Indeed, there is an underlying story. His wife and both brothers were childhood companions. The younger brother has long harbored affection for the wife. Yet the engagement fell to the elder brother, fostering resentment. The younger brother, being envious of the elder, is also a scholar. Albeit with lesser talent, he only managed to pass as a licentiate. Thus, he sought revenge on his brother. Lin Mo's internal voice quivered, so he retaliated against his sister-in-law. The crowd was left speechless. Having such a troublesome sibling was truly remarkable. Lin Chi felt a slight relief. Indeed, in comparison to this troublesome brother, her own troublesome sister seemed rather trivial, merely indulging in gossip and losing face. The top scholar's breaths grew labored, clearly shaken by the revelation. Moreover, this scholar's wife is of questionable character. She desires the status of an official's wife yet cannot bear the thought of being neglected by her husband, leading her to seek solace with his brother. The complexities of human relationships can indeed be quite tangled. Lin Mo nodded inwardly, recognizing the truth of that statement. Following the conclusion of the examination, onlookers regarded the top scholar with a knowing gaze. Soon, the top scholar, second place, and Lin Chi were to ride through the capital, an occasion typically filled with joy. Yet, due to this incident, the top scholar's expression mirrored that of one who had just lost their parents. Even while mounted atop a grand steed, he wore an expression of utter disillusionment. When Lin Mo emerged, guiding his two pigs, the top scholar's countenance had yet to recover from its shock. Suddenly, upon spotting Lin Mo's pigs, the scholar paused momentarily before dismounting. As he approached Lin Mo, the latter was engulfed in bewilderment. What is he up to? Why isn't he parading through the capital on his magnificent horse? The system was equally perplexed. I haven't the faintest idea. Perhaps he has gone mad with joy and wishes to share it with you. Upon reaching Lin Mo, the scholar unexpectedly flashed a smile, to which Lin Mo responded politely with a smile of his own. Just as onlookers pondered the nature of their interaction, the scholar seized one of the wild boars and, with a long stride, mounted it. Young Lord Lin, May I borrow your pig for a moment? Lin Mo. Wild boar. All present. Logically speaking, such an act should have been deemed absurd. However, given the scholar's evident emotional turmoil that day, the crowd tacitly accepted his pig-riding antics. Thus, the scene transformed before their eyes. The scholar sat vacantly atop the wild boar, while the expressions of the second and third place scholars behind him contorted in disbelief. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere of the streets, this time, as they took to the thoroughfare, an unusual silence enveloped them. The young ladies, who had planned to toss flowers in their direction, found themselves utterly at a loss upon witnessing the scholar atop the pig, forgetting their intentions entirely. It had long been rumored that the most fashionable mode of transport in the capital was, in fact, a pig, yet today they were witnessing it firsthand. Previously, the scholar would gallop past on horseback. Now it seemed he had resorted to riding a pig. The aspiring scholars preparing for the next imperial examinations began to contemplate the idea, having never ridden a pig themselves. What if they, too, found themselves in the position of top scholar next time? Lin Shi cast a glance at his leisurely little sister behind him, then turned his gaze to the now eccentric scholar ahead, his emotions a tumultuous blend. This world has truly gone mad. He wondered about the scholar's mental state. Following this event, the demand for pigs in the capital skyrocketed. Nearly every affluent household sought to procure one, especially those with scholarly members, and they specifically desired robust specimens. It became commonplace to witness scholars riding pigs through the streets, transforming into a peculiar spectacle of the capital. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Xianda remarked, "Who has spread such tidings? When did I decree that the top scholar should ride a pig through the capital? Wouldn't it be far more splendid to ride a horse? Who would wish to see a pig rider?" Eunuch Li gently cleared his throat and whispered. It was originally young Lord Lin who started this trend. Subsequently, the scholar, having been emotionally shaken, borrowed a pig from young Lord Lin and trotted around the capital, leading everyone to believe a new custom had emerged. The expression on Emperor Xianda's face was a complex amalgamation of incredulity and amusement. The subsequent handling of the scholar's predicament seemed to have been resolved. Accused of adultery, he faced 50 strikes and banishment, ultimately yielding to sentimentality and merely expelling his wife and brother from their home. Having achieved fame and success, he now found himself isolated and alone, a rather poignant situation indeed. Lin Mo found this outcome somewhat unsatisfactory. It was rather disheartening. This man was far too lenient. After all, they had not regarded him as a husband or brother. Why should he be so concerned about them? The system echoed this sentiment. Indeed, those two should have been exiled. Yet, they could not interfere in the affairs of others. As long as he was content, that sufficed. Lin Shi had now been appointed as an editor at the Hamlin Academy and was required to attend court every day. "Brother, when you come tomorrow, please carry me away. I intend to stay up late reading a novel tonight," Lin Mo declared, gazing up at her elder brother with an air of righteous indignation. Lin Shi inhaled deeply, somewhat exasperated, and replied, "Could you not find a more convincing excuse? At least allow me the comfort of believing your words." This earnestness was becoming rather tiresome. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo replied seriously, "Perhaps it's best to abandon the pretense. I haven't engaged in anything particularly respectable. If I were to concoct a more credible excuse, you likely wouldn't believe it anyway, so it's better to be forthright with you." With that, she scampered off, her conversation with the system still audible as she dashed away. "Lin Mo, I know, I've already dispatched someone to procure them. Tonight shall be our night of revelry." Lin Shi, must you not, as a court official, read something of substance? This captivating young master and charming fox is clearly nothing but frivolity, Lin Shi mused, seriously doubting his younger sister's intellect due to her penchant for such trivial literature. That night, Lin Mo, cocooned in her blankets, read with a lewd grin plastered across her face. System. These novels are indeed delightful. Life is so vibrant and colorful. Lin Mo, licking her lips with a glint in her eye, replied, "Of course. Life is splendid. I believe I've been fortunate in this incarnation. Were I to be reborn as a pig or a dog, that would truly be unfortunate." The system, curious about her hypothetical canine existence, inquired, "What would you do if you really became a dog?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment, envisioning the life of a dog, and grimaced. I suppose I would strive daily just to survive. For one like me, even the most unsavory scraps would be a challenge to obtain. But dogs do seem to eat excrement. The more she contemplated, the more repulsed she became. If she became a dog, her very nature would likely transform as well. How utterly disgusting. The following morning, when Lin Chi sought Lin Mo, he found her absent from her bed. The maid outside reminded him, "Sir, perhaps you should check beneath the bed." Obediently, Lin Chi knelt down and indeed discovered someone hidden away. After dragging her out, he was genuinely at a loss as to what to do with her. Disheveled and dusty, clutching a novel, he wondered why she never removed her clothing to sleep. Was it truly comfortable to slumber in official robes? As Lin Chi hoisted Lin Mo out, Minister Lin turned his head away, preferring not to witness the scene. Father and son placed her in her wheelchair before boarding their carriage. These two pigs had acquired a remarkable instinct. Once a person was seated, they would pull the carriage along, even knowing the way. On their journey, other officials heading to court observed the sight of a pig-drawn wheelchair, with a certain someone slumbering soundly within, and they had become quite accustomed to it. Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware until they arrived at court. The system, concerned she might topple over, decided it was time for a revelation. Awake, awake. I have a significant piece of news to share that might rouse you. The curiosity of the assembled crowd was instantly piqued. They delighted in the system's inclination to divulge gossip. Lin Mo stifled a yawn, then hurry and tell me, if you delay further, I shall truly collapse from exhaustion after last night's late reading. The system replied, this news pertains to none other than the emperor. It's a recent occurrence. The ministers collectively exhaled in relief. At least it wasn't he about them. Thank goodness for the emperor's sacrifice. Regardless, any news concerning the emperor was bound to be momentous. Lin Mo perked up, urging, quickly, do tell. With a mischievous tone, the system revealed, the emperor's undergarments have been stolen. Upon hearing this, the ministers gasped in shock. Who could be so depraved as to steal the emperor's underwear? The emperor was already impoverished. Those undergarments had been contributed by them. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile laden with meaning. Hee, could this possibly be yet another flower thief? No, it should be called a dragon thief. The crown prince and his two brothers exchanged glances filled with pity for their father, whose precious undergarments had once again vanished. Perhaps it was time to discreetly present him with some new ones. Emperor Xuanda exclaimed, who is the lunatic? Why steal my underpants of all things? Your concubines seem to be quite harmonious, working together to pilfer the emperor's underpants for profit. Quite impressive, Emperor Xuanda realized with a start. So that's why my underpants have been disappearing. You could have at least mentioned it to me. Let me join in the fun. Regret washed over him. He had once contemplated selling his own undergarments, but had never acted on it, only to find that his own empress and concubines had beaten him to the punch. All present shrank back, their heads bowed, the hall filled only with the sound of heavy breaths. Lin Mo's raucous laughter echoed throughout the grand chamber. Ha ha. Are the ladies of the harem truly this entertaining? How on earth do they manage to sell these underpants? I doubt anyone would dare take on such a task. The system interjected. Indeed. That's why they enlisted the help of the princess of the Xian to assist in the sales, who takes a 10% commission for her trouble. Lin Mo found herself genuinely impressed by the princess of Xian, a woman even more extraordinary than herself. Chapter 74. One meal for another, fair trade. Lin Mo held a deep admiration for the princess of Xian. However, one question piqued her curiosity. System. How much could the emperor's underpants fetch on the market? Surely, they would be worth more than the prince's. Upon hearing this inquiry, everyone perked up, curiosity ignited. Even Emperor Xuanda was intrigued, speculating that his undergarments must command a higher price. After all, he was an emperor. The system responded, Oh no, your majesty. The price of your underpants cannot compete with the prince's. Those underpants of yours, with 3 holes in a single piece of fabric. One must wonder how that even came to be. A stifled laugh escaped from the assembly. Lin Mo's expression twitched uncontrollably. 3 holes in one piece of fabric. She resolutely refused to let her mind wander. The crown prince pondered, scratching his backside, no matter how much he rubbed. There were only 2 holes, so where did the third come from? After the court session, Lin Mo and the system blissfully set aside the matter, while the emperor and Xian Wang went off to find their respective wives. With the emperor's supply of underpants dwindling, it was imperative to find an opportunity to replenish them. The empress convened a meeting with the harem in Fingy Palace, where one might assume they were discussing matters of utmost importance. Concubine decide. But I can't bear to part with my fine fabrics. You all know the emperor's temperament. Once something is in his hands, it rarely sees the light of day again. Every reward he bestows upon me are merely his own calligraphic works, clutter that is of little worth. Her lamentations drew sympathetic sighs from the other concubines, who had not anticipated the depths of their plight. While the outside world may perceive them as living in luxury, the reality was merely a fade. Upon entering, Emperor Xuanda overheard his wives earnestly discussing the sustainable trade of his undergarments. You seem quite serious, ladies. Not even willing to spare a piece of fabric for me? It seems you only wish to take from me, not give back. The concubines, caught off guard, quickly knelt in a flurry. Forgive us, Your Majesty. We merely sought to supplement the household expenses, the Empress pleaded from the front. With a thump on the table, Emperor Xuanda exclaimed, Why did you not confide in me? Such a lucrative endeavor should not be undertaken alone. The concubines exchanged bewildered glances, so this was what angered him, not the fact that they were selling his undergarments. Li Gonggong hunched over, discreetly shielding his face with his sleeve. Oh dear. The emperor is becoming increasingly shameless. The princess merely glanced at him, dismissing him to entertain himself elsewhere. Xian Wang remarked, I sense your disdain for me. We are, after all, husband and wife. After a lengthy internal struggle, he finally voiced, I heard you were assisting the harem in selling the emperor's underpants. The princess, without lifting her gaze, replied, Indeed. Is there a problem? Xian Wang cautiously probed, Aren't you worried about your brother's wrath? Without a hint of concern, the princess pushed him aside, coolly stating, Don't worry. The empress has assured us that she will take full responsibility. If you have nothing else to do, take our children out for a stroll. Don't trouble me further. I have accounts to settle. Xian Wang found himself unceremoniously ejected from the room, the door slamming shut behind him. Is there any semblance of authority left for me in this household? He lamented, noticing his status had diminished significantly since his recovery. His wife, once gentle, had turned quite fierce. Alas, life had become exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and the system were blissfully unaware of the happenings in the palace and the royal residence, having ventured onto the bustling streets for some entertainment.
Ah!
Stop chasing me. I didn't mean to step on your bone. Lin Mo exclaimed, sprinting with her skirts held high, pursued by a large yellow dog. However, her petite frame caused her to be jostled aside, and in that fleeting moment, she inadvertently kicked the dog's bone away. Thus, the situation unfolded as it did. As for her 2 piglets, they had unhesitatingly abandoned their owner for a more affectionate rendezvous. The system, reveling in the chaos, called out, Run! Run! It's about to catch up to you. It's going to bite your backside. Lin Mo, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly climbed a nearby tree, narrowly escaping the dog's jaws. Goodness! I never imagined that watching the scene would come with such peril. How ungrateful of that rake. She clung to the trunk, panting heavily, having exerted every ounce of her strength. The dog below continued barking furiously, prompting Lin Mo to inch her legs higher up the tree. The system chimed in. You need not be so fearful. I can activate a protection mechanism to ensure you feel no pain from the dog's bites. Lin Mo retorted. And then everyone would witness me, expressionless, being savaged by a dog. Is that normal? The 2 engaged in light banter atop the tree, while the dog remained steadfast below, refusing to leave. Half an hour later, Lin Mo lay atop the tree, her face pale. System. What am I to do? I really need to relieve myself. I can barely hold it any longer. Can you find a way to shoo the dog away? After 3 seconds of silence, she erupted in frustration at the system. Are you serious? You expect me to relieve myself in broad daylight? What about my dignity? Passing by were Wei Jing'an and Qin Zheng, who remarked, No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. It turns out it's the little troublemaker up in the tree. But perhaps we should take another route. It seems we've arrived at an inopportune moment. Chapter 75. The flower peacock uses dance to charm the yellow dog. Just as they turned the corner, the system suddenly chimed in with an alert. Hey,
Hey, hey,
I have found individuals who can assist you. The flower peacock and the foolish beauty have arrived. The flower peacock, Wei Jing'an, and the foolish beauty, Qin Jing, are present. As for the epithet foolish beauty, it was designated by the system, which perceives that although Qin Jing possesses striking looks, his intellect may leave much to be desired. To think he would use himself as bait to lure his nemesis, what if he inadvertently fell into his own trap? Thus, the system concluded that this individual lacks acumen, a person colloquially referred to as a foolish beauty. Lin Mo turned her head and indeed spotted the two individuals sneaking about. Flower peacock, you two, come here at once and help me drive away this dog. She was on the verge of an explosion, teetering on the brink of eruption. Wei Jing'an took a deep breath and nudged Qin Jing beside him. You go assist. Qin Jing widened his eyes in protest. Why should I? They called for you. Ridiculous. Why would he voluntarily walk into trouble? He hadn't even participated in the hunt, and yet here he was, inexplicably entangled in it. It was utterly beyond comprehension. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without seeing the two approach, Lin Mo began to shout in frustration, I will count to 3. Hurry up and come here. The pair was startled by her thunderous voice, which boomed with such force that one might mistake it for that of a rugged man. The system couldn't help but remark, be mindful of your image. You are a respectable young lady. Do not allow your voice to become so coarse. Remember, you are still holding back, lest you inadvertently unleash your bowels. The two made their way down with small, cautious steps, muttering to themselves, the fearsome Lin Mo, holding back so much, is truly terrifying. The large yellow dog below, upon seeing them approach, showed no fear and barked menacingly while baring its teeth. Wei Jing'an gulped nervously and tentatively kicked at the creature. Shoo, shoo. Yet the next moment, as the dog clamped onto his boot, he let out a shriek and launched into an impromptu display of breakdancing and street dancing. He attempted to charm the dog with his dance moves, but, regardless of his efforts, the dog remained steadfastly attached to his boot. Lin Mo and the system watched in stunned silence. The system, somewhat entranced, remarked, I never anticipated that the flower peacock possessed such impressive dancing prowess. Remarkable. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite impressive. Oh, and look at that floor move. Exquisite. Desperately striving to free himself from the dog's grip, Wei Jing'an exclaimed, This is not dancing. I am merely struggling. Who do you think I have become like this for? Who am I enduring this dog bite for? Qin Jing looked at him with pity, then quickly took a couple of steps back. Brother, it's not that I do not wish to help, it's just that this dog is far too ferocious. Observing the standoff between man and beast, he concluded that they might be stuck in this predicament for a while, so he called up to Lin Mo in the tree. Lady Lin, you must come down quickly. This dog has already ensnared young Master Wei. Meanwhile, Wei Jing'an's plight seemed to have faded from everyone's concern. Once Lin Mo descended, standing with her feet turned inward, her expression contorted with urgency. It felt as though her anxiety had amplified upon touching the ground. Perhaps the gravitational pull was exacerbating her distress. The system urged, just hold on a little longer. First, you must subdue that dog. The flower peacock engaged that dog because of you. No, it is because you were targeted by that dog. I have activated the protective mechanism for you. Charge forth. With her features twisted in determination, Lin Mo nodded and resolutely advanced toward the chaos. She was teetering on the brink of an eruption. Qin Jing watched the unfolding melee between Wei Jing'an and the dog, then glanced at Lin Mo, who was slowly making her way forward, her expression one of sheer agony. His emotions were in turmoil. Wei Jing'an and the dog were engaged in a fierce tussle, their exchanges lively. His dance skills alone could earn him a place in a training camp. As Wei Jing'an continued to distance himself from Lin Mo, she shouted in despair, Please don't move further away.
come closer.
I can't save you if you're too far. My legs won't budge. Engaged in a frantic dance with the dog, Wei Jing'an yelled back in frustration, This is beyond my control. It won't stop chasing me. Before long, a scene unfolded on the street. A dashing young aristocrat and a dog engaged in a spirited duel, both darting about like formidable opponents in a contest of wits. Behind them, a young woman, her face twisted in pain, shuffled forward with a peculiar gait that could only be described as zombie-like. The woman cried out in desperation, "If you run any further, I shall abandon you." The nobleman ahead, equally distressed, shouted back, "I'm not running by choice. If I don't, it will bite me." Trailing behind was another handsome young aristocrat, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, difficult to articulate. The townsfolk murmured among themselves, "What on earth is happening? What has come over the affluent families of the capital? First it was the trend of riding pigs, and now it seems they are brawling with dogs? Don't these noble youths have designated sparring partners? Have they now been replaced by canines?" Observing the empty wheelchair, the four members of the Lin family were left in a state of bewilderment. Lin Rant's voice cracked as he spoke. "Ding pa, humph." The four exchanged glances, a foreboding sense creeping into their hearts. Lin Xiangshu and Lin Qi bolted outside, while Lin Ran and Madame Lin hastily arranged for a search party, their roles clearly defined. Upon entering the street, Lin Xiangshu and Lin Qi overheard the gossip of the townsfolk, their ears perking up at the mention of noble youths practicing martial arts with dogs. Instantly, they thought of their own mischievous daughter, certain she was entangled in this absurdity. Father and son inquired among the citizens, following the direction indicated, and soon found themselves nearing the outskirts. What they beheld was a sight to behold. A man and a dog sprawled upon the ground, oblivious to their surroundings, while their own unruly daughter clutched her dairy, her face a mask of despair. Behind her, another individual was digging a hole, reassuring her, "Lady Lin, bear with it a moment longer. I shall finish digging this hole shortly, and you'll be free to relieve yourself." The Lin family patriarch and his son exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 76. We must take responsibility for this dog's future. Upon seeing her father and brother, Lin Mo let out a wail of despair, her voice trembling, clearly at the brink of breaking. 3 seconds later, Lin Xiangshu was sprinting down the street with his foolish daughter in tow, while Lin Qi hoisted Wei Jing'an and followed suit, with Qin Jing cheerfully carrying the large yellow dog. The system urged, "Hurry, hurry. We are on the verge of release." Lin Mo cried out in utter desperation, "Father, please hurry. I can't hold on any longer." Lin Xiangshu's handsome face contorted in distress. "I am already running as fast as I can. What have you consumed today, to be in such a rush?" After all, Lady Lin rarely ventured out, and when she did, it was often to partake in the affairs of others. Yet, compared to the allure of others' affairs, her own was decidedly more enticing. In the moments leading up to Lin Mo's impending crisis, Lin Xiangshu finally reached home. With a swift motion, he thrust Lin Mo into the outhouse. Perhaps, in times of dire straits, one truly can summon hidden potential, while everyone expected Lin Mo to tumble headlong into the pit. She executed a flawless 360-degree flip in the air, landing deftly and slamming the door shut behind her. The sound of the door closing brought a collective sigh of relief from all present. Lin Xiangshu wiped the sweat from his brow and swallowed hard. His heart had nearly leapt from his chest. Lin Qi gently placed the person on his back onto the ground, feeling somewhat dazed. This bewilderment was not due to exhaustion, but rather from shock. Could this troublesome situation not have resolved itself with a simple trip to the restroom? The system remarked with a tone of exasperation, "Host, your father is truly remarkable. I have never encountered a father as impressive as yours." Lin Mo retorted, "Please refrain from uttering such nonsense. What do you mean by my father being such a remarkable father? He is simply the best father in the entire world. Absolutely the greatest." Meanwhile, outside the door, a few individuals were exasperated. "If you need to relieve yourself, then do so properly. There's no need for flattery at this moment." Perhaps it was the rough journey that caused Wei Jing'an to slowly regain consciousness, while Qin Jing squatted beside him, cradling an unconscious golden retriever in his arms. Upon seeing Wei Jing'an awake, Qin Jing's face lit up with joy.
Jing'an?
"You've finally awakened." Unfortunately, he had missed the preceding spectacle. The scene on the street had been utterly captivating. Who would have thought that Lin Xiangshu possessed such agility? Was he truly a civil official? That speed could not possibly be achieved without some mastery of lightness skills. Although civil officials must study the 6 arts of a gentleman and thus possess some martial skills, prolonged office often leads to complacency, with some individuals becoming utterly incapable. Lin Xiangshu, however, maintained his remarkable physical prowess. Wei Jing'an glanced at the golden retriever nearly pressed against his face and deadpan remarked, "Could you please move that dog away from me? Do I have some sort of grudge against it?" Oh, oh, oh. Qin Jing quickly took a couple of steps back and meticulously recounted the events that had just transpired. His tone of admiration for Lin Xiangshu was unmistakable. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who had been listening to a tune at home, rubbed the back of his neck, pondering, "Why does it feel so chilly back here today? Could it be that I caught a chill last night?" The absurd events involving Lin Mo swiftly spread to the households of various officials, and naturally, the emperor learned of it as well. The Xuanda emperor chuckled so heartily that he could barely hold onto his memorials. This girl is truly extraordinary. Lin Xiangshu dotes on her excessively, but his health is quite robust. Eunuch Li could scarcely imagine what that scene must have looked like, yet it did not diminish his respect for the young Lord Lin. There had never been such an official in history. Simultaneously, uproarious laughter erupted in the homes of various officials, particularly among the young gentlemen and ladies who had witnessed the spectacle on the street. In the end, everyone arrived at a consensus. Young Lord Lin is indeed a treasure of Daong. With such a lively spirit among them, each day seemed considerably more vibrant. As Lin Mo emerged from the restroom, she was immediately reprimanded by her father. Lin Xiangshu chased after her, scolding, "How shameful! How utterly shameful!" Employing her skills of evasion honed since childhood, Lin Mo dodged each of his attempts to chastise her, yet she still lamented, "This is not my fault. How could I possibly know when I would have a stomach ache? It was that dog. If it hadn't cornered me against the tree, I would not have been in such a predicament." The mere mention of the dog triggered a sudden realization in Lin Xiangshu about the rumors circulating among the townsfolk. Wei Zheng'an and Qin Jing recoiled slightly. This had nothing to do with them. They had merely been passing by. Who could have anticipated being roped into such a debacle? Lin Mo inquired of the system, "What kind of young masters enjoy sparring with dogs? I was unaware that this was a trend in the capital." Host, "I've discerned that you are indeed setting many trends in the capital. I doubt anyone could usurp your position as the top influencer. I am truly elated to be bound to you as a host. My energy is always full." Lin Mo remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you're not offering me compliments. I accept being the top influencer, but your statement about being full of energy sounds rather peculiar." Glancing at her father's expression, she hesitantly recounted the recent events, causing Lin Xiangshu's countenance to darken further. So, these two had been entirely innocent bystanders. Yet this troublesome affair necessitated an apology on their part. After all, making another son suffer in such a manner warranted a visit of contrition. Wei Zheng'an, gazing at the golden retriever delivered to his doorstep, wore a somewhat twisted expression. Could he possibly refuse this dog? Would he truly engage in daily battles with the golden retriever? Where would his dignity reside? Qin Jing cautiously suggested, "Zheng'an, I believe this dog is fated to be with you, so you should take care of it. After all, you did cause it to be in such a state. You must bear some responsibility, or you would be deemed heartless. But do not worry. I will not let you shoulder this burden alone. I will share the responsibility for the remainder of the dog's life, ensuring it enjoys a peaceful existence." Wei Zheng'an bit his lip in silence for a few seconds before responding with exasperation, "Your consideration is truly remarkable." Qin Jing, scratching his head, replied somewhat bashfully, "It's nothing much." Wei Zheng'an and Lin Qi exchanged glances. "Do you genuinely believe your arrangement to be satisfactory?" Observing the earnestness on Qin Jing's face, Lin Qi suddenly thought of her troublesome younger sister. Why did it feel as if these two were so alike at this moment? Equally infuriating. Chapter 77. Everyone is a frontline spectator. Ultimately, the golden retriever was taken away by Qin Jing. Wei Zheng'an could not accept the dog. He was willing to pay. Yet he absolutely did not wish to see it. Lin Qi stood by, watching the two of them engage in a back and forth of excuses, and at that moment, she understood why her younger sister could get along with both of them. Early the next morning, as Lin Mo accompanied the system to court, she noticed everyone staring at her. She touched her face and quietly asked the system, "Why is everyone looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Mo felt utterly petrified. No, she had intended to enjoy the gossip of others. Why had the tables turned, making her the subject of gossip? Why had things unfolded this way? For the entire morning, Lin Mo wallowed in an atmosphere of sorrow, feeling utterly dejected. She lamented to the system, "I never imagined I would become the subject of someone else's gossip. Alas, this is truly disheartening. System, please find me 2 pieces of gossip from others to alleviate my mood." The crowd murmured, "You truly are something else. We should not harbor any sympathy for you." The system had already gathered some juicy gossip, eagerly awaiting the moment. "Don't be sad, don't be sad. I've already found a major scoop. Today's gossip involves the Grand Minister." The Grand Minister, with a terrified expression, lifted his head. "Again? Is it just us that your system keeps targeting?" The others breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't them, they were quite pleased to indulge in someone else's gossip. After all, the last time they had enjoyed the Grand Minister's scandal, they had found it quite entertaining. They wondered what extraordinary tale he would present this time. Lin Mo inquired of the system, who has taken an interest in the Grand Minister. "Is he truly that popular?" The crowd discreetly glanced at the Grand Minister, murmuring among themselves, "TSK, TSK, TSK, the Grand Minister is truly a hidden gem. He has attracted yet another suitor." The Grand Minister's face flushed with anger. "When did I ever attract anyone's attention? I lock my doors and windows while bathing every day. Who could possibly be interested in me?" As everyone speculated wildly, the system came to the Grand Minister's rescue. No, no, he hasn't been pursued. Rather, it's his family's power that has drawn interest. Some newly appointed scholars are attempting to court his daughter. One named Su Luobin has already arranged a lakeside outing with his second daughter, intending to seize the moment when the beauty falls into the water, allowing him to rescue her, thus achieving both heroism and romance. Lin Mo furrowed her brows, utterly appalled by the existence of such a repulsive man. The Grand Commander, clutching his chest, struggled to breathe, seething with rage at the audacity of this scoundrel for daring to set his sights on his daughter. Instantly, all the officials present with daughters felt a surge of anxiety. No, no, after court, they must have a serious discussion with their daughters to ensure they are not swayed by such men. Lin Xiangshu and Lin Qi exchanged glances, a wave of relief washing over them. Thankfully, their little devil would never entertain the idea of rowing on a lake with any man. Others would not dare approach her either. If any foolhardy soul did dare, it would be tantamount to offering themselves up on a silver platter. The system also looked down upon this man, already compiling a litany of his shortcomings. Although this man hasn't committed any grave offenses, his character is undeniably mediocre. He is fond of petty gains, preaching morals that he uses to constrain others, but not himself. Lin Mo thought, "My sister is truly magnificent." The sentiments of others were rather complex. They held a generally favorable impression of Lin Ran. Renowned in the capital for her beauty and intellect, a paragon of talent and grace. Yet, they were astounded to discover that this paragon of beauty possessed such remarkable skills, truly fitting for a descendant of the Lin family. Lin Mo harbored a deep disdain for such men and resolved to take matters into her own hands. Especially since this man had the audacity to cast his gaze upon her sister, she simply had to teach him a lesson. System. When is that Su Luobin going to the lake with that second miss? I shall confront him. How dare he covet my sister? A slap would be too lenient. The system replied, "This afternoon, many young gentlemen and ladies will be at the lake for a rendezvous. There will be plenty of gossip to savor." Upon hearing this, the breath of everyone present quickened. Plenty of gossip. They too wished to witness the spectacle. As court adjourned, many officials consoled the Grand Commander, assuring him not to worry, for young Master Lin had already resolved to intervene. That Su fellow would surely not fare well. The Grand Commander remained silent for a moment before earnestly stating, "But young Master Lin's attacks are indiscriminate." The crowd's expressions grew complex at this revelation. It was indeed true. Young Master Lin's deeds were earth-shattering, and she cared little for her own safety, especially with the system's protective mechanisms in place. After leaving court, Lin Mo had a hearty lunch at home before setting out with 2 pigs in tow. By the time they reached the lakeside, many had already donned their disguises. "How do I look today?" To ensure I can be the first to catch the gossip, I purchased numerous coarse cloth garments, inquired an official disguised as a street vendor to another selling candied hawthorn. Indeed, the sudden influx of street vendors around them were all officials in disguise. On their quest for gossip, they were utterly serious. They were the frontline gossipmongers. As a young lady strolled by, she suddenly felt an eerie familiarity with the silhouette of a vendor. How strikingly similar it was to her father's. But wasn't he supposed to be at home attending to official matters at this hour? Spotting his daughter approaching, the official hastily turned his back, exclaiming, "Quickly, move along. Don't delay my gossip." Chapter 78. Young Master Lin Strikes Back. As soon as Lin Mo arrived, she became the center of attention. Upon seeing her approach, the crowd instantly recognized that there was gossip to be had. Lin Mo declared, "Quickly direct me to that man. I must confront this scoundrel." The unaware onlookers responded with confusion. Scoundrel? What scoundrel? Meanwhile, those in the know urged, "Hurry. We too wish to meet this scoundrel." The second miss of the Grand Commander's household and Su Luobin were leisurely strolling by the lake, blissfully unaware of Lin Mo's presence. As they were quite a distance apart, the system pointed her towards a very specific direction. That man in the blue robe beneath the large willow tree is Su Luobin. Lin Mo huffed and made her way over, her animated gait eliciting a bemused reaction from the onlookers.
Su Luobin,
who had been discussing poetry and philosophy with the beauty, suddenly felt an intense gaze fixed upon him. Upon turning, he was met with Lin Mo. Su Luobin exclaimed internally, "What is she doing here?" The second miss of the Grand Commander's household also appeared taken aback, wondering how young Master Lin found the leisure today to indulge in a lakeside outing. The system chimed in, "The scoundrel is on a date with the beautiful sister, and hasn't he even changed his clothes? He has worn this outfit for 3 days. No wonder he had to sprinkle himself with perfume before leaving." Su Luobin thought, "You know about my clothing situation too." The second Mrs. Smile vanished, as she discreetly took a few steps back. Lin Mo scrutinized him from head to toe, his slicked-back hair and powdered face, with a shifty gaze, bespoke of an untrustworthy character. And that attire, no wonder it appeared crumpled. It had clearly been days since he last changed. Perhaps Lin Mo's scrutinizing gaze was too evident, for Su Luobin felt increasingly uncomfortable. The other onlookers regarded Su Luobin with disdain. One might understand if he were a commoner too preoccupied with daily toil to change clothes. But he was a man of means. What was stopping him from maintaining a semblance of cleanliness? Hidden among the crowd, the Grand Commander was particularly disdainful. He was a man who took great pride in his hygiene, thus his son-in-law must be equally fastidious. The crowd murmured, "Indeed, it is precisely your obsession with cleanliness that attracted the flower thief." Lin Mo looked at Su Luobin and feigned anger. "So it is you who has been pestering my sister?" Cold sweat beaded on Su Luobin's forehead as he stammered, "Young Master Lin, this is truly a misunderstanding. I have no acquaintance with the eldest daughter of the Lin family. How could I possibly pester her?" The system interjected, "Puffed. No acquaintance, you say? Just the other day, your face was so swollen because our sister gave you a beating." The second miss of the Grand Commander's household turned her icy gaze upon Su Luobin. "Didn't you claim just a few days ago that your swollen face was due to a toothache?" Su Luobin's eyes darted, unable to meet her gaze.
Lin Montag,
observing his cowardly demeanor, felt a wave of disdain wash over her. She turned to the second miss and said, "Miss, please do not think me meddlesome. This man first harassed my elder sister, and when she dismissed him, he turned his attention to you. Take my advice, he is truly unworthy." Lin Mo's words were exceedingly blunt, unreserved in her criticism of Su Luobin. Su Luobin glared at Lin Mo, clenching his teeth with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. What was wrong with aspiring to rise above his station? He did not possess the fortune of those born into privilege, nor did he have a distinguished father. If he had come from a noble lineage, who would dare to look down upon him? And Lin Mo, if she were not a Lin family heiress, how could she hold an official position in court as a woman? Lin Mo, who says I am serving in court merely as a Lin family heiress? I am here in the capacity of the king of gossip. Thank you very much. Su Luobin gritted his teeth and took a step closer to Lin Mo. The system cautioned, "Be careful, host. This man is not one to be trifled with. He may attempt to strike you." Upon hearing the system's warning, Lin Mo swiftly executed a backward kick, causing all the men present to instinctively clamp their legs together, their expressions contorting in exaggerated pain, even though they were not the ones truly suffering.
Ah.
Su Luobin collapsed to the ground, bent over in agony. Lin Mo observed his plight and mockingly remarked, "You choose to abandon your humanity and yet cannot bear the truth. How audacious of him to contemplate laying a hand on me." The system continued to shower her with praise. "Host, the recent kick was nothing short of spectacular. Your move was akin to that of a horse's hoof, an astonishingly identical motion. It was executed with such precision and elegance." The second young lady of the Grand Commander's residence remarked, "I initially found your action quite impressive, but after your comments, it has become utterly unbearable to witness." The sentiments of the onlookers were equally complicated, yet they had grown accustomed to such antics. Should Lord Xiaolin suddenly adopt a more conventional demeanor, it might leave them feeling even more disoriented. "My recent kick was not overly forceful. Shortly, I shall ensure you are taken to the medical hall, and I shall cover your treatment expenses. Young man, perhaps you should focus your thoughts on more virtuous pursuits. You have already achieved the status of a newly minted scholar, placing you above the common populace." With that, Lin Mo instructed her husband to carry the injured away. As they departed, she did not forget to advise the second young lady of the Grand Commander's residence to be more discerning in her choice of suitors. If need be, she could consult her for guidance. The second young lady's lips twitched. She felt a mix of warmth and awkwardness. Nevertheless, there was truth in her words. In the future, if she found someone of interest, she could bring him to Lord Xiaolin, thus ascertaining his character. And thus, this peculiar tale came to an end, leaving all astonished by Lord Xiaolin's striking display. Alas, yet another trend was born, leaving the men of the capital feeling somewhat uneasy, particularly in their lower regions. One official even sought out Minister Lin to discuss the matter. "Minister, perhaps it would be wise to restrict Lord Xiaolin's visits to the stables." Minister Lin responded. Chapter 79, The Scandal of the Brother-in-Law and the Sister-in-Law. Lin Mo's fierce confrontation with a scoundrel had made her notorious throughout the capital. It could be said that each day brought fresh tales of her exploits to the ears of others. Could you not exercise a bit more discretion in the future? Look at your reputation in the capital. Young ladies are known for their grace and virtue, while what is yours? A reputation for reckless abandon. Minister Lin chastised Lin Mo, who knelt on the ground with a vacant expression. To an unknowing observer, it might seem as though she were listening intently, but in truth, her thoughts had already drifted far away. "System, you mentioned there are numerous scandals by the lakeside. Aside from that Su Luobin, what other tales are there? My father is currently lecturing me, and I find it rather tedious. Do enlighten me." Minister Lin paused momentarily, then quickly resumed his normal demeanor. Had this mischievous girl truly absorbed any of his words? The system responded, "Certainly, but you may not be familiar with these individuals. It's unfortunate you left early. Or I could have pointed them out for you. Miss Chun from the affluent family in the northern part of the city is out on an excursion with her brother-in-law, while her sister is currently expecting. She aims to take advantage of this opportunity." Lin Mo gasped in astonishment. "Is she all right? How could she possibly encroach upon her sister's territory? That man must be exceptional. Any man who could be swayed at this time surely lacks merit." Minister Lin feigned indifference while secretly listening intently. The servants nearby busily swept and polished, leaning in to catch snippets of the conversation. The system continued. "Miss Chun and her sister share the same father, but different mothers. Her elder sister was born of the first wife, while she is the child of a concubine, and thus is always looked down upon her elder sister. Moreover, her sister married quite well, to a sixth-rank official." Lin Mo furrowed her brow in confusion. "Then why doesn't she select a suitor from a good family for herself instead of fixating on her brother-in-law?" The servants nodded in agreement, pondering why she would choose her brother-in-law when she could find someone better. If her sister could marry into an official family from a wealthy one, it's reasonable to think Miss Chun could do the same. The system scoffed. Her sister is known for her virtuous character in the capital, which enabled her to marry into an official family, whereas Miss Chun has been spoiled by her mother since childhood, constantly comparing herself to her sister, but falling short in every regard. Thus, she seeks to steal her brother-in-law, coveting everything her sister possesses. Lin Mo felt a surge of indignation at such shamelessness. She could not fathom how someone could behave in such a disgraceful manner. It suddenly struck her that she too had an elder sister. This Miss Chun must truly be deranged. Does she believe that acquiring something by force makes it more valuable? Just because her sister enjoys something doesn't mean she will, akin to my sister's fondness for poetry and literature, which holds no appeal to me whatsoever. Those pursuits are less valuable to me than mere toilet paper. Minister Lin nearly choked on his tea, taken aback by such a comparison. What an absurd analogy. Why couldn't she choose a more fitting one? Concerned for his sister's well-being, Lin ran hurried over, fearing she might be punished. Rest assured, I was unnecessarily worried. This girl possesses an exceedingly carefree spirit. Miss, please stand this way. The acoustics are better here. A maid kindly offered Lin Ran a spot. Lin Ran smiled gracefully and accepted, for who could resist the allure of gossip? The system now derided Miss Chen. Regardless, Miss Chen's character and morals are lacking. Her reputation is poor, marked by arrogance and disdain for others. You may not know her well since you don't move in the same circles, but her notoriety is quite pronounced among the wealthy merchant families. However, her attempts at seduction will bear no fruit. Her brother-in-law's family is not swayed by her whims. They accepted her sister due to her commendable reputation for virtue and propriety, believing she could become a capable matriarch in the future. As for her, they are under no obligation to accept her. Hearing this eased Lin Mo's heart somewhat. In this era of monogamy with concubines, the bonds between husbands and wives remained relatively stable. It would not be easy for Miss Chen to usurp her sister's position. The onlookers outside breathed a collective sigh of relief. Lin Ran appeared contemplative, recalling a few encounters with Miss Chen's sister. That young lady had married into the Zhao family. Although their official rank was not lofty, Miss Chen had attended several gatherings. Lin Ran had a favorable impression of her and resolved to seek an opportunity to discreetly warn her. Such matters were ripe for gossip. While some things must remain undisclosed, others could circulate freely. After all, with so many witnesses by the lakeside, it was likely someone had observed Miss Chen and her brother-in-law on their outing. The servants of the Lin family had already concocted their narratives and quietly spread the news. Minister Lin turned a blind eye to the situation. Who could say it originated from their household? Perhaps it was merely a case of someone witnessing the scene by the lake. Lin Ran had initially intended to caution Miss Chen, but the servants had acted more swiftly than she anticipated. The Chen and Zhao families were now on the brink of a scandalous rift. Once closely related by marriage, their relationship had soured over this incident. Do you even grasp the concept of shame? That is your own sister. You may have behaved arrogantly at home, but your sister tolerated your antics while she was unmarried. Now that she is wed, you still dare to cause such a ruckus. Do you have no sense of decency? Mr. Chen was nearly beside himself with rage. He felt guilty toward his eldest daughter, fully aware of the conditions she endured while living at home. In the interest of maintaining harmony within the household, he typically turns a blind eye to his elder daughter's transgressions, resulting in her experiencing significant grievances. When the Zhao family expressed interest in marrying her off, he felt a genuine sense of joy. Miss Chen, kneeling on the ground with a defiant expression, exclaimed, "Father, you are being biased. You favor your eldest daughter. Why is it that she can wed into an esteemed family while I am relegated to marrying a wealthy merchant? What is wrong with me striving for better?" Miss Chen had always compared herself to her sister, and naturally, she was unwilling to concede defeat in the realm of marriage. However, her father sought suitors for her from families of comparable social standing, and the disparity between affluent merchants and noble families was stark, representing a chasm of class. If she were to marry, would she not be forever subjugated by her husband? Chapter 80. The third prince has his monthly visitor. Mr. Chen observed his younger daughter with exasperation. The news had already spread, necessitating a proper resolution to preserve the family's reputation. Since she was dissatisfied with the matches he had arranged, perhaps it was time for her to face some hardships. I want to leave. I would rather die than depart. I was raised in the capital. I cannot abandon it. Father, I am your flesh and blood. Are you trying to drive me to my demise? Mr. Chen, seated in frustration, retorted, "Drive you to your demise? You are the one driving me to madness. Do you have any idea how many people are aware of this situation? Your sister will suffer because of your actions. Do you understand how our family has prospered? If it weren't for your sister marrying into a good family, would our business be thriving so smoothly? Meanwhile, Lin Mo lay in bed, delighting in the system's narration. It serves her right. She ought to be sent to a temple as a nun. Such a morally corrupt individual would only bring misfortune to another family. The system echoed her sentiments, asserting, indeed, such people are most detestable. Ultimately, Miss Chun was sent away, though she was unwilling to accept her fate as a nun. While attending court, Lin Mo continued to discuss the matter with the system, amusing the officials around her. The third prince nearly stood beside Lin Mo, causing Minister Li to be squeezed out of space. Upon hearing Minister Li's words, Lin Mo realized that the third prince had unconsciously approached her. Gazing at the third prince standing nearby filled her with dread. System, why is the third prince standing beside me? Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Does he not adore his royal consort? The third prince's expression fell. My dear lady, while you possess considerable beauty, your self-absorption is rather excessive. The onlookers discreetly turned their attention toward this exchange. They were aware that the third prince was merely a bystander, but Lin Mo remained oblivious. The system conducted a quick search and confidently stated, rest assured, he does not favor you. He remains devoted to his royal consort. Perhaps he is drawn here by the auspicious feng shui of this location, or simply seeks to relax. Convinced by the system's reasoning, Lin Mo proudly declared, indeed, this is a splendid spot for leisure. Who would have thought the third prince has such discerning taste? The third prince interjected, you are the one who lounges. I am the epitome of diligence. Naturally, after such remarks, the third prince could not linger any longer. However, as he walked away, Lin Mo noticed something unusual. Squinting, she widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, system, why is there blood on the third prince's backside? Has he? Could it be that men also have their monthly visitors? The crowd was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. The third prince, perplexed, touched his backside, wondering, what blood? How could there possibly be blood on me? The crown prince and the second prince exchanged glances, and indeed, it appeared there was a slight stain. The second prince quietly inquired, what happened to you? Why is there blood on your backside? The third prince, now anxious, replied, how would I know? No one informed me of anything during my journey to court this morning. As Emperor Xuanda approached, he overheard Lin Mo's musings and leaned forward, attempting to catch a glimpse of the third prince's posterior. Lin Mo, feeling a surge of excitement, believed she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Perhaps all men in this dynasty experienced monthly cycles, but she had simply been unaware. The Lin family was left to ponder when their daughter would regain her sanity. Yet, they began to understand that in Lin Mo's lexicon, monthly visitor referred to a woman's menstrual cycle. The system clarified, men do not have monthly cycles. The substance on the third prince's backside is merely juice from the balsam flower. Lin Mo gasped, so the third prince applied balsam flower juice to his backside. What an unexpected pleasure. The third prince, infuriated, shot back, you are the one who applies balsam flower juice to your backside. Am I insane enough to do that? In that moment, an absurd image formed in the minds of everyone present, and all could not help but smirk. The crown prince and the second prince exchanged glances and discreetly distanced themselves from the third prince. Hurt by his brother's actions, the third prince felt a pang of betrayal. Were they not brothers? Emperor Xuanda, oddly convinced that his youngest son was capable of such antics, found the situation peculiar yet believable. In his youth, his concubines often painted their nails, and he had insisted on joining, only to end up with nail polish smeared on his face, leading to a comical appearance. During those days, Emperor Xuanda had watched his troublesome son parade around with a face resembling a pig's head, leaving him at a loss for words. He genuinely questioned why Lin Mo would entertain such thoughts. Lin Mo, emboldened, asserted, perhaps this is merely a playful quirk between the third prince and his consort. Their private matters, of course, are not for us to speculate upon. The system retorted, they did not apply balsam flower juice to his backside. The royal consort merely painted the third prince's nails early this morning, and the juice accidentally transferred to his seat, resulting in the stain. Oh, I see. Lin Mo replied, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. The officials felt a twinge of letdown. It seemed it wasn't as amusing as they had hoped. Chapter 81. The Chancellor. Are you insane? Why come to my home to insult me? The system chimed in. Host, I know where to find balsam flowers. Lin Mo eagerly responded. Quickly, tell me. But her smile faded instantly. Are you serious? What status do I hold that I would dare to ask the Emperor for balsam flowers for nail dye? Am I trying to court my own demise? Though the Emperor was not the type to execute people frivolously, the saying goes, to accompany a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. What if he were to be in a foul mood one day? Lin Mo realized that the system had truly lost its sense of reality, becoming increasingly absurd, even more so than herself.
System.
Do you believe I am some sort of deity, capable of anything? Lin Mo was rendered speechless by the system's expectations. What kind of image did it have of her? Did she truly lead such an unrestrained life? How could she not perceive herself in that light? Determined to defend her character, Lin Mo resolved to clarify her image with the system. Then the people outside could hear the tumultuous argument between them. One believed herself to be quite proper, merely indulging in a bit of playfulness. The other felt that her assessment was entirely accurate, asserting that her host was in no way aligned with the concept of propriety. When Lin Xiangshu and Madame Lin arrived, they were immediately greeted by the cacophony emanating from within, and the content of the quarrel left them utterly speechless. What on earth was their youngest daughter thinking? To possess such a misguided perception of herself, believing she was ever so proper? Madame Lin cast a glance at her husband beside her, then sighed, saying, you are undoubtedly taking after your father, such a pretender. Lin Xiangshu replied. What does this have to do with me? Every time this girl gets into trouble, I am the one who bears the brunt. Just because she bears my resemblance does not mean I can control her actions. Lin Xiangshu was genuinely vexed, yet he could not refute his beloved wife's words, so he shifted the blame onto Lin Mo. It was all this wretched girl's fault. If she weren't so inclined to mischief, how could he always be the scapegoat? Inside, Lin Mo suddenly felt a chill at the nape of her neck, but paid it little heed, for the system had just informed her of a location abundant in balsam flowers. The system remarked, I shall cease our argument. You harbor a distinctly erroneous self-perception. If you seek balsam flowers, I shall guide you to where they flourish. The Prime Minister's wife has a fondness for gardening and cultivates numerous balsam flowers. Given your mother's amicable relationship with her, you should be able to procure some flowers from her. After all, these two had been the belles of the capital in their youth, their bond always quite strong. Lin Mo declared, let us go. We are off to fetch some flowers. I refuse to believe I cannot dye my nails today. At the entrance, Lin Xiangshu and Madame Lin quickly stepped aside, gazing at their fiercely determined daughter. Their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Was she truly asking others for flowers? One might assume she was preparing for a brawl. Madame Lin inquired hesitantly of her husband. Are you certain it is wise to let her go alone? A sense of unease washed over her. After all, the people of the capital were well aware of her daughter's nature, yet even if danger arose, the system would be there to protect her. Surely, it would be fine. The couple continued to reassure themselves internally. Lin Mo, seated in a wheelchair and accompanied by two pigs, made her way to the Prime Minister's residence with a clatter. The townsfolk had long grown accustomed to her eccentricity. It was common knowledge in the capital that there was a female official who preferred to travel by pig. Upon her arrival at the Prime Minister's residence, as she knocked on the door, the doorkeeper was taken aback, running inside while shouting, Little Lin, the official has arrived. Little Lin, the official has arrived. Lin Mo stood at the entrance, her smile turning somewhat rigid. She had not even lowered her hand from knocking yet. Was this truly the level of excitement her reputation had garnered? The reaction of those within the Prime Minister's residence was rather exaggerated. The system mused, Host, your popularity is remarkable. Did you see how excited that person was upon spotting you? He must be a devoted fan. Initially perplexed by the doorkeeper's reaction, Lin Mo's thoughts took a turn after the system's words, and she now felt quite pleased with herself. Oh, where's the modesty? After all, I am the only female official currently, albeit a minor one, yet amidst a sea of green, I am a singular red bloom, undeniably conspicuous. The flustered residents of the Prime Minister's residence exclaimed, Truly, You are as brazen as ever. The Prime Minister gazed at Lin Mo with an expression that was difficult to articulate, complex, tinged with a hint of terror, and laced with anxiety. Were it not for this little rascal, how could the affair between his concubine and his wife have become the talk of the town? Indeed, now everyone knew that his concubine held genuine affection for his wife, while he was merely an accessory in the equation. After greeting the Prime Minister and his wife with a respectful bow, Lin Mo was met with the Prime Minister's wife's keen curiosity, as she was the daughter of a close friend. "Little Lin, you have my regards. Please come inside and converse with us." Lin Mo smiled and unabashedly ushered her two pigs inside. The system commented, "Look at how beautiful the Prime Minister's wife is. She truly rivals your mother." Though the Prime Minister's appearance has suffered somewhat over the years. Though the eldest son struggled to contain his laughter, he restrained himself, aware that it was unseemly to openly mock his father. The young ladies observed their father, indeed noting that he had not aged well, his furrowed brow lending him an unfortunate resemblance to a wilted flower. The Prime Minister retorted, "What is wrong with you? You come to my home to compare my face to a wilted flower? Have I offended you in some way?" Lin Mo glanced at the Prime Minister's face and felt a wave of relief as she remarked to the system, "Thank goodness my father is handsome. My mother dislikes it when he grows a beard, so he has kept his face clean-shaven all these years, looking dashing and attractive. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's beard is a chaotic mess. How can he be sure he doesn't eat it when he eats?" Everyone present bit their lips in an effort to suppress their laughter, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. The Prime Minister's wife nearly lost her composure, taking a deep breath and mentally urging herself to remain calm. Her husband had once been quite handsome. It was merely the toll of years of hard work that had altered his appearance. The Prime Minister's face quivered with anger. "What do you mean I'm unattractive? You think you can elevate your father by belittling me? Who do you think I am, Lin Huan, who remains unchanged for 20 years? You'd think he had consumed some elixir of immortality. I have aged this way due to my dedication to state affairs." This little troublemaker bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Huan, possessing the same irksome disposition. Chapter 82. Lin Mo exchanges a tortoise for a black tortoise. As the Prime Minister struggled to contain his fury, the Prime Minister's wife swiftly pulled Lin Mo aside. A plethora of snacks and tea were presented to divert this little troublemaker's attention. This strategy proved effective. Once Lin Mo's mouth was filled with delicacies, her thoughts were redirected from her earlier mischief. System. These pastries are utterly delectable, far surpassing what my father prepares for my mother. Lin Mo, with her mouth stuffed, couldn't help but critique her father's culinary skills. Her parents often indulged in romantic displays, with her father frequently donning the chef's hat. Yet his cooking left much to be desired, barely edible at best. Yet, her mother always praised her father's cooking to the heavens, inflating his confidence. The system reminded her, "It appears they are all tastier than what your father makes. Just remember our purpose for coming here. We are in search of balsam flowers." Finally, the system had not forgotten their mission, while Lin Mo's mind was thoroughly preoccupied with the food. The others, upon hearing of Lin Mo's quest for balsam flowers, were engulfed in curiosity. What could this little troublemaker possibly want with balsam flowers? Surely, she did not intend to concoct a weapon to smear on someone's face. A collective image formed in their minds of the manic Lin Mo, covered in balsam flower juice, chasing someone down to smear it across their visage, all the while cackling madly. At the thought of such a scene, goosebumps erupted across their skin. This was precisely the kind of antics little Lin could pull off. "Lin Mo, are you all being polite? Do you truly believe I would behave in such a deranged manner?" The Prime Minister's wife twitched her lips, already aware of the flower in question, yet she still feigned ignorance and inquired, "What flower does Lord Xiaolin desire? As long as it is available here,
Please feel free to ask."
Lin Mo chuckled softly. "I would like some balsam flowers. I wish to dye my nails." As she spoke, she extended her fair, delicate hand. The system excitedly exclaimed, "Dye the nails. Dye them a deep crimson." The onlookers had grown accustomed to the lively system, and the Prime Minister's wife promptly had several pots of balsam flowers brought forth. These blossoms were hardly rare, and she decided to gift them to Lord Xiaolin. noting that his hands were quite beautiful and the nail dyeing would enhance their allure. The Prime Minister's wife spoke gently, causing Lin Mo to feel somewhat bashful from the flattery. She rummaged in her bosom and then produced a small turtle, placing it into the Prime Minister's wife's hand. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions perplexed. The Prime Minister's wife's smile faltered for a moment. What is the meaning of this? Why give her a turtle? The system was equally stunned by this unexpected twist. When did you steal the turtle from your brother? How did I not notice? The system gasped. So you carried a turtle with you to court? Lin Mo, perplexed by the system's exaggerated reaction, replied, Why? Is that a problem? The others were left in a state of shock. Indeed, Lord Xiaolin was truly extraordinary. Bringing a turtle to court must be a singular occurrence in the realm. The system was now eager to pose a question, but if you stole the turtle, what if your brother comes looking for it? The others shared this concern, and the Prime Minister's wife, unknowingly, began to stroke the turtle, discovering it surprisingly pleasant to touch. Lin Mo chuckled, a hint of pride in her tone.
You needn't worry about that.
Today, I had someone buy me a soft-shelled turtle, and I placed that in the spot where my brother keeps his turtle. I even had them tie a long eel to it. I steal one turtle and return him a black tortoise. He's profiting. The system suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Chi, even though it had no heart. Observing its proud host, the system sincerely remarked, Host, you are indeed a uniquely brilliant individual. Zhuge Liang would rank behind you. Lin Mo, flattered, replied, you flatter me. The others thought, is that really a compliment? Listen carefully, is that a compliment? Although they were unaware of who Zhuge Liang was, the system's tone suggested he was quite intelligent, and it was evident that the system was being sarcastic. Meanwhile, Lin Chi, in his own courtyard, contemplated the black tortoise. He blinked, reassured that the scene had not changed. He was not losing his mind. It was evident who had orchestrated this mischief. Not only had she stolen the turtle, but that mischievous girl had also procured a soft-shelled turtle and an eel. At the very least, she should have brought back a turtle to replace it. As for the unparalleled black tortoise, Lin Chi presented it to his family. Lin Xiangshu, his wife, and Lin Ran were left dumbfounded. What is this? Lin's wife glanced between her son and the black tortoise. Then, with a complex tone, remarked, Have you been under too much pressure lately? Are you struggling to adapt to court life? Lin Chi snorted coldly, suppressing his fury as he stated, This is something that little Lin Mo concocted. She swapped my turtle for this thing. The Lin family members immediately felt relieved, realizing the situation was more mundane than they had feared. They had been genuinely concerned. Thinking Lin Chi had lost his sanity, Lin Ran looked at the black tortoise and comforted his elder brother, saying, Don't be angry. That girl has always been a bit offbeat. At least she didn't take your turtle without compensation. She left you a soft-shelled turtle and an eel. Even Lin Xiangshu and his wife nodded in agreement. This clearly illustrated Lin Mo's reputation within her family. Lin Chi retorted, So, I should thank her for leaving me this black tortoise, should I? Chapter 83. Who killed my daughter? Lin Mo took a couple of steps back, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sensation. She clutched her flowers to her chest, fearing they had become the object of someone's covetous gaze. Lin Chi approached with a cold smile, swiftly seizing Lin Mo by the neck. Well done, Lin Mo. Now, confess where my turtle is. You were the one who didn't want to keep it. After tossing it to me, you seem to have taken great pleasure in it. However, later on, you deemed it too dull and handed it over to me. I found the turtle easy to care for, but little did I know, this rascal would come to play with it every few days, clearly preferring the possessions of others. Lin Mo, smiling despite her struggles, attempted to explain, Brother, today seemed like a perfect day for release. I set the turtle free. The heavens favor those who show mercy. At her words, everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. Even the system was at a loss for words. The system flatly remarked, Host, that excuse seems rather flimsy. If today is suitable for release, why did you also acquire a soft-shelled turtle and an eel? Is it not catch one release too? Lin Xiangshu shook his head vehemently from the sidelines, lamenting his daughter's lack of common sense. How could she not even come up with a decent excuse? Lin Chi, wholly unconvinced by her flimsy tale, demanded, Where's the turtle? Lin Mo quietly muttered, I gave it away. Gave it away. Lin Chi was genuinely on the verge of losing his temper. This insufferable girl truly seemed to test his patience. With a straight face, he pressed, "What good could that possibly serve?" The system cheerfully chimed in, "Dye your nails." Lin Chi chuckled, and Lin Mo, hearing her brother's laughter, believed she had narrowly escaped this predicament, only to find herself doomed the very next moment. As Lin Xiangshu and his wife watched their daughter flee from their son, they had grown accustomed to such antics. "Let us eat. It's not our concern. It's time for her brother to put her in her place. She's been utterly ridiculous lately," Lin Xiangshu remarked while serving his wife. Under the encouragement of the system, Lin Mo ultimately could not escape her brother's grasp. "Is he a demon? He actually made me personally cook the soft-shelled turtle and the eel." Lin Mo squatted in the kitchen, stoking the fire, tears brimming in her eyes. Looking utterly pitiful, the system interjected, "Enough theatrics. Your fire is so intense that you've driven everyone out of the kitchen. It's just cooking. Let me guide you." The system spoke with remarkable confidence, leaving Lin Mo astounded by its audacity. "You can cook?" The system replied with a hint of pride, "Cooking is no challenge. Just follow my instructions." Perhaps inspired by the system's confidence, Lin Mo felt a sense of reassurance. Half an hour later, as the fragrant eel soup and steamed soft-shelled turtle emerged from the kitchen, the four members of the Lin family gazed in disbelief. This little rascal truly could cook? Lin Mo stood by, beaming with pride, urging them to dig in and taste the dishes. These were crafted under the guidance of a master. The Lin family members swallowed hard. Before the mention of this master, they had considered tasting the food, but now that they knew the system was the master, they felt a wave of anxiety. The two of them combined hardly seemed capable of producing anything edible. Lin Ran took a deep breath, trembling as she extended her chopsticks towards the yellow eel. Just as she was about to grasp it, the eel leapt up, knocking her chopsticks away. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "It's still alive,"
Lin Montag also Inhalte Scherpli.
exclaiming, "How can it still be alive? I've boiled it for so long." The system responded, "This shouldn't be. It has clearly been cooked for an extensive duration." At that moment, the servants in the kitchen, observing the extinguished flames beneath the pot, fell into deep contemplation. As they watched the eel slowly swimming in the broth, the expressions on the faces of the four members of the Lin family twisted slightly. Indeed, one should never trust this creature. Lin Xiangshu poked the steamed turtle with his chopsticks, and to his surprise, it seemed to stretch its limbs. Lin Chi, looking at the two living dishes, asked Lin Mo in disbelief, "Did you even light the fire while cooking? These creatures are still alive." The system quickly searched and exclaimed, "Oh no. The fire went out halfway through our cooking. That's why the food isn't done." Everyone present remarked, "Truly, it is just like you." This meal left a profound impression on everyone, becoming a topic of conversation among the Lin family during their leisure time. However, Lin Mo's mood shifted swiftly, and soon she focused her attention on the balsam flower. Now was the perfect time to paint her nails. She was determined to adorn her hands beautifully. Lin Mo and the system worked in perfect harmony. While applying the balsam flower juice to her nails, Lin Mo absent-mindedly scratched her face. They toiled late into the night, and upon admiring her freshly painted nails, Lin Mo felt a wave of joy. She was eager to flaunt them the next day. However, due to her late-night endeavors, she overslept again. Lin Chi had grown accustomed to coming to rouse her. Upon entering the room, Lin Chi found the disheveled figure of Lin Mo sprawled across the bed. He sighed, preparing to carry her away, but the moment he saw her face, he was struck with shock, clutching the bedpost for support. "Father, something's happened. Little sister is in trouble." Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiangshu rushed in, only to find his youngest daughter lying on the bed, mouth slightly ajar, eyes rolling back. Her face smeared with what appeared to be blood. She looked anything but alive. Lin Xiangshu leaned against the doorframe, clutching his heart, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Who has murdered my daughter? Who has taken her life?" The system, bewildered by their reactions, wondered who had died. Surely, they couldn't think the host was deceased. Observing Lin Mo, who lay as still as a log, the system felt a sense of impending doom. If they discovered the host was indeed alive, she would undoubtedly face severe consequences. The commotion escalated, drawing in Lady Lin and Lin Ran, both appearing pale and distraught. Lady Lin stumbled in, tears streaming down Lin Ran's face. How could this happen? Everything was fine last night. Why has this befallen us? Emoer, my dear Emoer, Lady Lin cried, collapsing at the sight of Lin Mo on the bed. Unable to bear the unfolding tragedy, the system frantically called out to Lin Mo, "Sister, wake up. A great calamity has befallen us. You must awaken at once. If you don't, you might be declared deceased." The system's words abruptly halted the sorrowful atmosphere, leaving everyone in a state of confusion mixed with disbelief. Lin Mo, hearing the incessant chatter of the system, slapped her forehead in irritation. "What's all this noise? I was sleeping so soundly." Her remark only deepened the bewilderment of those around her. "And no issues?" The four members of the Lin family wiped their tears and cautiously approached the bed. Lin Ran reached out to check Lin Mo's pulse, relieved to find her breathing steady and robust. The system sensed a shift in the atmosphere and promptly fell silent. "Oh no, I've been discovered. This is catastrophic. I hope the host can retain at least one life." Lin Shangshu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and raised his hand. "Lin Moer, I swear, if I don't strike you down, I will share your surname." Lady Lin, producing a slender twig from somewhere, joined the fray after a few swats. Lin Chi and Lin Ran, maintaining a stoic demeanor, quietly closed the door before rolling up their sleeves and diving into the melee. The room soon echoed with Lin Mo's cries, while the butler outside sighed, "Send someone to inform the emperor that today, the eldest master and second miss won't be attending court." Upon receiving this news, Emperor Xuanda erupted into laughter.
Ha!
"That Lin Mo girl is truly entertaining. Pretending to be dead first thing in the morning, she surely deserves a beating." The emperor could hardly fathom the scene of Lin Mo feigning death. "Lin Mo, I am not pretending. They have misunderstood me." The court felt a palpable lack of vitality without Lin Mo's presence. Yet the emperor casually mentioned her absence was due to personal matters. With the three members of the Lin family absent, it sparked curiosity among those present. Surely, there was a juicy story to uncover. The Lin family secrets were not well guarded, and it didn't take long for word to spread. What? How can painting nails lead to such chaos? What kind of person is Lin Mo? They were increasingly convinced that Lin Mo was no ordinary human. Her thought processes were decidedly unconventional. Meanwhile, Lin Mo lay on her bed, wailing in despair, her face genuinely bruised and battered. "Wah! I am not pretending. They've misunderstood. Why must they all hit me?" Lin Mo lamented, tears streaming down her face. She felt utterly wronged. She had barely awakened when her father slapped her awake, followed by her mother wielding a twig, while her siblings not only failed to intervene but actively assisted in her punishment. Is this how a family treats their own? Am I no longer their beloved daughter or sister? The system, observing Lin Mo's pitiful state, remarked with sympathy, "Ah, it's not entirely their fault for misunderstanding. You did appear rather off this morning. You slathered balsam flower juice all over your face and seemed to have an allergic reaction, leaving your skin swollen. With your face blotchy and puffy, coupled with your immovable slumbering form, anyone would assume you were lifeless." Lin Mo glanced at her beautifully painted nails, then at her disfigured face in the mirror, and her cries grew even more pitiful. "I wanted to show off my nails.
How can I do that now?
My face is a mess." The system found her plight both pitiable and amusing. "Oh, don't cry. You're still quite lovely. If you truly wish to flaunt your nails, perhaps you could don a mask or veil. Moreover, your current appearance complements the master pet aesthetic with Ding Pa. Anyone would recognize you as his true companion." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo fell silent for several seconds before bursting into even louder sobs. "You mock me. You say I resemble a pig. My once handsome and beautiful face is ruined. I have become a grotesque pig. Why would they strike my face? How could my father be so cruel? We bear such a striking resemblance. How could he bring himself to hit me? His heart is truly merciless." The system responded helplessly. "They hardly struck you at all. Your face was already swollen." Listening at the door, the four members of the Lin family were taken aback by Lin Mo's lamentations. Was this girl truly missing the point? She seemed solely concerned about her beautiful face being marred, failing to recognize her own transgressions. Lady Lin cast a glance at her husband and their younger daughter, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, "You must discipline your daughter properly." With that, she stormed off in a huff. Lin Shongshu stood there, bewildered. Am I being implicated in this? Lin Qi and Lin Ran exchanged glances, silently retreating. This was a matter beyond their purview. Lin Mo cried for at least half a stick of incense's worth of time, and the system's words only deepened her sorrow. It must be said that the system wielded the art of language with devastating precision, striking at her very heart. Gazing into the mirror, Lin Mo sobbed as she examined her reflection, realizing that the swelling on her face was likely due to an allergic reaction rather than any blows received. "It seems my face is swollen from an allergy, not from being hit," the system replied. "Indeed, it is the allergy that caused the swelling. How could your parents bear to strike you so severely? You should have seen yourself this morning. Your face resembled a corpse in the throes of bloat. No wonder they thought you were dead." As Lin Mo absorbed the system's words, she picked up her makeup tools. If only her skills in cosmetics were proficient enough. Perhaps she could change her appearance. Alas, Lin Mo had truly overestimated her abilities. Remnants of the balsam flower juice still clung to her face. And her parents' earlier scolding had only made matters worse. These blemishes could not simply be masked by makeup. After a half-stick of incense had passed, gazing at her woeful reflection, Lin Mo began to weep anew. Hearing her anguished cries from within, Lin Qi and Lin Ran exchanged looks of both exasperation and sympathy. Lin Qi, with a resigned expression, remarked, "I have never heard a woman cry with a voice akin to that of a beast." Lin Ran replied, "Well, now you have. It's your sister." Surprised? Lin Qi. Chapter 85. We must spend to witness the drama. After weeping for quite some time, Lin Mo finally emerged before her parents and siblings, her face resembling that of a pig. The 4 members of the Lin family regarded her with incredulity. How could her face be so swollen when they had barely laid a finger on her? Lin Mo, with a pitiful expression, touched her face and said, "Mother, father, I understand my mistake. I should not have played with balsam flowers in the dead of night, nor should I have laughed while you were crying." Upon realizing that her family had wept in despair, believing her dead, she couldn't help but laugh, which only earned her a more severe beating. The system chimed in. "Well, if you were in your parents' shoes, having a daughter like you would indeed be quite vexing. Imagine their shock this morning, believing something terrible had happened to you, only to see you laughing. What a spectacle. Host, sometimes your punishments are not entirely undeserved." The Lin family found themselves in rare agreement, finally acknowledging the system's words as sensible. Lin Shongshu grimaced at the sight of her swollen face, but ultimately, she was still his daughter, and despite the exasperation, he could not help but feel a twinge of affection. Returning to her courtyard, Lin Mo retrieved the unused balsam flowers. "System, what should I do with these flowers? They will surely go to waste in this cold weather." Lin Mo was determined not to waste the flowers, especially since they had been procured by trading a small turtle. The system replied, "Then don't waste them. You have so many family members. Simply share the application with them." Indeed, Lin Mo felt a surge of clarity from the system's suggestion. Half an hour later, Lin Ran stared at her newly painted nails, utterly speechless. Lin Mo, however, was troubled by the considerable quantity of balsam flowers that remained. Lin Ran casually suggested, "Why not paint your toenails as well?" Moments later, gazing at her wrapped toes, Lin Ran fell into contemplation. "No. Did you take everything I say seriously?" The system interjected. "There's even more. Your brother is asleep. Go and wake him. Let him experience this too." The system thrived on chaos, and Lin Mo was undeniably excited. He. Off to paint her brother's nails. Lin Rand, seated in a chair, exclaimed, "What are you two plotting?" Lin Mo stealthily approached her brother's courtyard, where she discovered him comfortably napping on a lounge chair. It appeared he was in a deep slumber. Quietly, she crept beside Lin Qi, deftly applying the balsam flower juice to his pinky nail. She had no intention of covering all of them. Just 2 nails would suffice. The system was ecstatic. It relished the unfolding drama, feasting on the energy of the spectacle. when Lin Chi suddenly felt a chill on his pinky. He groggily opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Mo's grotesquely swollen face, he gasped, "What on earth?" Lin Mo had intended to make a quick escape, but her elder brother's sudden awakening caught her off guard. At that moment, her mind screamed two words, "Run." The system urged, "Run, run, run."
Lin Montag fled.
While Lin Chi, still in a daze, did not pursue her. He glanced at his painted pinky nail and his eyes widened. Very well, young Master Lin, confined at home, could not cause trouble for others, so he would turn his mischief upon his own family. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangshu and Lady Lin enjoyed a peaceful moment in the kitchen. Oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside among their three children, they had grown accustomed to such scenarios. As long as no significant trouble arose to trouble them, they were content to let their children amuse themselves. Moreover, their eldest son and daughter exhibited a sense of restraint, while it was the youngest who lacked such discretion. Lin Mo was confined at home for 3 days, and after that time, she finally regained her former beauty. Gazing at her exquisite reflection, Lin Mo felt a wave of contentment wash over her. This was the most pleasing appearance. Although she enjoyed her days in happiness, her family was fraught with concerns regarding her impending birthday celebration. Previously, Lin Mo had remained secluded, only inviting a select few for her coming-of-age ceremony. However, as a court lady now, her birthday banquet required invitations to be extended to officials from the court. How to arrange such an affair? Lady Lin was nearing her wit's end, genuinely fearing that her troublesome daughter would create a scene at her own birthday celebration. Lin Xiangshu contemplated the situation and decided to adhere to the customary standards befitting the sons of noble families entering service. As long as they could manage her conduct at the banquet, she could indulge in her penchant for observing others' dramas. So long as she did not embarrass herself, it would suffice. Observing others' dramas was far preferable to causing her own disgrace. At that moment, officials across the capital were abuzz with discussions about the upcoming birthday celebration of young Master Lin. I wonder how the festivities for this small Lin master will unfold. Can we bring our families along? Alas, our relations with the Lin family are not particularly close. Do you think they would extend an invitation to us? If I present a lavish gift, would it grant us entry? Perhaps we should collectively fund a birthday banquet for young Master Lin. I believe the guest list will be substantial, and the Lin residents may struggle to accommodate all. Everyone was eager to contribute funds to host a birthday banquet for Lin Mo. This was not merely attending a feast, but rather participating in a spectacle. They were more than willing to spend money to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, within the palace, Emperor Xuanda was also racking his brain for solutions. The notion of attending that young lady's birthday celebration seems rather inappropriate, does it not? She is merely an 8th-rank official. Should I choose to appear in person, it would surely arouse her suspicions. However, concealing my identity is not a feasible option either. The Emperor Xiande paced restlessly within his chamber, causing Eunuch Li to feel quite dizzy from the incessant movement. Your Majesty, suggested Eunuch Li, perhaps you might consider disguising yourself for a private visit? That could serve as a suitable pretext. Indeed, the Emperor responded, recalling that he had engaged in such discreet visits in the past. He cast a look of admiration towards Eunuch Li. The following day, as court adjourned, Minister Lin found himself dragged away by various officials. Dazed by their absurd chatter, he exclaimed, "Are you all quite well? You wish to host a birthday banquet for my daughter and insist that I need not concern myself with any arrangements? Why should my own daughter have her celebration organized by you all?" The officials replied, "Because we are here to indulge in the festivities." Chapter 86. I wish to host a birthday banquet at a brothel. Regarding the idea of hosting a banquet for her birthday, Lin Mo displayed a rather nonchalant attitude. After years of living in the capital, she had come to understand the true purpose behind these grand celebrations, the first being to foster relationships and build connections, and the second, of considerable importance, to facilitate matchmaking. "So, are you planning to host a matchmaking event on my birthday?" Lin Mo innocently inquired of her mother. "Not a matchmaking banquet, but your birthday celebration. Can you please refrain from diverting the topic? Where do you wish to hold the banquet, at home or in a restaurant? What connection do birthday festivities have with matchmaking? Besides, those attending your celebration do not come with the intent of matchmaking. They have other motives." The crowd responded, We are all here for the festivities. Inwardly, Lin Mo mused. I long to visit a place filled with fine wine, delectable food, and charming companions, but I am uncertain where such a place might be. The system mischievously chimed in. I know of a place that would surely be lively for your banquet. Lin Mo was intrigued and asked, what place? Are there any fine restaurants you know of? Her mother was equally curious about the system's recommendations. The system excitedly responded, let us go to a brothel. There. Not only is there exquisite food and drink, but also beautiful performers. The venue is spacious, and the entertainers will dance and sing. Let us go to a brothel. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo fell into a prolonged silence, then internally screamed, are you insane? You want me to celebrate my birthday at a brothel? Everyone present was taken aback. Lin Mo began to ponder the feasibility of renting out a brothel for a day. She looked up at her mother, hopeful. Mother, can we host my birthday celebration at a brothel? Can we rent it out for the day? Lin's mother closed her eyes and took a deep breath. And in the next moment, Lin Mo found herself unceremoniously dismissed. What a fanciful thought. Which noble lady would ever celebrate her birthday at a brothel? Are you so eager to tarnish your reputation? Although truth be told, the girl's reputation was already quite lacking. After being expelled, Lin Mo felt bewildered. Wasn't she allowed to make her own choice? She had indeed made a choice, so why was she cast out? Did her mother find the idea too perplexing? The system lamented. I knew your mother would not agree, but a celebration at a brothel would surely be lively.
Lin Montagszeit,
It seems I no longer have any say in this matter. I've been ousted from the decision-making process. Let them do as they please. As long as there is good food and drink, I shall be content. Ultimately, the Lin family decided to host the banquet at home. As for Lin Mo's preference, she had lost all rights to choose once her inclination to celebrate at a brothel was revealed. To even think of hosting her birthday at such a place was audacious, and Lin Chi could hardly fathom the implications had they truly held the celebration at a brothel. Imagine the officials of De Yong flocking to a brothel. If recorded by historians, it would surely become a topic of discussion for centuries. Lin Ran was also curious to peer into Lin Mo's mind, pondering what peculiar thoughts filled her head. Why did she conceive ideas so drastically different from others? What manner of reasoning led her to such whimsical conclusions? Once the venue was settled, everything else fell into place. Lin's mother dispatched invitations, confident that her daughter had gained a measure of fame in the capital. No official was unfamiliar with her, so it was prudent to invite all, lest anyone think the Lin family had overlooked someone or bore ill feelings. On the morning of the birthday, Lin Mo was roused early to prepare. Seeing her sister still drowsy, Lin Ran gently patted her face and said, wake up quickly. You are the most important person today. You must look your best. Still half asleep, Lin Mo nodded dazedly, mumbling, yes, 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 beautiful, beautiful. Sister, you are the most beautiful and the most important. The system quipped, your circuits are crossed. Your sister means for you to dress beautifully to awaken your senses, not to shower her with praise. Lin Ran sighed in exasperation at her sister's state and directed 2 maidservants to assist her in getting ready. Meanwhile, guests began to arrive at the Lin residence. Lord Zhou, what a coincidence. Have you brought your wife and children along? Laughed another official. Indeed. And you, Lord Zhang. What delightful gift have you prepared for young Miss Lin? Oh, nothing extravagant, just some trinkets that young ladies enjoy. Lin Chi stood at the entrance, greeting the guests, feeling utterly bemused by their conversation. Those unaware might assume his sister held a position of great significance, given that so many officials had come to celebrate her birthday. It could be said that all those in the court with clean hands were present, while those with ulterior motives found excuses to decline. Emperor Xian De surveyed the list of those who had made excuses and couldn't help but chuckle coldly. How guilty they must feel. It must be quite taxing for them to attend court every day. In essence, Lin Mo's birthday banquet served as a litmus test. Those who wished to attend had, for the most part, committed no grave misdeeds, while those who found excuses were likely hiding significant secrets. Some truly were unwell, but for others, their reasons were less than certain. Eunuchly glanced at the emperor, who was dressed in humble attire, unsure of what to say. If you wish to go incognito, you ought to wear something more suitable. This garment is from 2 decades ago and is quite threadbare. Your Majesty, perhaps you should change into something more appropriate. Wearing this to young Miss Lin's banquet may raise eyebrows, making it seem as though you are merely there to partake in the feast. The emperor set down the guest list and surveyed his attire. What's wrong with this? It is rather understated, and I've even disguised my face. No one will recognize me. Chapter 87. Lord Feng is a good man, just quite simple. Lin Mo accompanied her elder brother in greeting guests, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of so many attendees. She boasted to the system. I told you my social connections were excellent. Look at how many people have come, the system replied. Indeed, so many have arrived. Could it be that some have taken a liking to you? This banquet, as you have stated, is indeed a matchmaking affair. Just look at these individuals, they have brought their families along. I am quite convinced that there must be some young master who has taken a fancy to you. Or perhaps a lady of a respectable household has set her sights on you as a suitable daughter-in-law. The system proclaimed with unwavering conviction, its tone particularly resolute. The gathered crowd reacted with incredulity. No, which of your eyes has seen us take a liking to her? Lin Mo's thoughts were, without exception, led astray by the system. She glanced at the families present and uncertainly remarked, it seems there might be some truth to that. They have indeed brought their sons along. The unmarried gentleman in attendance protested vehemently. We are not. We have not. We are merely here to observe. Lin Chi, standing nearby, pressed his forehead in embarrassment. You are being rather overconfident, aren't you? What makes you think they are interested in you? The more Lin Mo pondered, the more smug she became, engaging in conversation with the system about which young master was handsome. The system chimed in. The young master of the Zhang family is quite presentable. Moreover, he possesses commendable character. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo cast a glance at the young master Zhang, rendering him weak in the knees. Oh no, what have I done? Why did I come here? The elder Zhang and his wife shared a look of sheer panic, silently maneuvering to shield their son. Heavens! They truly do not desire such a daughter-in-law. Their hearts cannot bear the shock. Lin Mo scrutinized the young master Zhang, remarking, he is decent-looking, but he pales in comparison to Hua Kongke and Ben Marin. The system agreed, indeed, he does not compare to either of them. Furthermore, while the young master Zhang is of good character, he is rather conservative, making him ill-suited for you. As they continued their discussion, the young master Zhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Conservative? That's excellent. Conservatism has saved my life. In the crowd, Hua Kongke Wei Jing'an and Ben Marin Qin Zheng exchanged bewildered glances. What does this have to do with us? Lin Chi, observing the anxious faces around him, resolved to send this little troublemaker away. Moer, don't you love fried meatballs? Your sister has gone to the kitchen to prepare some delicious food for you. Why not seek her out now and join us for dinner later? The crowd looked at Lin Chi with gratitude. Truly, Lin Hamlin is the best. Lin Mo, instantly captivated by the prospect of food, exclaimed, Then I shall take my leave. I will return once I've enjoyed the delicacies. She waved to everyone, adding, Enjoy your meal and drink. Please, feel at home. The crowd quickly responded with smiles. Of course, rest assured, little Lin. As they watched Lin Mo dash away, a collective sigh of relief swept through the gathering. All the unmarried gentlemen wiped the sweat from their brows, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Amidst the crowd, the Xuanda emperor chuckled, knowing that coming out to play was surely the right decision. The frightened expressions of those men had been utterly amusing. Your Majesty, do be mindful of your image. Li Gonggong observed the emperor's foolish grin, internally exasperated. While other emperors maintain a stoic demeanor, this emperor had changed since little Lin's south arrival at court. Lin Mo, oblivious to the thoughts of those outside, was relishing her fried meatballs. Lin ran, watching her enjoyment. Couldn't he help but advise, you must be mindful of your image while you're out there. Today is your birthday banquet, and all eyes will be on you. You must uphold your reputation. The system interjected, Do you even have an image left, host? Lin Mo paused in her chewing, contemplating before confidently replying, Probably not. Lin Ran sighed, conceding that perhaps her concerns were unfounded. While Lin Mo savored her food, the guests in the front hall began to compare their gifts. When the time comes to present gifts to little Lin, I will show her the headdress that every young lady adores. This particular set is unique in the capital," boasted an official, displaying his gift with pride. Hidden within the throng, the second prince observed the glittering headdress and murmured, "I have a feeling Lin Mo won't appreciate it. She is far from a typical young lady." The third prince nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I believe our father would admire this more." The Xuanda emperor was indeed taken with the resplendent jewelry before him, his eyes gleaming with delight. Being a woman is rather advantageous. Others gift such lavish items. How much silver would this equate to? The emperor rubbed his hands together, his demeanor oddly lewd, especially given his nearly salivating expression. Those unaware might mistake him for a lecherous rogue captivated by a beauty. Li Gonggong internally lamented, "Oh dear. How disgraceful. Can you not maintain some decorum, your majesty?" Officials nearby, recognizing the emperor, felt a rush of complex emotions. Isn't the emperor wealthy? The treasury is full, and he has recently acquired many treasures from quelling bandits. Yet he appears no different from when he was short on funds. Xuanda emperor, who would complain about having too much money. As the guests continued their comparisons, Lin Mo, having satisfied her hunger, joyfully approached. "For little Lin's birthday, I have nothing splendid to offer, so I shall present this headdress," the official declared boastfully, believing his gift would surely delight Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled softly, graciously replying, "Thank you, Lord Feng." Internally, she mused, "This set will surely weigh me down. A burden to bear." The system replied, "Who could argue with that? However, this Lord Feng is quite decent, albeit a bit naive." Lord Feng's smile faltered at this remark. "Who are you calling naive?" The third prince whispered to his brothers, "He truly is naive to gift Lin Mo jewelry. She would likely find more joy in a simple wooden stick." Chapter 88. Almost pairing his wife with a rival. Lin Mo was unfazed by the surrounding chatter. Her curiosity piqued about why the system deemed Lord Feng naive.
System.
"I sense a juicy story in your words. What has Lord Feng done that makes you think him foolish?" The system replied, "He has committed several foolish acts, particularly concerning his relationship with his wife." This revelation immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Internally, they buzzed with excitement, yet outwardly maintained a facade of enjoyment, feasting and reveling in the atmosphere, though they were all ears, eager to hear the gossip. Lord Feng felt as though he had transcended reality, cursing himself for being the early bird to present a gift. The surrounding officials silently thanked their stars for not being the first to offer gifts, their curiosity piqued by the implications of Lord Feng's navet and its connection to his wife. The system began to recount the tale to Lin Mo. When Lord Feng pursued his wife, he nearly facilitated a union between her and his rival, almost becoming a matchmaker for the two. Lin Mo, munching away, listened intently, intrigued by how one could inadvertently bring their spouse and their rival together. "Please do elaborate," the system continued, stating, "Master Feng and his wife are childhood sweethearts. However, he has a friend who also harbors affections for Madame Feng, unbeknownst to him. This friend began to subtly undermine Master Feng, who is rather naive and holds great trust in this companion, thus remaining oblivious to the man's intentions. During times when he found it inconvenient to venture out, Master Feng would entrust this friend to deliver gifts to Madame Feng and carry letters on his behalf, inadvertently granting this individual numerous opportunities." Lin Mo listened, utterly astounded. What a quintessential fool he was. This was not merely an opportunity, but rather a blatant push of his own wife into another's embrace. The gazes of those around Master Feng were laced with disbelief, tinged with a hint of admiration. Remarkable. To so carelessly thrust one's wife into the arms of another. Master Feng exclaimed, "How was I to know that scoundrel fancied my wife? I considered him a brother, and he sought to undermine me. What a disgrace." Madame Feng's face flushed with embarrassment. The revelation of such youthful indiscretions was indeed mortifying. This was the first time young Master and young Miss Feng had heard of such matters.
Goodness.
Father is truly foolish. The siblings exchanged disdainful glances towards their father. The system remarked, "Fortunately, Madame Feng holds deep affection for Master Feng, and their bond remains steadfast, thus averting any potential betrayal." It was only through Madame Feng's keen observations that this fool finally recognized his friend's true nature. Previously, he had believed the man to be a guardian of their love, only to discover he was a schemer. Lin Mo cast a particularly hurtful glance at Master Foam. The others relished this juicy tidbit. Henceforth, Master Foam would be affectionately dubbed Foam the Fool. Eventually, this moniker would overshadow his original name, and he would be known simply as Foolish Master Foam. But that is a tale for another time. With such delightful gossip, the meal was exceptionally enjoyable. Lin Mo munched on a chicken leg while she began to draw lots with the system for more gossip. Whenever the topic of gossip arose, the system was positively enthusiastic. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, "Without songs and dances to accompany this meal, it lacks excitement." The system replied, "That is easily remedied. Let the heir of Duke Onping perform a dance for you, for he is renowned as the finest dancer in the capital." The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Yet another juicy tidbit. Lin Mo's eyes widened, and she discreetly glanced at the heir of Duke Onping. The heir nearly dropped his chopsticks in shock. "How did I end up in the midst of this gossip? I thought I was hidden away."
He found it absurd that,
even in a corner, his identity as a noble was still discernible. Duke Onping's expression darkened as he glanced at his pale-faced son, realizing the truth in the system's words. The system excitedly continued, "You have no idea how remarkable Duke Onping's heir truly is. His martial prowess is exceptional, and his dancing skills are equally extraordinary. His greatest passion is dance, yet he must keep it a secret from his father. He sought to showcase his talent to the world, leading him to the Qianyu Pavilion, known for its performers of all kinds. Disguised, Duke Onping's heir boldly challenged the best dancers upon entering, swiftly earning the title of the finest dancer in the capital. Men dancing exude a unique masculinity, captivating in ways entirely different from the allure of women. With years of martial training, his dance exudes an impressive display of manly vigor. Dance is not solely a domain of women. In the bustling capital, a myriad of dance styles exists. The heir of Duke Onping wished he could burrow into the ground. Oh no, this is disastrous. He had concealed his love for dance to avoid his father's disapproval, yet this system had revealed everything. He could hardly fathom the ridicule he would endure. Lin Mo, influenced by the system's commentary, found herself eager to witness the heir of Duke Onping's dance. She truly admired those with talent. Isn't Duke Onping's heir simply remarkable? How splendid! To master a challenging skill like dance and achieve the pinnacle of success. How impressive! Lin Mo's tone brimmed with admiration and praise, devoid of any condescension, leaving those around her momentarily bewildered. This young lady genuinely believed the heir of Duke Onping to be exceptional. Typically, those of noble birth shun the pursuit of dance, as performing for others is deemed a demotion of one's status. The system also praised, "I too find him remarkable. However, the people here hold biases against such pursuits. In truth, there is nothing wrong with a love for dance. Individuals simply have different hobbies. Some prefer poetry and music, while others enjoy dancing." For Duke Onping's heir to pursue this passion is commendable, as most would refrain from doing so for fear of diminishing their status. Hearing Lin Mo and the system's remarks nearly brought tears to the heir's eyes. Little Miss Lin is truly kind, and the system is wonderful. He had feared facing ridicule, yet they genuinely regarded him as impressive. The system's words stirred a ripple of reflection among the crowd. Some who had previously mocked Duke Onping's heir now felt a complex mix of emotions. Certain matters, indeed, carry no intrinsic fault. It is merely society that bestows upon them undue significance. Duke Onping observed his son, who was visibly moved, and sighed softly. "Pursue what you love." Little Miss Lin is correct. It is merely a hobby. Hearing his father's words, the heir was deeply touched, and his emotions surged, leading him to act impulsively. He dashed to the center and excitedly exclaimed to Lin Mo, "Little Miss Lin, today I find myself at a loss for a fitting gift for you. How about I dance for you?" Lin Mo eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes." The system chimed in, "Quickly dance." "I believe he wishes to use this birthday banquet to convey his passion to his father. Surely, his father will not be overly harsh, considering your presence." Lin Mo replied, "I agree. If his father truly reprimands him, activate the protective mechanism. I shall shield him." The crowd thought, You two are overthinking this. The heir of Duke Onping felt profoundly moved. Indeed, a kind-hearted little Miss Lin. Chapter 89. Playing the Suona at one's own birthday banquet. Under the gaze of the assembly, the heir of Duke Onping commenced a performance of his latest choreographed dance. The dance was grand and powerful, showcasing the essence of masculinity. And Lin Mo could even discern the muscle movements beneath his attire. The system remarked, "I believe he should perform this dance without clothing, displaying his physique for all to see. Purely exhilarating." Lin Mo wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed. Alas, the notion of undressing is out of the question. We can only dream. The heir of Duke Onping was lost in the rhythm of his dance, while the onlookers were captivated. The Lin family lowered their heads, their expressions somber. Alas. After this banquet, their daughter's reputation would likely suffer further damage. The young ladies present watched the heir's dance, their faces tinged with a hint of crimson. With his handsome features, noble lineage, and captivating performance, he was indeed a remarkable suitor. "Lord Kobayashi, what did you think of my recent dance? Are you satisfied?" The heir of Onping Marquis, panting slightly, felt a sense of accomplishment after showcasing his skills to the fullest. He was quite pleased with himself. Lin Mo, grinning widely, nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. I'm immensely satisfied. I must visit Qingyu Tower in the future to watch men dance." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards the Lin family, whose expressions had already soured. This little rascal truly had the audacity to wish to see men dance. Wasn't today enough for him? The system chimed in. "Host, I recall your dancing prowess is commendable as well, not to mention that Flower Peacock's dance skills are impressive too. The last time he battled Dog in a dance-off, his skills were remarkably strong." Hiding among the crowd, the Flower Peacock retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Was that a dance battle with Dog? Who do you think I transformed for?" The Vice Minister of Justice cast a dubious glance at his son, filled with suspicion. "When did you dance for Lin Mo?" "I had no idea. And a dance battle with a dog, no less?" Noticing his father's gaze, Wei Zheng hurriedly gestured. "I didn't." "It's lying. Hurry, hurry. Today is your birthday. Of course, you must perform. Others have danced for you." The crowd chimed in. Lin Xiangshu subtly signaled to his son, and Lin Qi immediately understood. There was no way this little scamp could perform in front of everyone. It would be a disgrace, not a talent showcase. Just as Lin Qi was about to approach Lin Mo, she unexpectedly pulled out a Suona from somewhere. Lin Qi was nearly struck by the Suona. He stared at it, then at Lin Mo, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Where did you pull that from? Do you have a pocket that large?" The others looked equally astounded. What on earth had just transpired? Where did this Suona come from? Lin Mo boasted to the system, "This is a toy I bought yesterday. I don't possess other talents, but I can handle this. I even spent an entire afternoon learning from that old man when I bought it. He said I have a gift." Lin Mo's tone was laced with pride, recalling how the old man deemed her a prodigy, claiming she was born to play the Suona, and even offering her work opportunities. The system encouraged, "Then showcase your talent. Play the piece you learned yesterday." Expressions among the crowd turned bewildered. A talent for Suona playing? The noble ladies typically mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, never the Suona. Indeed, this young Lord Lin was extraordinary. Yet, observing Lin Mo's readiness, anticipation brewed among the onlookers. "Today, I feel immensely honored to host you all for my birthday. I don't possess any remarkable talents, so I shall play the Suona for you. The Suona is festive, and I hope it brings joy to everyone." Lin Mo's words resonated grandly, yet the four members of the Lin family felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the moment the sound of the Suona emerged, the faces in the crowd transformed instantly. The mournful, quavering notes were hardly festive. The system continued to shower praise. "Marvelous. You performed much better than yesterday. I knew you had a gift for this." Encouraged by the system's compliments, Lin Mo played with even more fervor. One lady narrowed her eyes, pondering. "This melody seems familiar. Isn't it The Young Widow Visits the Grave? Is it appropriate to play this on such a joyous occasion?" An older lady, well-versed in such matters, noted the incongruity of playing The Young Widow Visits the Grave at a birthday celebration. Truly, this young Lord Lin was exceptional. As the crowd gaped, Lin Mo continued to showcase herself, oblivious to the growing awkwardness. Lady Lin wore a mask of shock. Lin Ran retreated to a corner. Lin Shangshu trembled with a dark expression, while Lin Qi flailed about, unsure of how to intervene. This reckless child. She shouldn't have been allowed to perform. What on earth is she playing? Lin Mo, unaware of the piece's title, simply played what the old man had taught her, having mastered it in one go. In the midst of the banquet, the sound of the suona drowned out even the faintest pin drop. The emperor and his 3 princes were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. The crown prince felt goosebumps rise on his skin, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, we made the right choice attending this banquet." Seated beside him, Eunuch Li remarked, "Your Highness, remember your dignity." As Lin Mo played, she sensed an unusual stillness in the atmosphere. She pondered, "Why is everyone so quiet? Have I shocked them with my talent?" The system continued its flattery. "Absolutely. None of these noble ladies can play the suona. Their talents lie in the more traditional arts. Your skill is truly unique." Feeling elated by the system's praise, Lin Mo mused, "Oh, I must remain humble. Do you know what this piece is called?" "I forgot to ask the old man." Suddenly, her suona playing halted. "What is this piece called?" Chapter 90. The Art of Systems Speech. Observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Lin Mo felt as if she had become the butt of a joke. Who plays the young widow visits the grave at their own birthday banquet? Surely, they must think I am a fool. Lin Mo swallowed hard, internally lamenting, "What should I do? Why didn't you warn me sooner?" In a state of despair, Lin Mo shouted, "What part of this is pleasant? Does this tune even fit the occasion of my birthday?" The system, activating its limited intellect, suddenly realized, it does seem a bit mismatched. I wondered why it sounded so strange. It is indeed an odd choice for this context. Lin Mo. The crowd. Lin Mo genuinely felt as though the system was leading her to her doom. She glanced at the dazed audience and awkwardly chuckled. I was just joking around, you know. Isn't that funny?" In the tense atmosphere, anything Lin Mo said felt painfully awkward. The guests exchanged knowing glances and forced laughter.
"Oh, so it was just a joke."
"How amusing. Young Lord Lin truly has a sense of humor," they murmured. "Indeed. I thought it impossible for young Lord Lin to play such a piece at their own banquet. It turns out it was merely jest." "You play the suona splendidly," praised Lin Shangshu, known for his expertise in music theory. "Truly, a tiger begets a tiger cub," Lin Shangshu retorted. "At this moment, let's not involve me." Observing the sycophantic officials, Emperor Xuanda felt a twinge of disdain, his teeth itching at the spectacle. He leaned towards the crown prince, whispering, "Do you not find these people particularly loathsome? They are the very definition of sycophants." The crown prince replied, "Father, your words may not be entirely fair. If they are sycophants, then what title does that bestow upon Lin Mo, who they flatter? An emperor?" Initially, the father and son were not together, but once they were recognized by the crowd, everyone willingly made way for them. This was indeed the first time the royal family had come in such numbers to witness the unfolding drama. The crown prince glanced at his father, whose demeanor was stern, and then at the officials around them, whose faces wore forced smiles and expressions of awkwardness as they offered insincere compliments. With a resigned sigh, he thought to himself, "Father, you are overthinking. Everyone is merely assisting in maintaining the facade." Observing these typically earnest officials, now eloquently praising him, the crown prince felt an inexplicable sense of relief that was difficult to articulate. He was usually preoccupied with state affairs and had to endure lessons from those elders. So witnessing their current behavior was a novel experience for him. The audience thoroughly enjoyed the meal, having been treated to 3 delightful revelations that day. Among them, the most sensational was contributed by Lord Lin himself, who played such an audacious tune at his own birthday banquet. One could only describe it as extraordinary. After all the guests had departed, Lin Mo found herself confined and interrogated by her family. Lady Lin, exasperated, slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "On such a joyous occasion, why on earth did you play the suona? Even if one were to play it, there are more auspicious melodies. Do you hear what you played? You chose a tune for a widow mourning at a grave. Are you trying to ruin your reputation? Don't you realize you have none left?" Lin Mo had bowed, muttered softly, I am aware. Everyone knows by now. Since my reputation is already in tatters, why should I care about it? Beside her, Lin Chi and Lin Ran interjected. Could you please keep your mouth shut for once? Do you truly wish to be beaten on such a grand day? Playing such an inauspicious tune at someone else's celebration would have resulted in a swift expulsion from the family. Thankfully, it was your own birthday. Otherwise, you would have been thrown out in disgrace. Sighing, Lin Mo lamented. Tomorrow at court, I can already anticipate the laughter at my expense. I dread the thought of attending. She lay on her bed, overwhelmed with despair. The system remarked, "What's the big deal? People are bound to laugh at you. They've laughed at you before for far worse. Remember when your father led you through the streets in a mad dash? There are numerous incidents behind you. In comparison, this is trivial. Just relax." Lin Mo fell silent, feeling the system's words were oddly sincere, yet laced with a subtle sting. She wondered where it had acquired such a knack for verbal finesse. It was almost too cutting. Clutching her chest in discomfort, she replied, "Please, allow me some peace. Sometimes, you needn't speak. You truly aren't suited for offering comfort." The system disagreed vehemently. It had assimilated so much knowledge and was now a cultured entity. Why wouldn't it be adept at comforting others? Thus, they bickered over this matter throughout the night. Upon rising the next morning, Lin Mo sported conspicuous dark circles under her eyes. The system chirped, "Fortunately, I don't require sleep. Despite our argument last night, I feel invigorated, while your physical constitution leaves much to be desired." Lin Mo found herself laughing in exasperation at its comments. The system could indeed be quite infuriating at times. As she made her way to court, every passerby greeted her cheerfully. "Good morning, Lord Lin." She forced a dry smile in response. "Good morning." Lord Lin appears somewhat unwell. "Did you not rest well last night?" one inquired. "I rested quite well. I simply enjoyed my birthday a tad too much," she replied. The system chimed in, "A birthday feast unparalleled in history. Of course, you had a splendid time." And it seems the guests were even more delighted. The officials present laughed heartily. Indeed, it was quite enjoyable. After such a feast, our sleep quality improved significantly. Chapter 91. The Army of Lopsided Neck. Due to her poor rest the previous night, Lin Mo struggled to keep her eyes open while the officials deliberated on matters of state. Lord Li, observing her valiant attempts to stay awake, felt compelled to cheer her on. "Come on, open your eyes. Just a bit more effort." Yet, just as she was on the verge of success, her brow fell, and her eyelids remained shut. Lord Li sighed, "Not quite enough effort." Nearby officials regarded the comical scene of Lin Mo's contorted features and Lord Li's earnest encouragement with bemusement, unsure how to describe it. It had become routine for Lord Lin to doze off during morning court, but why was Lord Li joining in? As Lin Mo struggled to pry her eyelids open, it appeared that Lord Li was overly invested in her plight. Meanwhile, Emperor Xuanda observed the squabbling officials while keeping an eye on Lin Mo. Watching her manage to stand and sleep simultaneously, he felt compelled to commend her resilience. Remarkably, she had honed the ability to sleep upright, a testament to her determination. Standing not far away, Minister Lin and Lin Chi exchanged sighs upon witnessing Lin Mo deep in slumber. They both averted their gazes, choosing to ignore the spectacle. Although the morning court lacked gossip, the attendees were captivated by Lin Mo's unique ability to sleep while standing. She shifted from side to side, tilted her head, and even let her mouth hang open as if to announce her unabashed slumber. Seeing her so soundly asleep, even the system hesitated to rouse her. When court adjourned, Lin Chi effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Lin Mo merely opened her eyes briefly, and upon recognizing her brother, she felt reassured enough to close them again. The system chided, "You've already slept through the entire morning. Are you still tired? You should know that everyone was watching you sleep for the better part of the morning." Lin Mo furrowed her brow, puzzled. "I thought I was standing and sleeping perfectly. How could they have noticed?" The system chuckled. "Perfectly? You were standing with your legs crossed, hands on your hips, head tilted back, and mouth agape. While everyone else stood properly, your posture was the most ostentatious in the room. I have never seen anyone sleep standing with such flair. It's as if you were missing only a cigarette." Realization dawned on Lin Mo. Had she really been that outlandish? By the time she was carried to the carriage, She was fully awake. Seeing her father and brother-s impassive expressions, she gulped nervously and sought confirmation. Father, brother, did anyone notice me sleeping during court? Was my posture too brazen? Her voice betrayed her anxiety, reflecting her uncertainty. Minister Lin let out a cold chuckle, retrieving paper and ink from the carriage-s drawer. Swiftly sketching her sleeping posture. Lin Mo, while I want to criticize your need for sleep, could you please be more discreet? Thankfully, the emperor is lenient, and your role isn't crucial, but should you ever hold a significant position, this attitude would be untenable. Lin Xiangshu had become utterly numb, primarily because he had encountered such occurrences far too frequently. Initially, he might have felt anger, but now he could no longer muster even that. Compared to the various nonsensical antics this girl engaged in regularly, sleeping in the court had become a trivial matter. Lin Chi further elaborated. Just a moment ago, those esteemed officials were deliberating over state affairs while turning their heads to gaze at you. Under their scrutiny, you changed your positions 5 or 6 times, each more exaggerated than the last. The pose drawn by father was the one you maintained the longest. Fortunately, you did not snore, or else while they discussed national matters, you would have been providing an accompaniment. What a spectacle that would have been! The system, upon hearing Lin Chi's words, could not suppress a chuckle. He. Your brother is right. I did not expect him to be so amusing in his descriptions, and quite vivid too. Lin Mo, instantly conjuring the image in her mind, bit her lip to suppress a smile. She reminded herself that laughing at this moment could lead to trouble. The Lin father and son exchanged glances, incredulous. Is this the crux of your concern? The real issue is to refrain from sleeping in the court. Ironically, the most comical part was that some officials were genuinely curious about how Lin Mo managed to doze while standing, with a few even attempting to replicate the feat themselves. A surprising number of them attempted this, and those who could not stand fully upright leaned against the wall to try it out. The following day, a quarter of the officials arrived at court with their necks askew. When 2 of these crooked-necked individuals crossed paths, they exchanged amused glances and posed the same question. Did you also sleep standing? It turned out that standing while sleeping was not a skill everyone could master. Those who attempted it ended up with stiff necks. Without support, their necks naturally tilted, resulting in the very affliction they sought to avoid. Lin Mo gazed at the multitude of angled necks, astonished. What has transpired? Is this a new trend? Are tilted necks now in vogue? The Emperor Xuanda, observing the comical scene, couldn't help but wonder, what is wrong with you all? Not everyone can attempt such things. Lin Xiangshu and Lin Chi looked at the officials with stiff necks, their feelings indescribable. Why did it seem that there were increasingly more peculiar individuals? Why did this little rascal's every action inspire imitation? The third prince, with a pained expression and his head cocked to one side, lamented, I shall never sleep standing again. I feel as though my neck might snap. Indeed, he was among those who had attempted to sleep standing. Who could fathom the agony he endured the previous night, dozing for just a brief moment against a wall, only to wake in a panic as he nearly toppled over, discovering he had strained his neck. As the court convened that day, the expressions of the officials were filled with distress. Observing them, Emperor Xuanda frowned and rearranged them into 2 neat lines, one for those with left-leaning necks and another for those with right-leaning necks. The officials, now forced into formation, thought to themselves, must you indulge your compulsions at such a time? Lin Mo stood nearby, chuckling. System, I can't shake the feeling that the emperor is playing chess, treating these officials like mere pieces. It seems rather entertaining. The system replied, your emperor does exhibit a hint of obsessive compulsiveness. Midway through the court session, Lin Mo's curiosity struck again. She inquired of the system, how do these individuals with stiff necks manage to drink water? Do they tilt their heads while drinking? Won't the water spill from the corners of their mouths? The more she pondered, the more intrigued she became, and a mischievous urge bubbled within her. This question genuinely perplexed the system. It had not considered such a curious dilemma. Wait a moment. Let me investigate how they manage to drink water. The neck-strained officials responded in unison. What is wrong with you? Why do you care how we drink water? Are you trying to dig up gossip? Surprisingly, Emperor Xuanda found himself intrigued by this inquiry. He had experienced neck strain before, but never to such an extent. Observing the officials' necks, each one distinctly askew, he felt a mix of amusement and concern. Soon, the system returned with a revelation. Your inquiry was indeed valid. General Liu is rather boisterous. And when he drank water this morning, it all spilled from the corners of his mouth. You cannot imagine how amusing it was. He kept tilting his head, his facial expressions betraying his discomfort as he attempted to drink, startling his wife, who thought he had suffered a stroke. Lin Mo giggled. He. It seems my curiosity was well placed. This is yet another delightful tidbit. General Liu, standing with his crooked neck, confirmed, this morning, I certainly frightened my wife. And I was equally alarmed myself, believing I had suffered a stroke, only to realize I merely had a stiff neck. The crowd regarded General Liu with sympathetic gazes. Among them, his situation appeared the most severe. This predicament stemmed from his competitive nature, while others simply succumbed to fatigue and retired to their beds. He stubbornly sought to challenge Lin Mo. He believed that as a formidable warrior, he could not possibly be outdone by a mere girl. If she could sleep standing for such an extended period, then surely he, with his battle-hardened experience, could do the same. Thus, he persisted through the night, only to awaken in the morning with a painfully stiff neck. Lin Mo, surveying the collection of tilted necks, remarked with a mixture of pride and amusement, it turns out not everyone can achieve this. I possess a rare talent. Just look at those attempting to imitate me in the capital. None can match my skill. The system chimed in exactly. Lin Xiangshu and Lin Qi exchanged incredulous glances, utterly speechless. Was this truly a matter for pride? Where was this remarkable talent when it came to serious affairs? During this court session, as they observed the dignified officials with their crooked necks discussing state matters, Emperor Xuanda felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was a comical sight, yet he could not laugh. After all, these officials were earnest in their duties, and as emperor, he could not mock them. He glanced at the 2 lines of crooked officials below and, unable to bear it any longer, closed his eyes. The absurdity was overwhelming. Ever since the little Lin girl began attending court, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically, yet surprisingly, efficiency had increased. While everyone indulged in gossip and amusement, they did not neglect the important matters at hand. Officials, indeed. The sooner we handle serious business, the sooner we can find time for gossip. That is what we call efficiency. Yet sometimes, Lin Mo and the system did not need to seek out gossip. It would find them. Clearly, your son is courting my daughter. Your son even climbed over our wall to see her, and it is your son who fails to understand. The ministers of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Personnel erupted into a heated argument as they exited the palace, their flushed faces revealing a long-standing grudge. Lin Mo eagerly squeezed into the crowd to observe. The Minister of Rights, furious, declared, my daughter is graceful, virtuous, and beautiful. Your son is utterly unworthy of her. The Minister of Personnel retorted haughtily, whether he is worthy or not is not for you to decide. Regardless, your daughter has taken a liking to my son. Lin Mo interjected, oh my, so, it is a matter between in-laws. Sensing the tension, she wondered what animosity had brewed between these two, prompting such discord.
System.
If they have always been at odds, what exactly caused their feud? Please enlighten me. The 2 arguing officials fell silent, realizing they had forgotten the mischievous little troublemaker was still present. How could they argue in front of her? This girl thrived on chaos. The system's requirements regarding Lin Mo's gossip consumption are quite accommodating. Come, let me regale you with the tales of those 2. Their antics are utterly delightful. The 2 individuals in question were childhood companions, later becoming part of the same cohort of scholars. Their relationship was once amicable, but it deteriorated due to the involvement of a woman. Lin Mo's interest was piqued instantly, as matters of the heart were her favorite topic. A love triangle, perhaps. I adore such narratives. All present turned their attention to the 2 protagonists, bewildered, as they had never heard of these individuals sharing affections for the same woman. Could it be that their information was woefully outdated? The system interjected, well, not quite. It is indeed a situation involving 2 men and 1 woman. The wife of the minor official of the imperial household was the junior sister of the minor official of the rights. At that time, the minor official of rights was seeking a suitor for his junior sister and had enlisted the help of the minor official of the imperial household to discreetly observe potential candidates. However, the latter, while verbally agreeing, engaged in a bit of thievery right under their noses. Upon hearing this, the minor official of rights felt a surge of indignation. The minor official of the imperial household appeared somewhat embarrassed, for although his actions were arguably unethical, he believed he was justified. As matters of the heart are beyond one's control, are they not? Chapter 93. On this splendid day, do not force my hand. The minor official of rights cast a glance at the minor official of the imperial household and, with a hint of pride, remarked, "You absconded with my junior sister. So it is only fitting that you now marry your daughter into our family." The minor official of the imperial household retorted, "That is not fitting at all. I refuse to agree." Lin Mo, eager to partake in the unfolding drama, chimed in, "It does seem quite appropriate, indeed. You took away his junior sister, and now offer him a daughter in return. Moreover, since the minor official of the imperial household's wife is the junior sister of the minor official of rights, there should be no familial discord in this union. It could be considered a return to her maternal home." The system concurred, indeed, and such a connection devoid of blood ties is the safest. One need not worry about the offspring being simpletons. Meanwhile, the two arguing adults protested, "Could you both not stand further apart? Can you not see we are engaged in a dispute?" Yet, upon reflection, the arguments presented by the two had some merit. Although the minor official of rights harbored a long-standing animosity towards the minor official of the imperial household, he had always treated his junior sister with great kindness, as well as his nephews. The minor official of the imperial household seemed to be in a mental quandary, struggling to reconcile the notion that marrying his daughter into this family could indeed be beneficial, especially since the two children shared mutual affection. Yet, he could not shake the feeling of unease. Lin Mo was thoroughly enjoying her gossip when, all of a sudden, she found herself lifted into the air. What business did she have meddling in the affairs between in-laws? Let them bicker. After all, they had been at odds for decades. However, this was the first time she learned that the minor official of the imperial household's wife was, in fact, the junior sister of the minor official of rights. Lin Mo was unceremoniously placed into a carriage. Her usual mode of transport had been temporarily suspended, leaving her unable to be the most fashionable presence in the capital. The system chuckled, "You're carried about by your father like a little chick. When will you grow taller? You are the shortest in your family." The system's words pierced Lin Mo's heart like a dagger. "Could you refrain from discussing such a painful topic? Do you think I do not wish to be taller? Yet, what can I do? My family's genes seem to have mutated by the time they reached me." Lin Mo felt utterly despondent. Despite her substantial daily intake of food and considerable physical activity, she remained at a height of barely over 1.6 meters, not particularly tall or short. While some women in the capital were even shorter, she was the shortest in her family. Whenever the family ventured out together, her stature caused her to appear as if she were sinking into the ground. If only she were taller, she could truly shine as a striking young gentleman in disguise. But her height was a limiting factor. Lin Xiangshu and Lin Qi exchanged glances, both wearing amused expressions. They believed her height was quite sufficient. After all, excessive height on a girl could be unappealing. For instance, there was the Princess Huayao, raised in a military household, who had grown taller than most men due to her upbringing. Lin Qi had once encountered Princess Huayao, and her remarkable height had left him astounded, as it was his first encounter with such a tall woman. Now, nearing her 25th year, Princess Huayao remained single, reportedly preparing to seek a suitor. Lin Rand observed Lin Mo's exaggerated expression as she consumed an unappetizing bowl of mutton milk, her face contorted in distaste. Surely, there's no need for such dramatics. Height is not something one should force. Dear host, considering your level of determination, if you do not grow taller, it would be a disservice to your efforts. Alas, I possess no methods to assist in your growth. Otherwise, I would gladly lend a hand, the system offered. Lin Mo declined the system's well-meaning suggestion enough. Knowing you, your idea would likely involve breaking my legs to make me taller. As the days passed and the weather grew increasingly frigid, rising from bed became a formidable challenge for Lin Mo. I cannot get up. After finally managing a day of rest, why must I rise so early? Lin Ran attempted to rouse Lin Mo, who had cocooned herself in her blanket, rolling into a furry caterpillar while wailing in protest. The moment Lin Ran's hand brushed against the blanket, she would emit a cry of despair. Lin Ran, Lin Mo, peeking out with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Could you not eat first? Just leave me a bowl." The system interjected, "Host, it is customary here to consume labakanji in the morning, and there truly will be none left for you. Hurry and rise." Under Lin Rant's persistent prodding and gentle coercion, Lin Mo finally donned her clothes. Observing her disheveled hair, the Lin family had grown accustomed to her morning routine. Getting her out of bed was already a significant achievement. As for grooming her hair, they left that to her discretion. As Lin Mo sipped her porridge, she lamented to the system, "Every morning feels like a battle for my life. I finally have a day off, and yet I must rise early again. Tomorrow, it's south back to court." While eating, Lin Mo suddenly recalled the unfinished gossip from before. System, did the minor official of rights and the minor official of the imperial household indeed become in-laws? The system replied, regarding that matter, after much deliberation. The two decided to seriously discuss the marriage proposal. However, amidst their discussions, they ended up in a brawl. The minor official of rights scratched the minor official of the imperial household's face, and the latter bit the former on the thigh. Lin Mo. Others present. Lin Shangshu had also heard of the developments. It seemed the families had indeed decided to unite, with the betrothal gifts already exchanged. But nobody anticipated such a tumultuous process, culminating in a physical altercation. Chapter 94. Beautiful sister, count me in. While consuming her porridge, Lin Mo anxiously inquired about the subsequent developments from the system. "Why did you not inform me of such significant events sooner? So many days have passed, and you are truly an inadequate system." The system, busy attending to her various affairs daily, had hardly the capacity to remember events from so long ago. Lin Mo took a deep breath. "Listen, from now on, regardless of what sensational news I encounter, you must keep me updated on all developments. Do you understand?" The system replied, "Understood, understood." "Would you like to hear more about their developments?" After their brawl, the minor official of rights and the minor official of the imperial household exchanged insults for a full hour, with their families helplessly attempting to intervene. An exchange of insults for an entire hour. Everyone present could not help but imagine the scene. Although Lin Shangshu had always been aware that these two individuals were at odds, he never anticipated the extent of their animosity. Nearly 20 years had elapsed, yet the grudge over the sister's abduction remained unresolved. Initially, he presumed their discord stemmed from political differences, only to discover that a more personal grievance lay at the heart of it. Lin Mo clicked her tongue in disappointment, lamenting, "What a pity I didn't witness that scene. Had you informed me at the time, I would have rushed over to see it. Such a thrilling moment should never be missed. Remember, we must never let such spectacular moments slip away. I would even crawl to witness them." Upon hearing her words, the system could not help but feel exasperated. Was such enthusiasm truly necessary? The onlookers shared a similar sentiment, bemused by her eagerness to witness the spectacle, even to the extent of crawling to see it. The system was nearly in stitches, remarking, "Why so timid? I thought you were genuinely prepared to confront your parents. Yet here you are, barely able to maintain an angry expression for a mere second." Lin Mo concocted an excuse for herself. "You don't understand. I am respecting my parents. How could I possibly be angry with them? I am a dutiful daughter." The system replied dismissively, "Yes, yes, you are undoubtedly a laughing daughter, the one who is laughing heartily." Those who overheard the system's comment struggled to contain their laughter. The system's wit was increasingly amusing. Lin Mo donned an outfit conducive to movement and styled her hair into a sleek high ponytail before heading out. She felt that this ensemble made her appear quite striking, and her expression radiated satisfaction. Wandering from one end of the street to the other, Lin Mo sampled every food stall along the way. This was the essence of life. How delightful it would be if one could do this every day without the burden of work. Meanwhile, the crown prince and his two brothers took the opportunity to stroll about, and they soon spotted Lin Mo amidst the crowd. Their wives had gone to the palace to accompany the queen and their mother, providing the brothers with a chance to enjoy some leisure time. Look ahead. Isn't that Lin Mo? She was joyfully munching on a candied hawthorn skewer. It must be said that her high ponytail indeed accentuated her height. The third prince chuckled, nudging his two brothers to follow her. Feeling rather bored, they had not anticipated encountering her. Surely, following her would lead to some amusing events. Lin Mo furrowed her brow, wondering who Princess Huayao was. The system excitedly chimed in, Princess Huayao is quite remarkable. She hails from a military family, possesses a tall stature, and is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Growing up in the military and on the battlefield, she is a rare heroine among women. Lin Mo felt a flutter of excitement in her heart. She adored such beautiful sisters. Just as the system finished speaking, a procession passed by, and at the forefront was a striking woman riding a majestic steed, exuding a commanding presence and an air of authority. Lin Mo attempted to push through the crowd for a better look, but was unexpectedly kicked out of the way by an unknown individual, landing her squarely in the middle of the street. Who kicked me?
Who did that?
Lin Mo was on the verge of exasperation. This was the second time it had happened recently. Last time, she had been similarly jostled while trying to join the fray. Princess Huayao spotted Lin Mo and instantly recognized her. Isn't that little Lin? She mused, concerned for her well-being. Upon hearing the princess speak, Lin Mo's expression transformed instantly into a silly grin. I'm fine. Princess Huayao dismounted and approached her, forcing Lin Mo to look up at her towering figure.
Goodness.
This princess is as tall as my father and brothers. Hearing Lin Mo's exclamation, Princess Huayao nearly burst out laughing. Little Lin, would you care to visit my home? I've heard of your keen intelligence, and having been away from the capital for some time, I would appreciate your insights on the matters in the city. How could Lin Mo refuse such a request from a strikingly confident beauty? She confidently patted her chest, proclaiming, absolutely. I am the encyclopedia of the capital. There is nothing I do not know. The system quietly interjected. Pfft. You're merely relying on me, you know. Lin Mo envied Princess Huayao's height and physique. With her well-proportioned figure and long legs, Lin Mo could tell without touching that this stunning and formidable sister had beautiful muscles. She was simply too impressive. As Princess Huayao was about to descend the steps, she almost lost her footing. Chapter 95. Lin Mo promotes her elder brother. Princess Huayao felt a bit uneasy due to Lin Mo's exuberance. The messenger had not specified whether little Lin preferred men or women, but the letter did mention that she treated young ladies with great kindness. Could it be that she genuinely favored women? As she glanced at Lin Mo, her gaze was immediately drawn to her sparkling eyes and blissful smile. Startled by this expression, she quickly turned away, thinking, heavens, the more I see, the more it resembles. Lin Mo, having caught the princess's glance, excitedly exclaimed to the system, she looked at me. Did you see that look? Isn't it incredibly charming? The system shared her excitement, being that it was the first time encountering such a stunning sister. I saw her looking at you too. I believe this captivating sister has a favorable impression of you. Princess Huayao mused to herself. No wonder the capital's messages advised keeping a distance from little Lin. If one encounters her, it's best to travel in groups rather than alone. Throughout their journey, Princess Huayao listened to Lin Mo and the system sing her praises, along with Lin Mo's admiration for her physique. Can I touch the sister's muscles? I want to feel her abs. Her hands are so large. I want to see her wield a weapon. I absolutely adore her long legs. They are longer than my life. Princess Huayao was nearly overwhelmed by Lin Mo's enthusiastic remarks. Little Lin, we've arrived at the Hua residence. Finally, they addressed the matter at hand, and Princess Huayao let out a sigh of relief.
Yet,
it soon became clear that Lin Mo's idea of a significant matter was entirely different from what she had anticipated. She had expected discussions of national affairs, the relationships among officials in the capital, and any necessary precautions. Instead, Lin Mo launched into a barrage of gossip. As Princess Huayao listened to these scandalous tales, she felt a mixture of embarrassment and fascination. The system would occasionally interject, and Lin Mo would enthusiastically reiterate the information, creating a lively banter akin to a comedic performance. Lin Mo, having found a rare audience, felt an overwhelming urge to share more. Princess Huayao proved to be a most attentive listener, showing genuine engagement rather than mere politeness. She maintained eye contact and listened earnestly. Encountering such an audience, Lin Mo felt an irresistible urge to converse for days on end. Initially feeling awkward, Princess Huayao soon became utterly engrossed, continuously inquiring for more details. She began to understand why the officials in the capital held such a love-hate relationship with little Lin. This young woman possessed a vibrant and open personality, distinctly different from the typical ladies of the court, clearly raised in an environment of affection. Moreover, she harbored no malice, focusing solely on matters that piqued her interest, while remaining indifferent to everything else. Unfortunately, those officials who caught her attention were bound to face consequences. Trivial matters might result in mere embarrassment, but for corrupt officials, it could spell disaster. As dusk approached, Lin Mo's words flowed like an unending river. It is a rare delight to encounter such an attentive listener, prompting her to contemplate a nocturnal discourse with Princess Huayao. At this moment, the Lin family, comprising 4 members, is frantically searching for her. Lin Shangshu, with a furrowed brow, scours the streets, having meticulously examined every place Lin Mo frequents. Yet he has not caught sight of a single shadow. Lin Qi, too, has visited the households of those he believes to be Lin Mo's close companions. But to no avail. Father, we did not find our younger sister at the Qin or Wei residences either.
Indeed.
The eldest brother perceives Hua Kong and Ben Mei as good friends of Lin Mo. Lin Shangshu, nearly beside himself with rage, muses that if she remains lost, he may have to beseech the emperor for troops to aid in the search. Just as he prepares to head to the palace, a young servant rushes towards the Lin residence in a state of panic. Huafu? When did this girl establish a connection with Huafu? That family boasts a valiant female general. One can only hope this mischievous child does not lead her astray. Off to Huafu we go. At this very moment, Lin Mo and Princess Huayao are enjoying a delightful repast, engaging in lively conversation. After taking a sip of wine, Lin Mo, with a silly grin, exclaims, "You have no idea how overbearing my father can be. He refuses to let me ride. He used to let me ride horses when I was a child." Princess Huayao, utterly bewildered, responds, "Why would you ride your father? Aren't you too grown for that?" Having been raised in the military, Princess Huayao possesses a robust constitution for alcohol, rendering this modest libation merely a trifle for her. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, becoming somewhat dazed from the drink, remains oblivious to her own condition. She playfully swats away Huayao's hand and beams, "Pretty sister, how is it that you are so dashing? You are truly handsome." The system, aghast, suddenly realizes the extent of its host's embarrassment. "Could you possibly exercise a modicum of restraint? Your current demeanor is utterly foolish. Just look at that infatuated expression. If your father were to witness you making such a face, he would surely reprimand you." The system laments, "Have you lost your mind?" Princess Huayao, blushing from the awkwardness, stammers, "Dear Lin, I must apologize. My preference lies with men." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly pivots her approach. "Well, what do you think of my elder brother? He is a distinguished scholar, the most handsome among all. Few in the capital can rival his looks." As Lin Shangshu and Lin Qi enter, they overhear this exchange. Lin Mo continues her enthusiastic endorsement of her brother. "My brother is not only good-looking and cultured, but also obedient. He will do whatever you ask. If you tell him to go east, he will not venture west. If you instruct him to ascend, he will not descend. Such a remarkable man should not be overlooked." The system, now in a state of despair, cries out, "Stop talking. Your father and brother have arrived. You are doomed." Chapter 96. Lin Mo's Miserable Childhood. Lin Mo, upon realizing her father and brother have come, grows even more animated. She seizes Princess Huayao's hand and drags her toward her brother. Lin Shangshu, perceptively, clears a space beside him. His son, now of an appropriate age, ought to consider marriage. Though Princess Huayao is somewhat taller, she is a commendable match, and today this troublesome girl has finally done something respectable. Lin Qi and Princess Huayao exchange glances, both feeling a tad awkward, while Lin Mo remains blissfully unperturbed and exuberantly excited. "Brother, quickly perform a feat of flying for the princess to witness."
Hurry.
Lin Qi, bewildered, retorts, "What on earth are you talking about? How can I perform flight?" Princess Huayao struggles to extricate her hand from Lin Mo's grasp, offering an awkward smile. "Really, it's unnecessary." Lin Mo insists, yes. "I know you wish to test my brother. He truly can soar." The system, exasperated, interjects. What nonsense is this? How can anyone fly? Lin Chi casts a desperate glance at his father, but Lin Xiangshu turns away to avoid his son's pleading gaze. Lin Chi exclaims, "What does this mean? Why do you evade my gaze? Am I no longer your biological son?" Lin Xiangshu replies, "You are indeed my flesh and blood. But this matter is not one I can meddle in. It is your life's affair, and as a father, I must refrain from interference." In her stupor, Lin Mo increasingly perceives the compatibility of the two, and with a giggle, she drags her father away. The system observes, this father-daughter duo is truly cut from the same cloth. Not only do they share looks, but their personalities also mirror one another. Lin Chi and Princess Huayao exchange glances, each feeling awkward. Now the courtyard is left with only the two of them. Lin Chi, scratching his nose, feels uncertain about where to place his hands and feet. Princess, please forgive me. My younger sister has caused you trouble. Princess Huayao offers a shy smile. Not at all. Lord Lin is quite amusing. I seldom encounter such sincerity in a person. This is the first time Lin Chi has heard anyone speak well of his sister, prompting him to ask, perplexed but earnestly, "Do you genuinely find her interesting? Aren't you afraid of her?" People in the capital react to her like mice to a cat. One might genuinely worry she will remain alone forever. Princess Huayao nods earnestly. Indeed, Lord Lin's sincerity is a rarity. Generally, those with such capabilities tend to cultivate ever-growing ambitions, potentially leading to actions that could destabilize the state. However, Lord Lin has never employed her abilities for such purposes. She and the system share a delightful disposition. While their pursuits may not encompass grand matters, they nonetheless bring joy to many and, in an intangible way, assist numerous individuals, and that is sufficient. Listening to his sister being praised so highly, Lin Chi feels a twinge of embarrassment. His sister is hardly devoid of ambition. It simply resides elsewhere. Her aspirations likely revolve around savoring all the world's delights, while matters of state are beyond her comprehension. Lin Mo, I am your dear sister. How can you speak of me thus? It appears the princess has taken a liking to my sister, having always been different from other noble ladies. She has lacked friends throughout her life, spending her days among maids and servants. Reflecting on this, Lin Chi feels a pang of sympathy. Lin Mo matured early, preferring the company of servants, engaging them in conversation despite all efforts to dissuade her. Eventually, they simply allowed her to be. Yet, how could a noble girl, mingling with maids, cultivate friendships? Even if she wished to befriend others, they would likely shy away, perceiving her attempts as a bid for superiority due to their class differences. Thankfully, this child is carefree, showing little concern for anything beyond the latest gossip. Princess Huayao, surprised to learn that Lin Mo has few friends, muses that, given her disposition, one would expect her to be surrounded by companions. I believe your family consists of 3 siblings. Do you not often include your younger sister in your activities? Given Lin Mo's character, she must have been raised in an environment of affection, after all. Lin Chi chuckles resignedly. We wish to include her, but she finds us tedious. She claims it is better to play alone rather than with us. She not only finds us dull, but also dismisses all our friends as well, isolating us entirely. Lin Chi adds with a grin, so, thank you, princess. Unaware that her brother is seeking a companion for her, Lin Mo is currently dragging Lin Xiangshu along the road, exclaiming, "Look at my graceful steps. Aren't they splendid?" Lin Mo twirled in circles, first to the left and then to the right, while Lin Xiangshu shielded her with his hand, struggling to keep his balance from her dizzying motions. Lin Xiangshu remarked, "If you remain silent, we can still be friends." Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Mo erupted in frustration. "Father, when did you secretly learn to dance without telling me? And how come you're dancing better than I am?" Lin Xiangshu wiped the sweat from his brow. He had never felt so exhausted, even after rigorous training. The system interjected, while Lin Xiangshu sighed. "Well, when it comes to shamelessness, you certainly take the cake." In Chapter 97, Lin Chi lamented, "My little sister and I were born with the wrong faces." A father naturally dotes on his own daughter, and Lin Xiangshu had grown accustomed to this. "Father, do you think my brother can win the affections of the county princess? It would be a shame for him to waste that handsome face." Lin Mo chuckled mischievously and reached out to affectionately pat her father's waist. Father, you're here, right? Just sweet talk, mother. You mentioned she adores your looks, so charm her, father. Lin Xiangshu groaned. This daughter of mine is unbearable, always blabbering about everything. The system erupted in laughter, exclaiming, your whole family is absolutely obsessed with appearances. It felt fortunate to be bound to Lin Mo, with such a host. It had nothing to worry about, brimming with energy every day. Perfect. That night was filled with excitement, as Lin Mo dreamt of Lin Qi and the county princess, longing for their union. I want a handsome sister-in-law. Outside, the night watch maidens exchanged glances. However, following that night, the county princess frequently sought Lin Mo's company, and her interactions with Lin Qi increased. Lin Mo often observed the two with her shifty eyes, her thoughts written all over her face, leaving others to easily discern her intentions. The county princess glanced at the sneaky Lin Mo and signaled Lin Qi with her eyes. What's got her acting like a little mouse? Lin Qi poured a cup of tea for the county princess and subtly indicated, ignore her. She's likely up to no good again. In that moment, Lin Mo's heart soared with excitement as she watched the two of them. System, did you see that? They're exchanging glances right under my nose. This is definitely a significant development. The system shared her enthusiasm, thinking it had unwittingly played matchmaker. Mo. I want to attend the wedding of your brother and sister-in-law. Lin Qi and the county princess interjected, how do we go from here to talking about weddings? We're not even together yet. From afar, Lin Ran spotted this unwelcome third wheel and clicked his tongue. Is she the one trying to match my brother with the county princess? Why is she always lurking around them, leaving no room for them to be alone? Lin Mo's mind wandered to thoughts of her future nieces and nephews, contemplating their arrival even before they were conceived. Even during court sessions, her focus remained on her brother's love life. Consequently, the emperor and his ministers, subjected to her and the system's chatter, became fully aware of the budding romance between Lin Qi and the county princess. The emperor and ministers thought, this is not what we wanted to hear. She's the one who's blabbing. Lin Qi wore an expression of despair, lamenting, must you concern yourself with my romantic life? Can't you focus on something of actual importance? He had indeed grown closer to the county princess, discovering her to be a wonderful girl, quite different from the rumors. He genuinely wished to cultivate their relationship. However, would this little rascal refrain from meddling? The system chimed in. I believe there's potential between your brother and your future sister-in-law. You'll soon be an aunt. The emperor and ministers gasped in disbelief. But they haven't even wed yet. How could there be children? Lin Xiangshu and Lin Qi nearly fainted at the proclamation. Could you refrain from such nonsensical statements, system? There's not even a hint of that yet. Lin Mo was equally thrilled by the system's words, already envisioning a little baby calling her auntie. The system declared, then I shall deliver them a juicy piece of gossip. The onlookers thought, perhaps that gossip can wait. After court, Lin Mo gleefully rode away on her pig, leaving her father and brother surrounded by inquisitive individuals. Who would have thought Lin Han would be nearing a good fortune? The county princess is indeed a fine girl. Yes, indeed. You two are a match made in heaven. Lin Qi exclaimed. What do you mean by a match made in heaven? In truth, Lin Qi resembled Lin Madam, possessing an exquisite beauty, albeit with a more ruggedly handsome visage. The county princess, with her androgynous charm, made it seem as if they were mismatched in appearance. He glanced at his father's handsome face, then at his own, and with a hint of sorrow, asked, Father, why couldn't you have made me look a bit more like you? Look at how much my little sister resembles you. Are you biased toward her? Lin Xiangshu retorted, what do you want me to do? I can't control how you look. Besides, resembling your mother is not a bad thing. She was once considered the most beautiful woman alongside the prime minister's wife. Lin Qi grew increasingly despondent. Among the three of us, my big sister looks the most normal. She bears a resemblance to both you and mother, a perfect blend of your beautiful features. My little sister and I, however, appear completely mismatched. Lin Xiangshu smacked the back of his head, exclaiming, Is it not good to look like your mother? If you didn't resemble her, I would have cast you aside long ago. If you dare speak such words in front of your mother, just wait and see how I deal with you. Feeling wronged, Lin Qi shot a glance at his father before falling silent. Lin Mo remained oblivious to her brother's envy of her looks. as she stood at the entrance of a brothel, eager to enter. Somehow, she had acquired a set of men's attire, and when donned, she resembled a charming young gentleman, a miniature version of Lin Shongshu. The system chuckled mischievously. There's a juicy story here. The Grand Tutor's wife often disguises herself as a man to visit brothels, and today, she brought her daughter along. Lin Mo's excitement surged. What a wonderful mother she had. To bring her daughter to a brothel. If she were to suggest such a thing to her own mother, she would surely break her legs. Unable to contain her excitement, Lin Mo exclaimed, let's go take a look." As Lin Mo entered, the Grand Marshal, who had quietly followed, swallowed hard and turned to seek out his old companion. Initially, he had merely intended to tag along for the gossip, but he had stumbled upon such a sensational story. "Old friend, your backyard is on fire." In Chapter 98, the couple with complementary personalities. Upon entering, Lin Mo was dazzled by the decadent atmosphere within. The system, though knowledgeable, was equally taken aback, witnessing such a scene for the first time, akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, rendered speechless by the sights. Once the system located their targets for gossip, it whispered to Lin Mo, "Do you see that couple over there, the one embracing each other? That's the Grand Tutor's wife, and the handsome young man beside her is her daughter." Lin Mo widened her eyes, swallowing hard. Oh my. The lady of the Grand Tutor exudes an undeniable charm, cradling one beauty in her arms while another graces her lap, with yet another feeding her wine. One can't help but wonder if perhaps she was mistakenly born into the wrong gender. In stark contrast, the young lady from the Grand Tutor's household appears quite uneasy, seemingly unaccustomed to such an environment. As Lin Mo gazes dreamily in that direction, a woman unexpectedly collides with her shoulder. Oh my, this young master is truly striking. I have never encountered such a handsome young man before. Pray tell, how old are you? Surely you haven't sneaked away from home. Lin Mo, captivated by the alluring woman beside her, feels her heart racing. The atmosphere in this establishment is palpably different from that of the noble ladies. The women here possess a unique allure that is simply irresistible. The system, equally taken aback, realizes it had been so engrossed in the scene that it failed to notice someone approaching. Lin Mo, appearing youthful, resembles a lad of 13 or 14. Although this age is not particularly young in this era, it is rare for someone of such an age to venture into a brothel alone. Most of the women here are well-versed in the ways of the world, instantly discerning one's background from their attire and demeanor. Despite Lin Mo's carefree nature, there is an air of nobility about her that cannot be cultivated in an ordinary household. Such young masters, who secretly venture out to indulge in frivolities, are often met with reluctance from these women, as any ensuing trouble could implicate them. "Dear sister, I merely wish to broaden my horizons. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to wander and observe," Lin Mo explains. The woman, smiling and waving her handkerchief, concedes, "Very well, do continue your exploration, but do be cautious." She sways away gracefully, prompting the system to muse. The ladies in this establishment are rather kind-hearted. They certainly have their principles. Lin Mo concurs, stating, "In every profession, there are both virtuous and unscrupulous individuals. If there were alternative paths, who would choose to live in a brothel? Most brothels in the capital maintain a measure of decorum, with their women sometimes being homeless, enslaved, or sold into this life. However, those sold must possess official documentation, otherwise the brothel would not accept them. Without such proof, how could one ascertain the origins of these women? Furthermore, lacking documentation would allow human traffickers to exploit the situation, abducting well-bred girls and selling them into such establishments. Lin Mo carefully navigates around the men indulging in revelry, stealthily approaching the lady of the Grand Tutor, who, despite being somewhat inebriated, persistently encourages her daughter. "Why are you so timid? I brought you here to experience the world. Did you not express a desire to visit a brothel? Now that you're here, you shrink away." The Grand Tutor's daughter looks distressed. "Mother, if father discovers we've come here, it will be disastrous. The reputation of the entire Grand Tutor's residence would be ruined. A lady of the house taking her daughter to a brothel would become a laughingstock in the capital." Observing her daughter's timidity, the lady of the Grand Tutor feels exasperated. "You should learn from Lord Lin. I admire his character immensely. He does as he pleases without a care for others' opinions. Who says we women must be constrained? You've been reading too much. Lin Mo wishes to commend the lady of the Grand Tutor, thinking, what a wonderful sentiment. System. I feel as though the lady of the Grand Tutor is my kindred spirit. Did you hear that? She praises me and encourages her daughter to learn from me. The system replies, indeed, I heard it. Who would have thought you've become a role model in someone else's eyes? Quite impressive. Meanwhile, while the ladies bask in their revelry, the Grand Tutor and the Grand Commandant are in a state of distress. Upon learning that his wife has taken their daughter to a brothel, the Grand Tutor nearly faints. Hurry, we must ensure nothing untoward occurs. He is well aware of his wife's penchant for the unconventional, recalling her youthful escapades, such as igniting firecrackers in latrines and engaging in brawls with disfavored young women, dousing their makeup with water. To think that, even at this age, she would choose to visit a brothel with their daughter. The Grand Commandant, who hails from a martial background, finds the situation rather amusing and teases the Grand Tutor. Your wife was a renowned beauty in her youth. It seems she still is. With young Lord Lin present, the two of them together might very well turn the brothel upside down. I never understood how such a rigid man could fall for your wife, but perhaps it's a case of complementary personalities, your stoicism balanced by her exuberance. Overhearing this banter, the Grand Tutor snaps, could you kindly keep quiet? Your incessant chatter doesn't make you any less of a fool. The Grand Commandant wipes the spittle from his face, muttering under his breath about the lack of decorum. As they enter the brothel, they spot the lady of the Grand Tutor in her flamboyant demeanor, while Lin Mo observes from a corner, excitement bubbling within her. Oh no, this is bad. The Grand Tutor has arrived. He's here to catch them red-handed. Hearing the system's alarm, Lin Mo swiftly retreats to a secluded spot, pulling out seeds from her pouch. This is the perfect opportunity for some entertainment. The system queries, when did you start carrying seeds? I had no idea. With a scowl, the Grand Tutor approaches, and the women surrounding the lady of the Grand Tutor discreetly withdraw. The enduring success of this establishment lies in the keen awareness of its women. My dear, why have you all left? Continue drinking. The lady of the Grand Tutor remains oblivious to the impending crisis. Lin Mo, hidden away, feels a bead of cold sweat trickle down her spine. Quickly, turn around and look. The Grand Commandant stealthily sidles up to Lin Mo, feigning surprise. Little Lord Lin, what brings you here? Surely you're not here for a night of indulgence? The Grand Commandant smirks inwardly, eager to see what excuse she conjures. The system interjects, I've got it. Just tell him you're here to fetch wine for your father. The wine here is reputed to be exquisite. Lin Mo nods appreciatively at the system's cleverness. I'm merely here to procure wine for my father. Grand Commandant, you ought to try it as well. The wine here is truly delightful.
Observing Lin Mo's earnest demeanor.
The Grand Commandant feels utterly speechless. Does your father know you're using him as an excuse? After working alongside him for so many years, I can assure you he has no fondness for this establishment's wine. But I won't expose your little ruse. Some things are better left unsaid. Lin Mo, trying her best to placate the Grand Commandant, finds herself caught in the midst of a domestic dispute. Yet, they maintain their composure, refraining from escalating the situation. The lady of the Grand Tutor asserts, if someone cannot appreciate my daughter due to a mere scandal, then they are not worthy of her hand. The Grand Tutor, incredulous, retorts, does she not realize the implications of replacing maids with concubines? What woman would openly flirt with her maids at home? Especially a married one, surrounded by beauty. One might mistake her for a man. We have been married for several decades, yet your temperament remains utterly unchanged. I do not wish to confine you, but must you be so reckless? I do not concern myself with how you behave at home, but please, refrain from bringing our daughter to such establishments. All the beautiful maidens in our household have been replaced by middle-aged matrons, which family is served exclusively by such women. Moreover, her fondness for those lovely maidens is innocent admiration of beauty, who does not appreciate those of pleasing appearance. You yourself once stated that you would not interfere with my enjoyment of beauty. I never compelled you to join me, I swear it. The young lady from the Grand Tutor's family merely witnessed her parents' quarrel, which ultimately resolved into reconciliation. Today, however, she has fulfilled her dream of visiting a brothel. perhaps the first woman to do so aside from Lord Lin. Lin Mo observed this scene from a corner with great amusement and quietly inquired of the Grand Marshal. Is the relationship between the Grand Tutor and his wife always so harmonious? Does the Grand Tutor's wife have a penchant for beautiful individuals? The Grand Marshal replied, indeed. Their relationship has always been quite good. The Grand Tutor's wife has had an appreciation for beauty since her youth. She once fell in love at first sight with your father, wishing to marry him. Alas, your father favored your mother, and thus she later wed the Grand Tutor. Reflecting on those past romantic entanglements truly seems captivating. Goodness. My father is part of the story. No wonder the Grand Tutor's wife was just praising me. Could it be an affection for the beloved's kin? Lin Mo stroked her chin, feeling quite flattered. After all, her striking resemblance to her father might have led the Grand Tutor's wife to extol her as a roundabout compliment to him. The system concurred with Lin Mo's assessment. Embellishing, exactly. Moreover, I believe your father is her white moonlight. It's astonishing to encounter such a figure in reality. The Grand Marshal interjected. Wait. How did my single remark lead to such wild interpretations? Suddenly, he sensed a chill at the back of his head and stiffly turned to find the Grand Tutor and his wife glaring at him. He hastily gestured to the couple. It wasn't me. I didn't say that. They are merely imagining things. While Lin Mo continued to indulge in her thoughts, the system urgently warned, turn around. Quickly. You've been discovered. Lin Mo gasped, I will report this to your father. The Grand Marshal, caught in the crossfire, exclaimed, what does this have to do with me? Why must you drag me into this mess? The Grand Tutor's daughter was genuinely intrigued by Lin Mo, stealing glances at her. The system noticed and whispered to Lin Mo, a beautiful young lady has been watching you intently. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo straightened her posture, determined not to tarnish her image before the lovely sister. System, do I look handsome now? I hope I didn't ruin my image in front of her. The system reassured her, fear not. You look splendid. The Grand Tutor's daughter nearly laughed at Lin Mo's preoccupation with her appearance. The young Lord Lin was indeed delightful. The Grand Tutor added with a smile, I shall make sure to inform my sister-in-law about your visit to the brothel. The Grand Marshal exclaimed, you shameless rogue. Who do you think I came here for? I merely stated that your wife once fancied Lin Huan. That was in the past. Chapter 100. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. Lin Mo dared not utter a word regarding the consequences of her actions. She truly felt remorse for the Grand Marshal, yet one must prioritize self-preservation. Merely contemplating it made Lin Mo feel as though her bottom were already stinging. Each time she was punished with a switch, it felt as if her behind might develop calluses. As they departed, Lin Mo and the system simultaneously sighed in relief. Hearing the system's relaxed exhale, Lin Mo inquired, why are you so anxious when I am already nervous? The system replied, I am merely experiencing your emotions vicariously. Enough of this, let us hasten our exit. If you encounter someone you know, it could spell disaster. Lin Mo agreed. The importance of her posterior outweighed the trivialities of gossip. Fortunately, the brothel was quite noisy, masking their conversation. Otherwise, she would have found herself exposed before all. Upon exiting, Lin Mo began to stroll down the street. As she meandered, she encountered several individuals. The son of the Prime Minister, accompanied by friends, intended to enjoy a picnic, when suddenly he spotted a familiar figure pass by. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, this person resembles the young Lord Lin remarkably, yet he is merely a young boy. What are you staring at? Do you recognize that lad who just walked past? His friends, puzzled by his expression, questioned. They had all grown up together, so they knew each other's acquaintances well. This youth was not among them. However, that boy's appearance did strike a chord of familiarity, yet they could not recall where they had seen him before. Suddenly, the Prime Minister's eldest son's eyes widened in realization. That is the young Lord Lin. She is disguised as a boy. Gasps echoed among the group. As they stumbled back, what a grave error. Today was not the right day for such an outing. Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the power her name held, capable of instilling such fear in others. The rest of the group hastily nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, this day is most inauspicious. Encountering the young Lord Lin was akin to inviting misfortune. Everyone knew it was advisable to travel in numbers when facing her. The Prime Minister's eldest son scoffed, eyeing his timid companions disdainfully. What are you so afraid of? We have done nothing wrong. Have you all committed some misdeed in the past? Standing tall and composed, he questioned what harm could possibly come from encountering the young Lord Lin, who could not fabricate falsehoods out of thin air. Though his interactions with her had been limited, he was aware of her character. Everyone knew she had a penchant for gossip, yet was fundamentally a decent person. Since they had encountered her today, why not invite her to join their festivities and avoid any accusations of rudeness? His friends recoiled in terror. Eldest brother, are you serious? You would approach her when she is avoiding us? Do you wish to invite trouble upon yourself? One friend bolted away, visibly shaken. The others soon followed suit, one confessing, I cannot. I was quite mischievous as a child. Once, I found a beautiful sachet and placed it on my father's desk, believing it to be lovely. My father thought it was a gift from my mother and hung it up with delight. When my mother saw it, she assumed my father had wronged her. And to this day they frequently argue about it. I dare not reveal the truth. The group marveled. You are truly remarkable. Your parents must be quite astounded by your antics. With 5 of them, 2 had already fled, while the remaining 2 wore expressions of guilt. Only the Prime Minister's eldest son remained, exasperated. What on earth were you all up to in your youth? Did none of you ever engage in anything respectable? Look at me. I have always conducted myself properly and fear nothing. After the conversation concluded, the remaining 2 individuals dashed away with great enthusiasm, leaving only the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence standing alone in place. Initially, they had arrived as a group of 5, brimming with joy. But now he found himself the sole occupant of the path. The eldest son pondered deeply, growing increasingly apprehensive. Surely, in his childhood, he had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. At least, that was not present in his recollections. Yet, what if he had simply forgotten? After all, the memories of young children are often unreliable. Casting a glance at Lin Mo, who was relishing her wonton by the roadside, the eldest son of the Prime Minister's residence ultimately succumbed to his trepidation. How curious it was that they had come as 5, yet now none remained. Oblivious to the extent of her influence, Lin Mo continued to savor her wontons with great delight. The system, albeit devoid of saliva, was nonetheless captivated by the sight.
Oh.
How I long to taste the delicacies of your realm, even though I do not experience hunger. Merely witnessing it stirs my appetite.
Lin Montag replied.
I cannot assist you with that, as you lack a physical form. You might as well content yourself with your current role as a spectator. The system retorted. Ouch. That stings. Indeed, the plum blossoms outside were in full bloom, their beauty radiant even in the midst of winter. Observing the disheveled state of his daughter, Lin Xiangshu felt a throbbing in his temples. Lin Mo, with a playful grin, lifted the plum blossom high and proclaimed, Didn't I go out to gather flowers, father? Aren't they lovely? Seeing her innocent smile, Lin Xiangshu sighed and placed a hand on his forehead, conceding, Very well, you should present the flowers to your mother. But first take a bath. You are quite filthy. As Lin Mo approached her mother with the flowers, Lin Foren was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. The girl's attire reminded her of her own youth, though Lin Mo was rather short and exuberant. A bit more height and composure would make her resemble her mother even more. Where have you been to get yourself so dirty? Lin Foren asked, wiping her daughter's face with a handkerchief that soon turned grimy. Lin Mo casually used her sleeve to wipe her face and placed the plum blossom into a vase. I went out to play. The plum blossoms outside are truly magnificent, even more so than those cultivated by the families in the capital. Mother, once it snows, let us go outside and play. There is a grove of plum blossoms beyond the city that is breathtaking. It had been several years since their family last ventured out together. Lin Mo was forced to endure a scalding hot bath, and by the time she emerged, she felt as though she might be cooked alive. As the festive Lantern Festival approached, the capital grew increasingly lively, with many young gentlemen and ladies expected to attend. If one had someone special in mind, it was the perfect opportunity to express their affections. The system chimed in, Your elder brother's relationship with Princess Huayao is progressing splendidly. They even went shopping together today. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo perked up. Really? Where are they now? The system found the scene quite amusing. Yet it was indeed true. Lin Mo mused. Well, my brother has trained in martial arts since childhood, though he may not compare to seasoned warriors. He is still quite accomplished in both literature and martial arts. Why does Princess Huayao treat him like a delicate porcelain doll? Although he is handsome, he is certainly not frail. No, I must go and see. It is unacceptable for my brother to be treated this way. Lin Mo donned a cloak and rushed out. At that moment, at the entrance of the Lin residence, the two individuals were indeed exchanging farewells. Lin Mo was taken aback by Lin Qi's gentle demeanor. However, the term flower girl felt somewhat misplaced. The system laughed more boisterously. Fortunately, your brother possesses both good looks and charm. Otherwise, those 3 words would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. As the two engaged in sweet nothings, Lin Mo and the system's laughter echoed from behind the door. Lin Qi and Princess Huayao exclaimed, when did this girl arrive? Is there a problem with calling her flower girl? Isn't that how everyone refers to her? Lin Mo, seizing the opportunity for mischief, mimicked them. There is an ancient saying, those who recognize the times are true talents. The system chimed in. Ha, your imitation is spot on. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. The 2 unwitting participants were compelled to listen. Lin Qi quickly interjected. How can I allow you to come and fetch me? It should be my duty to meet you. Do not underestimate me. Although I am a civil official, I have trained in martial arts since childhood. While I may not rival the martial generals, I am still capable. Princess Huayao gazed at his striking face, struggling to envision the extent of his abilities. Lin Mo, hidden behind the door, could not help but tease, oh dear, my brother, allowing a girl to fetch him, has he grown weak after finding someone he likes? He must be trying to win over Princess Huayao with his charm. To think my brother harbors such thoughts. The system countered. What you describe between lovers cannot be deemed trivial. It is a sign of affection. If a man is willing to invest his thoughts in you, it signifies his care. Lin Mo scoffed. As if you are so enlightened, you are still single yourself. The remark struck a nerve with the system. What of being a single system? I may not have experienced it firsthand, but I possess an abundance of knowledge. Do not underestimate me. Lin Qi lamented. After finally getting some time to spend with someone, that pesky girl has disrupted everything. As Lin Mo and the system bickered animatedly, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground. What are you doing hiding behind the door on a cold day? Your hair is unkempt, your clothes are disheveled. Are you trying to catch a cold? Lin Qi was infuriated by his sister's lack of self-care. It is freezing today, and you disregard your health just to spy on us? Lin Mo clung to her elder brother's shoulder, speechless, yet inwardly she was venting to the system. Look at my brother's physique. He could easily lift me with one hand and carry me off without breaking a sweat. Princess Huayao has entirely misunderstood him. The system concurred. Indeed, perhaps this is simply the playful tug-of-war between young lovers. They might be enjoying each other's company, something us 2 single observers may not fully comprehend. Lin Qi remarked, you 2 are truly incorrigible. Lurking in the corner on a chilly winter day like this. What are you, dogs? As the days passed, the Lantern Festival drew near. A day more vibrant than the New Year celebrations. Lin Mo followed her elder brother like a shadow, refusing to leave his side. Lin Qi squinted at the little imp, utterly exasperated. How long do you intend to tail me? Don't you have your own matters to attend to? With a mischievous grin, Lin Mo replied, as a free spirit, how could I have my own affairs? I simply spend my days in leisure. The system chimed in. Indeed, today, the princess will be visiting. Lin Qi sighed, realizing their intentions. Lin Ran could no longer tolerate this. For the sake of her brother's future, she decided to intervene. All right, you will accompany me today. Why must you follow your brother around while he mingles with other girls? It was baffling how she could think this was the right moment for her to shadow him. The system pondered for a moment and concluded. Perhaps it's best if we refrain from following them. After all, we wouldn't want to inadvertently disrupt their interaction. Otherwise, your charming sister-in-law might vanish. Lin Mo pursed her lips in agreement. When Lin Ran appeared with Lin Mo, they left everyone utterly astonished. Lin Ran had numerous friends, given her considerable reputation in the capital. Hello, everyone. Lin Mo cheerfully greeted the others. The crowd responded with a collective, Greetings, Lady Lin. One brave young girl mustered the courage to address Lin Mo. These individuals were exceedingly stiff. Even their greetings were overly formal, revealing how they were from a different world altogether. Lin Rand initially intended to intervene, but upon noticing her friend's anxious demeanor, she decided to let Lin Mo proceed. It seemed that if this girl remained among them, the evening would be anything but enjoyable for everyone else. Once Lin Mo departed, a palpable sigh of relief swept through the gathering. How did you bring Lady Lin here? That sudden appearance nearly scared me to death. Another exclaimed. Indeed. She has always been reluctant to join us. I was genuinely taken aback when you brought her along today. Observing the anxious expressions of her friends, Lin Rand sighed. You really needn't be so intimidated by her. Her personality is merely a bit eccentric, but she is fundamentally a good person. You haven't committed any heinous acts. Even if she learns of some trivial matters, it shouldn't be a cause for concern. Her friends quickly shook their heads in protest. That may be so, but we still care about our reputations. Even the smallest of scandals could lead to embarrassment. Moreover, we all have someone we admire. Should our secrets come to light, it might jeopardize those prospects. They were determined that the frivolities of their past must not be exposed. Although their actions were not particularly egregious, they were undeniably linked to their honor. That evening, Lin Mo found herself exceedingly bored, as everyone else was paired off, leaving her to wander alone through the streets. It's no fun being alone. If only you could transform into a human. Then you could join me in my escapades, she lamented to the system. Finding a spot, she crouched down and began drawing circles in the dirt. The system replied, I yearn to become human as well, but alas, I am unable to. It did not wish to remain merely a system. While it initially found some satisfaction in its role, the monotony of such existence had begun to wear on it. Perhaps the system was particularly sensitive to the topic, for it seemed unusually subdued that evening. This unexpected quietude concerned Lin Shangshu, who speculated that Lin Mo might be unwell. We should summon a doctor to examine her tomorrow. She is far too quiet tonight, and we wouldn't want her to suffer in silence. Lin Madam nodded in agreement. Normally, she found Lin Mo a bit bothersome, but her current silence was decidedly unsettling. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, her demeanor had sparked such concern among her family. The following morning, she awoke, staring blankly at a human face nestled in her blankets. Was she dreaming? Why was there a man in her bed? Lin Mo pinched her own cheek. No pain, hence it must be a dream. However, she hesitated to hurt herself further and decided to pinch the man instead. Without hesitation, she reached out and squeezed his face, causing him to awaken with a start. Who dares to pinch me?
Wait.
Why does it hurt? The man's eyes widened in astonishment, mirroring Lin Mo's own shock. Goodness. You're the system. How did you become human? The system quickly touched its face and looked at its hands in disbelief. Heavens. I've actually turned human. I must be malfunctioning. Lin Mo began to chuckle with delight, realizing she could indeed make wishes. Last night, she had wished for the system to become human, and to her astonishment, it had come true. The system inspected its body carefully, finding no apparent issues. Yet it pondered how this transformation had occurred. However, the pressing concern was that it was currently without clothing. Do you have any clothes? It seems I am rather exposed. It awkwardly inquired, realizing that even a system could find itself in such a predicament. Lin Mo quickly scrambled out of bed and opened her wardrobe, discovering an array of male garments, including some larger sizes she'd saved in anticipation of her own growth spurt. As she retrieved the clothing, the system averted its gaze, insisting, Please change your clothes. I assure you, I want to peek. The system added, Could you perhaps keep your fingers to yourself while doing so? While the system changed, Lin Mo felt a surge of agitation. She hadn't anticipated that the system would turn out to be this handsome. Her friends were indeed the finest. As the system dressed, it remarked, Once I am clothed, you must find a way to give me an identity. Just say I'm your friend, and that I'm staying with you. Lin Mo gestured affirmatively, but felt the most crucial task was to bestow upon the system a name. Now that you're human, I can't keep calling you system. What name would you like? The system contemplated carefully, declaring, My name must exude sophistication, so I shall be called Gao Shangding. Lin Mo promptly dismissed the name with a laugh, and instead named it Bai Shao. Since you possess all-encompassing knowledge, you'll be akin to 100 knowledge. So I've simply adapted it to Bai Xiao. Chapter 103. The family pig has found the cabbage. Must protect the cabbage. Once they were both dressed, they stealthily climbed out through the window. Be careful. Aren't you a system? Don't you have any special abilities to make this easier? Surely you can move with more grace, now that you're human. Lin Mo chided. You're technically a creature of magic now. Can't you fly or burrow? If all else fails, just dig your way out instead of crowding me here. As they jostled at the window, neither was willing to go last. Bai Xiao, the former system, abruptly pushed Lin Mo aside, seizing the opportunity to leap out first. Observing Lin Mo struggling with her short legs against the windowsill, Bai Xiao remarked dryly, I am indeed a system, but I am not a fairy. I've become human, not a deity. If I could fly, wouldn't it be easier to just turn invisible? Lin Mo finally managed to climb onto the windowsill, rolling her eyes at Bai Xiao, who was being unhelpful. You've been my partner for so long, and you have no sense of timing, she exclaimed. Come on, you can do it. Just push your little bottom up a bit more. That's it, you're almost there. Bai Xiao cheered, as the window was quite high, nearly 2/3 of Lin Mo's height. Nonetheless, this route was the safest for their escape. In a moment of exasperation, Lin Mo executed a swift kick towards Bai Xiao, declaring, You're really asking for it. Bai Xiao deftly dodged, chuckling to himself, then bolted outside, having heard footsteps approaching. After some playful banter, they finally made it outside, albeit by scaling a wall. Lin Mo's efforts were less than graceful, and she bore the brunt of Bai Xiao's teasing throughout the ordeal. However, he proved to be somewhat considerate, ensuring she wasn't left to navigate the wall alone. In a short while, I will introduce you as my friend who is temporarily residing in our home. My parents should consent to your stay. However, if they refuse, do you see that dog hole over there? You can discreetly hide in my yard, and if anyone comes, just scurry through the dog hole and swiftly climb over the wall. Lin Mo felt a sense of unease. At her age, she was neither too young nor too old in this era, and she was certainly of an age to be engaged. Bai Xiao, with her arms crossed, nodded earnestly, assuring her, Rest easy. I will completely follow your lead. I will definitely manage to stay at your house. Moments later, the four members of the Lin family gazed at Lin Mo and Bai Xiao, their expressions somewhat contorted. Lin Xiangshu exclaimed, You reckless girl. When did she get involved with a man? Lin Rant's expression was tinged with excitement. Oh my. Our little pig has learned to root around in the cabbage patch. And such a fresh and lovely cabbage at that. Impressive. Each of the four harbored their own thoughts. And Lin Mo began to feel a tad guilty under their scrutinizing gazes. System. What should I do? I feel a bit guilty. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could transform into a pet? Finding an excuse to become human is no easy feat. The four present were taken aback. What on earth? This man is the system. The system has turned into a human. Lin Xiangshu gasped in shock, realizing that this entity had been seeking a partner all along. That so-called binding must indeed mean marriage. No wonder the system kept insisting on accumulating energy to marry a wife. It was gathering energy to become human to wed his daughter. This was unacceptable. Bai Xiao also felt a pang of guilt. While in his intangible form, he had been deeply engrossed in the drama, but now that he possessed a physical form, his empathy intensified. Hurry and introduce me. I do not wish to crawl through dog holes every day. Under Bai Xiao's commanding gaze, Lin Mo stammered through the introduction. She had mentally prepared herself for rejection, but to her astonishment, a resolute affirmation sprang forth from her mother's lips. Of course. Why not? Stay as long as you wish. Little did she expect that the system, now humanized, was so remarkably handsome, and this lovely cabbage must be protected for her little pig. What if he ran off with someone else? Lin Madam, a lifelong devotee of beauty, could never change her nature. It mattered not if he were human or not, as long as he was good-looking. Moreover, she had never anticipated that her daughter would find a partner in her lifetime, given that she had no friends to help her seek one. A delightful surprise had come today. How wonderful that her son-in-law was so attractive. And he had the ability to enjoy gossip. Impressive indeed. Everyone present looked at Lin Madam, who wore a broad smile, while Lin Mo and Bai Xiao exchanged bewildered glances. Bai Xiao signaled Lin Mo with his eyes. What has gotten into your mother? Why is she so cheerful? Lin Mo replied, I have no idea. But it doesn't matter why she's happy, as long as you can stay. Though he had secured a place to reside, the issue of his household registration still needed resolution. Lin Mo casually concocted an excuse and left the task to her father. His registration had been lost on the road. So, let him be added to our household. Upon hearing this absurdity, Lin Xiangshu's expression soured considerably. To be added to our household? Does this not imply he would be a son-in-law? Lin Xiangshu had initially been reluctant, but upon witnessing his wife's threatening glare, he begrudgingly set about the task. This matter also needed to be communicated to the emperor and others to prevent any astonishment. Thus, Lin Qi was tasked with writing a letter to the palace. When Emperor Xuanda received this news, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. I knew something was amiss with this system. I never imagined it could truly transform into a human. I had suspected that little Lin could not find a suitable suitor in the capital, as any man who encountered her was terrified. So, it turns out she and the system are a pair. Emperor Xuanda was immensely thrilled by this revelation. Yet, he pondered a crucial point. Now that the system had taken on human form, how was he to enjoy gossip during court sessions? Lin Mo too contemplated this issue. Her gaze fell upon Bai Xiao, who was indulging in a feast, her emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Bai Xiao wiped his mouth and began to shrink under Lin Mo's watchful eyes. Isn't this perfect? Why fret so much? We are bound together. I cannot leave you. Though I possess no divine powers, I can certainly change size. When the time comes, I can simply hide in your clothing. Upon witnessing this diminutive figure before her, Lin Mo could not contain her glee and playfully flicked him with her fingers. Bai Xiao yelped as he was sent flying. Ah, are you out of your mind? If you want my life, just say so.